A beam of white light descended from the sky, granting the timid battle flag master, Junlin, mysterious powers because a mysterious spirit from another world took up residence within him. Inside the arena, a Metatol minotaur wielded a massive axe as it let out a roar that shook the heavens. The explosive sound waves swept across the area, sending several figures flying over 10 meters away. Heal. Plant the battle flag. Junlin, what are you doing? Shouted a captain, impaled through the abdomen by a spiked wooden stake, yet still clutching his great sword tightly. Hiding in a corner of the arena wall, Junlin snapped back to reality. His slender figure moved swiftly as he pulled out a battle flag from the floor on his back. His hands glowed with green light as he planted the flag into the ground. A dark green aura erupted, enveloping 4 injured teammates. Their deep wounds healed astonishingly fast under the aura's glow. The aura shifted from dark green to light green, and finally into white light. Although the energy weakened with each transition, the teammates' injuries were about 70 to 80% healed. Junlin quickly retrieved the flag and planted a second one in another corner. A red aura spread out, boosting the team's strength. Mages, cover the small monsters with firepower. Fighters, flank the Minotaur from its blind spot. Mech, switch to Gatling for cover, the captain commanded calmly. The mage wielded a staff embedded with rubies, unleashing flames to suppress the surrounding giant spiders. The agile young fighter slipped under the Minotaur, preparing to attack from behind. The mecha user pulled out a Gatling gun with a flashing energy core, unleashing a barrage of blue bullets. The Minotaur raised its axe to block, while the greatsword warrior leaped high into the air, the red glow charging with power, amplified by the battle flag's support. Suddenly, the giant spiders launched a desperate assault. In the ensuing explosions, the mage vanished into white light. The chain explosions swept the area, turning the warrior, fighter, and mecha user into white light one after another, the mech belt falling to the ground. In the vast arena, only the Minotaur and Junlin, hiding in the distance, remained amidst the carnage and blood. He stood frozen, seemingly stunned by the devastation before him. Outside the arena, 4 people stumbled out of the teleportation array. The sword enchanter angrily pounded the ground before collapsing in defeat. Nearly 50 people, including teachers in their mid-20s and more students aged 16 or 17, gathered in front of the teleportation array, watching the large screen for the final outcome. Junlin, don't forget to pick up my mech belt, the mecha user shouted through the communicator. Everyone knew that a battle flag master facing a Minotaur alone was doomed to tragedy. A stunning female teacher was about to call for Junlin to retreat when a white light suddenly descended from the sky, entering Junlin's body. He crashed heavily into the arena wall, nearly losing his life. Who? Junlin was terrified, for a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind, trying to seize control of his body. Don't be afraid, young man. I'm just staying with you for a while, the voice said, sounding oddly excited. Before Junlin could process this, the Minotaur charged with its massive axe. He rolled to grab the mech belt, intending to press his chest badge to return to the city, only to find it missing. The students watching began to stir. No one expected the timid Junlin to choose to confront the Minotaur Hedon. Teacher Shihongyu, with her stunning beauty and perfect figure, and rated close to strong genes, chose to mentor a class of sub-gene students. She nervously picked up the intercom. Junlin, return to the city quickly. My badge is gone. Junlin cried out in despair. The crowd burst into laughter. Despite Junlin's excellent qualifications, his cowardice always led to disappointment. In this world where the strong prevail, weakness is destined for nothing. Junlin was being chased around the arena. The voice in his mind suddenly spoke. Wow, you're fast. But is this how people on your planet train? With something chasing them to unlock their potential? Have you ever seen a small animal 9 meters tall? Junlin retorted, narrowly avoiding being split in half. Why are you letting it chase you? Fight it. If you're so great, you do it. Junlin blurted out. All right, the voice responded. Suddenly, Junlin felt his body move on its own, leaping easily onto a 7 or 8 meter high tree. Your physical condition is terrible. You're a slacker, aren't you? The voice muttered, pulling a Gatling gun from the mech belt and throwing it like a dart at the Minotaur. Roar! The Minotaur clutched its face, clearly not expecting such an attack method. Junlin's body pulled out a sniper rifle, preparing to throw it as well. What kind of creature are you? That's not how you use that. Who throws guns at people? Ah, this isn't how it's supposed to work, is it? A voice in his mind paused, loosening its grip slightly. Junlin sighed helplessly. Since things had come to this, he decided to give it a shot. He aligned himself with the control over his body, picked up the sniper rifle, pressed his eye to the scope, and placed his finger on the trigger. Taking a deep breath, Junlin pulled the trigger. A burst of blue energy flashed brilliantly, and the massive recoil instantly knocked him off the tree. A fiery red bullet whistled out but veered off course, flying into the distance. Fu Junlin landed heavily on the ground. Yet a laugh echoed in his mind. Haha, this thing is quite interesting. In front of a large screen, the classmates watching were dumbfounded. When they saw Fu Junlin crouching in the tree pulling out a Gatling gun, they didn't know what to expect. But when he threw the Gatling gun at the Minotaur's face, the room erupted in laughter. The scene of Fu Junlin being flipped by the sniper rifle had some rolling on the floor with laughter. Is Fu Junlin planning to switch careers and become a comedian? A cool-looking male classmate smirked with a hint of sarcasm. Sigh. What was I even expecting? A girl who had been filled with anticipation shook her head in disappointment. Miaoning Xue, the deputy class monitor of Class 3, narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. She had a grudge against Fu Junlin. She had once refused to let him join her team and mocked him, leading to Fu Junlin refusing to help her when she was in dire need. Since then, she had nothing but disdain for him. Miaoning Xue quickly approached the teacher, advising, "Teacher, I suggest we bring him back quickly. It's not personal against Fu Junlin, just thinking of the bigger picture. We've wasted too much energy already, and the teleportation array is consuming more. The mission's failed. There's no need to incur unnecessary losses. This will only leave a bad impression on the administration, which isn't good for our subclass." Her words were forceful and seemed reasonable. However, Shi Hongyu frowned slightly, feeling that sacrificing someone to save a bit of energy was too harsh. At this moment, the mage in the team stepped forward and said, "I'll cover the energy cost for him." Miaoning Xue, have you never died before? Is it a pleasant experience? How many times have you willingly died yourself? The mecha engineer chimed in. Besides, we've finally taken down a Minotaur boss. We fought for an hour and a half, cleared 12 arenas. We're not giving up easily. The heavy sword warrior captain merely scoffed, choosing not to side with anyone. He was still brooding over his own failure, harboring some resentment towards the still-living Fu Junlin. What else can he do now besides run? Do you expect the Minotaur to trip and die on its own? What's the point of wasting all this energy? Miaoning Xue retorted. More people began to support Miaoning Xue. Yeah, teacher, let him come back. Maybe it'll leave a better impression on the school. Exactly. It's embarrassing for other districts to see this. Look at Fu Junlin. He's just trying to show off. Enough. Everyone quiet. Shi Hongyu finally couldn't hold back and shouted. Just then, a statistician approached, asking if they were done. Shi Hongyu had no choice but to admit there was one participant left. The statistician glanced at the screen, nearly laughing, but maintained composure. By the way, just a reminder, all the other classes have finished. You're the last one, so the broadcast will switch to you, the statistician added. The statistician shook his head in frustration and walked away, jotting down the results on his clipboard. The teacher clenched her fists tightly, slowly pulling out her walkie-talkie, but hesitated to call Fu Junlin back. She knew that if she didn't act, the subclass might be at risk of being eliminated, bringing shame to her in front of the academic office. The school planned to create a new elite class of 20 students by cutting 6 subclasses, each with over 40 students. Their class was teetering on the brink of elimination, and if the Minotaur battle was lost, they would fall below the line. Just then, a girl excitedly pointed at the screen and shouted, "Look!" Everyone turned their heads to see Fu Junlin crouched on a protruding brick of the wall, holding his breath with a serious expression. Calmly, he pulled the trigger, and a fiery bullet shot out, piercing the Minotaur's left cheek and exploding into a basketball-sized wound behind its ear. The Minotaur let out an earth-shattering roar, completely enraged. It had already been on the verge of fury from failing to catch Fu Junlin, and now with a shot to the face, it entered a berserk state. The audience was abuzz with chatter. Some criticized Fu Junlin for provoking the Minotaur, others questioned the precision of his shooting, while some thought it was just a lucky shot. Most believed that Fu Junlin's actions only worsened the situation by enraging the Minotaur further. However, Fu Junlin, within the arena, leapt off the wall and planted a gray battle flag into the ground. "Speed aura," he shouted. A massive axe descended from above, but with the aid of the flag's aura, Fu Junlin deftly dodged it and dashed past the Minotaur's feet. What happened next left everyone stunned. Fu Junlin executed a slick slide across the ground, his face filled with panic as he yelled in a high-pitched voice, "No, don't come this way, After the slide, he turned gracefully, swung his sniper rifle, and shot through the Minotaur's femoral artery. He yelled again, "Get away from here. Don't just stand around." The Minotaur turned in rage, sweeping its giant axe. With the speed boost, Fu Junlin narrowly evaded it with a backflip, his movements fluid and precise, thrilling the spectators. He quickly retreated over 20 meters, knelt down to steady himself, and coolly aimed at the oncoming Minotaur. Another shot rang out, piercing the Minotaur's left eye. This series of actions was breathtakingly impressive, marred only by Fu Junlin's tremulous screams, "Run! Don't just pose there. You'll get squashed. Using his speed advantage and masterful maneuvers, Junlin kept creating distance from the Minotaur, landing shot after shot, all hitting critical points. Some even wondered if his extreme cries had some kind of special effect. Even a formidable second-level boss like the Minotaur couldn't withstand it. Finally, the Minotaur, like a small mountain, collapsed with a thud. Junlin cheekily blew on the barrel of his gun, almost burning his lips. He quickly switched to a giant Gatling gun, aimed at the Minotaur's head, and unleashed a barrage while gritting his teeth. Don't mess with the corpse. People are watching. What's wrong with you? All the students and teachers watched in shock, pondering. Is this the legendary case of being so over the top that even self-deprecation leaves nothing for others to criticize? After the intense exertion, Junlin felt his soul within growing weary, allowing him to seize back control. As soon as he regained consciousness, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, causing his weakened body to collapse to the ground. This body of yours is really pathetic. Just a bit of exertion and you're suffering from muscle strains all over. You're a complete waste, the soul inside him remarked disdainfully. Junlin trembled with anger, wishing he could expel this entity, but he knew it was impossible. He took a deep breath, choosing to conserve his energy rather than argue. After resting for a moment, Junlin forced himself to stand despite the pain, his face contorted in agony. He slowly retrieved the Gatling gun and sniper rifle, securing them to his mech belt, then took out a dagger to begin cutting into the Minotaur's corpse. What should have been a 3-minute task took him 20, as he painstakingly extracted a tissue with 2 blue glowing nodes from the creature's neck. Yes. Outside, the mage and mech pilot from his squad jumped up in excitement. Even the captain with the greatsword watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a battle banner master managed such a feat. Junlin found his badge and pressed the button to return to the city. As the light flickered, he appeared in the teleportation circle. The scene of Junlin, hunched over and covered in blood, gasping for breath, left the entire room momentarily silent. He tossed the energy tissue to the captain with the greatsword and handed the mech belt to the mech pilot. Without a word, he shuffled towards the rest area. Applause erupted from his classmates. A pretty girl stepped forward to help him, but Junlin evaded her. Ouch, ouch, ouch. No need, thank you. He gasped in pain. The crowd parted to let him pass, and Junlin painstakingly made his way into the rest area. His classmates erupted into celebration, hugging, and jumping around. Class 3 is saved. Yu and the others watched Junlin's retreating figure, lost in thought. In the rest area, Junlin took out the healing banner from his pocket, placing his hand on it. Energy flowed through him, and the banner emitted a soothing white light, relieving his aches. What exactly are you? Junlin asked irritably to the voice inside. You can consider me a being from another civilization. My spaceship crashed, and I got lost in space. Who knows how long I've been drifting? An alien? Are you kidding me? Do you all speak Mandarin too? Junlin retorted. I picked up your language. Our language sounds like this. A grating sound wave reverberated in Junlin's mind, making his brain feel like it was boiling. Stop. He shook his head violently to stop the demonstration. Convinced now? The voice teased. Junlin was frustrated, but had no choice but to accept the alien's explanation for now. When will you leave? I'll go as soon as I find a way. Don't worry, I'm not here to harm you. I'm a being with 37 of my genetic lock unlocked. Who'd want to stay in your weak body? Junlin frowned, but the assurance that he wouldn't be harmed made him feel slightly relieved. So, what should I call you? My name is Labyrinth Punbit Dablin Kenai Fak. Fak? That's quite a mouthful. Junlin muttered. Please maintain your decorum, the voice replied, clearly annoyed. That's a bit long. How about I call you Wonkai? Don't try to trick me. I know that's a dog's name here. Then, how about Dahe? I like it. Names starting with Dai sound grandiose. Can you avoid using idioms if you don't know how? Junlin said, exasperated. I won't. Idioms are the most fun part of your world. Jealous of my talent? Dahe sneered. Junlin gritted his teeth, wishing he could strangle the voice. By the way, what's this genetic lock you mentioned? Do we have it too? Ah, your genetic lock is only at 3, haha. In our world, you'd be considered congenitally weak. You're the weak one. Junlin growled through clenched teeth. Every 5 increase in the genetic lock unlocks a body code, which for you, would be like gaining a superpower. Body code? So at 5, 10, 15, 20, each 5 increase unlocks a body code. Junlin blinked, intrigued by this new information. Exactly. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the mech pilot and mage from his team rushed in. Junlin, let's head back to class. Junlin, Hao Zhang, and Mingli emerged from the lounge, their faces beaming with excitement. Not only had they upheld the reputation of Class 3, but they had also made a significant profit. Two top-tier boss energy cores were expected to sell for around $20,000. They quickly caught up with the group led by teacher Hongyu Shi, heading towards their classroom. Feiyun Vine School, one of the top 10 universities under the Blade's Edge Federation, is a prestigious institution. Junlin Fu had earned his place there through hard work and determination. At that moment, the various classes from the school's experimental zones were neatly lining up and following their teachers toward the main building. However, all eyes were drawn to subspecies Class 3, as everyone tried to spot the person who had impressed them during the broadcast. Class 3 was the last to complete the experiment, so the entire grade had no choice but to watch their broadcast. Junlin Fu's solo performance captured everyone's attention. Countless gazes fell upon him, filled with shock, confusion, envy, and even disdain. They couldn't comprehend how a subspecies, especially a battle flag, could execute such an incredible feat. In this society, humans are divided into three categories. At birth, individuals are genetically assessed, and a lifelong genetic mark appears on their forehead. These categories are subspecies, superior, and strong, with a rare few classified as ultra-strong. The entire society is composed of these groups. Subspecies make up about 60, superior 30, strong 9.9, and ultra-strong less than 0.1. The term species rather than rank is used because these are not merely levels but distinct races. Subspecies have one genetic mark, superior have two, and strong have three. Each additional genetic mark grants an additional basic ability and a higher capacity to manipulate energy. Subspecies only have enhanced physical abilities. Superior, in addition to that, can generate energy shields. Strong individuals, on top of the first two abilities, possess extraordinary energy manipulation capabilities. Subspecies face discrimination akin to the racial discrimination of skin color in a certain European country centuries ago. They are deprived of educational opportunities and barred from high-power and high-income jobs. Social resources are not allocated to them, leading to a vicious cycle of poverty and violence. In recent years, the situation has slightly improved, with subspecies being allowed some access to education, though opportunities remain scarce. Junlin Fu, with only one genetic mark, is one such subspecies. As one of the 5 major professions, the Banner Master is known for its support role and is generally acknowledged to lack strong attack capabilities. However, it is the most popular combat profession among hybrids. Fu Junlin walked with his head down, fists clenched, silently following the team back to the teaching building, ignoring the mocking glances from the elite class. Although the teaching building of Feiyun Vine doesn't cover much ground, it towers into the sky, standing over 200 meters tall with more than 40 floors. This is the inevitable choice of the year 2296. In this post-apocalyptic era of biological mutations and energy control, humanity has been forced to develop upwards. Over 2 centuries ago, the world underwent a dramatic change. Suddenly, over 200-meter-high walls emerged from the ground, transforming Earth into a colossal maze. These walls, made of unknown but indestructible materials, divided the land into various sized enclosures. Within these walls, creatures mutated wildly, insects devoured each other, beasts tore each other apart, and grotesque reproduction ensued. Humanity was squeezed into less than 5 of the habitable space, building fortress-like city-states and entering an era of ultra-concentrated living. Take Feiyun City, where Fu Junlin resides, as an example. All buildings exceed 100 meters in height, forcing humans to make full use of upper spaces. Flying cars and flying mechs have become the main modes of transportation. However, above 200 meters is a forbidden zone, where electromagnetic interference clouds and ultra-heavy metal pollution zones can render humans and machines lifeless in a very short time. Returning to the 27th floor via elevator, Fu Junlin followed his classmates into the classroom. Teacher Shi Hongyu stepped onto the podium, unable to hide her smile. Good news! Our class 3 is safe. The classroom erupted instantly, with students cheering, books flying into the air, and some embracing with tears of joy. Being cut from Feiyun Vine Academy and ending up in a lower-tier university would mean years of hard work going to waste. Shi Hongyu gestured for everyone to quiet down and continued. Today is the last day of the short term. You have a 3-day break coming up. After that, there will be 2 elective courses to choose from, so make sure you decide in advance. Class dismissed. The students excitedly packed their books and rushed to the classroom door, eager to share the good news with their families. Fu Junlin, can you come here for a moment? Shi Hongyu called out to him amidst the chaos. Although curious, the other students sensibly left first. Fu Junlin followed Shi Hongyu into her office. Have a seat. Shi Hongyu casually sat down in a chair, crossing her legs, her white legs exuding both authority and allure. Fu Junlin hesitated. I'll stand, teacher. I fell earlier and my hip still hurts a bit. Shi Hongyu took a cigarette from the drawer, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke. First, I want to praise you, she said, her eyes glancing sideways at Fu Junlin. but something was off about your performance in the arena. Fu Junlin scratched his head sheepishly. Maybe I was too scared, and my brain just kicked into overdrive. Then why were you babbling nonsense? Shi Hongyu asked, taking another drag from her cigarette, puzzled. Huh. No. I mean, I was probably just rambling because I was scared. Nonsense. Shi Hongyu gave him an annoyed look. Have you been secretly studying mech master classes? Every mech master's armor and weapons have unique designs, some with mechanisms that can backfire if used improperly. Not just anyone can skillfully operate another mech master's gear. Fu Junlin shrugged. I'm just close with Huazi, and I've handled some of his weapons. How come I didn't know you two were that close? Shi Hongyu squinted at him. As Fu Junlin racked his brain to deal with his teacher's interrogation, the entity inside Fu Junlin, known as Dehei, suddenly spoke up, accusing the teacher of having a health issue. Fu Junlin immediately countered, emphasizing that the teacher led a disciplined life and often engaged in sparring with other teachers. However, Dehei insisted, explaining that this was his genetic lock-ability biological vision, but its effectiveness was limited within Fu Junlin. Involuntarily, Fu Junlin's hand landed directly on Shi Hongyu's chest. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office froze. Fu Junlin sensed danger approaching, his heartbeat resonating loudly in the silence. The cigarette in Shi Hongyu's hand trembled slightly as she blinked her dazed eyes and slowly looked down at Fu Junlin's hand, her expression shifting from anger to extreme bewilderment. Fu Junlin struggled to explain, but Dehei impatiently urged his hand to move downward. Before he could finish speaking, Fu Junlin's hand moved uncontrollably. He despairingly realized this could be the last moment of his life. As expected, a resounding slap landed on Fu Junlin's face. Shi Hongyu, gritting her teeth, grabbed his ear. Fu Junlin repeatedly tried to explain, but once again, his hands involuntarily pressed against Shi Hongyu's chest. Screams echoed through the office, continuing for a full 3 minutes. After the chaos, Shi Hongyu, still fuming, sat on the desk, smoking furiously. Fu Junlin, in a disheveled state, struggled to raise the healing banner for self-repair. Shi Hongyu threatened to teach him a harsh lesson, her eyes filled with a murderous glare. Barely managing to sit up, Fu Junlin hurriedly explained that he sensed she was infected with secondary energy. This revelation shocked Shi Hongyu, causing her to throw down her cigarette and grab Fu Junlin by the collar, demanding how he knew this secret known only to herself. Fu Junlin's eyes darted around as he concocted another term. I detected it through the feedback from the battle flag's oscillations. Shi Hongyu frowned and asked, what feedback? Fu Junlin quickly explained, it's kind of a little secret of mine, similar to X-rays. Teacher, have you accidentally ingested sub-energy? The sub-energy has caused lesions in your stomach. Although I don't know how you've been suppressing it, it's spreading. If it spreads further, it'll be very troublesome. His voice grew more animated, and genuine concern shone in his eyes. He was merely relaying information given to him by Dehei, but he couldn't help but worry about his teacher. Shi Hongyu was taken aback, as if Fu Junlin had uncovered her secret. She slowly released her grip on Fu Junlin's collar and sternly warned, don't tell anyone. Fu Junlin gritted his teeth. He knew that while battle flag masters could heal traumatic injuries and even perform miraculous recoveries, they were powerless against degenerative diseases, especially those caused by sub-energy infections, which made organ-related surgeries extremely difficult. In this world, energy is the most vital resource, broadly categorized into primal energy, usable energy, and sub-energy. Primal energy is the innate energy within the human body that can be increased through training. Usable energy encompasses all accessible energy. Primal energy can drive usable energy to form enchanted attacks, which is the foundation of the 5 main professions. Sub-energy, on the other hand, is a super powerful and volatile form of energy that, when refined, can produce tens to thousands of times the usable energy, stored in energy crystals, serving as indispensable batteries for human production and life. Fu Junlin softly reassured her, there'll be a way to cure it. Shi Hongyu gave a self-deprecating smile. Have you ever heard of anyone recovering from sub-energy lesions? Fu Junlin's gaze was resolute. Centuries ago, cancer was also incurable, and now it's just a matter of a few pills of Aluosuo. Maybe one day, I'll find a cure. Shi Hongyu looked at Fu Junlin and smiled brightly before lowering her head and taking a deep breath, lost in thought. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. Let's go, I'll take you home. Shi Hongyu patted the wrinkles on Fu Junlin's shirt and turned to grab her coat. Fu Junlin awkwardly smiled. I can walk myself. Shi Hongyu glared at him, and Fu Junlin immediately shrank his neck, obediently following her lead. Shi Hongyu's car was a brand new Palacra 3000 model, with a sleek design and eye-catching pink and green gradient paint. However, seeing the car, Fu Junlin felt a pang in his heart. It seemed Shi Hongyu wasn't planning to save money anymore, which was quite different from her previous frugal habits. Get in. Shi Hongyu confidently opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat with a self-assured smile. Fu Junlin reluctantly took the passenger seat. Leather seats, a fragrant beauty in the car, a magical control panel, and a panoramic radar. Watching Shi Hongyu crack her neck and flex her fingers, Fu Junlin silently fastened his seatbelt, inwardly complaining about why there wasn't a second seatbelt. Fuyun City was vast. As they drove from the north to the south, there were more and more patrol officers at intersections and on the streets. The southern region was known as the red carpet area, symbolizing the bloodshed that frequently occurred there. This area was predominantly inhabited by subspecies and often experienced violent incidents. Stopping at a red light, Shi Hongyu's car was approached by two patrol officers tapping on the windows. Fu Junlin frowned, shrinking into his seat as Shi Hongyu reluctantly lowered the window. A slightly chubby officer on the driver's side peered inside and, seeing Shi Hongyu, a stunning beauty and a prime species, smiled politely and said, "May your energy be limitless. Could I see your license, please?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the passenger seat. Upon seeing Fu Junlin, the chubby officer frowned and placed his hand on his holstered gun. "Ma'am, why are you heading to the red carpet area? Are you being coerced?" The officer asked Shi Hongyu, keeping an eye on Fu Junlin and showing no hesitation in his inquiry. Shi Hongyu retrieved her license and coldly replied, "He's my student. I'm just giving him a ride home. Can I go now?" The officer was unfazed by Shi Hongyu's tone and continued, "A student? He doesn't look like one. Ma'am, if you're in any danger, you can tell us now." While speaking, his eyes remained fixed on Fu Junlin. In truth, he simply didn't want to let Shi Hongyu pass. Whether these two were up to something or not, he couldn't stand the sight of such a beautiful woman with a subspecies mongrel. Call it jealousy or picking a fight. He was simply displeased. Shi Hongyu's voice turned icy. "I'll say it again. He's my student, not a terrorist." At this point, Fu Junlin raised his head, somewhat speechless, and glanced at the chubby officer. Even this harmless look infuriated the officer. The chubby officer immediately drew his gun, pointing it at Fu Junlin inside the car. "Get out." Seeing him draw his weapon, the other officer on the opposite side of the car also drew his gun. "I said get out of the car now." Before Shi Hongyu could protest, the chubby officer shouted, his voice full of arrogance and disregard. Fu Junlin raised one hand, opened the car door with the other, and stepped out with his hands raised high. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his expression as non-threatening as possible. Inside, Dahe was puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Shut up." Fu Junlin snapped at Dahe, having no time or inclination to explain. All of this was simply because he was a subspecies. Bang! The car door was yanked open, and the tall, thin officer immediately fixated on the genetic particle on Fu Junlin's forehead. It was just a solitary particle, but it spoke volumes. Without a word, he pressed Fu Junlin down onto the scorching car hood. Shi Hongyu quickly got out of the car, glaring at the two officers, but she knew that acting rashly would only make things worse. Fu Junlin was pinned down tightly, his cheek burning from the heat, though it paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt inside. He pressed his lips together, enduring in silence. The burly officer holstered his gun and began a rough search, patting and striking with no mercy. Fu Junlin could only grit his teeth and endure. Soon, a student ID was pulled from his pocket. Imorin Federation, Feiyun Vine School, Subspecies Class 3, Fu Junlin. The burly officer frowned, realizing he had encountered a student from a prestigious school, which complicated matters. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. The thin officer was about to take out handcuffs but was stopped by the burly officer. After glancing at the student ID, the thin officer put the handcuffs away. Shi Hongyu witnessed everything but could only clench her fists, powerless. Her anger simmered with no outlet, knowing that pointless resistance would only escalate the situation. "Get up!" The thin officer jabbed Fu Junlin in the back. The burly officer shoved the student ID back into Fu Junlin's chest pocket with a sneer. "Watch yourself next time." Then the two officers strutted back to their police car, casting a venomous glare at Fu Junlin before leaving. Fu Junlin stood up, his fists unconsciously clenching, knuckles cracking, his arms trembling slightly. This wasn't Dahe acting up this time, but soon, he forced himself to relax, tidied his clothes and hair, shrugged it off, and returned to the passenger seat. Shi Hongyu sighed with concern and started the car towards the red carpet zone. Silence filled the car for a moment. Even Dahe, who usually loved to tease, kept quiet. "I'm sorry, if I had known, I wouldn't have offered you a ride," Shi Hongyu said apologetically. Fu Junlin chuckled wryly. "I've been pinned down on the street more times than I can count. Better the car hood than a filthy wall." To lighten the mood, Shi Hongyu changed the subject. "In 3 days, school starts, and you'll have to choose a minor course. Have you decided on a minor profession?" "Mech engineer," Fu Junlin answered without hesitation. "Flag engineer, mech engineer, If I'm not mistaken, you're aiming to make money, Shi Hongyu teased with a smile. Fu Junlin laughed awkwardly and explained that being a mech engineer is not only applicable in combat, but also brings convenience to daily life and production. He pointed to the car they were in, noting it was the work of a high-level mech engineer. He also mentioned the importance of flag engineers in the medical system and the widespread use of small flags and flag crystals. Soon, they arrived at the red carpet zone's Dogtail Grass 13, the shanty path where Fu Junlin lived. From the side, the houses resembled a beehive, each cell a home. Climbing up a dozen ladders to enter a space less than 19 square meters, this was home for Fu Junlin, his brother, and their mother. The sports car stood out in the shantytown, and the subspecies hooligans on the street whistled at Shi Hongyu inside the car. Shi Hongyu seemed used to it and ignored them completely. Thank you, teacher, Fu Junlin said, handing Shi Hongyu 2 cube-sized flag crystals, shimmering with silvery energy. Shi Hongyu was surprised as she took the crystals. The slowly healing battle flag crystal shimmered softly in Fu Junlin's palm. He stood tall, proudly showcasing his handiwork to Shi Hongyu. I made this while working part-time at the factory. It can't cure your infection, but it can ease the pain. My slow healing is quite unique. Shi Hongyu chuckled at his confidence and gave Fu Junlin a long, appreciative look. Although she didn't lack money and could easily afford high-grade battle flag crystals, she carefully accepted the gift, nodding gently in gratitude. Fu Junlin continued to explain. You know, the 5 major professions have countless techniques and skills. Take my level as a battle flag master, for instance. There are 2 basic healing techniques: instant healing and slow healing. He gestured with his fingers, as if drawing 2 different lights in the air. Slow healing is white light, growing stronger with each wave. It heals gradually, but enhances the resilience of the wound. Instant healing is dark green, weakening with each wave, but it quickly restores combat readiness. He passionately detailed the various skills of a battle flag master, from amplification techniques to advanced specialization, showcasing his love and expertise for the profession. Shi Hongyu listened with a smile and softly said, I'm off now. May you stay immune to infections? With that, she hit the accelerator and drove away. Fu Junlin watched Shi Hongyu leave, but didn't head home. Tightening his battle flag belt, he turned and walked towards the battle flag factory. Inside, they manufactured various portable battle flag tools, mainly battle flag crystals and small flags. He took out his Group C work ID, entered through the back door, changed into his work clothes in the locker room, and headed to the C6 production line. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline looked up and greeted him. Junlin, just got out of school? Fu Junlin walked to his workstation, watching as the man skillfully operated the robotic arm to inject energy into the battle flag crystals. This process required extreme caution, as any mistake could damage the crystals and waste personal energy. Uncle One, how many have you made today? Fu Junlin asked casually while warming up. 17 so far, Uncle One said, clapping his hands and leaning back on a high stool to sip his tea. Fu Junlin expertly picked up a battle flag crystal, his movements fluid. Energy input, disassembly, assembly, and dispatch, all done in one seamless flow. Uncle One praised him. You're a level 1 master thriving on alignment for level 2 beginners and elites. You're a real prodigy, not like my useless son, who just plays games all day. Fu Junlin listened quietly to Uncle Wen's complaints, his hands never pausing. In his grip, the battle flag crystals seemed to come alive, flickering with a faint but resolute glow. Fu Junlin just chuckled along. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, and Dehay's voice echoed in his mind. Wow, you're quite the scholar, aren't you? The tone was unmistakably sarcastic. Fu Junlin frowned and asked, What's your problem? What problem could I possibly have? Dehay replied, feigning indifference, but there was a hint of jealousy in his words. Fu Junlin keenly noticed this and thought that Dehay seemed to have a bias against scholars. In reality, Fu Junlin didn't consider himself a genius. To him, he simply put in more effort and studied more than others. However, all this effort hadn't improved his family's living conditions. The label of a scholar was meaningless to him. While working, Fu Junlin felt a subtle current pass through his palm and into the crystal of the battle flag. This sensation reminded him of the time he diagnosed teacher Shi Hongyu. He realized this was what Dehay referred to as the biological field of vision. Dehay spoke again. Scholar, tell me, why are there so many useless circuits in this battle flag crystal? I can't make heads or tails of it. It's like a tangled mess. Fu Junlin replied irritably, You're an alien life form. It's normal for you not to understand our stuff. Just keep quiet and stop misusing idioms so I can focus on my work. After venting his frustration, Uncle Wen also got to work. They alternated between working and resting, and over half an hour passed. Suddenly, the door of the operations room opened, and a group of people entered. Leading them was the boss, followed by the heads of the 9 production lines, making a total of over a dozen people. creating quite an impressive scene. The production line came to a halt. The boss raised his hands to attract attention and said, "Everyone, stop what you're doing and come over here for a moment." Instantly, 300 to 400 people from the 9 production lines gathered around, and hundreds from the neighboring workshop crowded around the broadcast screen. The boss, Zhang Cheng, was a middle-aged man with a mustache, known for his charisma. He built the company from scratch and treated his employees well, earning their respect. At this moment, Zhang Cheng looked radiant, his eyes shining, clearly eager to announce some good news. "First, let me introduce our new technical director, Pinyin." Zhang Cheng pointed to a scholarly man wearing glasses and a suit. "Director Pai has brought us a new technology, which is this little thing." Zhang Cheng held up 2 shiny small components, one red and one blue, smaller than a fingernail. "These are expanders. They can increase our battle flag crystal's capacity by 20 and boost output power by over 16 at the same power output." The factory erupted with excitement. The workers cheered, thrilled for the factory's prospects and their own futures. The better the factory did, the less likely layoffs would be, and higher earnings could mean increased wages for them. After a few more words to boost morale, Zhang Cheng announced that the production line would pause for the night to retrofit the existing blank battle flag crystals with the new technology, which would go into production the next day. Despite the pause, wages would still be paid, and the workers were as happy as if it were a holiday. At the end of the day, each production line supervisor distributed hundreds of blueprints to everyone. Wang Kai, the supervisor of the C6 line, joked, "Everyone, take a good look at the blueprints tonight. Tomorrow, we'll need to make some adjustments to the robotic arms. Don't mess it up, or you'll lose money, and don't come crying to me. These expanders are worth a fortune." The factory workers, all hybrids, had a friendly rapport, and laughter filled the air. However, as Junlin studied the blueprints, his smile gradually faded. "Something's not right," he murmured, unable to pinpoint the issue immediately. The Hay suddenly spoke up. "If they do it like this, it might explode." Junlin's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's it, an explosion." He quickly analyzed. The blue expander's main function is to expand capacity, but the red expander's primary role is to stabilize and cool. However, the circuit it goes through isn't stable enough, which will cause the crystal to crack on the 3rd or 4th cycle. Once the stabilization circuit breaks, it'll lead to an explosion. With this realization, Junlin frowned deeply, murmuring, "Such a flaw should become evident after a few tests." Why? He even began to doubt whether he had miscalculated. "Junlin, aren't you leaving?" By this time, the crowd was gradually leaving the factory. Wang Kai, carrying his coat, walked over and patted Junlin's shoulder with a smile. Junlin hesitated but decided to speak up. "Uncle Kai, there's a problem with these blueprints." Wang Kai was taken aback, looking at Junlin and then at the blueprints, waiting for him to elaborate. Junlin cautiously pointed at the blueprint, his brow furrowed. "Look here, the stability value after the expansion of this circuit isn't sufficient. If it runs multiple times, it will become very fragile and could lead to an explosion." His voice was low, clearly not revealing his entire deduction. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai immediately frowned and grabbed the blueprint. His eyes quickly scanned the paper, occasionally squinting and then widening, as if performing complex calculations in his mind. However, he seemed unable to draw a conclusion. Nevertheless, Wang Kai placed considerable importance on Junlin's opinion, even more than he would for an ordinary subordinate. "Are you sure?" Wang Kai asked seriously, his eyes reflecting his solemnity. Junlin nodded firmly. "I'm sure. I've calculated it several times. It will definitely cause problems." Wang Kai's expression grew even more serious. This new technical director was brought in by Chen Changming, and these 2 expansion units are exceptionally expensive, with Boss Zhang investing a lot of money. As he spoke, he stood up. "This matter must be taken seriously. Come with me. We need to inform the boss about this." However, Junlin's face showed a troubled expression. "Uncle Kai, I just feel there's an issue. If it needs to be reported, you can say you found it." "I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence, but Wang Kai understood his concern. Wang Kai realized that Junlin was worried about potential hidden issues, such as Chen Changming possibly taking kickbacks. If Junlin were to point out the problem, it would directly challenge Chen Changming's interests. As the deputy director, Chen Changming could easily make things difficult for a junior worker like Junlin. Junlin simply wanted to fulfill his duty without risking Chen Changming's resentment, as he couldn't afford the consequence of being fired. Seeing Junlin's awkward and timid demeanor, Wang Kai felt no anger, only a sense of compassion. This young man was so cautious, it was heart-wrenching, especially considering how hard-won this job was. "All right, I understand." Wang Kai patted Junlin on the shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "You can go back. If there's a problem, I'll give you credit. If it's a false alarm, I won't disclose your name." Junlin sighed in relief, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Kai." With that, he carefully put away the blueprint and quickly walked out. Wang Kai shook his head with a light chuckle and turned to find Zhang Cheng. Just then, Fu Junlin's voice called from behind. Uncle Kai. Wang Kai turned back in confusion, seeing Fu Junlin standing at the door, a stubborn gleam in his eyes. Even though I'm afraid to take responsibility, the data doesn't lie. There is definitely a problem, Fu Junlin said, pressing his lips together before quickly leaving without waiting for Wang Kai's response. Wang Kai watched Fu Junlin's retreating figure, lost in thought. This young man, though wary of authority, still held firm to his judgment. This contradictory nature made Wang Kai curious and hopeful about his future. Wang Kai watched as Fu Junlin left and stood there, deep in thought for a moment, before striding towards the manager's office. As he pushed open the door, he heard laughter coming from inside. In Zhang Cheng's office, Deputy Factory Manager Chen Changming and the newly appointed Technical Director Pinyin were engaged in a lively conversation. After Wang Kai knocked and entered, Zhang Cheng greeted him warmly. "Ah, you're just in time. I've just brewed some fresh goji berry and chrysanthemum tea. It's really good stuff." He gestured for Wang Kai to sit beside him. A trace of coldness flickered in Chen Changming's eyes. Ever since Zhang Cheng had considered promoting Wang Kai to Deputy Factory Manager but decided against it due to his wife's recommendation of her brother, Chen Changming, Wang Kai had been seen as a thorn in his side. Despite only holding a position as the head of the C6 production line and acting as Deputy Workshop Director, Wang Kai wielded real power and controlled the finances. After sitting down, Wang Kai hesitantly spoke. "Mr. Zhang, I have something to discuss." He gave Zhang Cheng a meaningful look. Chen Changming and Pinyin immediately looked displeased, especially Pinyin, who snorted, picked up his teacup, and remained silent, clearly not intending to leave. Zhang Cheng glanced at the two and forced a smile as he said to Wang Kai, "It's all right, go ahead." Gathering his courage, Wang Kai said, "I want to retest the expansion module crystal block. I think there's an issue with the circuitry." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changming slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. "Wang Kai, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to cause trouble? The tests were completed after 2 rounds, and you insisted on an additional one, which was done? What? You're still not satisfied? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage the project I brought in?" A flash of panic and darkness crossed Pinyi's eyes before he regained his composure and said in a somber tone, "Mr. Zhang, it seems your deputy has some bias against me. I don't appreciate being questioned like this. I can hand the expansion module to anyone." His threat was clear. Zhang Cheng frowned slightly and, suppressing his irritation, said to Wang Kai, "Apologize to Mr. Pai." "I'll apologize, but the test must be done," Wang Kai stubbornly replied. "Enough!" Zhang Cheng shouted angrily. He recalled the entire process of the crystal block test, having observed the technician's operations and seen no issues. Wang Kai had also insisted on an additional test, which had shown no problems. Now, Wang Kai was raising doubts again, and Zhang Cheng couldn't help but wonder if it was due to jealousy over Chen Changming's success or fear of Pinyin taking the credit. Wang Kai didn't expect Zhang Cheng to get angry and realized he had been too blunt. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Changming added fuel to the fire. "Didn't you hear the apology request?" Pinyin stood up, ready to leave. Wang Kai took a deep breath and quietly said, "I'm sorry." "Leave," Zhang Cheng ordered with relief. Realizing further argument was futile, Wang Kai left the office, shaking his head as he walked away quickly. Zhang Cheng immediately poured tea for Pinyin and apologized. "Mr. Pai, please sit down. He's been with me for a long time and is concerned for the factory. Please don't take it to heart." Pinyin sat back down, pretending not to mind. Chen Changming continued to grumble. "I've never liked that guy. Brother-in-law, I'm telling you, you shouldn't trust him with financial matters. You're not treating me like family." Zhang Cheng frowned and glared at him. "Sit down and stop talking so much." He thought to himself how foolish it was to discuss financial responsibilities in front of Pinyin. Besides, he knew all too well his brother-in-law's character and wouldn't trust him with money. Just then, Zhang Cheng's wife, Chun Rong, walked in with a sway in her step. Chen Changming immediately stood up and called out, "Sister." Zhang Cheng felt a headache coming on at the sight of her. "Why are you here again?" Ever since she caught him alone with a female accountant in the office, she had been frequently visiting the factory to keep an eye on him. "What, am I not welcome?" Chen Rong shot him a look. Zhang Cheng glanced at Pinyin, hinting that there was an outsider present. Pinyin got the message and quickly excused himself. "Haha, since your wife is here, she must be missing you. I won't intrude on your family time. I'll go grab a bite to eat." With that, he politely bid farewell and left the office. With only the couple and Chen Changming in the room, Chen Rong lowered her voice and asked, "Is that the technical director my brother brought in?" Zhang Cheng nodded. "Yes." Always bad-mouthing my brother. Let's see what nonsense you can come up with now." Chen Rong stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes glinting with disdain. "If it weren't for my brother's great contribution this time, your factory would still be dreaming of a comeback." Her tone was filled with pride, as if her brother's achievements were her own. Chen Changming stood beside his sister, chest puffed out, his face full of smugness. Zhang Cheng watched the sibling duo, shaking his head helplessly with a wry smile. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks to Changming this time. We'll give him a big credit, all right? What's the use of just credit? Chun Rong snapped, her eyes wide with anger. You need to give something tangible. Seizing the moment, Chun Changming complained to his sister, Sis, brother-in-law is only giving me empty praise. The financial power is still in the hands of outsiders. Just now, that deputy director Wang Kai barged in front of Mr. Pai, claimed there were issues with the line and demanded another test. Almost ruined everything. Zhang Cheng shot a glare at Chen Changming upon hearing this, but it was too late. The words were already out. Chun Rong's face changed instantly, her voice rising several octaves. Zhang, do you have crap for brains? You don't even trust family with the finances, but hand it over to outsiders. And that Wang Kai, what is he? Can't you see he's sabotaging my brother out of jealousy because he's now deputy factory director? This is our family business, and you're letting an outsider plot against us? Are you an idiot? Fire him. Chun Rong's presence was like a mountain, firmly pressing down on Zhang Cheng. He shrank back, trying to explain with an expression of helplessness. Wang Kai has been with me since the beginning. How would it look if I fired him? How would it look? How do you think it looks now? Chun Rong retorted coldly, the implication clear. Sensing the trouble, Zhang Cheng quickly changed the subject. I'll treat you both to a nice meal today, he said, ushering them out in an attempt to defuse the situation with food. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin hurried home with a little extra bonus he earned today. He climbed up the tall ladder to their cozy little hive. The door was wide open, and the aroma of food wafted out, indicating that his mother was already home. Mom, I'm back, Fu Junlin called out energetically. As he entered the small room, Fu Junlin saw his mother, Yao Jinying, warming up some food on a tiny gas stove. Yao Jinying was in her 40s, and in this era where genetic drugs could prolong life and maintain youth, her face showed none of those youthful features. The years had left their marks on her face, with fine lines etched around her eyes. Despite this, her spirit seemed unbroken, though Fu Junlin knew she had no choice but to stay strong. After all, raising 2 sons alone in the subhuman district was no easy feat. At a small round table nearby, Fu Junlin's younger brother, Fu Junting, sat cross-legged, diligently working on his homework. This 13-year-old, with his round face and charming looks, bore a significant resemblance to Fu Junlin, albeit with a touch more innocence and mischief. You're home early today, Yao Jinying remarked with a hint of surprise as she glanced back. Oh, we got a new technical director at the factory today. He improved the product, so production was paused. Fu Junlin explained as he lunged at Fu Junting, playfully ruffling his hair. Not to be outdone, Fu Junting retaliated by biting his brother, and the two of them ended up in a playful scuffle. Yao Jinying brought the reheated food to the table. It was a large plate of food, though clearly a mix of leftovers. As a restaurant worker, she was fortunate to bring home clean leftovers, which helped ensure her sons were well-fed and allowed her to save a little money for Fu Junlin's college education. The boys had grown up on these meals and were long accustomed to them. As they began their meal, Fu Junlin pulled out 86 yuan, some in coins and some in bills. Yao Jinying beamed as she took the money, wiping her hands before eagerly counting it, forgetting her own meal in her delight. She added 40-something yuan from her own pocket, stacking them together and counting again with joy. I always said education is key. My son makes in a part-time job what takes me 2 days to earn, she muttered proudly as she counted. Just wait. I'll show those old ladies tomorrow. Fu Junting, sitting nearby, seemed conflicted, wanting to say something. Just as he was about to speak, Fu Junlin gently nudged him with his elbow. Fu Junlin, having been through this before, knew his brother wanted to talk about which high school to attend. But given their financial situation, attending a prestigious school wasn't an option, and it wasn't the right time to dampen their mother's spirits. Understanding, Fu Junting pursed his lips and focused on his meal. Yao Jinying affectionately patted Fu Junlin's face, giving him a thumbs up. She then lifted the bedding nearby and pulled out a small metal box from the wall, carefully placing the money inside before hiding it again. Only then did she happily continue eating. Through the crack of the open box, Fu Junlin glimpsed a thick stack of bills, though not many were whole notes, totaling perhaps 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. This amount was barely enough to cover the first term's fees for a low-tier high school, let alone the reserve needed for daily energy crystal consumption. With Fu Junting's entrance exams looming, seeing his mother's forced smile tugged painfully at Fu Junlin's heart. As night fell, their mother slept in the inner room while the brothers studied by the door. They opened a large crack under the door to let the red light from outside shine in. Fu Junting focused on his books, while Fu Junlin quickly sketched a circuitry diagram for a war flag crystal. Just as Fu Junlin was deeply engrossed, a sudden sharp pain shot through his leg muscles, as if being forcefully stretched and then slowly released, causing him to gasp. What happened? Did a snake bite you? Fu Junting asked, puzzled. Get lost. Are you wishing for my death? Fu Junlin retorted irritably. Fu Junting rolled his eyes at him and muttered under his breath before returning to his book. Inwardly, Fu Junlin shouted at Dehei, the entity inside him, "What are you doing?" "I'm helping you build muscle." Dehei replied matter-of-factly. "Your body is too weak. How am I supposed to use it effectively?" "What do you mean use? This is my body, and you can forget about using it. You're lucky I'm letting you stay." Fu Junlin fumed, realizing this entity intended to control him. "Come on, don't be like that. Otherwise, it's like I'm in prison. You're keeping me locked up here. You have to let me move around," Dehei protested. "Locked up, my foot. Don't even think about it." Fu Junlin snapped. "No worries. I may not control your body, but I can still force your muscles to work out now and then. I'll keep at it, and there's nothing you can do. You'll be begging for my help when the time comes," Dehei said smugly, making Fu Junlin's pectoral muscles contract sharply. An intense, unusual soreness swept through Fu Junlin's body, as if every muscle was protesting from overuse. He clenched his teeth, his right hand involuntarily forming a fist. "I will never agree to your demands," he roared internally, determined not to let the entity calling itself Dehei take control of his body. Abandoning the idea of studying the circuit diagram, Fu Junlin lay down, focusing on resisting Dehei. Every 10 seconds, an invisible force tugged at a major muscle, with increasing intensity and a strangely rhythmic pattern. The cycle moved from his chest muscles to his latissimus dorsi, then to the deltoids, followed by the abs, quadriceps, glutes, and calf muscles. Finally, it targeted smaller muscle groups like the biceps and triceps. This torturous cycle repeated every 3 minutes. After more than an hour of grueling resistance, Fu Junlin was in unbearable pain, on the verge of collapse. "Have you had enough yet? I need to sleep," he gritted out. Dehei responded nonchalantly. "You sleep, I'll play. We can coexist separately." "Coexist, my foot. If you keep messing up our idioms, I'll fight you." Fu Junlin's body twitched uncontrollably, yet he couldn't truly fight back against this invisible presence. Though Dehei didn't relent, Fu Junlin gradually discerned his pattern. Exhaustion finally overcame the pain, and he drifted into a deep sleep. His brother, Fu Junting, noticed his brother's limbs twitching and his brow furrowed in his sleep. "Wow, now he has a new sleeping quirk. Hope he doesn't die," he muttered, closing the small window on the door before going to sleep himself. The next morning, Fu Junlin awoke to find he was the last one up. His mother had already left for work, and his brother was off to school. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't move, every muscle in his body screaming with pain, as if he'd been torn apart and crushed repeatedly. "Holy crap! Am I paralyzed?" Fu Junlin thought in horror. Dehei's voice, though weary, still sounded. "How could you be paralyzed? If you were, where would I go?" "It's you?" Fu Junlin immediately recognized the culprit. Dehei, with a smug tone, said, "No need to thank me. Muscles grow through the destruction and reformation of cells. Look at how thoroughly I've broken them down for you. It's like burning bridges. You now need to consume a lot of protein to maximize my contribution." Fu Junlin was nearly in tears, cursing in his heart, "Your damn contribution." Fu Junlin had no time to curse Dehei. The feeling of complete paralysis drove him crazy, as if he were tightly bound by invisible ropes. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. It took him at least 6 or 7 minutes of strenuous effort, just to barely move his right hand and reach the battle flag pouch at his waist. This storage device was as common as wallets were hundreds of years ago. It could store various items and even allowed humans to be recorded, broken down, and reassembled through genetic sequences to be transported via a teleportation array to the outside arena. Depending on one's profession, the pouch's space could be expanded, but the additional space could only store items related to that profession. For example, a mech master's belt could only hold mechs, while a battle flag master's pouch could only store battle flags or battle flag crystals. With trembling fingers, Fu Junlin retrieved a battle flag crystal. Instantly, a slow-healing white light enveloped his body. He exhaled deeply as his body transitioned from cold to comfortable, and his muscle tissues gradually recovered. 10 minutes later, he was fully restored, feeling as if he had been reborn. "Did you mess with me all night?" Fu Junlin asked Dehei irritably. "Yes. Are you even human?" Dehei replied. Fu Junlin was at a loss for words. It seemed he really wasn't human, but if his meridians kept getting severed like this, he wouldn't be able to take it. "Sigh, I'm tired. I need to sleep for a while," Dehei said weakly. "Oh, you actually know what tired feels like." Fu Junlin shouted in frustration. If he could, he would have liked to pull this guy up and give him a good lesson, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Even though it was a day off, Fu Junlin decided to go to the factory for some overtime. He wanted to see how Wang Kai and Zhang Cheng were getting along. If they hadn't reached an agreement, he would have to consider finding another factory soon. After getting ready, Fu Junlin started heading downstairs. As he descended the cloud ladder, he was surprised to find that his strength had noticeably increased. This change wasn't subtle. It was obvious his muscles felt more powerful. Upon reaching the ground, Junlin ran and jumped a few times to loosen up. Indeed, his strength had significantly improved. Passing by a fitness area, he grabbed a rusty pull-up bar and began doing pull-ups. 1, 2, 3, until he reached 117, when he finally had to stop due to the unbearable muscle pain. Standing there, Junlin was astonished. He remembered his best record before yesterday was 79. Overnight, he had improved by nearly 40. This was no small feat. Reaching 100 was the standard for a level 1 master enchanter, while 120 was the standard for a level 1 master fighter. For hybrids, physical enhancement was crucial, as they didn't have the energy shields that superior breeds did. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Junlin let out a long breath, feeling a newfound gratitude towards Dehei, who had tormented him all night. The pain of having his meridians severed now seemed worthwhile. The battle flag factory was a hive of activity. All production lines were running at full capacity, and it hadn't just started in the morning. It had been going since late last night. In a rush to get the new products on the market before the midterm exams, Zhang Cheng was anxious, deciding to work through the night, even skipping dinner. He called all the full-time workers back to operate the machines. As a temporary worker, Junlin hadn't been notified, and even the C6 line manager, Wang Kai, hadn't shown up. Zhang Cheng was still angry with him, and Wang Kai, holding a grudge, had simply stayed away. Nevertheless, in just one night, over 6,000 expanded battle flag crystals had been produced. Zhang Cheng had already calculated that once these hit the market, just a sixth of the returns would be enough to produce the next batch. He could almost see a bright future ahead. Zhang Cheng and Chen Changming stood in the loading area, watching as the battle flag crystals were loaded onto trucks, as if they were admiring stacks of cash. Just then, a group of people in gray trench coats, with shield emblems on their shoulders, approached quickly. Leading them was a man with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Despite his scholarly appearance, he exuded a strong presence, the sound of wind accompanying his stride. Seeing this man, Zhang Cheng felt a pang of anxiety. Quality Control Bureau. Are you Zhang Cheng? The man in the trench coat asked coldly. Yes. Manager Song. What brings you here in person? Zhang Cheng stammered, recognizing him. Is this the sample batch of battle flag crystals you submitted for inspection last night? The man handed a stack of documents to Zhang Cheng. Yes, it is. Zhang Cheng took the documents, glanced over them quickly, and nodded in confirmation. Quality inspection failed. All products under this batch number are prohibited from entering the market. The man's words hit Zhang Cheng like a sledgehammer, instantly shattering the hope that had just ignited in his heart. The man in the trench coat said coldly, failed the quality inspection? How could that be? Zhang Cheng, shocked, flipped through the report, scrutinizing every detail. The photos in the report were alarming, showing the entire inspection table charred black, with the Zhanchi crystal block twisted into a mess, leaving only a small portion of the wreckage. The man in the trench coat scoffed dismissively, his gaze casually sweeping over the energy crystal blocks being loaded. You should be grateful our inspection table is of good quality, so I won't charge you a fine. After all, if you dared to start production early, you'd be losing a lot more money. With that, he said no more, turned around, and left with his team. Zhang Cheng clutched the report, his hands beginning to tremble. He felt a wave of dizziness and realized that if the entire batch was like this, he wouldn't just lose money. He would be ruined. He had spent a fortune on these capacitors, and with the cost of labor and crystal raw materials, it had nearly exhausted his savings. This can't be happening. Let me see. Chen Changming snapped out of his shock, snatching the report to examine it closely. Zhang Cheng, too preoccupied to reprimand him, rushed to the loading area, grabbed 2 Zhanchi crystal blocks, and ran to a testing machine. The surrounding supervisors and workers, having seen the trench coat man, gathered around to watch the commotion. Zhang Cheng placed the crystal blocks into the testing machine, using a remote mechanical arm to infuse them with energy to start. On the first activation, 3 rings of white healing light burst forth, with an output power astonishingly higher than previous Zhanchi crystal blocks. 10 seconds later, he initiated the second activation. Again, 3 rings of white light spread out, but this time Zhang Cheng keenly noticed an electric arc flash across the crystal block, causing his heart to skip a beat. On the third activation, a deafening explosion erupted. Boom! Everyone jumped back in fright. The mechanical arm of the testing machine was completely twisted by the explosion of the energy block, and thick smoke billowed out from the machine. The Zhanchi crystal block continued to spit flames, gradually extinguishing as the energy depleted. The immense psychological blow hit Zhang Cheng like a tidal wave, and he felt his vision blacken as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He muttered to himself, "It's over. It's all over." As a small business barely scraping by, Zhang Cheng's Zhanchi factory had no capacity to withstand risks. In a world where countless people are scammed every day, he was just another unfortunate soul. With bloodshot eyes, Zhang Cheng shakily took out his phone and dialed Pinyin's number. A cold, automated voice answered. The number you have dialed is no longer in service. At that moment, he realized he had been duped, and it was too late to do anything about it. The other party had already disconnected the number, and the final payment he made had severed all ties. Brother-in-law, how could this happen? Did you make a mistake? Seeing the crystal block explode, Chen Changming rushed over, panicked. Zhang Cheng wanted to tear him apart, but he restrained his anger, realizing he needed to stay calm and find a way out of this predicament. Otherwise, he was doomed. Zhang Cheng closed his eyes, slowly got up, and knelt on the ground as the workers around him murmured. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the noise. Boss Zhang. Brother Cheng. Upon seeing who it was, Zhang Cheng could no longer hold back his emotions. Tears streamed down his face as he grabbed the person's shoulders. Wang Kai. Brother Cheng. Wang Kai knelt down, trying to help Zhang Cheng up, but the latter was like a dead weight, too heavy to move. I'm such a fool, Wang Kai. I should have listened to you. I deserve this. Zhang Cheng sobbed uncontrollably, pounding his fists on his head in despair. Stop it. Don't do this. Wang Kai held onto his wrists tightly, taking a few hits himself in the chaos. He signaled to the others, who helped carry Zhang Cheng to the general manager's office. The room quickly filled with junior leaders and department heads, all exchanging worried glances, unsure of what to do. With Wang Kai and the others' reassurance, Zhang Cheng gradually calmed down. Wang Kai, what exactly happened? I still don't understand, Zhang Cheng asked, his eyes red and vacant. I sigh. Wang Kai hesitated, simply shaking his head. The production line leaders around them also pressed for answers, equally puzzled, as the factory's survival concerned everyone's future. Under the pressure of their questioning, Wang Kai snapped, Stop asking. I really don't know what happened. It was one of our workers who told me. Worker? Everyone's eyes widened. Even Zhang Cheng looked on in confusion. Wang Kai explained, he's a college student, just finished half a semester of his freshman year, but he's really talented. The quality of the crystal blocks he makes has always been the most stable. He saw the blueprints yesterday afternoon and immediately pointed out the problem, assuring me several times. I should have insisted more on stopping you. He slapped himself in frustration. Zhang Cheng slowly stood up, incredulous. Are you saying? He just looked at the blueprints and knew there was a problem? Wang Kai nodded, yes. He mentioned that the stabilizing value for the return line of the expansion device wouldn't be sufficient. It relates to the energy weakening of the first expansion device. I always thought it was enough. I recalculated at least 10 times, but it involves decimal precision to the 17th place. It's beyond my understanding, and I couldn't figure it out all night. But he saw it and mentally calculated the issue right away. Tears welled up in Zhang Cheng's eyes as he pleaded. Can I meet this person? I'll call him. He's quite timid and very careful about his job, Wang Kai said, shaking his head as he took out his phone and dialed Fu Junlin's number. At that moment, Fu Junlin had just arrived at the workshop. Wang Kai dialed a number, and Fu Junlin's phone suddenly rang amidst the crowd. Wang Kai, along with Zhang Cheng and others, quickly stepped outside, leaving Fu Junlin as the center of attention. He had just entered the office, still puzzled as to why this group had gathered so early in the morning, when Wang Kai beckoned him over. Junlin, come here. Wang Kai's voice carried a hint of urgency. Scanning the room, Fu Junlin noticed Zhang Cheng, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and he felt a sinking feeling in his heart, wondering if it was time to start looking for a new job. With everyone watching him, he was ushered into the office, feeling like a piece of art being scrutinized, a sensation that left him uneasy. Zhang Cheng wiped his tears away with difficulty, trying to maintain composure, and said in a choked voice, Fu Junlin, I remember you. Fu Junlin nodded and looked at Wang Kai, attempting to explain. It's me, Uncle Kai. The crystals were processed overnight yesterday, and the goods have already been shipped. Before he could finish, a look of sudden realization crossed Fu Junlin's face, and he pressed his lips together, falling silent, avoiding everyone's gaze. His demeanor only deepened Zhang Cheng's distress, realizing that Fu Junlin might have anticipated this outcome long ago. Zhang Cheng was overwhelmed with regret and despair, having missed the opportunity to turn things around, a pain almost unbearable. Trembling, he pleaded, Junlin, I know this might be asking too much, it might be impossible, but can you find a way to save the situation? I'm begging you on behalf of everyone at the factory, please. Think of something. As he spoke, Zhang Cheng's body started to give way, and the group, including a startled Fu Junlin, quickly moved to support him. Zhang Cheng's despair was palpable, his spirit on the brink of collapse, and Fu Junlin had become his sole beacon of hope in this dire moment. Despite the slim chances, Zhang Cheng clung to a glimmer of hope that Fu Junlin could identify the problem at a glance, and perhaps find a solution. In this critical moment, all eyes were on Fu Junlin, waiting for any sign of a breakthrough he might bring. Mr. Zhang's request put everyone present in a difficult position. They helped Zhang Cheng to his feet, their faces filled with helplessness. The batch of goods had already been produced, and the expander was installed. Dismantling it would mean taking apart the crystal blocks, which was an almost impossible task. The crystal blocks were purchased from a specialized manufacturer, and their production technology was top secret. It's like a car manufacturer buying engines from a supplier. You can assemble a car, but disassembling and reassembling the engine is as challenging as reaching the sky. It's not a job that a few people can complete in a short time. However, upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Fu Junlin didn't immediately refuse. On the contrary, he felt a stir of excitement inside. He desperately needed an opportunity because he was really short on money. In his mind, Fu Junlin called out, "Dehei? Why disturb my peaceful slumber?" Dehei lazily responded, "Stop pretending. Can I borrow your biological vision for a bit?" Fu Junlin thought of this idea. He recalled Dehei once mentioning that he was a life form with multiple genetic locks unlocked, and Fu Junlin had witnessed the wonders of biological vision himself. Just a touch could reveal the infection inside Shi Hongyu or the circuitry within the war flag crystal block. Ha ha ha. Finally, you're in need of me. Dehei suddenly became spirited, laughing wildly. It's like a lion's roar from the east. Fu Junlin helplessly said, "I guess you mean 30 years east of the river. Cut the crap, you can use the biological vision. But you have to agree to one condition." Dehei almost howled. "Name it." Fu Junlin gritted his teeth. "Give me 6 hours of free activity time every day. I want to control this body." Dehei demanded wildly. Fu Junlin was silent for a moment before saying, 20 minutes. No more than 20 minutes a day? Aren't you being a bit too deceitful?" Dehei was stunned, not expecting such a tough negotiation. Fu Junlin sighed and calmly explained, "If you mean pushing someone too far, I'm not. I still have to live, take care of my brother and mother, manage my studies and work." All right, stop nagging. 2 hours then?" Dehei reluctantly compromised. 40 minutes. "And I decide the time slots," Fu Junlin stated firmly. "Deal. A man's word is as good as his bond. No backing out." Dehei immediately agreed excitedly. He thought, 40 minutes isn't too bad, and since this kid has asked for help once, there will definitely be a second and third time. Then, At this moment, Wang Kai patted Zhang Cheng on the shoulder. Zhang Cheng buried his face in his hands in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wang Kai took the opportunity to give Fu Junlin a look, signaling that he could leave. However, Fu Junlin timidly raised his hand and smiled at Wang Kai. "I can give it a try, since things are already like this." "Really?" Zhang Cheng's spirit was instantly lifted, and he looked up at Fu Junlin with tears streaming down his face. Fu Junlin reiterated, "I can't guarantee success, I'm just trying." At this point, it's like a last-ditch effort. Anyone could tell that he was giving himself a way out, reminding everyone that if he failed and caused damage to the crystal blocks, they couldn't blame him. Wang Kai understood Fu Junlin's cautious nature, but it was still good that he was willing to try, as it offered a glimmer of hope. Zhang Cheng, wiping away his tears with his sleeve, rubbed his face until it was bright red. "I understand. Don't worry, I won't blame you." Fu Junlin nodded and firmly said, "All right, I need an old 10-arm semi-automatic precision operation platform, and 10-parameter lock instruments." Wang Kai was a bit puzzled. "Old. Although we don't have a 10-arm semi-automatic, we do have a new 6-arm fully automatic one with an AI panel. Isn't that better?" While the 10-arm semi-automatic hasn't been phased out, it's not hard to find. And parameter lock instruments are specifically for semi-automatics, usually not needed in such quantity. Fu Junlin shook his head and explained, "Uncle Kai, calculators usually compute faster than the human brain, but they only go up to 15 decimal places. However, if you give someone a pen and paper, they can quickly fill an entire page because the human brain is more precise." Wang Kai understood Fu Junlin's point, but couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Fill an entire page. You think everyone is like you? Wang Kai himself had spent half the night at home without figuring it out, which is why he didn't stop it in time. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt a bit more hopeful. This was like the saying, "Don't take on a job if you're not skilled enough." Fu Junlin might seem calm, but his words inspired confidence. In less than 50 minutes, Zhang Cheng personally went out twice and brought back an old 10-arm semi-automatic. As the name suggests, the 10-arm console is a complex piece of equipment that requires simultaneous control of 10 robotic arms. The operator manipulates it through fingertip touch, which requires not only clear and meticulous thinking but also a high level of skill. Since the office's power supply couldn't support such a massive device, Zhang Cheng directed Wang Kai and others to connect the machine to the production line's power outlet. Once the news spread, almost half of the factory's employees rushed over to witness this technological spectacle. Zhang Cheng assisted Fu Junlin in assembling the equipment while maintaining order, constantly reminding the curious onlookers to keep their distance to avoid disrupting the operation. With a serious expression, Fu Junlin began to focus on assembling the 10-parameter lock-in devices. These precision instruments could record every movement of the robotic arms, elevating semi-automatic operation to near fully automatic levels. Watching Zhangqing busy dispersing the crowd nearby, Wang Kai quietly asked Fu Junlin, "Junlin, do you feel confident?" At this moment, Zhang Chang and several other leaders gathered around, asking in anticipation, "Junlin, can we start? Junlin, are you sure you can handle this?" Their tones were filled with tension and expectation. Fu Junlin gave a calm smile, took a deep breath and said, "I'll do my best." He placed his hands steadily on the 10 sensitive sensors of the console. Immediately, an arc of energy enveloped the central area of the console, where a sparking, almost exploding second-stage crystal block lay. Fu Junlin insisted on using this faulty crystal block precisely because its exposed damaged circuits made it easier to identify critical repair points. The 10 slender robotic arms sprang into action, rotating deftly within the enclosed area. Those who were worried about Fu Junlin's ability to operate the machine were now wide-eyed and breathless. Fu Junlin's manipulation of the robotic arms was seamless, his fingers flying across the controls, with each arm executing its task with precision. In just 6 seconds, 6 of the robotic arms had accurately grasped the various components of the dismantled crystal block. Astonishingly, Fu Junlin managed to completely disassemble the entire crystal block in such a short time, leaving everyone present speechless and as if their breaths were suspended. Fu Junlin's control skills didn't come from nowhere. During the last 2 years of high school, he served as the lab representative for his class and mastered the most advanced equipment in the school's laboratory, the 10-arm semi-automatic machine. No one in the entire grade could surpass him in operating this device, and his obsession with the lab was unparalleled. While his classmates were busy going out, exercising, or gaining experience on the bloody battlefield, Fu Junlin remained immersed in the world of the laboratory. This led to moments of stunned hesitation when he faced the gruesome battlefield scenes in his freshman year of college. At present, Fu Junlin was carefully manipulating the 10 mechanical arms, meticulously dismantling the crystal block. His movements were precise and fluid, as if he were performing a delicate surgical operation. As the crystal block opened, the energy plates inside were revealed layer by layer, resembling pieces of a chocolate wafer. The energy gel between the plates was like cream sandwiched in between, and once the energy plates were opened, an intricate network of circuitry and nodes came into view, so detailed it was dizzying. Even with the highest magnification of a lens, one could barely make out these tiny structures, let alone operate on them with mechanical arms. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junlin prepared for the most critical step. Hundreds of people around him held their breath, the scene eerily silent like a tomb in the quiet of a winter night. Zhang Cheng raised his hands to signal for absolute silence, his hands trembling slightly with tension. "It's your turn," Fu Junlin thought to himself, addressing to He. As soon as he finished, he felt a mysterious energy surge from his body, rushing to his brain. A peculiar electric sensation passed through his palms to the mechanical arms, connecting to the battle flag crystal block. Then, this current flowed back to his brain, constructing a clear circuit map in his mind. The image was vast and complex, yet astonishingly clear, as if Fu Junlin had become a microorganism floating in a world of skyscrapers and massive cables. This unique perspective made his eyes gradually shine. Is this the ability unlocked by the genetic lock? Is this the view of a biological field of vision? He marveled, beginning to yearn for the possibility He mentioned unlocking his own genetic lock to gain such extraordinary abilities. After the initial excitement, Fu Junlin quickly focused on the repair work. His task seemed simple. Remove 6 circuits passing through the output expander to reduce output power, thereby lowering backflow power to below the stability threshold of the explosion circuit. However, these circuits were like layers of dragon's beard candy, intricately intertwined. To remove 6 without damaging others, he had to dismantle all the upper layers first, then remove the target circuits, and finally restore the remaining circuits. Fu Junlin operated with utmost care, making full use of the mechanical arm's finest tools: needles, tweezers, knives, and soldering irons. 20 minutes passed, and sweat had accumulated on the floor beneath his forehead. Finally, Fu Junlin let out a weary but relieved shout, withdrawing his aching hands. The crystal block on the operating table had been completely reassembled. "Junlin, did it work?" Zhang Cheng's voice trembled with tension. Fu Junlin smiled but didn't answer immediately. He first handed the repaired crystal block to Wang Kai, then retrieved 3 damaged battle flag crystal blocks from the cart, placing one on the operating table. "One success isn't enough. We need to save a whole batch. Let's see if the recorded parameters are usable," Fu Junlin said to Zhang Cheng with a smile, then began operating the parameter locking instrument skillfully. After pressing the switch, the 10 mechanical arms automatically started working, dismantling and removing circuits at a slower pace. Since it was machine-operated, it eliminated the hesitation time during Fu Junlin's manual operation, completing the reassembly in just 9 minutes. Half an hour later, the operating table automatically completed the repair of 3 battle flag crystal blocks. If these blocks function normally, then all the blocks could be batch repaired according to Junlin's set parameters. Wang Kai eagerly took these crystal blocks to another operating table, and after injecting energy, the blocks immediately released several strands of pure healing aura. Junlin couldn't help but move closer, feeling the soreness in his arms from the long operation instantly relieved. After a few more scans by the aura, his discomfort completely vanished. Wang Kai tested the crystal blocks one by one. The first, no problem. The second, no problem. The third, perfect. The fourth, also no problem. Boom. With the successful test of the fourth crystal block, the crowd, long unable to contain themselves, erupted into cheers. All the workers jumped excitedly, hugging their colleagues with joy. They wouldn't lose their jobs. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. Zhang Cheng was already in tears, repeating these words over and over, his fists clenched so tightly they nearly bled. Wang Kai opened his arms and pulled the tear-streaked Zhang Cheng into a tight embrace. Zhang Cheng's body trembled with silent sobs, as if he had finally found a safe haven to lay down all his burdens. Nearby, Junlin let out a long sigh of relief, but when he met Wang Kai's gaze, filled with admiration and disbelief, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Not used to being the center of attention, he shyly scratched his head and turned to slip into the office. The workers cheered and watched as the hero who had saved their jobs walked away. Zhang Cheng and the others followed him into the office, closing the door behind them. Inside, only a few key figures and Wang Kai remained, and the air was thick with an indescribable tension. Zhang Cheng took a deep breath, his voice full of gratitude and excitement. Junlin, Junlin, you're my savior. Tell me, what do you want? Shares in the factory, money, whatever you ask for. I'll do my best to fulfill it. Junlin exchanged a glance with Wang Kai. Wang Kai's expression was slightly awkward, a subtle reaction that didn't escape Junlin's notice. He knew that even though he had given so much and saved the factory, he couldn't make excessive demands. After all, Zhang Cheng was inherently a shrewd businessman who prioritized profit. Asking for shares in the factory would undoubtedly lead to self-humiliation. Understanding the stakes, Junlin paused for a moment before speaking. Mr. Zhang, I won't ask for shares, but I do need 2 things. He held up 2 fingers, his expression resolute. Zhang Cheng's face remained composed, but his internal calculations were hidden from all. With a generous wave of his hand, he said, Junlin, rest assured. I'm not someone who forgets a debt of gratitude. Just say the word, and if it's within my power, I'll make it happen. Junlin silently weighed his options, having already made plans. The repaired battle flag crystals not only saved the factory but were also a tremendous asset. These functional crystals were far more valuable than ordinary energy crystals, capable of repeated recharges and inherently precious. He knew that his next request would determine the rewards he could reap from this crisis. Mr. Zhang, I would like a bonus, 8,000. Junlin cautiously held up 8 fingers, his voice trembling slightly, eyes filled with both hope and anxiety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng and Wang Kai, who was standing nearby, both let out a sigh of relief, their tense nerves instantly relaxing. 8,000. Zhang Cheng knew exactly what this number meant in Junlin's life. As a part-time employee, Junlin's monthly income barely exceeded 1,000. After covering living expenses, he could only send a little money back home. And in this era, 8,000 was just enough to buy 10 blocks of battle banner crystals, not even counting the deposit. But Junlin had saved the entire factory. Looking at the young man before him, Zhang Cheng felt a warm surge in his heart. He solemnly said, I'll give you double, 16,000. You don't need to worry, it's what you deserve. Though 16,000 still seemed a bit stingy to Zhang Cheng, he understood why Junlin didn't ask for more. Giving too much might put pressure on the young man, which would be counterproductive. Junlin didn't object, but continued, also, I'd like a key to a laboratory. I hope to use one after work. Is that all? Zhang Cheng asked in disbelief. Wang Kai also couldn't help but smile wryly. That's all. Junlin nodded. Zhang Cheng chuckled, a mix of guilt and self-deprecation in his laughter. He understood Junlin's intentions. 8,000 was precisely the tuition fee for a mid-level high school. Junlin's younger brother was about to enter high school, and this amount would solve an urgent problem. As for the laboratory, it reflected Junlin's thirst for knowledge and dedication. It was this dedication that allowed him to turn the tide during a crisis, giving Zhang Cheng a chance for a turnaround. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Cheng spoke with determination. You silly boy, what can I say about you? Sigh. We have 4 warehouses that have been empty for years. Warehouse A1 will be your laboratory from now on. The back door doesn't go through the factory. You can enter and exit directly from the back street. They'll equip it with some basic research equipment. If you need anything else, Just give me a list. You pay, and I'll buy it under the factory's name for a discount. As long as I, Zhang Cheng, am here, and as long as this battle banner factory stands, this lab is yours. No one else is allowed to use it. With that, Zhang Cheng took a key from his keychain and solemnly placed it in Fu Junlin's hand. Fu Junlin accepted the key, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, he said sincerely. To others, these things might seem insignificant, but to Fu Junlin, they were a tremendous blessing. It solved his family's urgent financial needs and gave him a dedicated lab dream come true. Seeing this, Wang Kai stepped forward, draping an arm over Fu Junlin's shoulder, and laughed. All right, you rough guys can handle the rest. I'm taking the pride of our production line out for a big meal. Zhang Cheng immediately stood up upon hearing this. I'm coming too. Wang Kai pressed him back down with a smile. Oh no, you can't come. You're punished to keep an eye on things and get Junlin's lab set up quickly. Everyone burst into laughter. Punishing the boss to work was probably a first. Zhang Cheng shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to agree. The entire factory buzzed with excitement as everyone rushed to the production line to start repairing the crystal blocks according to Fu Junlin's parameters. Once everyone had dispersed, only Zhang Cheng and the other two remained in the room. Zhang Cheng retrieved 16,000 in cash from the safe and handed it directly to Fu Junlin. He patted the young man on the shoulder and said earnestly, "May you have boundless energy." Fu Junlin accepted the money, bowed deeply to Zhang Cheng and replied, "May you be immune to infection." In these times, immune to infection was the most common blessing. Not only was secondary energy infection incurable, but even water sources were contaminated to varying degrees. Though it might not be as deadly as secondary energy infection, it was enough to make life unbearable. By the time most people reach their 30s or 40s, they often contract one or two viruses. This is especially common in the subdistricts, and Wang Kai was no exception. Zhang Cheng generously handed him a few hundred yuan, urging him to treat Fu Junlin to a good meal. As soon as Wang Kai and Fu Junlin left, Chen Rong stormed towards Zhang Cheng with Chen Changming in tow. Pointing at Zhang Cheng, she yelled, "Zhang Cheng, have you lost your mind?" Zhang Cheng's face twitched with anger as he retorted, "What do you want? Why are you glaring at me? Are you trying to rebel?" Chen Rong, incensed by Zhang Cheng's audacity, raised her hand to strike him. But Zhang Cheng was quicker, delivering a sharp slap that sent Chen Rong staggering back, her eyes almost rolling. Chen Changming caught her and shouted at Zhang Cheng, "Zhang Cheng, are you looking for trouble?" Overcome with rage, Zhang Cheng shouted back, "You clueless fool. Your idiot brother got tricked by Pai Yan. Yesterday's goods were all duds. I almost lost everything. Pai Yan and his gang have already fled. If it weren't for an expert helping me recover the losses, you would be begging on the streets by now. And you dare challenge me here? Get out. If you're not happy, we can get divorced." With that, he kicked towards Chen Rong again. It was only then that the onlookers stepped in to separate them. Chen Rong was initially stunned by the slap and then by Zhang Cheng's words. She turned sharply to Chen Changming, who stammered, unable to respond. Realizing she had been duped, Chen Rong's anger shifted targets instantly. Without a word, she rolled up her sleeves and lunged at Chen Changming, filling the workshop with his anguished cries. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin and Wang Kai were enjoying a hearty meal. Despite the ordinary dishes, Fu Junlin was thrilled, savoring every bite. After lunch, he returned to the factory, working diligently until the batch of crystals passed inspection, finally putting his mind at ease. Around 6 in the evening, Fu Junlin eagerly headed home. As he entered, the familiar aroma of home-cooked food greeted him. Yao Jinying was busy at the stove, sitting on a small stool, and she seemed particularly cheerful today. Fu Junting excitedly called out, "Brother, look at the food Mom brought home." Fu Junlin leaned in for a closer look, his eyes lighting up. There was an entire piece of pork rib in the pot, drenched in sauce and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Yao Jinying waved her spatula triumphantly. "Well, thanks to your mom's quick hands." After that table of customers left, it was my turn to clean up. But Lu Lifeng, that old hag, tried to snatch my meat. I went right over and pulled out a chunk from her. Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat, noticing the scratches at the corners of his mother's eyes. He realized that the effort she went through to let them have a taste of meat was far more than she let on. Soon, the delicious meat dish was served. Yao Jinying even saved some broth to use as a seasoning for several days. Fu Junting eagerly started eating, first serving his mother a few pieces of meat before adding one to his own bowl. His eyes sparkled with delight as he looked at the meat. However, towards the end of the meal, Fu Junting's expression turned uneasy. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke up softly, "Mom, I need 400 yuan because exams are coming up, and without energy crystals, I'm at a disadvantage. I want to bring a few." As soon as Fu Junting finished speaking, the room fell into silence. He quickly added, 200 would work too. I've earned some money selling CDs. so I can buy 2 blocks. I just need another 200 to buy one more. He gave a sheepish grin. 3 energy crystal blocks paled in comparison to classmates who were preparing with a dozen or more. But Fu Junting was well aware of his family's financial situation. He wouldn't have asked if it weren't necessary. Yao Jinying slowly put down her chopsticks, blinked, took a deep breath and said, "Oh, all right, it can't be skimped on. For 100 it is. Buying one more increases your chances." She tucked her hair behind her ear and added, "You don't have to get top grades, but you must stay safe, okay?" With that, she got up and walked towards the small secret compartment in the wall. At that moment, a large hand pressed down on Yao Jinying's. "Mom." Yao Jinying looked up to meet Fu Junlin's eyes, which were smiling warmly. He patted her hand reassuringly, then returned to his seat and gently placed a thick bundle of money on the table. Fu Junting's mouth slowly formed an O shape, his eyes widening like saucers. The bundle was filled with $100 bills. Yao Jinying slumped to the ground, trembling as she pointed at the money, staring at Fu Junlin. "Fu Junlin, what's going on?" Fu Junlin noticed his mother's reaction and heard her say, breathlessly, "I'm telling you, you're in college now, you have skills and abilities. But if you dare to do anything wrong, I won't forgive you. I didn't put you through school for this." A flicker of fear and anger flashed in her eyes. Fu Junlin didn't respond immediately. He just looked at his mother with misty eyes and a gentle smile. In this impoverished area, where even basic meals were a struggle and any talent often led to crime, maintaining kindness was a Herculean task. To him, she was the greatest woman. "Why are you smiling?" Yao Jinying scolded him. "Mom, do you really think your son is the kind of person who forgets his roots just because he has a bit of skill? I'm your son, after all." Fu Junlin chuckled lightly. Fu Junting leaned closer to his brother, scrutinized his features, and nodded earnestly. "You do seem like it." Fu Junlin pushed his face away with a playful slap. "So, what's the story?" Yao Jinying calmed down, realizing she might have been overreacting. Fu Junlin then explained everything in detail, including the situation at the lab. Yao Jinying listened in disbelief, stunned that her son had saved a factory during a mere 3-day holiday. "My brother, you're amazing!" Fu Junting exclaimed, spreading his arms and shouting to the sky, his voice echoing off the walls. Instantly, curses and banging on the walls came from all directions. Whack! Yao Jinying smacked the back of Fu Junting's head, nearly knocking him into his bowl. "Keep your voice down," she hissed, grabbing the money from the table and holding it tightly. "Mom, can I hold it for a bit? I've never held so much money before." Fu Junting swallowed hard, pleading with a cheeky smile. "No way." Yao Jinying shot him a glare, carefully tucking the money into a small metal box, clutching it as if she'd sew it into her clothes. "Brother, you saved a factory. Why didn't you ask for more? Just a little more wouldn't hurt." Fu Junting gestured with his pinky. "Don't talk nonsense, your brother did the right thing. Remember, greed for money can bring danger, and lust for power can bring exhaustion. It's not good," Yao Jinying admonished. Fu Junting sat obediently, nodding. "Got it, Mom. Once the lab is set up, let's all move there. The lab's big enough." Fu Junlin dropped a second bombshell. "Yay." Fu Junting almost jumped with excitement. "Yay, my foot." Yao Jinying glared at him again, shaking her head. "No way, since it's your place for experiments, you need to focus, study well, and do your experiments. I'm fine living here. And you, don't bother your brother often. Fine? Mom, don't you always complain about the noise? And every time you climb that old ladder to get home, I'm on edge. That time when you burned your hand, got caught on a jagged edge, you almost fell." Despite knowing his mother didn't want him to speak, Fu Junting blurted out the truth. Yao Jinying tried to signal him to stop, but Fu Junting ignored her. Fu Junlin had anticipated his mother's concerns and confidently said, "Mom, the lab is big enough to make 2 bedrooms, and it even has a bathroom." Yao Jinying paused midair with her chopsticks. A bathroom, taking a bath. For a woman, that was as enticing as high society jewelry. Yao Jinying hadn't had a proper bath in over 10 days because water was expensive. She and her female colleagues would often bribe the restaurant chefs after hours to use the kitchen, locking the doors and bringing their own towels to sponge bathe. The savvy ones even brought small curtains to avoid being peeped on. That won't disturb your experiments, will it?" Yao Jinying asked hesitantly. "I'm not experimenting all the time. And you're not exactly playing drums and cymbals, are you? How could you disturb me?" Fu Junlin replied helplessly. "Okay, then we'll move." Yao Jinying beamed. Next to her, Fu Junting laughed even more happily. Fu Junlin, too, was caught up in the joy, and the family shared a moment of silly laughter. Hey, stop laughing already. What about my promised 40 minutes of experience time?" At that moment, Dehay's voice echoed in Fu Junlin's mind. With dinner finished, Fu Junlin put down his chopsticks and said, "Mom, I'm going out for some exercise. All right, but rest a bit before you start jumping around. No intense exercise right after eating. Yao Jinying reminded him. Got it. Before he even finished speaking, Fu Junlin was already climbing down the ladder. Fu Junlin stood in the empty plaza, hands in his pockets, looking around helplessly. It was mealtime, and the fitness area was deserted. He hesitated about whether to hand over control of his body to Dehe, a sense of unease creeping over him, as if he were about to be forced. I do what I want when I take over your body, Dehe said smugly. Fu Junlin sighed. All right, but not for another half hour. He found a seat and sat down. Dehe teased. Oh, is it because your mom said no exercise? Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, Fu Junlin nodded seriously. Yes. After half an hour, Fu Junlin got up and strolled around a bit, feeling that he had digested enough. He then said to Dehe, let's do it. As soon as he spoke, he felt strange, as if he were willingly being forced. All right. Instantly, Fu Junlin felt his body was no longer under his control, his movements becoming stiff. Hey, don't be so resistant. Relax a bit. It's no fun for me if you're so tense. Dehe complained. Fu Junlin tried to relax, gradually getting used to the sensation. He felt like a spectator as his body moved energetically. Dehe took control of Fu Junlin's body, running and jumping wildly around the plaza, drawing curious glances from passers-by, some even keeping their distance. Please tell me there's no mental illness involved, Fu Junlin said helplessly. I'm just warming up, Dehe retorted. You know how hard it is for me. I take over your body and have to exercise for you, and you can't even do it yourself. Reap what you sow. It's self-reliance. Thank you, Fu Junlin corrected. I'm a strategist. I don't need to exercise. I just practice sprinting. When monsters chase us, I just need to run faster than my teammates. You're really ambitious, Dehe mocked, then began a series of intense push-up exercises. At first, Fu Junlin could chat with Dehe, but gradually he realized that Dehe had done at least 700 or 800 push-ups. Brother, are you trying to kill me? Aren't you going to work out other parts? Fu Junlin asked worriedly. We only have 40 minutes today. What's the point of working out other parts? Focus on one area each day, Dehe insisted. Suddenly, Fu Junlin remembered something. By the way, you mentioned the gene lock last time. How exactly do you unlock it? Aren't I unlocking it for you right now? Dehe snapped. Through exercise? Fu Junlin asked in surprise. Dehe patiently explained, exercise, but not ordinary exercise. The gene lock within a living organism is called a lock because it imposes various limitations. Breaking these limitations can unlock the gene lock, leading to higher genetic secrets. The lowest level of gene lock is the muscle cells. We aim not for destruction, but for fragmentation. Let them experience annihilation over and over, followed by arduous reformation. 40 minutes passed quickly, and Dehe returned control of the body to Fu Junlin. Instantly, Fu Junlin felt intense pain in his arms, his chest and triceps swollen. He trembled in pain but didn't complain about Dehe's torment. Dehe, let's make a deal. Next time, before you give me back my body, help me get a battle flag, Fu Junlin said, struggling to kneel and using his head to support himself. Got it. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now, Dehe said, then fell silent. Fu Junlin gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and shakily reached for the battle flag. In the dim evening light, his suppressed cries echoed through the empty plaza. On the morning of the second day of his vacation, Fu Junlin awoke abruptly, feeling intense pain in his muscles once again. He immediately realized this was Dehe's doing, but this time he was prepared, clutching a pre-made battle flag tightly in his hand. He quickly activated the flag and recovered from his paralyzed state, letting out a long sigh of relief. By the afternoon, the laboratory had been completely transformed. Fu Junlin took the opportunity to move his mother and brother's belongings into the space rented from the factory. Originally, it was an unused storage room belonging to Zhang Cheng, but it retained the previous laboratory's decor. The 3 small bedrooms were just enough for individual living, and there was a shared storage room, a walk-in closet, and a large bathroom with a tub. The utilities were directly connected to the factory's system, saving the family a considerable amount in expenses. Zhang Cheng was overjoyed with the unexpected turn of events. The crystal block that Fu Junlin repaired retained the expander, not only recovering his investment but also nearly doubling its value. Meanwhile, Chen Shaming had been dismissed for causing trouble, and Wang Kai smoothly took over as deputy factory director, elevating Zhang Cheng's status in the family. That evening, after enjoying a bath with the zero-level infection water, Yao Jinying joined her 2 sons in touring Fu Junlin's new laboratory. The equipment was complete, even including some idle instruments from the factory. Suddenly, Fu Junlin mysteriously retrieved a crystal block from behind a shelf. Junting, guess what this is? Fu Junlin asked with a smile. A battle flag crystal block? Fu Junting exclaimed in delight, eagerly examining the crystal. Fu Junlin explained. This is what they asked me to research, and I've already charged it. You can borrow it for your exams, but remember to return it afterward." He gently ruffled his brother's hair. Fu Junting was overjoyed, thanking him repeatedly. While Yao Jinying was happy for her son, she was concerned about misusing resources. Fu Junlin reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. Mom, my exams are in 10 days. Can you both come?" Fu Junting asked excitedly. "Of course, I must see my son in action with my own eyes," Yao Jinying said with a smile, pinching her son's cheek. "If I don't have any tasks, I'll definitely be there too," Fu Junlin promised with a nod. On the third day of the vacation, Fu Junlin endured Dehei's grueling training. On the morning of the fourth day, the vacation ended, and students began returning to school. Fu Junlin arrived at the classroom early, silently bearing Dehei's ongoing muscle stimulation. Whenever the pain became unbearable, he would use the battle flag to recover before continuing his training. Suddenly, a doll-faced girl with airbangs boldly approached Fu Junlin's desk. Her pretty face was adorned with big, sparkling eyes that clearly showed her admiration for Fu Junlin. "Junlin," she called sweetly, gazing at him intently. 3 days ago, during the battle at the hunting grounds, Junlin Fu left a lasting impression on all the girls in the class with his dashing silhouette. Over the past few days, many of them have been eager to the point of wanting to head straight to his home just to see him. Faced with this sudden surge of attention, Junlin could only muster a polite but somewhat awkward smile. Ling Xiaobing, a girl with a doll-like face, is a devoted admirer of Junlin's looks. She once had a crush on him, but as her classmates distanced themselves from the coward Junlin, she felt too embarrassed to stick around him. However, the situation has drastically changed. Junlin has revealed his capabilities and become synonymous with hidden talents. Some even speculate that he might have been pretending to be timid all along, possibly being a secret expert. Of course, others believe it was just a rare burst of potential, or that the Minotaur wasn't as formidable as it seemed. On the first day of school, Ling Xiaobing excitedly approached Junlin with a delicate little box in hand. "Junlin, I made this cake for you to enjoy at lunch," she beamed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Junlin initially hesitated to accept it, not wanting to reject her kind gesture. Just as he was about to reach out, his hand involuntarily moved to push the box back. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, he quickly said, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept it. I appreciate the thought, but you should keep it for yourself." Ling Xiaobing pouted in disappointment. "But I spent so long making it." She offered the box again. Junlin, intending to gently decline and console her, found his hand suddenly snatching the box instead. The unexpected move left Ling Xiaobing momentarily stunned, but she soon brightened up, delighted that Junlin had accepted her gift. "Junlin, which minor are you planning to choose?" Ling Xiaobing asked eagerly. "Mech pilot," Junlin replied, carefully putting the box away. "I knew it," Ling Xiaobing exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. "I want to study mech pilot too." Aren't you a mage?" Junlin asked, puzzled. "Yes, but I want to create magical mechs," Ling Xiaobing declared confidently. By this time, more students had started to fill the classroom. Junlin gestured for Ling Xiaobing to return to her seat. Soon, all 56 students were present. Teacher Shi Hongyu strode into the classroom, wearing tight black athletic pants that accentuated her long, toned legs, suggesting she might have a combat mission. "Have you all decided on your minors?" Shi Hongyu asked loudly from the podium. "Yes, we have," the class replied in unison. "Good. At 8:20, head to the minor registration window to queue up and register. After collecting your minor belts and books, gather at the back field," Shi Hongyu instructed. "Our class has a combat mission today. We're going to take down a cyclical hunting ground. If we succeed, there'll be a substantial reward." Aside from a mech belt, the mech pilot major supplies an array of textbooks for students. Standing at the academy's distribution center, Fu Junlin was reminded of his high school days as he held the hefty stack of books. Back then, he had already started learning the basics of various professions to better coordinate with teammates during expeditions. Flipping through one of the books, he realized it contained advanced knowledge far beyond the introductory level. Fu Junlin understood that as his studies progressed, the material would become increasingly specialized and challenging. After collecting his books, Fu Junlin headed to the backfield. The sight surprised him slightly. Nearly 1,000 students were gathered there, mostly freshmen in their second semester, with others hurrying to join. The field featured 4 teleportation arrays, crucial for entering the hunting grounds. Fu Junlin knew these grounds varied greatly. Some were vast and seemingly endless, while others were so small that turning around was a challenge. Regardless of size, one thing was certain. Every hunting ground was enclosed by high walls. Fu Junlin recalled the knowledge about hunting grounds. They were classified into 2 types, dead loop and live loop. In live loop grounds, slain monsters mysteriously resurrected the next day, accompanied by temporary blindness and mysterious fluctuations phenomena still unexplained. Deadloop grounds, however, offered hope. Once cleared, they remained safe permanently. Humanity continuously sought to discover and develop Deadloop grounds to expand habitable space. Small grounds could house teleportation arrays, while large ones could evolve into cities. This endeavor was humanity's most critical mission. Standing by a teleportation array, teacher Shi Hongyu surveyed the assembled students from Class 3. Students from other classes cast sympathetic glances. They all knew that conquering new grounds came with rewards, but these were often meager consolation prizes. As a subclass, they were destined to be pioneers or cannon fodder in exploring new hunting grounds. Yet, no one complained. It had become a norm, a reality everyone accepted. Shi Hongyu cleared her throat, her voice clear as she announced, "I need 2 mech pilots, one for melee combat, another for precision strikes, a sword enchanter, preferably skilled in dual weapons, and 2 banner masters. The task is demanding, so know your limits. Volunteers, raise your hands." A brief silence ensued. After 4 seconds, hands slowly rose. Though taking on the task offered more rewards, the risks were significant. The teleportation success rate for new grounds, especially Deadloop grounds, was often below 50, meaning the chance of returning safely after death or severe injury was greatly reduced. 7 students raised their hands, all top performers in the class, ranked in the top 10. Junlin did not raise his hand, keeping his head down to avoid attracting the teacher's attention. Shi Hongyu noticed the gap in volunteers, and her gaze settled on Junlin, feeling a bit helpless. He was the class's most outstanding banner master, and it would be a loss if he didn't participate. At that moment, Junlin suddenly raised his hands high, only to quickly lower them again, awkwardly meeting Shi Hongyu's gaze, hoping she hadn't noticed. He truly didn't want to go. He had a mother and brother to care for and couldn't afford to take risks. However, the entity within him, Dehei, was eager to join the task. Shi Hongyu, of course, noticed Junlin's actions. She was about to call him out when she saw him raise and lower his hand repeatedly. Eventually, he seemed unable to control himself, jumping in place with each leap reaching a meter high. "Junlin, come over here." Shi Hongyu glared at him impatiently. "Are you giving me an imaginary trampoline performance?" With a resigned expression, Junlin stepped forward to accept the task, while Dehei, having achieved its goal, laughed uproariously within him. At this moment, the team from Class 3 of the subdivision had assembled, consisting of 6 members: Shi Hongyu, a Level 2 Master Boxer, 2 Level 1 Master Mech Pilots, 1 Level 2 Novice Sword Enchanter, and 2 Level 1 Master Banner Warriors. This number was perfect, as the energy supply in the target arena was often limited. Any more members could risk depleting energy resources, which would be fatal in crucial battles if the force intensity was inadequate. Shi Hongyu pulled out a handful of translucent energy crystals from her pocket, distributing 4 to each person. As the others received the crystals, surprise flickered across their faces. 20 energy crystals in one go, valued at 8,000 units. Shi Hongyu was indeed a little rich lady. While handing the crystals to Junlin, she gave him a meaningful look, as if conveying some special message. By now, a considerable crowd had gathered on either side of the teleportation array, and the atmosphere was growing tense. A teacher approached the array, conducted a thorough inspection, and inserted a red energy crystal to activate the teleportation device. The large screen above the array lit up, showing a drone-controlled camera feed. The drone took off, circled above the opposite teleportation array to confirm the area was clear and safe, and then began emitting a series of strange sounds, seemingly conducting some kind of test. The teacher operating the controls shouted to Shi Hongyu, "Transmission at 90, safe. Microbial index normal, energy intensity normal, no changes in terrain." After verifying a string of data, the teacher nodded at Shi Hongyu, signaling they could proceed. Shi Hongyu nodded back and received a large silver briefcase from another teacher nearby. The case contained monitoring equipment to be set up after they secured the arena, to observe if any creatures reappeared the next day. Although previous assessments had mostly confirmed it as a dead zone, field verification was still necessary. "Let's go," Shi Hongyu commanded, leading the way into the teleportation array and facing the others. The principle of the teleportation array had long been deciphered by humans. All matter, including humans, is composed of molecules and atoms. The wormholes connecting 2 spaces within the same dimension are the most basic type, much simpler than those connecting multidimensional spaces or traversing time. Humans have fully mastered this wormhole technology. The teleportation process does not require complete disintegration of the body into molecules and atoms. Instead, it arranges them into a matrix and transmits the matrices together, which is nearly 100 safe. Since the invention of the teleportation array, there have been no casualties during normal transmissions. The most advanced technology records and transmits the body as a single matrix, which is the simplest and safest method, though currently limited to major city teleportation arrays and not yet widely adopted. All the teachers and students gathered to watch saluted with a fist over their hearts, collectively wishing Shi Hongyu and her team May your energy be limitless. Shi Hongyu, Fu Junlin, and the others returned the gesture, loudly responding, energy unlimited. As the words of blessing faded, the teleportation array glowed brightly, and Shi Hongyu, Fu Junlin, and the others were sequentially transported, appearing within the arena displayed on the large screen. Even though this wasn't Fu Junlin's first time entering an arena, he couldn't help but feel tense each time he found himself in such an environment. After all, it was a lawless zone, a domain of mutated creatures, a battlefield of life and death. This small arena was a newly established teleportation point, with 2 teleportation arrays, and the surrounding area was still largely unexplored, harboring many unknown dangers. At this time, each of the 4 walls of the arena featured a glowing translucent door. These doors allowed humans to pass through but barred monsters, as if the arena favored humans in some inexplicable way, adding to the many unsolved mysteries of the arenas. The origin and essence of the arenas remain unanswered to this day. Prepare for battle, Shi Hongyu ordered while stretching her neck and shoulders. Fu Junlin and another banner warrior immediately took out 4 flags from their backpacks and placed them on their backs. Their banners couldn't be stored in the banner belt because they needed to constantly recharge on their bodies, be easily accessible, and allowed the captain to monitor each person's current flags. Fu Junlin donned his waist armor, with the 4 flags fluttering behind him, enhancing his commanding presence. However, when the others switched to combat mode, the banner warrior's appearance seemed somewhat less impressive. As a boxer, Shi Hongyu retrieved a small device from her waist and slapped it onto her hand. With a series of clicks, a red gauntlet swiftly enveloped her right fist and forearm. The gauntlet's surface had a matte texture, felt robust, and the blue energy core slowly illuminated, causing the entire gauntlet to emit a low-frequency vibration that faded in Fu Junlin's ears. He knew the sound hadn't truly disappeared, but had been internalized within the gauntlet to increase its destructive power. Though simple in appearance, the boxer's battle setup possessed the most fearsome destructive power. The 2 mech pilots summoned their respective mechs. Mech pilots followed various schools, such as turret, melee, assassination, and each was further divided into more styles, making it highly complex. Xiao Zishu, a black-haired beauty with a perfect figure and a top student in the class, had always been the center of attention. She had attracted many suitors from the elite class, but showed no interest in romance. Some speculated that she merely disliked elite individuals, which led to resentment from some who fancied themselves as worthy. After some verbal altercations, Xiao Zishu's attitude towards elite individuals grew even colder. As a point-killer mech pilot, Xiao Zishu specialized in sniper, heavy artillery, armor-piercing, and implosive bullets, boasting immense output capability. At this moment, she drew a massive heavy sniper rifle from her belt. This rifle, reflecting her personal style, was jet black with an ancient silver pattern running along the barrel, nearly as long as her height of 1.7 meters. Noticing Fu Junlin's gaze, Xiao Zishu shot him a quick glare. Fu Junlin promptly looked away. This was one of the rare moments of gentleness from the usually aloof Xiao, who typically ignored men altogether. Yet, when Fu Junlin averted his gaze, Xiao Zishu glanced at his profile a few more times, a hint of interest in her eyes. As a sniper expert, she was deeply impressed by Fu Junlin's astonishing performance that day, finding it the most incredible. The second mech division member, Duo Sinyu, is short and slightly chubby, with a constantly friendly smile on his face. He holds a remote control resembling a game controller, and beside him stands a robust, heavily armed robot twice his size. Flanking him are 2 mechanical scorpions, a mechanical dog, and over a dozen small robots, each with unique functions. These robots are vividly colored. The blue ones can deliver electric shocks, the red ones can plant bombs, all primed to detonate at critical moments. Duo Sinyu places the chip from the controller onto his hand and temple, and with a slight movement of his fingers, all the robots spring into coordinated action. This showcases the multitasking ability essential in chaotic combat, as controlling multiple mechas through thought alone is no easy feat. The last member is the sword and blade enchanter, Cheng Kaiyu, who once fought alongside Fu Junlin against a minotaur. Despite his impatient and arrogant demeanor, he is the top sword and blade enchanter in the class, reaching the 2nd level in the latter half of his senior year. Chun Kaiyu carries a massive greatsword on his back, its broad blade resembling a door panel, with a faint red glow. Sword and blade enchanters infuse their weapons with elemental energy, combined with their formidable physique, making them versatile close combat experts. After assessing everyone's status, Shi Hongyu steps through the portal first, followed closely by Fu Junlin and the plump battle flag master, Chen Zhengfeng. Upon entering the new arena, dozens of roars erupt. This football field-sized space is teeming with over 30 monsters. Among them, the most numerous are more than 20 giant gray lizards, each 2 meters long with claws and teeth sharp as blades, evolved into killing machines. Behind them are 3 giant wolves with mottled fur, nearly 4 meters long. Shi Hongyu quickly measures the transmission intensity at 68 and loudly alerts the group. She promptly instructs Qiyu and Xinyu, clear out the smaller creatures. The 3 elite monsters are mine, with Zishu assisting me. Before finishing her sentence, she punches a leaping lizard. Where her fist lands, the air distorts, and energy sources flash blue. The seemingly stone-like lizard explodes on impact with a thunderous crash. This is Fu Junlin's second time witnessing a monster explosion firsthand. The last was a self-destructing spider, but this time it was punched into oblivion, leaving the inexperienced newcomer awestruck. Shi Hongyu spun gracefully, her athletic long leg tracing a beautiful arc through the air as she delivered a stunning back kick, sending a lizard flying 6 or 7 meters away. She sprinted along the path cleared by the lizard's impact, moving through the densely packed lizard horde as if they weren't even there. Those on either side were either knocked aside by her punches or deftly dodged. The vast arena provided her with ample space, allowing her to successfully navigate through the entire swarm of lizards. Your target is here. Shi Hongyu's voice had barely faded when several lizards, intending to turn back and pursue, suddenly heard a thunderous shout from behind. Immediately, a blazing giant sword of fire descended from above, scorching the air in its path. An unfortunate lizard was struck instantly, the massive sword nearly cleaving it in two, and the blade embedded within ignited a fierce blaze. The other lizards, realizing there were additional foes, quickly redirected their attention toward Chen Qiyu. At that moment, a piercing mechanical grinding noise erupted, and a robotic dog leaped into the fray, a small circular saw blade in its mouth spinning at high speed, ready to pierce any adversary. A quick reacting lizard turned and bit the robotic dog, only to snap its own fangs in the process. Although the robotic dog's shell was deformed and sparked, it remained largely unharmed. Before the toothless lizard could react, it was slammed into the ground by a massive robot's punch. The robot's fist began to pound relentlessly, delivering 10 rapid strikes to the lizard's head within 3 seconds, thoroughly subduing it. Amid the heat of battle, the lizards overlooked the threat beneath them. A small blue 4-wheeled robot quietly rolled up to one lizard's feet, emitting purple electric arcs from its appendages. Unfortunately, its movements were slightly slow, and the lizard had already moved its foot, incidentally kicking the small robot over. Undeterred, the little robot struggled to right itself, resolutely rolling towards another lizard, ready to launch its attack. Although the blue robot moved clumsily and slowly, this time its electric current hit the lizard with precision. The lizard was instantly paralyzed on one side, convulsing violently on the ground. Seizing this rare opportunity, the mechanical scorpion extended its tail like a lightning bolt, piercing the lizard's temple. The fan blades inside the tail spun wildly, like a high-speed mixer, turning the lizard's brain into mush in an instant. You provide the speed, and I'll bring the power. Fu Junlin shouted to Chen Zhengfeng, who seemed unfamiliar with the battlefield. He quickly drew a red battle flag from his back and plunged it into the ground. Energy surged into the flagpole, erupting into a dazzling red light that quickly covered the entire battlefield. Not to be outdone, Chen Zhengfeng drew his own battle flag and planted it into the ground, enveloping the area in a gray glow. The combination of speed and power dramatically shifted the tide of the battle. Both the mechanical beasts and Chen Qiyu saw their combat abilities soar to new heights. Battle flag warriors need to plant their flags into the ground to disperse energy because energy tends to spread in a spherical shape, which greatly limits its range. However, by anchoring it to the ground, the energy can expand in a circular area parallel and above the ground, maximizing coverage. At this moment, Shi Hongyu had already collided head-on with 3 giant wolves. She was like a beast more ferocious than the wolves, letting out an ear-splitting shout as she punched the incoming wolf paw. The instant her fist met the paw, the energy from her gauntlets exploded outward, crushing the wolf's paw like a fragile wafer. A war. A piercing howl echoed across the battlefield as the other 2 wolves, ready to close in, halted abruptly, causing Shi Hongyu's second strike to miss. The wolves initially planned to take Shi Hongyu head-on, but their intelligence was extraordinary, and they realized after a single punch that direct confrontation was unwise. They quickly spread out, forming a triangular formation to encircle her. Shi Hongyu gave them no chance to catch their breath, targeting the wolf with the shattered paw for a relentless pursuit. However, these elite beasts were quite intelligent. The pursued wolf evaded rather than confronting Shi Hongyu directly, while the other 2 wolves looked for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But Shi Hongyu's tactics were superior. Though she seemed focused on the injured wolf, her peripheral vision was locked onto the other 2, waiting for them to take the bait. This maneuver is known in elite beast combat as the second-level pull, a tactic that ordinary elite beasts find hard to counter. As the wolf on the left opened its jaws to bite Shi Hongyu's left shoulder, she executed a graceful spin, her right foot tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing a heavy kick on the wolf's nose. A crisp crack was heard as the wolf's nasal bone shattered. Simultaneously, A bullet streaked through the air, trailing purple lightning, and pierced the shoulder of the right side ambushing wolf with blinding speed. With a thud, the bullet's immense penetration power nearly toppled the wolf, while purple electric arcs danced wildly within its left leg muscles, paralyzing half its body instantly. Shi Hongyu seized this fleeting opportunity, dashed forward, and smashed the head of the incapacitated wolf with a single punch. In just one encounter, one elite beast lay dead and two were injured. "You coward, hurry up, I want to fight too," Dehei shouted frantically inside Fu Junlin. "You could always pass gas and chase it for fun," Fu Junlin replied without missing a beat. "Ack. Ack." Dehei was utterly exasperated. After dispatching the three elite beasts, Shi Hongyu swiftly dealt with several lizards. In no time, the arena was left with only the carcasses of monsters and a few smoking mechanical beasts. Duo Sinew hurried over to begin on-the-spot repairs on his mechanical beasts. Mechanical beasts could benefit from the Battle Flag Warrior's enhancement skills, like speed and strength boosts, but they couldn't receive healing. This is because the battle flags amplify kinetic energy, a trait shared by both machines and humans. However, healing involves repairing cellular tissue, which mechanical beasts, being intricate structures of steel, do not possess. The advantage of Battle Flag Warriors is that as long as their teammates are strong enough, they can safely support from the rear until the battle ends, without even getting their clothes dirty. If their teammates are not strong, well, they can always regroup back at the city. The bodies of blue blood monsters didn't contain energy cores or anything valuable. Only readied elite monsters and higher-level creatures had energy cores, which increased in value with the monster's level. Monsters are ranked by strength from lowest to highest as blue blood, elite, elite, boss, and mutant boss. Each type is further divided into 10 levels, like humans. Only blue blood monsters lack energy cores. They have colorless eyes and blue blood. Elite monsters have red eyes and significantly higher intelligence. Mutant elites are even smarter and start developing unique abilities that can sometimes counter specific professions. This can be a headache for professionals whose abilities are countered by such monsters. At the boss level, monsters begin to take humanoid forms and wield weapons. Mutant bosses are even rarer and more formidable. Generally, the closer a monster is to human cities, the lower its level. Conversely, the farther from explored areas, the higher the monster's level and rarity. Humans have been struggling to survive in cities and have only begun expanding outward for about a century. The boss monster Fu Junlin previously defeated was already considered quite formidable among second-level bosses, which is why it was so shocking to many. "Are you ready?" Shi Hongyu asked the group after collecting the energy core from the giant wolf, following a 5 to 6 minute break. "Ready," they replied in unison. Shi Hongyu waved her hand and led the group toward the light gate of the next arena, prepared to face new challenges. Leading the group through 6 consecutive enclosures, Shi Hongyu guided everyone with determination, cutting through obstacles along the way. Apart from the third enclosure, which proved somewhat challenging with the appearance of a mutated elite monster and 3 elite monsters, the rest were conquered with relative ease. However, this campaign drained each member, costing them 2 energy crystals, and their internal energy reserves were nearly depleted. After probing his reserves, Fu Junlin found that only 30 of his energy remained. Ahead lay the final enclosure, their ultimate target. Shi Hongyu sighed deeply and put away the transmission intensity detector she held. The numbers on the display were unsettling. The transmission intensity was down to a mere 42. "Everyone, pay attention," Shi Hongyu announced, her expression serious. "If this is truly the dead cycle enclosure, transmission intensity won't exceed 30. Remember, call the battle standard master immediately if you're injured. Junlin, Zhangfeng, you need to be extra cautious. If you suffer from limb loss, ruptured blood vessels, or severe bleeding, do not return to the city." "Understood? Understood." The others, sensing Shi Hongyu's caution, responded in unison. "If things become critical, return to the city immediately while uninjured," Shi Hongyu reiterated before leading the group through the light gate. Upon entering the gate, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped them. Shi Hongyu's detector instantly displayed new readings. "Attention! Transmission intensity is at 27. As expected, the transmission intensity had dropped below 30. The group felt a pang of anxiety, knowing that transmission intensity determined the safety of returning to the city. Each enclosure had different rules, and the dead cycle enclosure had the lowest transmission intensity. If it fell below 30, severely injured individuals attempting transmission risked death due to blood loss, with a mortality rate of 98. Thus, severe injuries required immediate treatment from a battle standard master, or the return could result in a lifeless body. The vastness of the enclosure before them was staggering. It stretched endlessly, covering at least a dozen square kilometers, enough to house a small trading town. However, it was not a flat surface but a massive sunken field. They stood at the edge of a giant pit, looking down at the enclosure, which was about 6 meters deep. The pit floor was littered with enormous square stones, resembling a scattered giant Rubik's Cube. These stones were either neatly aligned or clustered in groups, forming a colossal labyrinth. Each stone was a 6-meter-long cube with a rough surface, some covered in moss. The nearest stone was 10 meters away. Apart from Shi Hongyu, who might leap across, even Chen Qiyu would struggle to make the jump without a running start. Peering down the narrow paths between the stones, unknown dangers seemed to lurk within. Shi Hongyu took out a silver briefcase given to her by another instructor and opened it. Several small drones automatically launched, hovering before attaching themselves to the enclosure walls. These devices had enough power to patrol the enclosure twice and would activate individually on the second day after they had conquered the dead cycle enclosure. Let's go. Shi Hongyu stowed the equipment, cracked her neck and shoulders with a series of satisfying pops, and leaped into the pit. The others followed, as a 6-meter drop was trivial given their physical capabilities. Duo Xinyu was the last to jump down, directing his mechanical dog and robot to leap onto the opposite stones to serve as scouts. He joined Fu Junlin and the others with 2 mechanical scorpions in tow. An eerie atmosphere permeated the pit, with potential dangers lurking around every corner. The group moved in a single-file formation, with Shi Hongyu leading and Chen Qiyu, skilled in close combat, bringing up the rear. Occasionally, debris fell from above, dislodged by the movements of the mechanical dog and robot. After a brief advance, a faint, peculiar sound broke the silence. Zzz, zzz. Apart from their footsteps, this was the only notable sound. Shi Hongyu slowly raised her hand, signaling a halt, and everyone stopped immediately. The sound was faint, resembling the rustling of insect wings. They listened intently, gradually determining that it came from behind, where they had just passed. Behind them lay a fork in the path. Shi Hongyu gestured to Chen Qiyu. He sheathed his giant sword and drew 2 short daggers that glowed with a cold blue light, stealthily approaching one of the forks and cautiously peering around. Zzz. The sound became clearer. Chen Qiyu exhaled in relief and signaled to Shi Hongyu that the danger was resolved. It was merely a dragonfly the size of a fist, its wings producing the noise. Though it was a mutated creature, its small size posed no threat. The others relaxed their vigilance as well. However, at the other fork behind Chen Qiyu, a shadow silently emerged. A casual glance over his shoulder nearly scared him out of his wits. A massive dragonfly suddenly appeared in front of Chen Qiyu, its eyes twice the size of a human head. He shouted abruptly, "Hey," to alert his companions, causing their hearts to race once more after being startled by his false alarm. Chen Qiyu swiftly brandished his daggers, aiming for the dragonfly's eyes. However, the giant dragonfly was prepared, and its forelegs curled towards him. Before he could fully swing his blades, a tremendous force yanked at his legs, lifting him into the air. With a deafening roar of wings, the blood-red-eyed dragonfly soared rapidly. Shi Hongyu calmly shouted, "Broadsword," reminding Chen Qiyu to switch weapons. Realizing this, Chen Qiyu sheathed his daggers and switched to a broadsword, delivering a fierce slash infused with fiery elements. Yet, something strange happened. As the broadsword neared the dragonfly's forelegs, the flames suddenly extinguished, like charcoal doused in water. The attack, stripped of its elemental power, lost 70% of its strength, leaving only a white mark on the dragonfly's foreleg. Panicking, Chen Qiyu shouted down, "Captain, the elements aren't working." The dragonfly was carrying him higher and higher, nearing a deadly altitude filled with electromagnetic interference and heavy metal pollution. Shi Hongyu quickly instructed, "Zishu." Xiao Zishu, already prepared, fired a bullet from his sniper rifle. Though devoid of elemental power, it carried a powerful shockwave and precisely pierced one of the dragonfly's forelegs. Dangling tens of meters above the ground, Chen Qiyu wildly swung his broadsword for protection while urgently warning his ground-bound companions, "Captain, a swarm of monsters is approaching." From his vantage point, he could see dozens of creatures surging toward Shi Hongyu and the others. No sooner had he spoken than a massive tentacle burst from the ground, lunging at Xiao Zishu as he aimed. Fu Junlin quickly tackled Xiao Zishu out of the way, narrowly avoiding the tentacle. A giant centipede emerged, emitting a chilling screech. A robot leaped onto the centipede's head, attempting to drill into it, but was hurled against a nearby boulder. Meanwhile, a rumble came from around the corner as a giant mantis, unable to stop in time, crashed into a wall, followed by more mantises colliding, creating a hair-raising sound of clashing exoskeletons. Each mantis stood 2 meters tall, quickly rising to swarm along the wall toward the group. Amidst the dense throng, only countless scythe-like limbs could be seen. Shi Hongyu decisively ordered, "I'll hold them off. Go, get up there." Chen Qiyu tossed down a rope from the boulder, swiftly pulling Duo Xinyu up the 6-meter-high rock. Fu Junlin watched with concern as Shi Hongyu faced the mantis horde. A second gene particle on her forehead glowed a faint red, and a semi-transparent shield appeared around her body. This was the general ability that made primaries more powerful than subspecies the shield. Although Shi Hongyu specialized in physical enhancement, her shield was inherently stronger by one level, giving her an advantage against these creatures. Shi Hongyu's long legs whipped out like a lash, accurately striking and snapping several scythe-like limbs as if they were brittle bamboo stalks. Yet, the sharp blades couldn't penetrate her shield. Several mantises lunged at Shi Hongyu simultaneously, only to be easily crushed by her, 2 or 3 at a time. Meanwhile, the others had already climbed onto the massive rock. Fu Junlin gritted his teeth as he planted a red battle flag into the ground before quickly pulling himself up with a rope. However, the rock was not a safe haven. From a distance, hordes of mutant insects were crawling up the rock surface, numbering 40 to 50. Fu Junlin was shocked to discover that the arena was devoid of beasts and filled only with these mutated insects. This was not a good sign, as insect-type mutants often possessed bizarre abilities. He recalled a previous encounter with a giant dragonfly that could suppress elemental magic, rendering enchanters and mages ineffective against it, leaving only brawlers and purely physical mech warriors capable of dealing damage. As the group stood paralyzed by the sight of the insect swarm, Shi Hongyu leapt onto the rock, stepping over the mantis corpses and shouted, "Move with me!" Her command snapped everyone back to their senses. They quickly formed a defensive formation, bracing for a tough battle. Shi Hongyu led the charge, breaking through obstacles like a hot knife through butter. Apart from the giant dragonfly, no other elite mutant creatures had appeared yet, only some blue blood monsters. To Shi Hongyu, these were nothing more than punching bags. At this moment, Duo Sinew pulled a string of grenades from his mech belt, slinging them across his body. He then took 2 and hurled them at a cluster of 4 or 5 giant mantises. Boom! The grenades exploded, shattering ice and unleashing a chilling mystique. Was an ice grenade. Though its lethality was limited, it significantly slowed the mantises. The one closest to the blast had its legs frozen and shattered with just 1 step forward. Each time Duo Sinew tossed an ice grenade, his eye twitched. These were his prized possessions, worth a fortune. Xiao Zishu switched from her massive sniper rifle to a large cannon that could fit a basketball. Though only a meter long, it required both hands to lift. Aiming at another wave of incoming creatures, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A deafening explosion threatened to shatter eardrums as a massive airwave erupted from the cannon, sending ripples through the air. Every creature in the fan-shaped blast zone was blown away. The powerful recoil nearly knocked Xiao Zishu off her feet. The mech warriors' attacks gave the team a brief respite. Fu Junlin and the others took the opportunity to maneuver, while Shi Hongyu and Chen Qiyu unleashed a furious assault. However, Shi Hongyu's attention was suddenly drawn to a scene not far away. The giant dragonfly and a massive wasp hovered in midair, watching them silently, as if waiting for them to exhaust themselves. This cunning behavior filled Shi Hongyu with foreboding. "No, we need to find a way back to the city. Retreat!" she shouted, determined not to let anyone perish, even if it meant returning empty-handed. Upon hearing Shi Hongyu's command, everyone intensified their attacks. Fu Junlin and Chen Zhongfeng simultaneously drew and planted 4 banners into the ground, activating 4 halos that instantly doubled everyone's combat power. Chen Qiyu's flaming greatsword spewed a half-meter-long tongue of fire, repelling a horde of monsters. Just then, the giant wasp in midair released a transparent sphere it had been gathering. Though it seemed harmless, all the monsters frantically retreated. Realizing the danger, the bubble descended to their level. Pop! The bubble burst, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that swept out like a ring. Everything in its path, whether blue blood monsters or mech beasts, was obliterated like paper in the wind. The explosion's shockwave drowned out all sound, and Fu Junlin, with his back to the halo, could only see Shi Hongyu turning back in horror, shouting something. Chen Zhongfeng reacted the fastest to the explosion, pressing the return button just in time. His figure vanished instantly, leaving behind even the battle flags. In moments of life and death, the loss of a few $100 was insignificant compared to survival. By the time Fu Junlin realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Just as he reached for the recall button, a tremendous force sent him flying. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated across the battlefield, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced through the stillness from somewhere nearby. Ah! Chen Qiyu's body trembled violently as he let out a suppressed yet uncontrollable cry of agony. Meanwhile, in a small deadened within the maze's stone passageways, Shi Hongyu was struggling to drag Chen Qiyu and the injured Xiao Zishu. Upon hearing Chen Qiyu's scream, she swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth. Behind them, a trail of blood marked their path. Duo Sinew, his clothes torn, followed closely, anxiously scanning their surroundings while trying to clean the blood from underfoot. Shi Hongyu kept one hand over Chen Qiyu's mouth and quickly tore away the tattered fabric from his leg with the other. The sight was horrifying. His leg was nearly severed, hanging on by a thin strip of flesh, with blood gushing out uncontrollably now that it was exposed. Xiao Zishu's condition was equally dire. His arms hung limply, one of them completely shattered. His eyes were glazed, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. "Teacher, you're injured too," Duo Xinyu exclaimed in horror, noticing two large wounds on Shi Hongyu's back and waist, one of which had a metal shard embedded. "It's nothing. Get the battle flag crystals out." Shi Hongyu forced herself to remain calm, pulling out her own crystal. Duo Xinyu quickly handed over two more. As the crystals began to glow, Shi Hongyu clenched her fist, urgently asking, "Where are the flag bearers? Did you see them?" Duo Xinyu swallowed hard, struggling to reply. "Zhang Feng made it back. And Junlin?" Shi Hongyu pressed on. "He was blown away too, but it looked like he reached for the recall button," Duo Xinyu answered, his voice trembling. Shi Hongyu's brow furrowed deeply. She knew that the battle flag crystals could only temporarily stop bleeding and alleviate injuries. To repair such severe tissue damage as Chun Qiu's, someone needed to provide direct aid. Yet, the situation seemed utterly hopeless. The sound of insects buzzing interrupted Shi Hongyu's intense thoughts. The crisis was far from over. The earlier explosion had taken out many of the blue blood beasts, but that was merely an unintended consequence of the mutated elite beast's actions. The real cunning hunters were just beginning their deadly show. Shi Hongyu quickly turned around, decisively drawing the steel blade from her waist. Using the light from the battle flag crystal, she stopped her bleeding while calmly asking, "Captain, what do we do now?" In this life-and-death moment, the student-teacher relationship was set aside, leaving only the roles of captain and team member. Duo Xinyu was at a loss. His mechanical beasts were nearly all destroyed. At that moment, his only thought was to teleport back immediately, but Chun Qiu and Xiao Zishu were too severely injured to withstand the teleportation risk. Without a battle flag master present, they might not survive until the next one arrived. Duo Xinyu was caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to escape alone, nor did he want to stay and face certain death. While Shi Hongyu tended to Chen Qiu and Xiao Zishu's wounds, she advised Duo Xinyu, "Keep trying to contact Junlin. If things get critical, prioritize your own safety." Duo Xinyu nodded in agreement and immediately tried the radio. "Junlin, Junlin, are you there?" Unfortunately, no matter how softly he called, the radio remained silent. Suddenly, the ground began to rumble. Shi Hongyu looked up, alarmed, to see a massive boulder slowly moving toward them. She was horrified. They were trapped in a cul-de-sac surrounded by neatly arranged cubic rocks. The boulder was being pushed by some immense force, clearly intending to crush them. This was the typical tactic of those mutated elite beasts. Although Shi Hongyu had the ability to climb to safety, she couldn't abandon her three injured companions. Without hesitation, she sprang up, ignoring her own injuries, and braced her shoulder against the approaching boulder. Duo Xinyu hurried over to help, contributing his strength, though it was far less than Shi Hongyu's. Behind the boulder, a massive beetle was pushing it forward. Shi Hongyu's leg muscles bulged as she resisted, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. The boulder's advance slowed, but continued inexorably. In this critical moment, a burst of static came through Duo Xinyu's radio, followed by a familiar, hushed voice. "Hello, Duo Xinyu? It's Fu Junlin. I'm up here." Fu Junlin's voice was shaky, as if he were hiding from some danger. Duo Xinyu was both surprised and overjoyed, shouting incoherently, "Junlin, Junlin, we need healing here. People are seriously injured, and there's a monster trying to crush us." The gap behind the boulder had shrunk to less than 5 meters. Hearing Fu Junlin's voice, hope flickered in Shi Hongyu's eyes. She summoned a surge of strength, her energy propelling her entire body, and with a roar, managed to halt the boulder's advance. But she was now fully concentrated, her energy stagnant, unable to speak, only urging Duo Xinyu with her eyes. Duo Xinyu continued urging Fu Junlin over the radio. Meanwhile, Xiao Zishu was slipping into unconsciousness, and Chen Qiu's face was contorted with pain, his wounds on the verge of opening. Fu Junlin was their only hope, the only one who could rescue them from this deadly trap from above. Yet the radio fell silent again. Duo Xinyu repeatedly called out Fu Junlin's name, but after more than 10 attempts, there was still no response. The boulder began moving once more. Shi Hongyu was at her limit, whether from exhaustion or despair, her eyes bloodshot. She strained with all her might but couldn't stop the boulder's progress. Tears streamed down Duo Xinyu's face. This was his first real encounter with life or death. He had never entered a death loop arena with a teleportation intensity of 28. He thought of Fu Junlin's timid nature. He's Fu Junlin, a coward. Can I expect him to suddenly transform in battle? For a timid person to completely change? Duo Xinyu thought. When he heard me say that, he must have been so scared that he teleported back to the city, facing the narrowing space, the deadened, and Shi Hongyu straining with all her might, veins bulging on her neck. Duo Sinew was utterly devastated. Duo Sinew, teleport back. Shi Hongyu forced out a desperate cry through gritted teeth. Teacher. Duo Sinew looked at Shi Hongyu in horror, momentarily forgetting to call her captain. That's an order. Shi Hongyu shouted. Duo Sinew trembled with anguish, his hand shakily reaching for the teleport button. But seeing the despair in Xiao Zishu and Chen Qiyu's eyes, he hesitated again. Go. Shi Hongyu cried out in agony, followed by the sound of a bone snapping in her arm. The space was now less than 2 meters. Shi Hongyu's arm was broken. She could no longer hold on, and the boulder moved faster. At that moment, Duo Sinew lost all reason, ready to close his eyes and press the teleport button. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Crack! The boulder stopped dead in its tracks. The gap between the boulder and the stone behind it was about 1.7 meters. Shi Hongyu and Duo Sinew both looked up toward the source of the sound. A hand was gripping a massive sniper rifle, wedging its heavy frame between the two boulders. The sniper rifle was the very one that had disappeared when Xiao Zishu was blown away. And the hand's owner was none other than Fu Junlin. I'm here. Fu Junlin shouted from above and then leaped down, holding a dark green battle flag that shone brightly. With a swift motion, the dark green battle flag plunged into the ground, immediately releasing a burst of dazzling light. The energy, confined by massive stones, reverberated within the narrow space, amplifying the healing spell to its fullest potential. Wounds quickly ceased to bleed and hurt, and some minor injuries even began to heal. However, Chen Qiyu's injuries were too severe for the flag's energy to fully mend. Fu Junlin, shouting, "Hang in there," plunged his trembling hands into Chen Qiyu's wounds. Chen Qiyu let out a heart-wrenching scream as blood quickly soaked Fu Junlin's hands. Shi Hongyu and Duo Sinew were overjoyed to see Fu Junlin jump down. This time he didn't flee but chose to stand by them. Above them, Xiao Zishu's sniper rifle, under the weight of the stones, emitted an ominous cracking sound. Although the healing spell afforded Shi Hongyu a brief respite, she knew this place was not safe for long. Fu Junlin struggled to reconnect Chen Qiyu's artery, performing a slow healing spell, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with blood-stained hands. Shi Hongyu gritted her teeth, resetting her broken arm, and asked, "How long until he can return to the city?" 2 minutes. Fu Junlin panted in reply. He had jumped down to treat Chen Qiyu, knowing that in the worst-case scenario, they could escape back to the city. Duo Sinew urgently suggested they take Chen Qiyu away, but Fu Junlin explained they needed at least another minute. He anxiously watched as the sniper rifle above began to bend and crack ominously. They could all escape now, but if the gun broke, Chen Qiyu would undoubtedly perish. Xiao Zishu struggled to stand, using his body to brace the massive stone, weakly reminding them, "My rifle is made of nicked steel, not very sturdy." The group exchanged glances and simultaneously braced the stone again. Almost at once, the rifle snapped with a sharp crack, and the gap between the stones diminished by half a meter, leaving barely a meter of space. They had to stand on one stone with their backs pressed against another. Chen Qiyu slowly regained consciousness, seeing his companions straining to support him, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Go back to the city. Leave me." But everyone was too focused on resisting to respond. Fu Junlin called out in his mind, "Dehei, it's your turn. If you don't want to die, help me." Dehei grumbled in reply, "You only think of me when you're on the brink of death. Hurry." Fu Junlin urged desperately. Shi Hongyu barely managed to turn her head, signaling for Fu Junlin to return to the city first, then for the others to leave, intending to hold on to the last moment herself. However, what she saw when she turned left her speechless. Veins bulged in Fu Junlin's neck, his temples throbbed like small hearts, and his eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, his pants tore open at the thigh, revealing muscles swelling rapidly. Veins as thick as fingers coiled like green snakes, and his thigh muscles expanded to twice their normal size. Chen Qiyu weakly called out, "Junlin, Junlin," fearing that Fu Junlin might die from overexertion. At this point, Fu Junlin could no longer hear the outside world, only Dehei's words echoing in his mind. This is what 5 of the gene lock's power feels like. It's called localized muscle strength enhancement. By focusing all your strength in one area, you gain an extreme boost in functionality, though the drawbacks are clear. Under the astonished gaze of Shi Hongyu and the others, they felt the pressure on their backs suddenly lessen. Their legs began to stretch. Fu Junlin let out a roar that transitioned from suppressed to wild. Like a beast, "I'll..." With this earth-shattering roar, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The massive stone was slowly pushed back. With a bone-chilling roar from Fu Junlin, the boulder was astonishingly pushed back by his sheer force. Shi Hongyu and the others were utterly shocked, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. As a level 2 master boxer, Shi Hongyu couldn't even hold back the massive stone. How did Fu Junlin, a level 1 banner master, manage to accomplish this feat? Questions raced through everyone's minds. Was it because Fu Junlin was a subspecies human? It's true that subspecies humans have a superior physical constitution compared to prime species humans, with the gap widening at higher levels. But if that's the case, why was Duo Xinyu, also a subspecies human, as weak as a chicken? And more perplexingly, why had Fu Junlin's legs swelled to such a terrifying extent? Meanwhile, at the back playground of Feiyun Vine School, teachers and students witnessed this incredible scene through drone footage. What they could previously only observe through magnified remote images was now fully visible, leaving them all gaping at the screen in disbelief. Earlier, the drones Shi Hongyu had thrown against the wall were unable to fly due to limited energy, yet they still provided images. However, after the explosion, the fallen footage could no longer be captured by the wall-mounted drones. With Chen Zhengfeng, a banner master, returning via teleportation and the others still missing, the school's faculty grew increasingly anxious. After an urgent discussion, the director ordered the deployment of a drone to fly overhead and assess the situation. As soon as this drone arrived, it captured the shocking scene. A gigantic longhorn beetle was fiercely pushing the boulder from behind, while Fu Junlin, Shi Hongyu, and the others were on the other side. Fu Junlin broke the previously deadlocked situation. His legs swelled to an astonishing size, and with a tiger-like roar, he managed to push the boulder back. This spectacle left everyone on the playground in stunned silence. Ling Xiaobing's eyes welled with tears as she bit her lip and clenched her fists, silently cheering for Fu Junlin. Many of the girls covered their mouths, looking worried, with some even shedding tears, secretly rooting for him. This scene, however, sparked discontent among many of the boys, who viewed Fu Junlin with increasing hostility. The director reacted swiftly, snatching the radio from Chan Zhengfeng's belt, and pressed the talk button, shouting, "Hongyu, there's a giant longhorn beetle behind the boulder, and its legs are about to give out." He astutely noticed that although the beetle was pushed back a distance, its 6 legs hadn't retreated. Instead, its entire body was forced to tilt, with its lower limbs firmly anchored in place, bearing immense pressure. Inside the arena, Shi Hongyu was still reeling from shock when she suddenly heard the director's voice and immediately grasped his meaning. She quickly shouted, "Junlin, conserve your strength. Wait for my command. Xinyu, Zishu, 8 units of primal force." Fu Junlin managed to halt his outburst, seemingly regaining some clarity. In reality, Dahe was in control of his body at that moment. Shi Hongyu's legs were almost fully extended now, reaching a critical point. Once her legs were fully straightened, they would have to stand on the ground. However, that momentary relaxation of power might result in a backlash. She wasn't sure if Fu Junlin could muster another burst, so she had to make a decisive move before her legs fully extended. 3, 2, 1, push, Shi Hongyu shouted. All 3 of them channeled 8 units of primal force into their legs simultaneously, and Fu Junlin let out another roar. With a sharp schhhh sound, the boulder was pushed back a full 15 centimeters. A subsequent crack was heard, signaling the snapping of the longhorn beetle's joint behind the boulder. Shi Hongyu felt a sudden lightness at her back as the force against the boulder dissipated instantly. The radio crackled with the director's excited reminder. "Hongyu, the beetle's leg is broken. Seize the moment to strike." Shi Hongyu heard a strange noise and quickly told the 3 others to stand by. She then grabbed the rope and flipped herself onto a giant rock. A deafening explosion followed it was the sound of a punch shattering a celestial beast. Junlin, Du Xinyu and Xiao Zishu cried out simultaneously. As the boulder shifted, Fu Junlin fell heavily to the ground like a ragdoll, landing with a dull thud. The 2 rushed forward immediately. Fu Junlin's legs slowly retracted, but his knees were in a terrible state. Blood gushed out, and his bones were severely dislocated and deformed, a horrifying sight. A sharp bone shard even pierced through his skin, making everyone shudder. Shi Hongyu carefully pushed the boulder aside and jumped back to the ground. Seeing Fu Junlin's injuries, her eyes widened in shock as she knelt down, breathing rapidly. As the only battle flag master, Fu Junlin's condition left her momentarily stunned. "Teacher." Fu Junlin managed to squeeze out the words from his throat, unable to say more due to the pain. "I'm here," Shi Hongyu responded. With all his strength, Fu Junlin used his arms to adjust his legs into a certain angle, trembling as he weakly said, "Stomp." "What?" Du Xinyu turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, Shi Hongyu nodded and stomped on Fu Junlin's knee. There was no time for doubt or sentimentality. Elite mutant creatures like wasps and dragonflies could appear at any moment, and they needed to leave this dangerous arena quickly. Xiao Zishu couldn't bear to watch the brutal scene and turned away sharply. A dull crack echoed as Fu Junlin's upper body jolted violently. Ignoring her heartache, Shi Hongyu stomped on the other knee, setting the bones back in place. Despite the bleeding, Fu Junlin had positioned his legs perfectly. Once the bones were aligned, he trembled as he took out a white battle flag crystal, unable to activate it himself. Shi Hongyu took the crystal and activated it for him. A gentle white light flowed into his legs, and the slow healing process began. Clean up the battlefield. Shi Hongyu ordered the other three, while keeping Fu Junlin conscious. At this point, Chen Qiyu had also recovered enough to move. Du Xinyu, Xiao Zishu, and Chen Qiyu immediately set to work, harvesting energy cores from the corpses and retrieving mechs and mechanical beasts. Teacher, can we go back? I don't think I can keep fighting. As the healing took effect, Fu Junlin regained some strength and pleaded. All right, we'll head back now. You've done well. Shi Hongyu nodded reassuringly, gently wiping the blood from Fu Junlin's face with a smile. Teacher, has anyone ever told you your smile is a bit odd? Fu Junlin asked, exhaling deeply. Odd. Shi Hongyu's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly hid her smile, instinctively touching her face. Oddly beautiful, Fu Junlin whispered. Shi Hongyu glared at him, amused and exasperated, giving his thigh a firm pinch. Fu Junlin nearly passed out from the pain. Fortunately, the drone was far away, or the entire school would know about Fu Junlin's cheesy attempt to flirt with his teacher. 6 minutes later, a light shone from the teleportation array in the backfield of Feiyun Vine School. Fu Junlin and his group gradually appeared in the teleportation array. Though they bore some scars and looked a bit weary, their major injuries had healed, and everyone returned to school safely. A thunderous applause erupted from the students. The director and several teachers approached, inquiring about their condition with concern. Well done, Hongyu. The director said solemnly to Shi Hongyu, also giving Fu Junlin a meaningful look. I'm sorry, director, we didn't complete the clearing mission, Shi Hongyu said helplessly. You've gained more than enough. Leave the rest to the pioneering team. The director smiled. Although they hadn't finished clearing the area, they had mapped the route, scouted the terrain, and gathered information on at least 5 arena creatures, which was quite an achievement. Most importantly, they had survived, which was a blessing in disguise. Everyone's attention turned to Fu Junlin, who had turned the tide. He could only lower his head, unwilling to accept the praise. He never sought the spotlight. See, I made you the center of attention again. I'm incorrigible. Dehei boasted proudly. Consistently accomplished, thank you. Fu Junlin corrected calmly. Although they didn't earn a bonus this time, they had cleared 7 arenas, defeated 15 level 2 elite monsters, and 1 level 2 mutant elite monster. The energy cores alone sold for 70,000. Shi Hongyu, as the teacher, only took 10,000, while Chen Zhengfeng, Du Xinyu, Xiao Zishu, and Chen Qiyu each received 10,000. Fu Junlin got 20,000. Aside from Fu Junlin's repeated refusals, no one else objected to the distribution. Xiao Zishu and Chen Qiyu were especially grateful to Fu Junlin for saving their lives, as they might not have survived without his timely intervention. After several refusals, Fu Junlin accepted the money with some guilt. Although it was mostly Dehei's effort, he decided to compensate by giving it some time and control of his body. Although Fu Junlin preferred to stay out of the spotlight, it seemed impossible to avoid attention. The sudden mutation in his legs, with muscles swelling and strength increasing dramatically, became a puzzle that baffled scholars and even the headmaster. Just a few days earlier, Fu Junlin's feat of single-handedly defeating a minotaur in the arena was already deemed miraculous. If that achievement could be attributed to a sniper rifle, then how could one explain this new phenomenon? When faced with a barrage of questions, Fu Junlin gave a vague response, claiming he had unlocked some potential in extreme conditions, though he truly had no idea why it happened. Despite numerous tests, no answers were found, and the incident became yet another unsolved mystery. In this era, such enigmas were common. For instance, an individual named Wang Lao Air from a certain neighborhood once became infected by a parasite from drinking water, and after the dead parasite was removed from his brain, his nearly blind eyes miraculously regained sight. Both humans and monsters were continually evolving. The medical school had no choice but to document Fu Junlin's case and set it aside for the time being. However, the truth had already been revealed by Dehei. Fu Junlin's terrifying leg mutation wasn't a typical outcome of using localized muscle enhancement. The real reason was that Dehei's gene lock was significantly unlocked, whereas Fu Junlin's was barely at 5, unable to support the full version of muscle enhancement. This resulted in a scenario where the damage done to himself outweighed the benefits gained. If the gene lock reached 5, his muscles would only swell normally during enhancement, similar to regular exertion, without the risk of muscle damage. Leaving the medical school, Fu Junlin sat by a flower bed, watching the bustling campus, and asked, "So, how much is my gene lock currently unlocked?" With a hint of mockery, Dehei replied, "Around 3.8. Then, sarcastically added, "When I first arrived, you were barely at 3.6. I've been working hard every night to help you train, just to increase it by 0.2. Unfortunately, you don't appreciate it, and won't let me have more control for training. I'm doing all this for you." Fu Junlin twitched his mouth, knowing that Dehei just wanted more control to eventually take over. Yet, he couldn't deny the benefits he gained. He once feared that Dehe might jeopardize him if given control on the battlefield. However, during 2 crises, Dehe had saved him. More importantly, unlocking the gene lock had given Fu Junlin a taste of power. Whether it was enhanced vision or muscle strength, it was beyond his imagination. A first-level master with explosive power comparable to a second-level master could change the tide in critical moments. Thank you for your hard work. I realize my mistake, Fu Junlin said sincerely. From today, you'll have an hour of training control daily, and I'll give you half control in the evenings. Dehe couldn't suppress a sly laugh. Although the additional time wasn't much, he was confident he would eventually dominate Fu Junlin. An hour was already a significant gain. Could you tone down that laugh? Fu Junlin sighed helplessly. All right, I'll stop laughing, Dehe said, then reminded. By the way, an hour isn't enough. For systematic training, you need supplements and a professional environment, like a gym. With the right equipment, we could break down muscle tissue 4 times in an hour. What? Is that necessary? Fu Junlin felt a pinch in his pocket. The $2,000 he had worked so hard for were meant to be saved for his mother. Don't worry about the money. It's just a means to an end. Investing in yourself is what truly matters, Dehe said earnestly. Fu Junlin scratched his head, knowing Dehe was right. Only by growing could he earn more money. However, gym memberships and supplements were quite expensive. All right, fine, he reluctantly agreed. Then let's go, Dehe urged impatiently. No time to waste, let's head over now. With a resigned shake of his head, Fu Junlin made his way to the campus gym at Feiyan Vine School. Although the school had its own fitness facilities, they weren't free to use. You could say it's half the price compared to outside, but it's still not something the average subspecies group can afford. Inside the gym, hind equipment is neatly arranged, and the air is filled with a mix of sweat and disinfectant. Fu Junlin stood at the entrance, his eyes scanning the individuals vigorously working out, quietly calculating in his mind. Typically, only prime or strong types choose this route to enhance their physical fitness. Most subspecies can only exercise in makeshift areas or with homemade equipment in their districts. Systematic fitness, diet, and supplements are quite an expense in the long run. However, as a banner warrior, Fu Junlin can somewhat substitute 1 or 2 supplements, which helps save some money. On the 29th floor of the school's functional building, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Fu Junlin stepped into the gym. The first thing he noticed was the reception desk, where a young girl was engrossed in her phone. Behind her lay a massive workout area, with the strong scent of sweat and rubber flooring creating an intense training atmosphere. In the center, several people had already started their workouts, and the occasional shout as they pushed through weights filled the air with energy. Hello. The receptionist glanced up at Fu Junlin, noting he was a subspecies student, and remained seated as she casually asked, "Here to work out?" "Yes, I'd like to get a membership." Fu Junlin nodded, his gaze nervously wandering around the facility. "Do you have a student ID?" the girl asked. This gym was outsourced and had different pricing for those affiliated with the school. "I do." Fu Junlin handed over his student ID. The girl glanced at it, reluctantly put down her phone, and began the registration process, though her eyes frequently darted back to her screen. "For how long? How much for a year?" "The student price is $2,000. If you want access to the pool, it's $6,000 a year. The pool water is first-level infection grade," the girl offered, looking at Fu Junlin with a hint of hope. Seeing Fu Junlin shake his head vigorously, she smiled knowingly. Just then, the elevator doors behind them opened, and a graceful figure stepped out. Fu Junlin turned and was taken aback. Xiao Zishu was also here to work out? Their eyes met, both showing a look of surprise. The person who just arrived was Xiao Zishu. Although she belonged to a minority race, her family was relatively well off due to her father's superior lineage. Seeing Fu Junlin also there to get a membership card, a rare, fleeting smile appeared on Xiao Zishu's face, which was unusual for someone who never smiled at boys. "Hello," Fu Junlin greeted warmly. Xiao Zishu casually handed a card to the receptionist, her gaze briefly resting on Fu Junlin's leg as she teased, "Haven't they sliced you up for research yet?" "Almost." Fu Junlin nodded exaggeratedly in agreement. Xiao Zishu pursed her lips and chuckled softly before regaining her usual calm demeanor. She gestured towards the interior. "Care to join me?" Her interest in Fu Junlin stemmed not only from him saving her life, but also from curiosity about his unique physique, eager to observe him during training. "Of course, you go ahead. I'll be right there." Fu Junlin nodded in agreement. With her bag slung over her shoulder, Xiao Zishu headed to change clothes. Fu Junlin turned to the receptionist, gritting his teeth. "I'd like to get a 1-year membership, the one for 2,000. The voice of Dahe, the entity within him, immediately quipped sarcastically, "You old perv." Fu Junlin rolled his eyes helplessly. He admitted to being naive about feelings, having only ever fantasized about his teacher, Shihongyu. With other girls, his interest was more about curiosity. After all, who doesn't like adorable creatures? After securing his membership card, Fu Junlin carefully put it away. Just then, a waft of fragrance signaled Xiao Zishu's approach in her fitted workout gear. She glanced at him briefly before heading directly to the warm-up area. Fu Junlin initially intended to follow her to warm up, but Dahei's voice protested. He suddenly remembered that his purpose for exercising was to break down muscles as thoroughly as possible, with no need for protection. Under Xiao Zishu's astonished gaze, Fu Junlin headed straight for the barbell area. He grabbed a barbell, placed it under the power rack, and hooked it with his feet while gripping the upper bar, proceeding to do pull-ups. Xiao Zishu was stunned on the spot. Fu Junlin exercised while sneaking glances at her, alternating between using both hands and one hand. Xiao Zishu watched, her heart racing and emotions mixed, unable to suppress a laugh as she shot him a playful glare. The surrounding male students cast angry looks in his direction. Though they scoffed at Fu Junlin's flirting tactics, they couldn't help but be amazed by his strength. The barbell weighed 140 kilograms, and performing single-arm pull-ups was an unattainable feat for them. What was even more astonishing was that Fu Junlin continued his varied exercises on the power rack for over 10 minutes without showing any signs of fatigue. When he finally came down, he held a victory flag in his hand. A flash of dark green light enveloped him as Fu Junlin's muscles twitched, repairing the torn fibers. Distant male students grumbled in dissatisfaction, complaining that his healing technique disrupted their training vibe. Fu Junlin quickly apologized and retreated to the restroom to heal himself discreetly. Over the next hour, he healed 4 times, each time cautiously, wary of causing further displeasure. Xiao Zishu was taken aback. She hadn't been exercising much during the session and initially thought Fu Junlin was just trying to show off in front of her. But as an hour passed, it was clear that this was more than just showing off, it was his genuine daily training. Xiao Zishu couldn't help but be secretly amazed. No wonder Fu Junlin's strength was so extraordinary. It turned out he had been keeping a low profile, consistently maintaining the intensity of a second-level master's training. Her gaze involuntarily followed Fu Junlin, watching him sweat profusely, his muscles taut, and she felt a sense of admiration growing within her. Although everyone was surprised by Fu Junlin's prowess, they didn't go around spreading it. After all, among the subraces, there were quite a few like Fu Junlin who worked quietly, waiting for the right moment to astonish everyone with their persistence. Xiao Zishu's thoughts drifted to the social hierarchy in human society. The elite often focused on shield training because it could save their lives in critical moments. The strong excelled in controlling super energy and often became the core of small teams, wielding immense destructive power regardless of their profession. But the subraces had only their physical strength to rely on, so they would go all out to enhance this sole advantage. Watching Fu Junlin continue his intense training, Xiao Zishu couldn't help but see him in a new light. Such formidable strength, yet he remained unassuming and almost invisible, always stepping up to save the day when it mattered most. This quality was far superior to those boys who became arrogant with a little bit of skill. After the training, Fu Junlin regained control of his body. Although a few healing flags had mended his injuries, the fatigue still washed over him like a tide. He sat in the resting area, sweat pouring from his pores, quickly soaking the ground as if someone had dumped a bucket of water. Feeling bored, Fu Junlin glanced up at the TV in the resting area. A news segment was playing, instantly capturing his attention. On the television news, a host is reporting a significant discovery. In the top left corner of the screen, footage shows that at 9:32 a.m. today, an exploration team discovered the wreckage of what appears to be an alien civilization's aircraft in a field southwest of City S. The host explains that this aircraft might be linked to the true civilization behind the field. The scene switches to the site, where numerous staff are bustling around a massive spaceship wreckage, some taking photos and others collecting materials. The wreckage is enormous, with a series of strange symbols on the side that resemble broken wavy lines. The host mentions that scientists are working hard to decode these symbols, which might be the language of an alien civilization, hoping to uncover the secrets of the field. Fu Junlin stares at the TV screen, suddenly tilting his head with a furrowed brow. These symbols seem. Just as he was about to speak, a voice inside him, "Dehei," urgently interrupts, "Stop looking." This shout only piques Fu Junlin's interest further. He jumps up, pointing at the TV in surprise. "Dehei, isn't this your spaceship?" "No, you've got it wrong." Dehei hurriedly denies. "Impossible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to understand the writing." Fu Junlin insists. To his astonishment, he finds that he can vaguely comprehend the meaning of the symbols, convincing him that the spaceship is related to Dehei. Fu Junlin starts trying to decipher the writing on the spaceship. Shirta something wa. The worst student. One-way exile to Reichman coal mine planet single-person spaceship. After reading it aloud, he can't help but laugh, slapping his thigh. Shirta Takwa Academy's worst student. One-way exile to Reichman coal mine planet single-person spaceship. Fu Junlin laughs so hard he can barely stand. Worst student, exile, coal mine planet. Ha ha ha. Inside Fu Junlin, Dehei remained silent, emitting only beast-like breaths, clearly quite upset. Is that you, the worst student? Fu Junlin teases. Even the worst student is better than you. You low-level civilization chicken. Dehei finally retorts. Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, Fu Junlin curiously asks, wait, are you saying you were exiled? Were you supposed to be a miner? Dehei reluctantly explains. This broken spaceship was faulty from the start. Mid-flight, it got interfered with by a white hole. The navigation went completely haywire, and it veered off by 80,000 light-years. I had no choice but to activate the guidance system and land on the nearest life-sustaining planet. Fu Junlin, still amused, presses on. Were you really exiled for being the worst student? How bad could you be that even your civilization couldn't tolerate you? Dehei's voice turns a bit somber. Do you know what it means to be a waste of air? In our world, air is precious. Fu Junlin stifles a smile, glancing at the gloomy sky outside, thick with electromagnetic interference clouds and heavy metal pollution. Don't worry, you've got me. Here, air is still cheap, at least for now. As Fu Junlin is absorbed in this unexpected discovery, Qiao Zishu's voice calls from behind. Are you done with your workout? Fu Junlin quickly stands up, noticing Qiao Zishu also drenched in sweat, her hair sticking to her skin, her tight workout clothes outlining her graceful figure. He can't help but steal a few more glances, causing Qiao Zishu's cheeks to flush slightly. Have you seen enough? Qiao Zishu asks with a cold expression. Enough? I mean, I wasn't looking, no, Fu Junlin stammers, eventually covering his face with his hands and falling silent. Qiao Zishu is almost amused by his embarrassment, but she maintains a facade of indifference, saying, shall we go? Let's go. Fu Junlin takes a deep breath and follows Qiao Zishu out. They walk through the spacious gym filled with advanced equipment. Along the way, a large floor-to-ceiling glass room labeled Gravity Chamber catches Fu Junlin's attention. Inside the gravity chamber, a trainee is struggling to do push-ups. His limbs tremble violently, sweat pouring off him like rain, his mouth wide open as if silently screaming. More astonishingly, the air around him seems to be vibrating intensely, the space in that area appearing slightly distorted, like the air above a flame. Seeing Fu Junlin completely absorbed, Qiao Zishu also stopped in his tracks. Through the glass, they watched the scene inside the gravity chamber. In less than 10 seconds, the person inside couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. However, it wasn't just a matter of physical exhaustion. It was as if an invisible, terrifying force of gravity was pressing down on him. His body kept sinking, as though it was being pushed into the floor. The floor of the gravity chamber wasn't made of ordinary material, but a special type of flooring. It had a slight elasticity and was covered in tiny holes, allowing it to withstand immense pressure before returning to its original state, unlike a mattress that easily deforms. This material was specifically designed for the gravity chamber. What is this thing? Dehei asked curiously from within Fu Junlin, his voice tinged with anticipation. Fu Junlin explained, it's called a gravity chamber. Through energy conversion, the machine transforms energy into gravity, applying pressure on the person inside. The principle is simple, but the effect is said to be astounding. While enduring the pressure, all the pores in the body open in an instant, pushing all functions to their limits. The brain also faces a challenge similar to being in a vacuum. It's said to have a strong training effect on internal organs and muscles. Heard about it? Dehei inquired further. Yeah, it's all hearsay. I've never experienced it myself. I rarely visited the gym before, Fu Junlin replied somewhat helplessly. Idiot! Dehei suddenly exclaimed excitedly. This thing could be immensely beneficial to you, especially crucial for the growth from 5 to 10 of the gene lock. Even at your current stage, it could help you break through the 5-gene lock. Fu Junlin was taken aback. Really? Of course it's true. Dehei affirmed confidently, don't worry about the money. Even if it costs 20,000, you have to try it. Without a second thought, Fu Junlin headed straight to the front desk. Qiao Zishu, puzzled by his sudden action, didn't understand why he was acting so mysteriously. At the front desk, Fu Junlin asked, hello, how much extra does it cost to use the gravity chamber? The receptionist glanced at his forehead and gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry, but the gravity chamber is not available for subspecies. It's the gym's policy, and there's nothing I can do. Qiao Zishu tugged at Fu Junlin's sleeve upon hearing this. I can pay extra, Fu Junlin said, standing tall, 18,000 in cash. The receptionist shook her head. Sorry, it's not about the money. It's the gym's policy. Please don't make it difficult for me. Fu Junlin clenched his fists, then slowly released them. He could only apologize softly and turn to leave, meeting Qiao Zishu's puzzled gaze. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a handsome boy walked out. Dressed in trendy black clothes, he kept twisting his neck as if he had a stiff neck. Young Master Chung. The receptionist immediately put on a sweet smile. The boy. referred to as young Master Chang, smiled and said, Sister Xiaoli, open a gravity chamber for me. After a night of studying mechs, my neck is stiff. I need to sweat it out. Without even showing a gym card, he headed straight to the gravity chamber. The receptionist quickly opened a chamber for him, her smile sweet. Fu Junlin and Xiao Zishu exchanged a helpless glance and got into the elevator. In the elevator, Xiao Zishu explained, that guy is Cheng Xiaoyu, the son of this gym's owner. They have 7 gyms in Feiyun City, quite wealthy. He's in the mech class A1. We might run into him in class tomorrow. She continued to explain the school's curriculum. The first year is divided into 2 semesters. The first focuses on a single major, and the second allows for a second major. Courses include racial classes, major courses, and second major courses. Fu Junlin nodded in understanding, guessing that the receptionist might have a crush on the rich kid. Why did you suddenly want to use the gravity chamber? Xiao Zishu asked softly. Nothing, just wanted to try it, Fu Junlin said, leaning against the elevator wall, feeling a bit dejected. I don't understand why even something like this discriminates against us. A hint of sadness flashed in Xiao Zishu's eyes, and she laughed self-deprecatingly. Maybe they're afraid we'll leave parasites on the floor. You know, that kind of flooring is quite expensive. After listening to Xiao Zishu's explanation, Fu Junlin couldn't help but laugh at himself. He knew well that Xiao Zishu wasn't joking. The living conditions of subhumans indeed foster the growth of viruses and parasites. However, both of them, as young individuals, were clearly not infected. More importantly, even if they were, the infection would not spread through the air or sweat. Fu Junlin mentally reviewed the relevant knowledge. Most viruses and parasites exist in water, food, and within the human body, and they tend to lose their viability quickly when exposed to air. It's a scientifically proven fact that they can't jump from one person's skin to another. Some studies even suggest that subhumans might have stronger resistance to viruses than superior and strong humans. Yet, many superior and strong humans still cling to outdated prejudices, believing that all subhumans carry viruses and pose an infectious risk. This deeply ingrained misconception is precisely why they adamantly refuse to allow subhumans into the gravity chamber, let alone breathe heavily or sweat profusely inside. The two exchanged a helpless smile and left the gym. Back home, Fu Junlin didn't hand over all the money to his mother. Instead, he kept 8,000 for himself and gave the remaining 10,000 to Yao Jinying. This unexpected windfall left Yao Jinying stunned, worried that her son might have gotten involved in something dangerous. Fu Junlin casually explained it away as mere luck, though he knew full well he had narrowly escaped death. Despite Dahei's persistent urging for Fu Junlin to find a way into the gravity chamber, he currently had no solution. After dinner, Fu Junlin retreated to his room for 2.5 hours of focused study. From 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., he sat motionless at his desk, fully absorbed in studying the textbooks for his mecha engineering course, striving to catch up on the first semester's material. However, studying was not smooth sailing. Every half hour, Dahei would suddenly pop up, interrupting Fu Junlin's train of thought. Damn, this is so boring. Can't we go out and play for a bit? Dahei complained, and Fu Junlin could almost picture his pouting expression. Can you just keep quiet? Fu Junlin grumbled, rubbing his temples in frustration. Dahei persisted. Why are you so slow at learning? I'm even faster than you. Fu Junlin felt insulted by someone he considered a slacker. It was possibly the worst he'd ever been mocked. Frustrated, he eventually compromised. If you let me get to page 50 in peace, I'll give you half an hour of workout time. Okay? Page 50, you said it. Easy. Dahei eagerly agreed. As soon as the words left his mouth, an astonishing surge of energy burst forth from Fu Junlin's mind. His focus was instantly locked in a remarkable state. Every point of attention was magnified, and the text on the pages seemed to float, with keywords and critical thoughts emerging below. All structural diagrams transformed into three-dimensional images that he could deconstruct and reassemble within his comprehension. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, flipping through 20 pages in mere minutes, surpassing the progress of the previous 2 hours. More importantly, his understanding of the content deepened significantly. However, this extraordinary state lasted only a short time. Fu Junlin's mind began to blur, unable to process so much information simultaneously. He urgently called out to Dahei, seeking an explanation for this incredible ability. Dahei explained, this skill is called supercomputing awareness. With my current mental strength, I can only use it for 15 minutes. More than that, and I'd be exhausted. I need several hours to recover that mental energy. Although somewhat disappointed, Fu Junlin was nevertheless excited about this skill. He decided to save it for tackling difficult problems, using those 15 minutes of supercomputing awareness to solve them in one go. The next morning, Fu Junlin woke up with sore muscles all over. Though he was somewhat accustomed to this near-paralyzing sensation, the pain was still hard to endure. He channeled energy into the battle flag, and a soft white light enveloped him, gradually restoring his body functions. Today marked his first official day of delving into the mecha course, and Fu Junlin eagerly prepared to embrace the new knowledge. Although the field of mecha engineering is vast and varied, it fundamentally relies on a few core concepts. The first of these is guns and bullets, which are the primary means of offense. Whether it's a precision strike, chaotic melee, turret-based, or trap strategy, these elements are essential. Both guns and bullets can be infused with energy or have energy applied to them. However, once a bullet leaves the barrel, it cannot be accelerated again, highlighting the advantage of sword enchanters and martial artists who can adapt and manage their energy consumption more flexibly. In contrast, mecha engineers are prone to energy waste, often depleting their resources first in battle. To address this, the concept of force intensity as an energy unit was developed. Mecha engineers who specialize in precision strikes must not only calculate distances accurately and find optimal positions, but also quickly adapt to their teammates' force intensity recommendations to break through enemy armor. Elements that are converted from energy can be added to bullets to produce functional effects or enhance power. Currently known elements include ice, fire, and lightning. There is also the physical force of shockwaves that can be applied. Ice slows down and disrupts armor for long-term control. Fire increases the explosion radius. Lightning induces a temporary stun effect, and shockwaves offer extreme armor-piercing and destructive power. In addition to guns and bullets, shells and grenades are fundamental to weaponry. Long-range damage primarily involves these, with flamethrowers, electric discharges, and radiation being advanced versions. The second fundamental concept is robotics and remote control. Remote control, often linked to brainwaves, has become highly convenient. The key is in the manufacturing of robots, which can be either simple or complex. The foundation of mecha engineers' robotics not only plays a role on the battlefield, but also advances human progress in society. Building robots requires expertise in dynamics, mechanical engineering, information technology, and energy conversion. Robots must be charged with energy before deployment, and the more robots carried, the more energy is required. While melee-focused strategies are powerful, creating and controlling a mecha army demands significant financial investment. Fu Junlin arrived at school early, and at 10:30 in the morning, began his first mecha engineering class. The session lasted an hour and a half, and he was fully engaged, paying no attention to students coming and going. Xiao Zishu was also in the same classroom, and it was her recommendation that led Fu Junlin to choose this teacher's class. The teacher, a man in his 50s with a square face, had won the students' affection with his unique teaching style. The class frequently erupted in laughter, as his humorous and engaging explanations, along with his interaction with the students, naturally endeared him to them. By the end of the class, Fu Junlin felt invigorated, absorbing a wealth of knowledge while enjoying the experience. At the conclusion of the class, the teacher assigned a comprehensive task. You have 15 days to create your first robot. There are no size or weapon restrictions, but it must be mobile and capable of delivering at least 2 force intensity units of attack. He added, if you have any technical questions, feel free to consult me or other mecha course instructors, or ask your peers. Submit your work according to the roster in 15 days. This task is mandatory for all new mecha engineering students, regardless of the instructor they choose. 15 days is actually quite generous, as with some effort, one can quickly grasp the basics of robot construction and uncover issues through practice. As the teacher said, it's a great opportunity for problems to surface obediently. Moreover, students can always seek help from teachers and classmates. The senior students in the mecha program have been eagerly waiting for opportunities to guide their juniors and receive tokens of gratitude in return, finding joy in the process. Even the slowest learners can usually complete their tasks within 10 days. Only a true fool would fail to finish their assignments. As the teacher announced the end of class, the classroom buzzed with activity. Students stood up, some discussing plans to test machinery on the field, others intending to exercise, while some headed to the school's task hall to see what assignments they could take on for the afternoon. Fu Junlin packed his books, ready to leave the classroom. Instinctively, he looked around for Xiao Zishu, but suddenly noticed a familiar face, Zheng Xiaoyu, whom he had met at the gym yesterday, known among peers as Master Cheng. At this moment, Master Cheng was surrounded by a group of freshmen, their faces showing flattery and eyes gleaming with admiration. For some subspecies, attaching themselves to wealthy or superior individuals is quite normal, despite it appearing somewhat sycophantic. It's a unique aspect of subspecies culture. After all, who wouldn't want to improve their social standing? Many subspecies freshmen had already made lists of well-off students in the program before enrolling, with some even crafting detailed plans to befriend them. Today's assignment was undoubtedly a perfect conversation starter. Under the praise of 2 subspecies female students, Master Cheng's ego had inflated immensely. Feigning reluctance, he summoned his latest creation from his mecha belt. A humanoid mecha, shimmering in silver, appeared before the crowd. It wielded 2 gleaming swords, standing at a towering height of 2 meters, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The silver material clearly indicated it was made of advanced alloy above grade 2.0. The mecha resembled a fully armored knight, its eyes glowing a mysterious blue, breathtakingly beautiful. Chung Xiaoyu proudly admired his masterpiece, while the surrounding starstruck students couldn't suppress their gasps of amazement. Even those who hadn't initially noticed were drawn to the stunning mecha, casting envious glances. However, Fu Junlin furrowed his brow as he stared at the mecha, sensing that something was amiss. Dahei, can I borrow your biovision for a bit? Fu Junlin asked his companion in his mind. Dahei's voice had a teasing tone. Half an hour of extra playtime today. Deal. Fu Junlin agreed without hesitation. Although he had access to the biovision, Fu Junlin knew it required contact or conduction to be used. He couldn't yet conduct it through the ground, but the mech's leg was conveniently resting against a row of interconnected curved chair backs, giving him the opportunity he needed. Fu Junlin casually walked to one end of the chair backs and gently pressed his fingertip against it. Instantly, the biovision was conducted through the backrests and extended into the mech's interior. A complex and intricate structure became vividly clear in his mind. Though it appeared complicated, it wasn't difficult for Fu Junlin to comprehend. After a moment, a slight, playful smile appeared on his lips. Retracting the biovision, Fu Junlin walked towards Chung Xiaoyu. At that moment, the surrounding classmates were excitedly discussing the humanoid mech. Yuga, what material is this humanoid mech made of? It's stunning. Someone couldn't resist the urge to touch it, but hesitated. Chung Xiaoyu waved his hand with a smile. 2.4 superalloy, nothing special. Wow, 2.4. Exclamations arose. And what about these two weapons? Just their sharpness could probably slice through a level 1 blue blood creature, right? An admirer exaggeratedly added, forget level 1. I bet even level 2 wouldn't stand a chance. With those two force intensities, the discussions continued, and someone mentioned the upcoming mech duel. I heard Yuga is going to battle Wang Jintang in a few days, using this one? Chung Xiaoyu nodded in confirmation. Immediately, someone chimed in, then Wang Jintang is in trouble for sure. I've seen his humanoid mech. It's nowhere near as good as this. Exactly. His looks like a barrel, and some even nicknamed it Barrel Warrior. Just then, Fu Junlin cleared his throat, interrupting the flattery. 2.4 superalloy is excellent, but the design has some flaws. You're wasting some materials, classmate. This unexpected comment drew everyone's attention. Even Chung Xiaoyu turned to him with a frown. Fu Junlin, what nonsense are you spouting? Someone said, displeased. Yeah, just because you got lucky in the arena, you think you understand mechs? Another voice sneered. Suddenly, everyone started criticizing Fu Junlin. Chung Xiaoyu, however, maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, gesturing for everyone to quiet down before asking, where's the design flawed? Fu Junlin replied earnestly, I can't tell you the specifics privately. It's not convenient here. Plus, I can give your mech a thorough checkup. This remark prompted more laughter and disdain. Someone chuckled coldly, come on. He's clearly trying to trick you. Are you drunk, Fu Junlin? Although Chung Xiaoyu didn't believe Fu Junlin, he responded politely, all right, thanks for the heads up. I'll check it myself later. This tactful response was essentially a refusal. Unexpectedly, Fu Junlin continued, if you could have checked it yourself, this wouldn't be an issue. His tone carried a hint of disdain as he looked directly at Chung Xiaoyu. It's clearly a misunderstanding of several power structures. There may not be any immediate problems, but it's something that could erupt at any moment, especially during combat. Fu Junlin's words drew the attention of everyone present. He pointed towards the mech and explained in detail, this could lead to 3 scenarios. Displacement of the left upper body armor, potentially exposing the crystal lines. Imbalance at the spinal gravity hub. And, in the worst case, a complete collapse of the upper and lower body structure. All 3 issues stem from the same root cause. His confidence was not unfounded. After examining the mech structure through a biovisual lens, Fu Junlin had already begun to simulate solutions in his mind. This was thanks to Dahei's supercomputing consciousness from the day before, which helped him comprehend the book's contents that happened to include this knowledge. Fu Junlin's grasp of the material far exceeded that of most students. Fu Junlin thought to himself that it's not just about how long one studies. From elementary school to university, some people score 100 while others score 50. For those scoring 50, aside from carelessness, the remaining questions are complete blind spots. They simply have no idea. However, as soon as Fu Junlin finished speaking, even Chung Xiaoyu frowned. Being criticized so bluntly about her understanding of power structures was clearly an implication that she was inferior to Fu Junlin. In front of the new students, this was a blow to her reputation. Someone couldn't help but point at Fu Junlin, speaking harshly, let's go, Yuga. Don't bother with him. Yeah, there are all sorts of people around. Others chimed in, seizing the moment to show their loyalty, and surrounded Chung Xiaoyu as they walked out. Chung Xiaoyu gave Fu Junlin one last disdainful look, shook her head, and packed up the mech before leaving with her group. At this moment, Dahe popped up inappropriately, mocking. Plan failed? Huh? Awkward, isn't it? Fu Junlin, however, simply smiled, clasping his hands behind his back with an air of calculated wisdom. Who said it failed? This is what I call success. Besides, I'm doing this just to get access to the gravity chamber. Fu Junlin snapped, his face showing clear impatience. Dahe retorted with disbelief. Gravity chamber? What does being a sycophant have to do with using the gravity chamber? Fu Junlin was too lazy to explain and simply threw out a cold loser. At that moment, Chung Qiyu and Duo Xinyu appeared at the door, waving at Fu Junlin. Junlin, wanna grab lunch? Duo's buying. Fu Junlin walked over, a resigned smile on his face. Nah, I brought my own lunch. Duo Xinyu, always straightforward, said, come on, stop eating those ration bars. You don't have to treat us back. He knew Fu Junlin's thoughts all too well. Hearing that he didn't need to reciprocate, Fu Junlin chuckled and let the two drag him out. Although Fu Junlin wasn't exactly a prominent figure, he was quite popular. Despite being a bit timid and stingy, he was well-liked, especially by those who had teamed up with him. Chen Qiyu even owed him his life. In this era, life might be cheap, but a life-saving favor was still a life-saving favor. After lunch, classes continued in the afternoon. For regular students, attending one class a day was considered good, and 4 classes a week were sufficient. However, Fu Junlin attended both a mecha class and a battle flag class in the afternoon, much to Dahe's annoyance. What's the point of your life? Dahe yelled. Studying all day and not daring to go to the arena. What's the use? I'm going to pull your tail off. Dahe was bored to the point of explosion. Unfortunately, Fu Junlin had developed an immunity to distractions. Dahe could rant all he wanted, but Fu Junlin continued his studies, treating it as nothing more than white noise. And so, the monotonous days passed by. Fu Junlin diligently attended classes, accumulating all difficult problems to solve in the lab at night, with Dahe's help through supercomputer consciousness. His training intensity had greatly improved, with nightly physical exhaustion followed by the pleasure of waking up feeling strained. An hour of fitness and constant muscle disruption during study sessions became Dahe's daily amusement. In short, getting Dahe to study with Fu Junlin was impossible. His only entertainment was messing with Fu Junlin's muscles. This resulted in Fu Junlin's physical strength surpassing that of a second-level master boxer, with a genetic development rate reaching 4.1. Fu Junlin felt that if he faced a boulder again, the outcome would be vastly different. On the third day, the Academy's arena was bustling. It was a slightly more professional venue for matches, where both people and mechas could compete in near-official battles. While fights could occur on the playground, the lack of protective measures risked damaging the ground or public facilities, even endangering bystanders. Here, for a small fee, one could enjoy an energy shield that allowed full freedom without breaking anything, simulating the most realistic combat. Around 3 in the afternoon, the match between Chung Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang was about to begin. In the lounge, a few classmates were helping Chung Xiaoyu check and adjust his mecha, Silver Armor Warrior. Cheng Xiaoyu had a controller stuck to his temple and wore several microcontrollers on his fingers. Although the mecha was primarily operated through the brain controller, adding hand controllers allowed for quicker execution of complex commands, akin to marking points in the control trajectory with finger micromovements. A flick of the finger, and the mecha would respond with complex actions. Under Chang Xiaoyu's control, Silver Armor Warrior flexed its joints energetically, warming up. The other classmates couldn't really help, but were there to cheer him on as supporters. And now, let's welcome Chung Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang for a best-of-3 mecha battle. The announcer's voice echoed from outside. Chung Xiaoyu jumped twice like a boxer about to enter the ring and walked outside, with Silver Armor Warrior mimicking his movements closely behind. Go you! Go, Chung! The surrounding classmates cheered as they followed him out. As they exited the tunnel, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Most spectators were students who found the cheap tickets and the spectacle of a fight appealing. The grandstands were half full, with about 300 to 400 people present. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes darkened when he saw Wang Jintang's smug, malicious grin across the ring. Others might see it as a mere youthful rivalry, but there was bad blood between them. Previously, a girl Cheng Xiaoyu secretly admired had teamed up with Wang Jintang in the arena, only to be ruthlessly betrayed by him. The girl died a horrific death, with a 45 transmission strength indicating a significant chance of real death. Since then, the girl had despised mecha pilots and hadn't spoken to Cheng Xiaoyu for a long time. The stakes for this match were $10,000. Even for Cheng Xiaoyu, that was a substantial sum, enough to buy a decent car. For Wang Jintang, it was an astronomical amount. To win this $10,000, he had pooled his own prize money and borrowed some. This was also why the match had been delayed. For Cheng Xiaoyu, this battle was not just about money but also about dignity. Seeing Wang Jintang's smug and meaningful smile, Cheng Xiaoyu wished he could crush him with his bare hands. Wang Jintang's mecha resembled an iron barrel, with its hands as nimble pincers. Though not aesthetically pleasing, the iron barrel surely hid some trickery inside. Such mechas were designed for cunning maneuvers, making it hard to predict what weapons lay beneath, thus complicating the response. Even if you knew beforehand, they could always modify the weapon system for the next battle. Many mechas use this design, effective even against high-level monsters in the arena. The two stood on opposite sides of the ring, controlling their mechas to step onto the platform. With the word start, the two mechas clashed fiercely. From the very start, Chung Xiaoyu's silver armor warrior had the upper hand. The twin blades danced skillfully in midair, creating a flurry of shadows, each strike landing precisely on Wang Jintang's iron barrel warrior, leaving deep scars. Wang Jintang frowned slightly, realizing that his opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. The iron barrel warrior barely parried 2 strikes before suddenly opening its front abdomen, revealing a cannon barrel. Boom! A cannonball as thick as a fist roared out, hitting the silver armor warrior directly. The explosion was deafening, and smoke instantly enveloped the entire arena. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone was astonished to find that the silver armor warrior had only a slight deformation at the waist and a large scorched mark. In contrast, the iron barrel warrior's cannon barrel had been severed in half. It was evident that this was Wang Jintang's carefully prepared trump card, which unfortunately failed. Seizing the opportunity, the silver armor warrior swung its blade. Although the iron barrel warrior dodged, the silver armor warrior's leg extended like a telescopic rod, delivering a heavy kick to the iron barrel warrior's unguarded right leg. This hydraulic extension technique, though simple, was extremely effective in close combat. The kick caused the iron barrel warrior to lose its balance instantly and crash to the ground. The silver armor warrior quickly advanced, swinging its blade towards the opponent's head. At the critical moment, the iron barrel warrior's head retracted into its body like a turtle, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. "I surrender," Wang Jintang shouted, promptly ending the battle. The referee announced, "Round 1. Chung Xiaoyu wins." Both sides have 15 minutes to adjust and repair their mechs. Despite winning the match, Chung Xiaoyu felt slightly dissatisfied for not being able to decapitate the opponent's mech directly. However, upon entering the rest area, cheers erupted. Classmates surrounded him, enthusiastically praising his performance. While everyone was basking in the joy of victory, an unexpected incident occurred. A classmate, in a bid to emphasize his words, patted the shoulder of the silver armor warrior twice. Immediately, a harsh sound of energy loss emanated from within the mech, followed by a series of alarming cracking noises. The left chest plate of the silver armor warrior suddenly slid off, revealing the internal mechanism. Chung Xiaoyu was shocked and quickly went to inspect it. He discovered that the power structure at the waist was completely paralyzed, not broken, but entirely unresponsive. When Chung Xiaoyu attempted to control the mech to walk, the silver armor warrior staggered like a drunkard, nearly toppling over. This bizarre scene frightened everyone present, and the student who had accidentally patted the mech was so terrified that he kept retreating into the crowd. Chung Xiaoyu quickly removed the mech's waistguard, exposing the mechanism at the waist. However, it appeared intact, which was even more unsettling. What made Chung Xiaoyu feel truly desperate was his inability to determine the exact cause of the malfunction. The classmates were buzzing with speculation about possible causes, but none could provide a definitive answer. As Chung Xiaoyu was anxiously racking his brains, he suddenly remembered seeing Teacher Sunday. A classmate immediately ran out to seek help. At that moment, a classmate inadvertently mentioned Junlin, a name that struck Chung Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly recalled that 2 days ago, Junlin had predicted problems with the mech, accurately stating 3 possibilities: the left chest plate falling off, waist instability, and separation of the upper and lower body structures. Looking at the silver armor warrior's damaged left chest plate and severely tilted upper body, Chung Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. Junlin's prediction was so precise, leaving him utterly perplexed. The mech had been in perfect condition at the time, and he had even conducted a thorough check, yet it ended up in this state. Chung Xiaoyu was filled with questions. How did Junlin manage to foresee these issues with the mech when it was seemingly flawless? This mystery left Chung Xiaoyu both confused and uneasy, and he was eager to find answers. Chung Xiaoyu felt a shiver run down her spine. She stared at her mech in disbelief, puzzled. How could someone see the problem when the mech was still covered in armor? While she was racking her brains, a group of students almost dragged Teacher Sun into the room. Teacher Sun, visibly reluctant and slightly annoyed, was being ushered in by them. Seeing this, Chung Xiaoyu rushed forward for help. "Teacher, you have to save me." Teacher Sun immediately noticed the disheveled mech and his eyes widened. He quickly walked over and began a thorough inspection. After a detailed examination, he frowned and concluded, "The problem is clearly with the lumbar power structure system of your mech. What should I do to fix it?" Chung Xiaoyu asked anxiously, her eyes filled with hope. Teacher Sun reached inside the mech to feel around, then shook his head helplessly. This can't be fixed right now. You'll need to make a new stabilizer, which could take several hours, even up to a dozen. This answer left Chung Xiaoyu dumbfounded. If it really took that long, she wouldn't be able to compete in the next 2 matches, meaning she was bound to lose. Worse still, her old mech had been dismantled, and all the high-end components were now in this new mech. Is there really no other way? Chung Xiaoyu asked again, unwilling to accept the situation. Teacher Sun shook his head once more and then hurriedly took his leave. Oh dear, you kids better think of something. I have friends waiting, so I must go. With that, he scolded the students who had brought him, then quickly left. The room fell into silence. Suddenly, a timid voice broke the stillness. How about trying to find Fu Junlin? This suggestion immediately sparked controversy. Someone said sarcastically, why bother finding him? That show-off probably jinxed the mech. Maybe he even sabotaged it. However, the suggestion gave Chung Xiaoyu a glimmer of hope. She suddenly remembered that Fu Junlin had pointed out the mech's issue on site. Maybe he really could help. Does anyone have Fu Junlin's contact information? Chung Xiaoyu asked urgently. Everyone shook their heads. Then, an idea struck Chung Xiaoyu. She quickly pulled out her phone and called the gym's front desk. Hello? Sister Xiaoli? Could you check the phone number for a member named Fu Junlin? Soon, she had Fu Junlin's number. Taking a deep breath, Chung Xiaoyu dialed it. On the other end, Fu Junlin answered, slightly out of breath. Hello. Huff huff. If you're busy, I can call back later, Chung Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit awkward. Who is this? Fu Junlin asked after catching his breath. I'm Chung Xiaoyu. Do you remember me? You mentioned my mech had issues in Teacher Sun's mech class the other day. Chung Xiaoyu explained eagerly. Oh, I remember, Chung Xiao, right? I'm actually working out at your family's gym, Fu Junlin replied, wiping his sweat. Chung Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and got straight to the point. Fu, you mentioned my mech had issues. I didn't realize it then, but now it's true. Could you help me out? Is the lumbar power structure collapsed? Fu Junlin asked directly. Yes, Chung Xiaoyu confirmed, surprised. Fu Junlin paused for a moment and then said plainly, Chung Xiao, I'd like to make a deal with you. Go ahead, Chung Xiaoyu said, feeling both hopeful and nervous. Your gym has a gravity room. I'd like to use it. If it's inconvenient, I can go when it's less crowded, Fu Junlin proposed. That's it? Chung Xiaoyu asked, hardly believing it. Yes, that's all, Fu Junlin confirmed. Chung Xiaoyu immediately made a decision. No problem. You can use my black card whenever you want. No need to worry about the crowd. My card is your card. Deal. Fu Junlin responded quickly. Don't worry. Chung Xiaoyu assured him. All right, I'll be there soon, Fu Junlin said before hanging up. Holding her phone, Chung Xiaoyu felt a surge of hope. She knew this might be the last chance to solve the mech's problem. Chung Xiaoyu had just hung up the phone and barely had time to catch her breath when the door to the lounge swung open. A tall, handsome peer walked in, followed by a student who had been in the room earlier. The newcomer had impeccably styled hair and exuded a mature and composed demeanor. Look who I brought, the student exclaimed excitedly to Chung Xiaoyu. Although this student was also a peer, he was one of Chung Xiaoyu's many admirers. After Mr. Sun expressed his inability to help, the student had a quick idea and ran out to call his older brother. His brother, a sophomore, was there to watch the competitions. Hearing his younger brother explain the situation, he was more than willing to help. While he might not idolize Chung Xiaoyu like his brother, he thought that assisting her could potentially make her indebted to him. The idea of having a wealthy ally was thrilling. Senior Lin. Hello, Senior. Everyone in the lounge greeted him, and Chung Xiaoyu quickly followed suit. Senior Lin smiled and asked in a mentor-like tone, What's the matter? Is there an issue with the mecha? Chung Xiaoyu nodded awkwardly. She had already contacted Fu Junlin, and if he could solve the problem, she preferred not to owe favors to others. She was well aware of the ulterior motives in the eyes of these people, which made her sick. Yeah, brother, this battle is really important for Xiaoyu today. Hurry and fix it. Even Mr. Sun said he couldn't help. Just give it a shot. Lin's younger brother urged, elevating Senior Lin's status and making it hard for Chung Xiaoyu to refuse. Feigning reluctance, Senior Lin glanced at his watch and said, All right, I had other things to do, but I'll take a look. He approached the mecha and roughly grabbed its internal structure, shaking it, causing Chung Xiaoyu to frown. Let's take it apart first. It's hard to see otherwise. Once it's open, maybe it can be fixed in 10 minutes, Senior Lin said as he searched for the seams to dismantle it. Chung Xiaoyu was alarmed. I have my second match in less than 10 minutes. She calculated that dismantling and reassembling it would take too long, potentially causing her to miss the second match. What if it wasn't fixed by the third match either? Then just skip the second match. You'll probably make it for the third one, Senior Lin said with a slight frown. No, that's not an option, Chung Xiaoyu blurted out. Senior Lin immediately turned to glare at her, his eyes showing extreme impatience, as if chastising her for contradicting him. Chung Xiaoyu tried to remain polite. My friend is on his way and says he can fix it. It would be great if you could just oversee it, Senior Lin. Although her words were courteous, the message was not so friendly. She didn't have much faith in this sophomore's abilities, especially since even the teacher was at a loss. She was more inclined to trust Fu Junlin, who had identified the mecha issue 2 days ago. Both Senior Lin and the surrounding students were taken aback. They all tried to persuade Chung Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? What can Fu Junlin do? He's just trying to impress you. Exactly, Senior Lin is being helpful. Don't let Fu Junlin's words derail you from what's important. Senior Lin asked with suspicion. Fu Junlin? Isn't he the guy who was showing off at the arena? Isn't he a flag-bearer major who just transferred to mecha studies this semester? Lin's younger brother, realizing that Chung Xiaoyu had also called Fu Junlin, expressed his dissatisfaction. Xiaoyu, what do you mean by this? I brought my brother here, and you're insisting on waiting for Fu Junlin? Cheng Xiaoyu took a deep breath, shot a glance at Lin's younger brother, and silently cursed her bad luck. What do you think I don't know? Fu Junlin's voice carried a hint of impatience. He scanned the room, his gaze finally resting on Chung Xiaoyu, who was anxiously checking her watch. There were only 7 minutes left until the next match. Fu Junlin had just come from the gym, still glistening with sweat and slightly out of breath. He leaned against the door frame, took a quick breath, and headed straight for the mech. The mech's waist and left chest armor were already open, revealing its internal structure. With just a cursory glance, Fu Junlin was ready to start the repairs. Nearby, Lin Lauer snorted, ridiculous. Other classmates also expressed their dissatisfaction, questioning Fu Junlin's capabilities. Chung Xiaoyu gave Fu Junlin a helpless look, but he merely shrugged, uninterested in addressing their doubts. At that moment, a sophomore, Senior Lin, who had been observing quietly, spoke up. He interrupted Lin Lauer with a knowingly cryptic smile. It's okay, let's wait. I'm curious to see what he can do better than me. With that, he sat back leisurely, as if he had forgotten his earlier impatience. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Fu Junlin focused on the mech in front of him. He had identified the problem 2 days ago. Now, he just needed to make quick repairs to prepare for the upcoming match. As time ticked away, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Chung Xiaoyu watched Fu Junlin's back anxiously, hoping he would finish in time. The others, filled with skepticism and disdain, waited for Fu Junlin's next move. The senior stood up and slowly walked towards Fu Junlin, scrutinizing the young man with a piercing gaze. Chung Xiaoyu was anxious on the side, wishing she could just kick these people out. She cursed silently in her heart. Can you guys stop yapping? I've got a competition to prepare for. Fortunately, Fu Junlin remained unfazed. He calmly reached into the mech, skillfully adjusting the components as he replied, Hello, Senior. Senior Lin sneered, his voice turning icy. Oh, you know how to repair mechs? Chung Xiaoyu seems to think you're better than me. Fu Junlin smiled modestly and said, Not at all, just know a little. Senior Lin pressed on aggressively. Where did you learn this little bit? It's only been 3 days since the new semester started. Frowning slightly, Fu Junlin withdrew his hand from the mech and said, a bit perplexed, Why don't you fix it then, Senior? There's still 6 minutes left. Lin Lauer glared at him and pointed accusingly. Fu Junlin, what do you mean by that? Fu Junlin's implication was clear. If you're so capable, go ahead, otherwise, stop complaining. Senior Lin chuckled with a hint of challenge. Are you saying you can fix this in 6 minutes? Fu Junlin met his gaze steadily and replied, It won't take that long. A nearby student scoffed, Idiot, the problem is with the power structure. Even Mr. Sun said a new balancer is needed. You think you can fix it? Ridiculous. Fu Junlin smiled faintly, responding to the student, Don't let ignorance limit your thoughts and actions. Read more books. He didn't want to cause trouble, but their words were grating. The student became agitated. What did you say? Chung Xiaoyu immediately intervened. Enough. The crowd finally quieted down. Fu Junlin turned to Senior Lin and politely asked, Would you like to fix it, Senior? You can go first. Senior Lin shook his head with a cold smile. Of course, I want to fix it. But if I do, how would I prove you can't? Go ahead. He gestured invitingly, implying he intended to expose Fu Junlin's bluff. Ignoring him, Fu Junlin looked at Chung Xiaoyu. She asked nervously in a low voice, Junlin, are you confident? Fu Junlin glanced at the dismissive crowd, smirked, and gave Chung Xiaoyu a reassuring look. He pulled out 42.0 super alloy clips from his pocket. Everyone was stunned, including Chung Xiaoyu. The clips matched those used in the mech, and since she hadn't provided the design, it was impossible for a layperson to know. This only reinforced her belief in Fu Junlin's skills. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin reached into the mech, accurately locating a structural bracket. He twisted a few connections and then pulled sharply. Snap! With a crisp sound, a discarded clip popped out and fell to the ground. The mech's upper body made a loud noise, tilting more to one side, appearing even worse. The surrounding students laughed, anticipating his failure. Fu Junlin began to explain. Replacing the balancer is one solution, but the issue isn't with the balancer. It's with the power structure. The real problem is that the structure can't support the repeated switching of the dual blade attack mode, causing the shape structure to shift. Once it shifts slightly, it continues to do so, like a chair with a broken weld point. It will never revert under stress, inevitably reaching a stress limit and getting stuck. He continued, the solution is simple. By changing the shape support to an umbrella spoke structure, it can be perfectly resolved. As he spoke, Fu Junlin snapped off another corner of the structure, another discarded clip popping out. He swiftly installed his prepared clips, causing the structural frame to shift. The original dual-point fixation became four-point fixation at the bottom. Chung Xiaoyu barely kept up with Fu Junlin's explanation, but the other students were completely lost, as if listening to a foreign language. Senior Lin listened to Fu Junlin's explanation and watched his repair technique, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he had some genuine skills, thinking from this perspective was challenging for him. However, he had to admit that Fu Junlin's method seemed correct. Chung Xiaoyu stood aside, secretly amused by Lin Xuezhang's reaction. She deliberately put on a worried expression and asked him, Senior, how's Junlin doing with the repairs? Is it almost done? Is he right? At this point, Fu Junlin had already stopped working, propping up the upper part of the mech and seemed ready to start testing it. Chung Xiaoyu thought to herself that it seemed she couldn't undermine Fu Junlin after all. He would likely fix it. Since that was the case, she couldn't be outdone and had to continue playing the role of the expert. Senior Lin cleared his throat, crossed his arms, and assumed a senior's demeanor, saying slowly, not bad. He knows how to apply basic knowledge. The mech should be fine now. He nodded meaningfully after speaking. Chung Xiaoyu turned to Fu Junlin and asked, Junlin, is it done? Fu Junlin pulled a few clips out of his pocket, pretending not to hear Lin Xuezhang's comment, and replied, oh, not yet, almost there. With that, he reached back into the mech, continuing to tinker with it. Senior Lin's face turned red with anger, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Chung Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, thinking to herself how awkward the situation was. Lin Lauer glared at his brother reproachfully, as if to say, if you don't understand, don't pretend you do. Fu Junlin attached 2 more clips and twisted something inside the mech. Suddenly, the mech's power system activated with a few crisp sounds, and the whole mech stood up straight. The panels on its waist and chest closed slowly, restoring it to its original state, fully operational. Fu Junlin had the mech stop and then carefully inspected it. Chung Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief and asked Senior Lin again, Senior, it's fixed this time, right? Senior Lin frowned, gave her a glance, and with his confidence shaken, replied irritably, do you even need to ask? It's obviously fixed. He looked as though he was ready to leave the scene at any moment. Just then, Fu Junlin, standing behind the mech, spoke up again, Chung, open the rear waist guard of your mech. There are 2 more supports. Hurry, it's the last step. Senior Lin was so angry that he nearly fainted. He suspected that Fu Junlin was deliberately making things difficult for him, trying to embarrass him. However, when Fu Junlin opened the back panel, he did indeed insert 2 clips. After closing the panel, he patted the mech and said to Chung Xiaoyu, all right, give it a try. Chung Xiaoyu immediately issued control commands, and the mech resumed normal activity. She was flushed with excitement and gratefully said, it's working. Thank you, Brother Fu. There were still 2 minutes left before the second match. Fu Junlin wiped the sweat off his forehead and calmly replied, no big deal. He looked around and noticed the varied expressions on everyone's faces, especially Senior Lin, who looked livid. Unable to hold back, Senior Lin bitterly said, what's there to be proud of? I just let you fix it first. I could have done it too. Fu Junlin couldn't help but chuckle, thinking Lin seemed more like a sulking child than someone about to turn 20. He knew that Senior Lin was probably 19, while he and the others were 18. Due to changes in the education system, first-year university students were generally between 17 and 18 years old. With a slight smile, Fu Junlin clasped his hands and said, thank you, Senior Lin, for giving me such an opportunity. Senior Lin felt as if he'd punched a cotton ball, utterly frustrated. Fu Junlin wasn't arguing with him, and he did let him fix it first. Now it seemed like he had no chance to prove himself, and this made him even more upset. Chung Xiaoyu secretly shook her head, thinking that even if it had been left to Senior Lin, he wouldn't have solved the problem. He had planned to dismantle the mech and even suggested she concede the second match, which was clearly counterproductive. On the other hand, Fu Junlin fixed it without dismantling anything in just 5 minutes. With a cold snort, Senior Lin stormed off, and Lin Lauer stomped his foot in frustration before leaving too. The other followers, seeing the situation, chose to leave as well. Chung Xiaoyu, uninterested in them, exchanged a few more words with Fu Junlin before heading onto the stage. Fu Junlin decided to stay and watch the match. As he looked at the large arena, Dehe suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, what's this place for?" Fu Junlin explained, "This is an arena specifically for fighting. Unlike the small skirmishes on the playground, here you can fully unleash your energy in combat, honing your skills, settling personal scores, and even betting. Besides duels, there are challenge matches with prize money for winners, and seasonal rankings with substantial rewards for top ranks." By now, Chung Xiaoyu's mech was locked in fierce combat with Wang Jintang's mech. Dehe said excitedly, "Wow, you can fight, earn money, and gain famites like hitting the jackpot." Fu Junlin corrected him, "It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thank you." Dehe brushed it off. "Whatever. Why don't you give it a try here?" Fu Junlin gritted his teeth. "Because I'm a battle flag master. What would I do? Go up there and poke people with a flagpole?" He didn't have grand ambitions. Whether it was being a battle flag master or a mech pilot, it was all about making money. He didn't want to risk exploring the wilderness, just wanted to be an engineer in the city. Dehe insisted, "Coward, I want to play this." Fu Junlin nodded. "All right, once I build my first mech, we'll give it a shot here." Dehe roared, "What mech? I mean, I want to do it myself. You keep forcing me to read, sitting there for hours. I'm bored out of my mind. You owe me some fun." Fu Junlin retorted, "Owe you? Why? How am I forcing you to read? It's my own body." Dehe shot back, "It used to be yours. Now don't forget it's our shared body. I have feelings too, you know? Consider my feelings." Fu Junlin snapped, "Why should I consider you? You're the one invading my body, and you have the nerve to complain." Dehe countered, "Didn't I help you study and improve, lend you my biological perspective?" Fu Junlin mocked, "That's your rent." The two began trading insults, and Fu Junlin never imagined he'd nearly come to blows with himself one day. After a long while, Fu Junlin called a truce to the argument. He realized Dehe had indeed helped him a lot, and constantly reading was torture for a slacker like Dehe. It was time to be considerate. Fu Junlin calmly said, "Let's make a deal." Dehe, still panting, asked, "What is it?" Fu Junlin inquired, "Do you really have to fight?" Dehe was adamant, "Yes." Fu Junlin suggested, "How about we try the wilderness, you choose one." Dehe chose to stay here, and Fu Junlin proposed a 3-point agreement. "We can occasionally participate in challenge matches, but you can't disrupt me when I'm reading, and you have to help me study as best as you can." Dehe eagerly agreed, "Of course. Helping you reach your study goals means less reading, so I have to help you." Fu Junlin continued, "Second, I don't want to show my face. 1, it might raise suspicion, and 2, I don't want the fame, which could bring unnecessary trouble." Dehe puzzledly asked, "What do you mean? Not show your face? Am I supposed to turn into a puff of smoke and fight?" Fu Junlin clarified, "Of course not. I mean this." He pulled out a mask from his battle flag back. It was a face-hugging mask, like a facial mask, that adhered to the face without straps, blending with facial muscles. These masks weren't expensive and offered some basic protection in the arena. The mask featured a black and white interwoven Tai Chi design, with 2 unique aspects. The mouth was stitched up with thread, and the forehead bore a golden character. In the center of the A character, between the 2 vertical strokes, there was a small opening, just enough to expose the genetic particle at the brow. Fu Junlin scrutinized the mask in his hand, realizing that this meticulously designed detail was meant to emphasize the subhuman identity to others. "This mask was custom-made for me earlier, originally intended for." Fu Junlin trailed off, realizing he was about to say too much, and quickly stopped himself. "What were you planning to do?" Dehe asked eagerly, fishing for gossip. "Nothing." Fu Junlin denied, but he could feel a faint electric current slowly seeping into his mind with his thoughts. "Ha ha ha, so you were planning to sneak out at night like an ambulance, huh? That's quite the heroic spirit." Dehe teased, exposing Fu Junlin's thoughts with a mischievous grin. "Hey, I told you not to read my mind. Don't overstep your bounds." Fu Junlin immediately warned sternly. My bad, I was just too curious," Dehe quickly admitted, but then added, "But I didn't expect it. Someone as timid as you actually wants to change the status of subhumans." Despite the mocking tone, there was a hint of respect in Dehe's voice. "I'm just looking to practice my battle flag skills," Fu Junlin replied, a bit agitated, with a hint of melancholy. "Changing the status of subhumans? It's a dream every subhuman probably shares. But how could one achieve that alone? All right, now that you have the mask, can we go up and compete?" Dehe urged impatiently. "No, they all saw my clothes earlier. Wearing a mask now would be pointless." Fu Junlin explained exasperatedly. "Besides, I'm a battle flag master and a mech master. If you want to fight, you need a profession too." "But there's a pugilist," Dehe dismissed. "No need for elemental powers. To me, elements are for the weak." A real man should break through all barriers with sheer physical strength. Ultimate power is the true path. Got it? Remember what I said, this is the most useful stuff. Fu Junlin blinked, paused, and then asked, how did you score on your last exam? Get lost. Dehei shouted, embarrassed and angry. Meanwhile, the battle between Cheng Xiaoyu and Wang Jintang was nearing its end. With a stylish slash, Cheng Xiaoyu decapitated Wang Jintang's ironclad warrior, ending the fight. Before Fu Junlin could react, he was swept up by Cheng Xiaoyu, who spun him around twice like the wind. Hey, can you put me down? People might get the wrong idea. Fu Junlin quickly reached out to push him away, but Cheng Xiaoyu was too excited to listen. 100,000. 100,000 yuan prize. Cheng Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. For him, it wasn't just a fortune. It was standing up for the girl he secretly admired and reclaiming his dignity. From a distance, Wang Jintang watched with a grim expression, his face dark as he saw Cheng Xiaoyu celebrating with Fu Junlin, his eyes flashing with malice. It was Fu Junlin who helped him fix the mech. Otherwise, the 100,000 would have been yours. Lin Lao Air, who had appeared beside Wang Jintang at some point, explained with a gloomy look. At this moment, Fu Junlin was unaware that he had already stirred up trouble. Once Cheng Xiaoyu calmed down, Fu Junlin followed him back to the dormitory and promptly held out his hand for the card. Here. A promise is a promise, unlimited access. Cheng Xiaoyu said grandly, handing his black card to Fu Junlin. As long as my family's gym is open, the gravity room is all yours. Fu Junlin accepted the hefty black card, with its gold trim and silver letters, glittering under the lights. He chuckled and carefully put it away. Thanks. Thank you? I should be the one thanking you, Cheng Xiaoyu said, throwing an arm around Fu Junlin's neck and whispering excitedly, do you know how much I won? 100,000. Fu Junlin's smile froze. How much? His voice shot up to a dolphin pitch. Although Fu Junlin had heard about the bet before, he hadn't paid much attention to the details, only knowing it was a significant gamble and that Cheng Xiaoyu was fighting for his secret crucial battle for dignity. He hadn't realized the stakes were 100,000. Fu Junlin suddenly had a bad feeling. If the bet was 100,000, would Wang Jintang hold a grudge against him for helping Cheng Xiaoyu fix the mech? Let's go. I'm treating you to a feast, Cheng Xiaoyu declared, dragging Fu Junlin towards the elevator without giving him a chance to refuse. Fu Junlin resolved that he might indeed face Wang Jintang's wrath, and that could be costly. So today, he vowed to make the most of Cheng Xiaoyu's generosity. The noodles must have braised beef. And add an egg. No, make it two. With Cheng Xiaoyu's black card in hand, Fu Junlin headed straight to the gym early the next morning. However, upon arrival, he found the place bustling with people. It seemed there was some event happening, with colorful balloons and twinkling lights decorating the space. Fu Junlin sighed to himself. Although Cheng Xiaoyu had said he could use it freely, flaunting the black card in such a crowded setting was clearly unwise. He decided to go through his regular workout routine and wait for the crowd to disperse. Time ticked by, and Fu Junlin completed his workout as the event was winding down. It turned out to be just a promotional event giving gifts with membership signups, which left him speechless. Had only recently signed up and missed out on the offer. The crowd lingered. So Fu Junlin had to sit in the lounge for nearly 2 hours, his legs growing numb. Dahei, the voice in his head, kept complaining and pointing out the people around. The guy on the treadmill running like the wind, another who looked about to collapse, and one doing a ridiculous bridge exercise that seemed more like a performance. Fu Junlin rubbed his forehead in exasperation and pulled out a book to pass the time. Finally, as lunchtime approached, the gym started to clear out, and the gravity room was vacant. He approached the front desk and, with some apprehension, handed the black card to Xiaoli, the receptionist. I'd like to use the gravity room. Xiaoli took the card, frowning as she examined it closely before questioning, where did you find this card? Cheng Xiaoyu gave it to me personally. Didn't he tell you? Fu Junlin replied, puzzled, assuming Cheng Xiaoyu had made arrangements. You're lying. Young Master Cheng wouldn't just give this black card away. Xiaoli took a step back and reached to press the alarm button. Did you steal it? You can call him to verify, Fu Junlin said helplessly. Xiaoli glared at him and immediately dialed Cheng Xiaoyu's number. Fu Junlin felt a knot of anxiety, fearing Cheng Xiaoyu might be playing a trick on him. The call was quickly answered, and Cheng Xiaoyu's cheerful voice came through. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I did give him that black card. Treat him like you would me. Let him use whatever he wants. But, the gravity room isn't allowed? Xiaoli hesitated, glancing at Fu Junlin. What do you mean not allowed? Do I not have a say? Let him use it. Cheng Xiaoyu's voice carried a tone of irritation. All right, I understand. Xiaoli nodded in response. After hanging up, Xiaoli gave Fu Junlin an appraising look, reluctantly swiped the black card, and handed it back to him. Thank you. Fu Junlin took the card and was about to enter the gravity room when the office door suddenly opened. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit emerged, calling out to the front desk, Is the brat here? Xiao Li immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Mr. Cheng? Mr. Cheng? Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat. Could this be Cheng Xiaoyu's father? As the man approached and didn't see Cheng Xiaoyu, he looked at Xiao Li in confusion. It turned out he had come out upon hearing the black card swipe alert. Xiao Li explained, "It's not young Master Cheng. He lent his card to this student, who wants to use the gravity room." Mr. Cheng immediately turned to Fu Junlin. My nephew's black card is with you?" Fu Junlin then realized this was Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle, not his father. "Yes." Mr. Cheng asked Xiao Li, "Did you confirm with Xiaoyu?" His tone was displeased. "I confirmed it. The young master said it's true." Xiao Li nodded. "Ridiculous." Mr. Cheng sneered, eyeing Fu Junlin with chilly disdain. "I don't know if you're his friend or if there's some bet involved, but you can use the other facilities, not the gravity room." "Why not?" Fu Junlin took a deep breath and asked. "Because it needs maintenance. Hand over the black card. You can use your own card for everything else." Mr. Cheng impatiently reached for the black card. Fu Junlin felt his arm muscles twitching as Dahe roared in his mind. "Are you a man or not? Beat him up. I could take on 6 of him. No, 8. But Fu Junlin took several deep breaths, calming his emotions. He knew that resorting to violence was pointless and unwise. He could control any level of anger because meaningless, uncontrolled anger was akin to foolishness. Silently, Fu Junlin handed the black card to Mr. Cheng, offered a faint smile, and turned to walk toward the elevator. Mr. Cheng was surprised that the young man gave up the black card so easily, without a word of protest. In his view, even if a subhuman had some connection with Cheng Xiaoyu, they shouldn't be using the gravity room, lest it offend the superhumans. As the elevator doors closed, Dahe continued to grumble in Fu Junlin's mind. Coward. Next to the Feiyun Vine School stands an enormous weapons supermarket known as Weapon City. This 50-story building dedicates 2 out of every 10 floors to office spaces, while the remaining 8 floors showcase a wide array of weapons and gear for various professions. As you ascend the floors, both the price and quality of the items increase. Today, Junlin Fu opted not to use the gravity chamber. Instead, he visited Weapon City to purchase a pair of specialized gloves for his friend Dahe, who was about to compete as a pugilist. Such professional gear is essential for his role. For a pugilist, gloves are not merely weapons. They are tools that amplify strength. Through energy, they can enhance physical or sonic vibrations, combining with the pugilist's innate destructive power to create a formidable force on the battlefield. In arena battles, only the precise strikes of a mecha master can match the explosive power of a pugilist. Although Junlin Fu is a mecha master and theoretically could craft gloves himself, he hasn't yet mastered the skill, so he opted to buy them instead. He headed straight to the first floor of Weapon City, which specializes in pugilist gear. Behind the counter, a bearded man was engrossed in a mobile game. Junlin Fu cleared his throat, trying to get the man's attention. "Just look around. Everything's on the shelf with prices," the man said without looking up. With no other choice, Junlin Fu turned to the shelves behind him. The colorful array of single-handed gloves was neatly displayed, each tagged with its applicable level and price. From level 1 master to level 2 novice, prices ranged from 2,000 to 1,600 units. The level restrictions of these weapons are closely tied to the user's energy density. Modern humans possess a secondary heart in their right chest cavity that can convert various substances into energy, and increasing one's energy density is the process of leveling up. Just as Junlin Fu was considering the high prices, his attention was drawn to a rack labeled second-hand recycled weapons. There hung weapons with slightly worn appearances, some even rusty. These blemishes didn't affect functionality, only aesthetics. "Boss, can I take a look at this one?" Junlin Fu asked, pointing to a bronze-colored glove. The owner skillfully used a metal rod to lift the glove, which weighed several kilograms. Upon inspection, Junlin Fu found that despite the surface rust and corrosion, the internal condition was excellent. After some bargaining, Junlin Fu successfully purchased the gloves for 1,350 units. He then headed to the cleaning supplies counter to clean and polish the gloves. Following another round of negotiation with the cleaning counter owner, Junlin Fu secured a cleaning service for just 38 units. Although the owner was initially reluctant to accept such a low price, he eventually agreed to Junlin Fu's terms and even offered to polish the gloves. This shopping experience not only highlighted Junlin Fu's savvy, but also gave us a deeper insight into this world filled with fascinating weapons and unique rules. The boss responded with a quick nod, expertly stuffing the gloves into a drawer beneath the counter, as if afraid that Fu Junlin might suddenly change his mind. He swiftly started the polishing machine, placed the gloves inside, and turned to take the payment. Fu Junlin handed him a 50 yuan bill. "Do you have any change?" The boss awkwardly patted his pockets, clearly unable to break the bill. Fu Junlin hesitated, realizing he didn't have enough change to cover 38 yuan. "If you can't make change, just forget about it," the boss said with a gleam in his eye, grabbing a set of cleaning supplies from the shelf and handing them to Fu Junlin. I'll throw these in for you. Fu Junlin's eyebrow twitched, sensing something was off. In his mind, Dahei chuckled. I think you got conned. Is this what they call fair and honest business? This is what I call a one-time deal. Fu Junlin silently grumbled, estimating the cost of the supplies to be nowhere near 10 yuan. Still, he comforted himself with the thought that it's fair for people to earn some money. After pocketing the cleaning supplies, Fu Junlin waited for about 3 minutes. The gloves emerged looking brand new, gleaming with a bronze luster, their surface coated with a layer of wax that made them exceptionally smooth. The corroded pits were completely filled in, giving off a powerful aura. Nice craftsmanship, Fu Junlin sincerely praised. The boss smiled proudly, just about to launch into a sales pitch about the other items on the counter when Fu Junlin's phone rang, saving him. He quickly stepped away from the counter and answered. The cowlet was Cheng Xiaoyu. Hello, Cheng Xiao, how are you? Fu Junlin's tone carried a hint of resentment. Fu, don't be mad. I know everything now. Why didn't you tell me at the time? Cheng Xiaoyu laughed as he apologized, then raised his voice in reproach. I didn't dare, Fu Junlin replied helplessly. Making a call to Cheng Xiaoyu in front of his uncle could be risky if Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't handle his uncle. That would make him look foolish. All right, I'll be there by 2. Wait for me, and today, let's see who dares to stop you from using the gravity room. Cheng Xiaoyu declared decisively, indicating he wouldn't spare even his uncle's face. After hanging up, Fu Junlin didn't hold much hope. He figured Cheng Xiaoyu might only show up to make a scene, argue a bit with his uncle, and reclaim some dignity. Eventually, he'd have to play along, avoid escalating the situation, and pull Cheng Xiaoyu back, saying it was fine. That's probably how things would unfold. This Cheng Xiao is quite loyal. He seems like someone you could befriend, Dahei remarked after hearing the conversation. Can you stop using idioms? You haven't used a single one correctly yet, Fu Junlin said, rolling his eyes. Huh, not correct? Then teach me. How can I use them right if you don't teach me? What's the right phrase for sworn friendship? Brotherhood? Heartless? Obliged? Dahei babbled on. Chattering all the way, Fu Junlin returned to the gym. By now, it was around 2 in the afternoon, and the gym was gradually filling up. After waiting for about half an hour, Cheng Xiaoyu finally arrived, his face clearly showing anger, quite unlike his usual playful demeanor. Fu, I'm really sorry. He apologized as soon as they met, making Fu Junlin feel a bit awkward. You didn't fall out with your uncle over this, did you? If that's the case, just forget it, Fu Junlin cautiously suggested. The gym is my dad's business. My uncle is just a layabout. It's already generous to let him be the deputy manager. You don't understand our relationship. It's no big deal. Cheng Xiaoyu spoke with disdain, clearly not taking his uncle seriously. He patted Fu Junlin's arm, signaling him to relax as they headed inside. Apparently, his uncle hadn't left yet. As Cheng Xiaoyu entered, his uncle emerged from the office, giving a forced smile as he greeted Cheng Xiaoyu. Back already, nephew? Why did you refuse to let him use the black card I authorized? Cheng Xiaoyu bluntly questioned. Fu Junlin wished he could disappear. Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle looked visibly uncomfortable, clearly not expecting Cheng Xiaoyu to confront him so publicly. He retorted angrily. What kind of nonsense is that? The gravity room isn't for just anyone to use. What? It's my family's business and I can't decide. Cheng Xiaoyu challenged. I'd love for your father to hear that, his uncle replied coldly. You can let him know, and while you're at it, tell him why you're here again. Pulling stunts, cooking the books, and selling membership cards at low prices for your own gain? Cheng Xiaoyu sneered, pulling out his phone. Uncle's face suddenly turned a shade of dark blue, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Cheng Xiaoyu to dare defy him so openly in front of everyone. What are you saying? He shouted, pointing at Cheng Xiaoyu, his voice full of threat. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the card to him. I want to see him enter the gravity chamber right now, and let's see who dares to stop him. Cheng Xiaoyu did not back down. Instead, she stood even taller. Her voice was thunderous, echoing through the reception area. No way! The shout instantly grabbed the attention of everyone in the gym. People swarmed over, forming a circle around the center of the conflict. The air was thick with tension. Fu Junlin stood awkwardly to the side, wishing he could disappear. Even though Cheng Xiaoyu was fighting for his chance, he found it hard to brazenly step into the gravity chamber. Yet, Cheng Xiaoyu's determination didn't seem like an act. Her defiant attitude was reminiscent of an arrogant air. Just as the situation was about to explode, the elevator doors opened slowly. A man with black-rimmed glasses, who appeared gentle and refined, stepped out. Seeing the commotion, he quickly walked over. Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle saw him and immediately spoke first, his tone full of accusation. Secretary Li, you're just in time. Your family's young master is acting up again, insisting on letting a subspecies into the gravity chamber. You deal with it. Secretary Li had come on the orders of Cheng Xiaoyu's father, aware that the uncle was once again cooking the books. and was sent to put a stop to it. Although the Cheng family was wealthy, Cheng Xiaoyu's father was intensely displeased with his brother's cunning attempts to siphon money. However, the current situation clearly went beyond mere financial misconduct. Secretary Li observed Cheng Xiaoyu's flushed face and tense posture, realizing the matter was more serious than anticipated. "Young master, what's going on?" Secretary Li asked calmly. Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at Secretary Li, and her defiance softened slightly. As the chief steward of the Cheng family, aside from her father, Secretary Li was the only person Cheng Xiaoyu respected. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xiaoyu tried to calm herself, speaking with determination. "Uncle Li, I've promised my friend, and I can't break my word. Besides, I can't stand this rule that subspecies aren't allowed to use the gravity chamber. The Federation has already launched initiatives to promote racial equality and eliminate discrimination. Why should we still discriminate against subspecies? Is their fate something they can choose?" Cheng Xiaoyu's words were powerful, resonating throughout the gym. All eyes were on this intense confrontation, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Cheng Xiaoyu's words left the room in stunned silence. Even Fu Junlin, watching Cheng Xiaoyu's departing figure, was quietly taken aback. He recalled his previous impression of Cheng Xiaoyu, a privileged second-generation rich kid, knowledgeable but lacking depth. Yet, at this moment, Cheng Xiaoyu's actions forced him to reassess his judgment. Secretary Li, hearing this, looked troubled. He lowered his voice and said to Cheng Xiaoyu, "We haven't had such a precedent, and we don't know what consequences it might bring. Don't worry. We'll discuss it and come up with a satisfactory solution for you, all right?" As he spoke, he glanced around, subtly reminding Cheng Xiaoyu of the many people present, half of whom were subtypes, while the rest were superior types. However, Cheng Xiaoyu was determined. He shook his head with a cold smile. "So, Uncle Li, you're determined not to allow him to use this gravity chamber, right? Even if it's my request." Uncle Li looked at him helplessly. "Unless you get your father's approval." "Fine. There's one thing that doesn't need his approval." Cheng Xiaoyu nodded, then quickly walked into the office and came back with a sticky board, writing a few large characters on it. In front of everyone, he went to one of the gravity chambers and slapped the board onto the glass wall. Though it was crooked, the impact made the glass hum. On the board were 4 bold characters. "For subtypes only." "Are you crazy?" his uncle questioned coldly. Cheng Xiaoyu ignored him, raised a marker, and said to Secretary Li, "If we're going to discriminate, let's do it thoroughly. Today, I declare that this gravity chamber is for subtypes only, not for superior or strong types. Today, tomorrow, and forever." By the end, he was practically shouting, his eyes fixed on his uncle. In an instant, the gym erupted with deafening cheers. Subtype students trembled with excitement, raising their arms in triumph. Even some superior type students couldn't help but join in. At this moment, regardless of their type, they were all advocates of racial equality. Cheng Xiaoyu's uncle was so startled by the scene that he shuddered, glaring at everyone before leaving with a cold huff. Secretary Li was equally at a loss, never expecting Cheng Xiaoyu to be so radical. But Cheng Xiaoyu had a point. There were 3 gravity chambers, and he had claimed one. As the boss's son, even if it reached his father, Cheng Xiaoyu would ultimately prevail. Fu Junlin was deeply moved, never expecting Cheng Xiaoyu to go to such lengths for him. In his heart, he silently thanked Cheng Xiaoyu's retreating figure. However, to avoid awkwardness, he decided to use the gravity chamber just before the gym closed. The incident spread like wildfire among the students. Around 8:30 p.m., over 20 subtype students gathered at the gym, eager to witness Fu Junlin's first entry into the gravity chamber. When he did, all the subtype students stood up, clenching their fists in excitement and envy. The gravity chamber's effects on Fu Junlin were indeed intense. He trained for a full hour and a half, leaving only when the gym turned off the lights, under the wistful gaze of the receptionist, Xiao Li. As night fell, Fu Junlin walked along the wall back to the red carpet area. The nighttime here was a crime hotspot, and even the police tended to avoid it. Fu Junlin intended to hurry home, but an unprecedented wave of hunger hit him after the day's exertions. Passing a dimly lit alley, he was drawn by the aroma of stir-fried noodles from a street stall. He sat down and ordered a large portion. At the stall, there was only one other table occupied by 2 superior type men and 2 subtype women. Despite only 2 empty bottles on the table, the men were making advances on their female companions. Fu Junlin frowned but remained silent, waiting for his food. The noodle shop owner, a couple of subhumans, witnessed the scene at the other table but could only pretend not to see it. Who would want to get involved in such trouble? Maybe those 2 women were doing it on purpose. The aroma of noodles filled the air as Fu Junlin devoured his meal. The day's exertions had left him famished. However, he had only taken a couple of bites when muffled sounds of struggle and clattering chairs came from the adjacent table. A thin, middle-aged prime human man was viciously yanking a woman's long hair, trying to force her head towards his lap. The woman, clearly mindful of the public setting, resisted with all her might. The man cursed coldly. Stop pretending. Hurry up. Now. The woman shook her head repeatedly, pleading, seemingly not well acquainted with the man. Realizing his beastly nature, she tried to escape. Unfortunately, she was no match for the middle-aged man. He wore a mech belt around his waist, indicating he was likely a mech warrior. He held her hair tightly, immobilizing her. Another woman attempted to intervene but was grabbed by another burly man. Both men had eyes like vicious wolves. The thin man gripped the long-haired woman's neck, his fingers tightening as he threatened, "Filthy subhuman slut. This is your last chance. Obey me, or I'll strangle you. Do you understand?" As he spoke, his knuckles whitened from the pressure. The woman, her neck in a vice-like grip, couldn't breathe, her face reddening, eyes bulging, and rolling back from asphyxiation. She could only weakly pat the thin man's arm. Only then did he release her suddenly. She collapsed to her knees, coughing violently and gasping for air. The man yanked her hair again. Junlin continued to eat his noodles, but internally, Dehe was arguing with him. "Can you really watch this happen? Aren't you a subhuman too?" Dehe questioned. "Stay out of it." Junlin responded coldly. "It's one thing to be cautious, but you can't be cowardly." Dehe expressed his rare discontent seriously. "I don't need you to teach me how to live." Junlin retorted irritably. "I understand you didn't have the strength before to intervene. You had a brother and a mother to protect, so you couldn't risk trouble. But now, you just need to let me use your body, and you won't have to worry about the rest." Dehe argued angrily. "And then what? Even if you can beat them, so what? There are laws here. Do you know the consequences of assaulting two prime humans? Do you know what kind of retaliation they might take against me?" Junlin countered, growing angry himself. The argument between them was intense, and Dehe started to forcibly take control of Junlin's body. After a long time of helping Junlin control his muscles, Dehe had become more adept. Junlin could only struggle to resist while continuing the internal argument with Dehe. Unknowingly, he began to voice his argument with Dehe out loud. Just as the thin man was about to enjoy himself, a sudden loud noise startled him, extinguishing his enthusiasm like a splash of cold water. Bang! Along with the clattering sound of dishes bouncing and hitting the table, the two prime humans turned towards the source of the noise. Across from them sat a subhuman who looked like a college student, muttering continuously, with his right arm seemingly out of control, pounding on the table. With each strike, the chopstick holder, plates, and chili jar all jumped up and then crashed back down, creating a cacophony. Bang! 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 "That little mutt!" The thin, middle-aged man sneered at Junlin, his eyes filled with contempt. Junlin, however, was oblivious, entirely absorbed in a mental battle with Dehe, completely ignoring the man's taunts. "I'm talking to you," the thin man shouted again, raising his voice, but Junlin remained unresponsive. The thin man exchanged a glance with the stout, purebred next to him, their anger barely concealed. The thin man abruptly shoved aside the long-haired woman beside him and strode toward Junlin. As he approached, he heard Junlin muttering to himself, "Even if you want to do it, now is not the time. How many times have I told you not to be reckless? Fine, I promise you, but not now. I'll find a way." Junlin was gritting his teeth, pounding the table with such intensity that he seemed like a madman. In reality, inside Junlin's mind, Dehe was like an uncontrollable, furious child, roaring irrationally. Even though Junlin promised to deal with the two men later, Dehe remained deaf to his words, his rage escalating. Seeing Junlin's state, the thin man was momentarily stunned, then kicked over the plate of fried noodles on the table. Only then did Junlin snap his head up, his eyes brimming with suppressed fury. "I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" the thin man barked, his voice tinged with a mix of anger and embarrassment from being startled by Junlin's glare earlier. "Here's a piece of advice. Walk away, don't provoke me," Junlin hissed through gritted teeth, his right hand gripping his left wrist tightly, his entire body trembling slightly from the struggle with Dehe, veins bulging on his neck. "What did you say?" the thin man scoffed, leaning in closer to Junlin, disbelief in his tone. "I said, get lost." Junlin roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. In an instant, the thin man was furious, slapping Junlin hard across the face. With a resounding smack, Junlin, along with the table, was knocked to the ground, leaving the surroundings in disarray. The thin man sneered, taking off his shirt and tossing it to the stout man, rolling up his sleeves, ready to give Junlin a beating. However, Junlin, lying on the ground, suddenly started shaking, which the thin man soon realized was laughter, not convulsions. A series of suppressed, almost maniacal laughter escaped from Junlin, tinged with a sense of self-mockery. "Ha!" As he laughed, Fu Junlin rolled over, the laughter growing increasingly unnatural. The thin man was startled to see a mask appear on Fu Junlin's face, a mask with the mouth sealed and the character, sub, written prominently on the forehead. His previously clenched left hand was now relaxed. Unable to tolerate the laughter that seemed to mock him, the thin man was enraged, lifting his foot to kick Fu Junlin in the face. But Fu Junlin suddenly flipped over, swiftly standing up, his right hand striking the thin man's face like lightning. The thin man was completely unprepared for Fu Junlin's counterattack, unable to react, let alone activate a shield. With a thud, two chopsticks in Fu Junlin's hand pierced through the thin man's cheek, emerging from behind his ear. The thin man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Even through the mask, the thin man could sense Fu Junlin's smile, as the suppressed, deranged laughter echoed clearly in his ears. To me, you're just a lower life form too. Fu Junlin's voice was cold and dripping with sarcasm. His voice was completely different from that young guy's earlier. His tone, pitch, and timbre had changed dramatically. The sound seemed insane and twisted, as if coming from another world. The thin, middle-aged man tried to speak, but found that a chopstick had pierced through his tongue. He could only let out a muffled whimper as blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin pulled out a chopstick and thrust it forward. Squish! The chopstick went straight through the thin, middle-aged man's neck. Blood spurted along the chopstick, dripping onto the ground, sounding especially jarring in the silent night. You want to die. The slightly heavier, middle-aged man roared in anger, conjuring a large knife out of thin air and swung it at Fu Junlin. Fu Junlin agilely dodged and then punched toward the man's chest. However, a blue light flashed, and a faint blue shield rose around the heavier man, a unique energy shield of the superior kind. Fu Junlin's fist struck the shield heavily. Although it didn't break it, the impact sent the man stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance. Just as the heavier man was about to strike back, Fu Junlin appeared in front of him like an apparition. Boom, 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 boom. Fu Junlin screamed maniacally as his fists rained down on the superior's shield. In just 4 seconds, the shield couldn't hold. Though the superior's shield was naturally a level stronger than that of a subkind, its endurance was far inferior when mixed with the subkind's physical and energy use. With a crisp crack, the shield shattered. The heavier man, still in shock, was struck hard in the face by Fu Junlin's fist. With a thud, he fell to the ground, head hitting first, instantly losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the two subkind women had long hidden in the bushes, trembling, and the shop owner and his wife were cowering behind their stall, not daring to show themselves. After knocking down the heavier middle-aged man, Fu Junlin didn't even have time to strip their belts before he hurriedly disappeared into the night. On the dimly lit street, this was the only place with light. Fu Junlin didn't notice that in the shadows, a blonde teenager was trembling, clutching his phone, recording everything. Fu Junlin ran a long way before stopping to crouch in the shadow of a street corner. He slowly removed his mask, his face filled with shock. "Do you know what you've done?" he muttered to himself, though his voice lacked much blame, reflecting more of the bewilderment at the fear that was to come. Don't think I don't know. Deep down, you wanted to kill them too." DeHay retorted disdainfully. "You're just a coward, but you wanted to kill them more than anyone. When I took over your body, I was unleashing our shared dark side. I almost lost control of my sanity. You're more messed up than I am." Fu Junlin remained silent. Reflecting on what had just happened, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Because DeHay was right. What now? There didn't seem to be any cameras around, but those 4 people saw me. Fu Junlin slumped against the wall, warily glancing around. Every little noise made him think the police were coming. He didn't dare go home for fear of implicating his mother and brother. "I'm just saying, you should have killed those 4 witnesses too," DeHay said nonchalantly. Fu Junlin frowned, ignoring him. Just as he was scratching his head in distress, his mother's call came through, asking why he wasn't home yet. Fu Junlin could only say he'd be there soon. No matter what, he decided to go home and prepare. If the matter was exposed tomorrow, he could turn himself in, as long as his mother and brother weren't affected. However, the fear of being guilty made Fu Junlin feel dazed, like a walking corpse, as he returned home. All night, Fu Junlin tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He repeatedly considered all possible outcomes and analyzed the situation. He recalled avoiding cameras on his route, and there were only 4 witnesses at the scene, 2 women and the shop owner couple. He even calculated how many years he might be sentenced. DeHay, having consumed considerable energy, soon fell asleep, leaving Fu Junlin to endure alone. Finally, the next day came, and the police he feared never knocked on his door. He went to school as usual. By 10 in the morning, Fu Junlin finally saw the latest news on the murder case from the previous night via his phone. Last night, 2 men were killed in the red carpet district. Both were superior kind, aged 41 and 39. According to 4 eyewitnesses at the scene, The suspect wore a solid black spider mask with a white spider tattoo on his face. The suspect's actions were deliberate, indicating a possible vendetta. We advise citizens to avoid the red carpet district after 9 p.m. Now, let's turn to a report on an aerial traffic accident. Junlin saw the news and felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. He recalled his Moscan intricate black and white taiji pattern with a striking, yet character in the center of the forehead. Such a distinctive feature couldn't possibly be overlooked by anyone. Yet, all four witnesses unanimously identified the mask as entirely black, with a scorpion design on it. Junlin instantly realized this was a result of collusion among the four. They had not only corroborated each other's stories, but also devised an excuse that could hold up even if challenged. The character, from a distance, could resemble a scorpion. Junlin couldn't help but admire the thoughtful efforts of these fellow subhumans. They had protected themselves while indirectly helping those two women. Breathing a sigh of relief, Junlin felt grateful. As long as no one reported him, he wouldn't have to face prison. Just then, Dahe sighed. What a pity. Junlin was puzzled. Pity what? I was hoping to see what a prison looks like. Junlin was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Snapping back to reality, he began to gather his books but found one missing. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from the left front, and before he could react, a book slammed heavily into his face. Junlin stood up angrily, spotting Wang Jintang and three others looking at him mockingly from a distance. The book that was thrown was the one he had lost. Reflecting on his absent-mindedness during class, Junlin realized that his mecha book had been stolen by Wang Jintang and his friends. Suppressing his anger, Junlin opened the book, and a wave of frustration surged through him. His meticulously written notes had been completely blacked out with a permanent marker, rendering the entire book useless. Clenching his teeth, Junlin had anticipated this day. He had helped Cheng Xiaoyu win a match, causing Wang Jintang to lose 100,000. Wang Jintang couldn't confront Cheng Xiaoyu, but he could bully him. Wang Jintang walked over with a smirk, sarcastically saying, Junlin, right? You're quite something. Fixing mechas like a pro. Junlin quietly placed the book into his mecha belt and coldly replied, You'll regret this. What? Wang Jintang sneered, cupping his hand to his ear as he leaned closer to Junlin. A glint of determination flashed in Junlin's eyes, but he said nothing further. The atmosphere was tense, and another word from Junlin would surely provoke Wang Jintang into action. Seeing Junlin's silence, Wang Jintang grinned triumphantly and whispered in his ear, Remember, this isn't over. For the next 4 years of college, you'll be my primary target. I'll make your life hell. With that, he swaggered off with his entourage. Students who had witnessed the scene dispersed with various expressions, and the news quickly spread across the campus. When Junlin arrived at the gym, Chao Zishu was already waiting. She frowned and asked, Did Wang Jintang bully you? Junlin gave a wry smile. I was prepared for this. It's frustrating, but being targeted by him won't make life easy. Chao Zishu pressed on. Are you going to tell the teacher? Teacher sure should be able to handle him. Junlin shook his head. Teacher Shi Hongyu is seriously ill right now, and I don't want to bother her. Besides, she can't deal with this kind of issue. Even if I get bullied to death, I won't be scared to death. Snitching would only make me a target and seem weak. What are you going to do then? I heard he plans to target you for 4 years. Chao Zishu was increasingly worried. Junlin replied with determination, I'll handle it in my own way. Just wait and see. Hearing what Junlin said, Chao Zishu decided not to press further. Sensing that Junlin wanted to change the topic, she smoothly shifted the conversation. By the way, how's your assignment going? It's due in 10 days, and I heard some people have already finished theirs. Junlin shrugged, his tone calm. I'm still working on the blueprints. What? Chao Zishu's eyes widened in surprise. Junlin explained earnestly, This is my first mech, so I want to do it right. I'm not just aiming to hit the minimum power threshold and submit the assignment. I want to build something that can actually be used in combat. Chao Zishu rolled her eyes at him. Can't you learn to walk before you try to run? Compared to you, I'm already flying. Junlin teased. Before he could finish, Chao Zishu stomped on his foot. Ouch! Junlin yelped, hopping on one leg. Chao Zishu turned with a playful smile and headed straight to the training area. That evening, Junlin returned to the lab to find that his mom and brother hadn't come back yet. He changed into his work clothes and headed to the factory. As soon as he walked in, he ran into Wang Kai. Uncle Kai. Junlin greeted him. Wang Kai approached with a hearty laugh, giving Junlin a strong pat on the arm. Haha, I haven't seen you in days. Old Gua has been complaining that he has no one to talk to. Junlin smiled sheepishly. I've been swamped with schoolwork. I still haven't finished my mech engineer assignment. Wang Kai asked with some concern. Why did you take on mech engineering as a minor when you already have your hands full with being a strategist? Isn't it exhausting? Not really, Fu Junlin shrugged. Lowering his voice, Wang Kai said, by the way, Zhang Cheng is planning to open a branch on Beehive Street soon. If things go well, we might get you a little supervisor position. Fu Junlin immediately caught on, smirking, then I should congratulate you in advance, Uncle Kai, on becoming the factory manager. Wang Kai pointed at Fu Junlin in mock annoyance. Hey, you little rascal, how did you figure that out before I even told you? Isn't it obvious? Fu Junlin chuckled. Wang Kai clarified, but not the manager over there, just here. Zhang Cheng wants me to temporarily manage this place while he handles the new one. The initial phase is tough, so he wants to oversee it himself. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up with happiness for Uncle Kai. They chatted a bit more before Wang Kai suddenly asked nervously, by the way, has your mom come back yet? Fu Junlin looked up sharply, eyeing Wang Kai suspiciously, thinking, so he's interested in my mom. Why do you ask? Fu Junlin questioned seriously. Wang Kai hastily explained, oh, I'm just curious. I mean, what bad intentions could I possibly have? Look at you, staring at me like that. Fu Junlin came straight to the point. I heard my aunt passed away over 10 years ago. Be honest, Uncle Kai, why are you still single after all these years? Is there something wrong? Wang Kai quickly denied, no, absolutely not. I'm fit as a fiddle, full of energy. Look at these muscles. He started to lift his shirt. Fu Junlin interrupted him with a smirk. All right, Uncle Kai, no need to show off. If you're interested in my mom, don't expect me to help you out. Not sabotaging you is already a big favor. Wang Kai beamed with gratitude, nodding repeatedly, yes. Fu Junlin pushed past him to get to work on the assembly line. Wang Kai, looking thrilled, returned to his office, likely plotting his next move to win over Fu Junlin's mom. After working late, Fu Junlin returned to the lab to find his mom and brother had come back. Despite the late hour, his mom had kept a warm meal for him. Observing her, Fu Junlin noted that Wang Kai hadn't made any moves yet at least. His mom wasn't showing any signs. Shaking his head, Fu Junlin decided he didn't have time to worry about that. After quickly finishing his meal, he dove into the lab to continue working on his blueprints. His designs were nearly complete and quite different from others. He had over 30 pages of drafts, with some parts taking up an entire page. After more than an hour, Fu Junlin nodded in satisfaction at his work. Excitedly, he thought about buying the parts and starting the build the next day. Just as he was brimming with excitement, Dahei poured cold water on his mood. What kind of junk is this you've designed? Fu Junlin rolled his eyes, a hint of impatience in his expression. What now? What did I do wrong this time? He asked, his tone carrying a touch of defiance. Dahei's voice suddenly boomed, like thunder. Wrong? It's not just wrong. Your line of thinking is completely misguided. You're just stumbling around blindly. Fu Junlin was startled by the outburst and instinctively retorted. It's called going astray. Exactly. Dahei replied. TCH, astray? You're the one who's gone astray. Fu Junlin was momentarily at a loss, tangled up in Dahei's words. Dahei, unusually, reined in his shouting and spoke seriously. The approach you've designed undeniably showcases your knowledge of dynamics and mechanical principles to the fullest. It will surely have a significant impact and easily meet the requirements for your assignment. He paused before continuing. But it is indeed a misguided path. You need to correct your mindset. Recklessly applying your knowledge of dynamics and mechanical principles without a solid foundation will lead to problems. Maybe not now, because the machine isn't precise enough yet, but the more precise it becomes, the more likely flaws will appear. Achieving significant improvements would be nearly impossible. Fu Junlin frowned, pondering for a moment, then slowly shook his head, a determined glint in his eyes. I beg to differ. I know there are challenges, but challenges are meant to be overcome. You can't avoid trying just because there are problems. That's the difference between you and me. Seeing this, Dahei grew agitated, waving his body back and forth. You're as stubborn as a rock. Let me tell you, from my observations, humans are currently the best suited biological form for combat that you can observe. Because you are a human yourself, you can use your own body as a reference for study. He continued, tigers and cheetahs might be better suited combat forms, but you can't observe them right now. So, you should use yourself as a reference to model the mobility of the human body in your mecha. Isn't this one of the fundamental courses in your mechanical principles? Dahei's tone grew more earnest, because compared to using your knowledge to create a combat form, directly mimicking an existing form is more efficient. You don't need to validate or modify, you just need to imitate. As long as your machinery is precise enough, your imitation can easily surpass the emotional complexities of the human form. Fu Junlin listened, falling into deep thought. He wasn't a stubborn person and was willing to consider others' opinions, but he also had his own ideas. After a moment, he looked up and questioned, as you said, humans are quite a good combat form, but they're not the perfect combat form. Even tigers and leopards might not be the ultimate combat forms, there must be something stronger than them. His eyes glimmered with thought. If I design my mecha based on the human combat form, its future potential would be limited to that of a human. Even if the mecha can be stronger than a human in some respects, it would still have a ceiling. Wouldn't the human form become a limitation then? Junlin's voice grew more resolute. But if I don't use humans as the blueprint, my creation will have no limits. It might not be as effective as the human form initially, but it could potentially surpass both human and animal forms like tigers and leopards. Isn't that what science should be about? He felt his idea wasn't entirely wrong, even if Dahei had a point. How could his thoughts be considered misguided? However, Junlin was completely unprepared for the next statement from Dahei, which struck him like a bolt of lightning. Dahei looked directly into Junlin's eyes and said, deliberately and clearly, "You're reaching too far, thinking the human form will limit your mecha's growth? With only 4.5 of your gene lock unlocked, do you really understand the limits of humanity?" Boom. It felt like a bolt of lightning struck Junlin's head. All his plans and ideas were turned upside down in an instant. Gene lock. This keyword flashed through his mind like lightning. He had personally experienced enhanced peripheral vision and localized muscle strength. Why was he chasing after a stronger combat form when he hadn't even scratched the surface of the human form? This realization hit him like a ton of bricks. Looking at the blueprints in his hand, they suddenly seemed like a child's diary. What he wanted to say the most was, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Junlin was on the verge of losing it. He had been working on these blueprints for 5 days. Even if his intentions weren't clear at first, by the second or third day, he had written all sorts of mechanical formulas on the paper. Some of those formulas were downright anti-human mechanics. A quick glance should have been enough to save him from days of futile effort. 5 days of painstaking work, toiling late into the night, all for nothing. Dahei immediately defended himself. "Earlier? I didn't know until you finished the blueprints. Couldn't you tell from the anti-human mechanics formulas I wrote?" Junlin roared. Oh, those were formulas? I thought you were just doodling out of boredom." Dahei replied in a tone of sudden realization. Junlin took a deep, trembling breath, one hand on his forehead, the other pinching the bridge of his nose. Dahei was a fool, his brain not even worth comparing to. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge detour. Yet, how could someone mistake formulas for sketches? "Hey, don't be upset. How about going out for a bit?" Dahei tried to console him. "Get lost," Junlin shouted in anger. The next morning, Junlin was the first to wake up, had breakfast with his mom and brother, and was the first to dash out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he nearly bumped into someone. It was Wang Kai, holding a broom and lazily sweeping a few fallen leaves at the door. Seeing someone come out, Wang Kai flashed a big grin, ready to greet them. But upon seeing it was Junlin, his smile froze, and he rolled his eyes. "Kid, why don't you knock before coming out? Do you guys knock when leaving your house?" Junlin retorted, knowing exactly what Wang Kai was up to. "Get going, you're going to be late for school." Wang Kai waved his hand like a fishtail, urging Junlin to leave quickly. "Hope you get friend-zoned," Junlin muttered under his breath as he hurried away. Wang Kai wasn't paying attention. Thinking Junlin was offering well wishes, he instinctively replied, Sure, and I hope you." "Hey, what did you say, you brat?" Before he could finish, the door opened again. Wang Kai quickly adjusted his expression, turning around with a smile. "Uncle Kai, working so early? Must be full of energy," Junting joked. Wang Kai rolled his eyes again. "So, I'm full of energy, huh? These brothers are equally infuriating." "Get to school, you'll be late," he said in exasperation. Junting was familiar with the people at the factory as he often followed his brother there. "Alrighty," he chuckled and dashed off like the wind. Junlin arrived at school to find that someone had actually submitted their assignment. A chubby kid had turned in a transformable mech wild boar. Its design was crude, but it had enhanced leg supports. When it started moving, it made quite a racket, but unfortunately, its full sprint only reached a strength of 1 force unit. The assignment was deemed unqualified and needed revisions. The whole class was in stitches, mainly because the design was so comical. But the laughter was for others. Junlin slipped out of the classroom right after class. As soon as he left, Wang Jintang and his gang came in. "Junlin," Wang Jintang shouted, not seeing him around. Catching him wasn't the point. Ruining his reputation was just as fun. Junlin hadn't gone far. A classmate teased from behind. "Junlin, someone's calling you." Junlin paused for a moment, pretended not to hear, and quickly walked away. Behind him, a chorus of mocking laughter erupted. "Coward." For 9 days, Junlin lived in this state of anxiety. More and more classmates submitted their assignments. Many were eager to impress the teacher, submitting second versions or making constant improvements. The mech freshman assignment was considered a small exam, and ranking high had its perk scholarships, and if noticed by the academy's upper echelons, the future could be limitless. Only Fu Junlin hadn't turned in his assignment by the 9th day. Hey, have you heard? The whole grade has submitted their assignments except for Fu Junlin. Haha, probably because Wang Jintang bullied him into not having the mind to do it. I see him sneaking around in class, and the other day, Wang Jintang ruined 2 of his books, and he didn't even dare to say a word. Who cares? Tomorrow is the mech freshman's mid-year exam, and all assignments will be compared. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Of course, the reality wasn't just what the other students saw. Over those 9 days, Fu Junlin had been busy. He had actually finished his assignment by the 6th day and spent the remaining days in testing. To him, submitting early didn't hold much value. If he wanted to catch the teacher's attention by the timing of submission, he had to be either the first or the last. Besides, it wasn't just about timing, quality was key. Early the next morning, over 1,000 first-year mech students gathered on the massive field of Feiyun Vine School. On the high platform in front sat over 20 teachers, including Shi Hongyu. She was not only the mentor for Class 3 of the subspecies, but also one of the top 3 teachers in the first-year martial artist department. The teachers were chatting and exchanging pleasantries as they took their seats. Although many of them were not mech specialists, they all had discerning eyes, and they were here for one purpose: to help the mech department teachers check assignments. In front of the high platform, there are 2 versatile detectors on either side. These detectors have 3 functions: defense, attack, and agility assessment. In defense mode, the detectors generate energy walls from various angles to adapt to different mecha attack angles, evaluating attack strength. To test the mecha's defensive capabilities, the detectors launch attacks to assess the mecha's endurance limits. The agility assessment is completed by coordinating flashlights and spring-loaded pillars, requiring the mecha to dodge or strike the suddenly emerging pillars when the lights flash, with the delay time adjusted to comprehensively evaluate agility. Standing on the high platform, Teacher Sun announced sternly, "Today, we are only testing attack capabilities. The passing criterion is an attack with a force strength of 2. We have 422 freshmen from the mecha department's 2nd semester, so let's start directly to save time. Those who don't complete the task must stay and observe. You can't escape now." He waved a few sheets of paper in his hand. First group: Chun Kenan, Duan Xiaohu, Zhou Yijing, Qin Yifei. Teacher Sun called out. For students, 3 males and 1 female stepped out from the crowd and approached the detectors. They summoned their respective training mechas and began attacking the shield walls. The results showed that one barely reached a force strength of 2, while the others achieved 3, 3, and 4, respectively. The one with a force strength of 4 was a humanoid mecha wielding a massive hammer, standing 2 meters tall, with a small jet booster attached to the hammer. Despite being the best performer, there was no special praise. The second and third groups followed in succession. After each group finished, 20 teachers simultaneously scored them on the instruments, with the total scores calculated for ranking. Students could view the rankings in real time through a phone app. Most teachers gave scores between 30 and 50, with some strict teachers even giving 0. The current lowest score was 318. Fu Junlin kept refreshing the real-time ranking on his phone, nervously waiting for his name to be called. Suddenly, a hand clapped heavily on his shoulder, startling him. "Hey, old Fu. Nervous?" Chung Xiaoyu's teasing voice came from beside him. "I wasn't nervous, but you scared me into being nervous," Fu Junlin retorted irritably. Chung Xiaoyu waved a betting ticket in his hand with a grin. "Haha, come on, how can you not be nervous? If you perform well, there's a scholarship at stake. I've bet on you to win, so give it your best shot." Fu Junlin was taken aback and grabbed the betting ticket from Chung Xiaoyu's hand. It read, "Fu Junlin, odds 1:9. What the heck? Why are my odds so high?" Fu Junlin was baffled. Chung Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. "Be grateful, you have a special prize pool. Some people bet on you not completing the task at all." "Who started it?" Fu Junlin asked, puzzled. "Of course, it was old gambler. He's the only one with that kind of influence," Chung Xiaoyu explained. "Along with you, 4 others have been bet on, with Zhang Beishan and Chu Yunhan being the favorites." Seeing Fu Junlin's gloomy expression, Chung Xiaoyu added, "Don't be like this, cheer up. Not just anyone can get into this betting pool. The few being bet on are all well known among the freshmen. Although the winner might not be among them, they have all performed well before and are popular. It all comes down to who scores highest among the 5. Just then, 3 people appeared silently behind them. One leaned close to Fu Junlin and said in a cold voice, "Fu Junlin, this is your chance. I don't care what kind of mecha you have, go up there and hit a 2-4 strength. Lose this test? Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Fu Junlin and Chung Xiaoyu turned around to see Wang Jintang grinning at them. "Wang Jintang, what are you saying? Don't take yourself too seriously. Try laying a hand on him." Chung Xiaoyu snapped. Wang Jintang feigned fear, patting his chest dramatically. Oh my, I'm so scared. Chung Xiao is here. My eyes must be playing tricks on me." I'll pick another time to talk to him when you're not around. Cheng Xiao, you better keep an eye on your dog, or one day he might get beaten to death. Cheng Xiaoyu glared at him fiercely but felt helpless. She knew that getting involved might only bring more trouble for Fu Junlin. One of Wang Jintang's lackeys chuckled. Haha, Wang Gu, I think you're worrying for nothing. Zhang Beishan is about to take the stage, and Fu Junlin doesn't stand a chance of winning, don't worry. Well, you never know, Wang Jintang said, turning to Fu Junlin. Our great mecha master, who can even repair advanced mechas, that's not something just anyone can do, right, brother Fu? Fu Junlin looked at Wang Jintang expressionlessly. The latter stepped forward, almost nose-to-nose with Fu Junlin, spitting his words, listen carefully. This is your only chance. Lose this test, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll regret it. It turned out that Wang Jintang was heavily in debt from a previous bet with Cheng Xiaoyu and desperately needed money to recover. He had bet on Zhang Beishan to win this small exam. Zhang Beishan had submitted his task 8 days ago, achieving a force strength of 7, and had since been fine-tuning his mecha, making him a likely champion. Wang Jintang had borrowed a large sum to bet on Zhang Beishan, and he couldn't afford to lose. Wang Jintang spat out his words with malice, casting a mocking glance at Cheng Xiaoyu before swaggering off with his entourage, leaving Cheng Xiaoyu fuming with anger. It's all right, old Fu, don't be afraid of him, Cheng Xiaoyu reassured. If he really dares to mess with you, I'll find someone to deal with him. For every move he makes against you, I'll make one against him. Fu Junlin listened to this and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. He thought helplessly, is she trying to help or causing more trouble? Fu Junlin dug into his waist bag and pulled out a wad of cash, roughly 2,000 bucks, and thrust it into Cheng Xiaoyu's hands. Cheng Xiaoyu was taken aback, instinctively clutching the money, and asked in confusion, what's this? Your inheritance? Fu Junlin chuckled. Inheritance my foot. Place a 2,000 bet on me to win. Really? Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly. Fu Junlin's action not only showed his confidence in his own mech, but also his stance against Wang Jintang's earlier threats. It seemed Fu Junlin was ready to go head-to-head with Wang Jintang. Fu Junlin understood clearly that avoiding trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't find him. Even if he lost, Wang Jintang might not spare him. Moreover, standing out in this small exam could potentially bring unexpected benefits. To change his fate, he had to seize every opportunity. He couldn't let fear of Wang Jintang ruin his chances. Fu Junlin knew what was at stake. Cheng Xiaoyu eagerly dashed off to place the bets. The contenders hadn't taken the stage yet, so bets could still be made. She placed Fu Junlin's 2,000 and added another 2,000 to her original 1,000 bet. This time, she chose to trust Fu Junlin, just as he had helped repair her mech before. Zhang Beishan, Chu Yunhan, Zhang Songlin, Chun Hudong. The previous group had finished, and the teacher called out 4 more names. As soon as Zhang Beishan and Chu Yunhan's names were announced, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause, with shrieks from the girls mixed in. Zhang Beishan was known for his strength, while Chu Yunhan was renowned for his good looks, each having a considerable fan base. The scene turned chaotic until the teacher signaled for silence. The other two were merely foils to Chu Yunhan and Zhang Beishan, sensibly summoning their mechs for testing. Both showed a force strength of 4, which was decent and ensured they passed. Chu Yunhan and Zhang Beishan became the center of attention. Standing at 1.85 meters, Chu Yunhan was well-proportioned with an upright posture. His long, flowing hair was tied into a ponytail, and his handsome features gave off the vibe of a pop idol. But underestimating him based on looks would be a grave mistake. Chu Yunhan pressed his mech belt, summoning a humanoid mech. Its height, build, movements, and even the long sword at its waist were identical to his, except for the face. The entire streamlined design mirrored Chu Yunhan himself, clearly showing his satisfaction with his physique. He donned the controller and pointed a slender finger at the detector. Instantly, his mech surged forward, stirring up a gust that made his clothes and hair billow wildly. Cool! Screamed countless girls, captivated by this simple yet mesmerizing action. The mech then executed a move identical to Chu Yunhan's favorite, gripping the sheath with the left hand, drawing the sword with the right, and slashing forward. The blade's arc distorted the air with an energy shockwave. The air hummed, and the sword returned to its sheath seamlessly. The fluid motion was executed in one breath. The energy wall in front of the detector warped violently, displaying a force strength of 8. The teacher nodded in approval, acknowledging Chu Yunhan as a star student with some role model qualities. The teachers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Chu Yunhan had successfully integrated the swordmaster and mech roles, showcasing the endless potential of career combinations. The scores were quickly tallied, though not yet displayed. The students cheered, and the infatuated girls chanted Chu Yunhan's name, turning the scene into a concert-like atmosphere. But soon, the cheers subsided as Zhang Beishan stepped forward. Standing at 1.8 meters, with short hair, he might not have Chu Yunhan's looks, but exuded an imposing presence that demanded attention. Zhang Beishan confidently approached the detector and summoned his mecha tall minotaur wielding a giant axe, obviously modeled after a humanoid monster. The crowd gasped in surprise. Wait, is that the one he made the other day? It looks bigger. Is it possible he upgraded the mech model in just a few days? Did he do this all by himself? No way. The students buzzed with speculation. Without any visible gesture, Zhang Beishan's minotaur suddenly let out a roar, charging at the energy wall with its heavily armored shoulder. The mechanical bull's head crashed forcefully against the energy wall. The ground trembled slightly, and the wall emitted a resonant hum. Mr. Sun announced loudly, 9 units of force intensity. The number flashed on the machine. Zhang Beishan frowned slightly, clearly not satisfied. However, the students erupted in cheers, especially those who had bet on Zhang Beishan to win, who seemed ready to jump for joy. A force intensity of 9 almost secured the championship position. Even first-year mecha pilots at the entry level or elite level typically couldn't achieve an attack strength of 10, unless they specialized in sniper mechs. Zhang Beishan, an entry-level tier 2 martial artist, delivering a 9 force intensity attack with energy of the same level, was quite impressive. Such an attack could easily penetrate the armor of a tier 2 blue blood beast, and a full-strength hit could even severely damage a tier 3 elite beast or boss. Zhang Beishan exchanged a fiery glance with Chu Yunhan before they both turned and stepped off the platform. Their scores were soon revealed. Zhang Beishan with 1769 points and Chu Yunhan with 1687, placing them first and second respectively. The significant gap from the third-place score of 1218 further highlighted their prowess. Sun Ting, Zhou Kong, Zhao Jiyu, Fu Junlin. For more names were called. Fu Junlin took a deep breath and slowly walked onto the stage amid the cheers from Cheng Xiaoyu. Teacher Shi Hongyu looked at him approvingly, with a slight smile. Fu Junlin, a bit nervous, summoned his mech, drawing jeers clearly from those who had bet he wouldn't complete his assignment. The other three quickly started their attacks, their mechs clanking and clattering in various forms. Their results soon came in, 4, 5, and 3 units of force intensity. A score of 5 indicated exceptional talent, while 3 was just the passing line. When all eyes turned to Fu Junlin, laughter erupted. He was seen charging his mech, evidently using second-hand or even third-hand energy crystals. These cheap alternatives tended to leak, requiring extra charging. Despite the ridicule, Fu Junlin awkwardly continued the charging process. 20 seconds later, charging complete, Fu Junlin's mech finally made its appearance. A humanoid mech about 1.8 meters tall, similar in stature to Fu Junlin himself. The body was a pale silver, with key parts like the fists, knees, elbows, and shoulders made from the best 2.2 superalloy he could afford. Ignoring the boos from the crowd, Fu Junlin donned the controller. He moved his body, and the mech mirrored his actions almost perfectly. During these simple motions, the teachers on the platform suddenly stood up, gasping in astonishment. Mr. Sun asked in shock, "Did you see the mech's arm?" "Of course we did," the other teachers replied in unison, quickly moving to the edge of the platform for a closer look. Fu Junlin's mech displayed a remarkable feature. The connection between the arm and torso showed a fiber-like structure, mimicking human muscle. The mech's movements were smooth and natural, with the surface appearing to rearrange countless tiny spheres, creating an incredibly elastic dynamic effect. Notably, the serratus muscles on either side of the chest were as distinct and impressive as shark gills. This highly elastic dynamic muscle sensation set Fu Junlin's otherwise unremarkable mech apart from the others in essence. Unfortunately, most students only saw Fu Junlin performing what seemed like silly warm-up exercises, completely unaware of the unique qualities of the mech before them. At this moment, a few perceptive students had already sensed something unusual. Zhang Beishan furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and caught the attention of a nearby follower. "Boss, what's up? Is there something wrong with the mecha? Why are the teachers all standing up?" The follower asked quietly. Another student attempted to explain. "Didn't you see Fu Junlin's mecha? Its agility far surpasses that of the others." "So what?" the follower asked, puzzled. "I don't know either," the student admitted honestly. Although some had noticed the anomaly, no one could articulate its purpose. Zhang Beishan calmly provided the answer. "The purpose is to resemble humans." These 8 words prompted a thoughtful pause among those around, though most simply didn't understand. At that moment, Xiao Zishu came running, slightly out of breath, clearly delayed by something urgent. She anxiously scanned the venue and, upon seeing Fu Junlin maneuvering his mecha, let out a sigh of relief. "Hey, what's up with your brother Junlin?" she asked Ling Xiaobing, who was standing nearby. Ling Xiaobing, nervously clenching her hands, shook her head, unable to provide an answer. In the midst of the crowd's confused chatter, Fu Junlin completed his warm-up. He assumed a standard stance, feet positioned front and back, left hand raised to his left eye. Then, he pushed off the ground, rotated his hips, extended his shoulder, and thrust his right fist forward, stopping just short of the energy wall. The mecha replicated his movements with precision. This scene elicited even more laughter, with the teachers on stage also showing signs of confusion. All eyes turned to Shi Hongyu. Shi Hongyu was initially puzzled. This seems like the basics from the third-grade pugilist course. The very foundation. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she murmured, coordinating waist and hips. Power originates from the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of insight crossed Fu Junlin's eyes. He drove his back leg into the ground. With perfect coordination, he unleashed a punch. The mecha flawlessly replicated the move, and a rush of air followed. This punch, devoid of elements or energy disturbances, left a slowly filling fist-sized indentation on the energy wall. What? How is this possible? Holy crap! The students erupted into chaos. The strength reading on the detector was astonishing. 21 units of primal force? What does that mean? Even with Fu Junlin's energy level as a level 1 master, this punch could easily penetrate a level 3 boss's defenses. The teachers were stunned, momentarily forgetting to announce the results. This level of mecha was truly terrifying. While humans could deliver higher intensity attacks, mechas were different. They felt no pain, feared nothing, required no thought, and were completely reliable combat partners. Plus, if you had the money, you could own multiple such teammates. 21 units of primal force. Passed successfully. Teacher Sun finally snapped back to reality and announced loudly. The crowd was in an uproar. The teachers exchanged glances and then quietly returned to their seats to score. The results were quickly updated on the school leaderboard. First place, Fu Junlin, 1972 points. Chang Xiaoyu jumped up excitedly, accidentally hitting another student on the head and getting pinned down for a beating. Yet he laughed through the blows. 3,000 bucks turned into 27,000. Hidden among the crowd, Wang Jintang's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched, veins bulging on his neck, filled with venomous resentment. He had lost again, disastrously. The borrowed money was now a bottomless pit, impossible to fill in the short term. Fu Junlin retracted the mecha, bowed to the teachers, and stepped off the stage. The teachers were still immersed in shock, recalling how this kid had been charging the mecha with second-hand energy crystals. Many parts of the mecha were made from ordinary materials. What would he create if given the top-tier materials? In truth, Fu Junlin wasn't stingy. He had simply spent all his money. He had given over 10,000 to his mom and was left with just over 5,000. The 2,000 he brought today was borrowed from his mom. The cost of this mecha was 3 to 4 times that of similar types, with many expensive parts. Most crucially, Fu Junlin had his own lab, a luxury many students lacked. Of course, the most significant help came from Big Black and the biotelevision. After stepping down, Chang Xiaoyu gave Fu Junlin a bear hug, refusing to let go. Fu Junlin worried the guy might try to kiss him. What about my money? Fu Junlin was concerned about his winnings first. Right. Almost forgot. Let's go. Chang Xiaoyu slapped his forehead and dragged Fu Junlin to find the old gambler. This unexpected test earned Fu Junlin 16,000 bucks, equivalent to several rounds in the arena. The assignment submissions that followed seemed dull in comparison. By the time the assignments were handed in, it was almost noon. As the crowd dispersed, Shi Hongyu directly called out to Fu Junlin. Junlin, come over here. Fu Junlin had anticipated being called away, and now he was surrounded by 6 or 7 teachers as they made their way to the office building, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Once inside, they went straight to the elevator and ascended to the 34th floor. Fu's heart raced. He had never been to such a high level before, where the top school officials resided. The atmosphere in the elevator was tense. In Fu's mind, Dehei joked, "Think they'll dissect you? Should I find a new host?" Fu retorted silently, "If I die, I'm taking you down with me." "No way. I want the teacher with the biggest heart," Dehei exclaimed. Fu glanced at Shi Hongyu, who noticed his anxiety and softly reassured him, "Don't worry. Professor Shangguan is very kind. This is a good opportunity for you. Make the most of it." Hearing the name Shangguan, Fu's eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, "Shangguan? Shangguan Mengji? The honorary professor?" The teachers chuckled at his reaction. Professor Shangguan was highly influential in the Imoran Federation, known for separating energy oscillations from sound waves, a groundbreaking achievement. The elevator reached the 34th floor, and as the doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious, curved corridor with metallic walls and electric doors on either side. The floor, about 6 meters high, was clearly designed for large mechs. Fu marveled at how close they were to the top, where electromagnetic interference clouds and heavy metal pollution zones were prevalent, indicating the presence of specialized ventilation systems. A tall man approached with a smile, inquiring about Shi Hongyu's purpose. Upon learning they were there to see Professor Shangguan, he expressed regret that the professor wasn't in but kindly offered to lead them anyway. Along the way, he chatted with Shi Hongyu, clearly showing an interest in her. Eventually, they arrived at a massive laboratory. Inside, there was no elderly professor, only a man in his 30s with slicked back hair, writing formulas on a blackboard, while a few novice-looking scholars busied themselves with mech components. The slick-haired man, noticing the group, especially Fu, the half-breed, frowned and asked their purpose in a brusque tone. Shi Hongyu briefly explained, and he impatiently pointed to a corner of the room, indicating where they should place the mech among the scattered parts. Fu, resigned, summoned his mech and placed it as directed. Just then, he made a quick, subtle move. He took out his phone, searched for a photo of Shangguan Mengji, and discreetly flashed it in front of the mech. This small gesture went unnoticed by Shi Hongyu and the others. As they left the lab, Shi Hongyu gave Fu Junlin a hearty pat on the back and reassured him lightheartedly, "Don't worry, Professor Shangguan will definitely notice when he gets back. That's right, talent always shines through. I'm rooting for you, kid," chimed in Mr. Sun, beaming encouragement. Fu Junlin sighed a bit and said, "Actually, I was hoping to swap out for a new energy crystal block. My mech still has a second-hand one, and it's kind of embarrassing." "Haha, don't tell me you've been gambling," a male teacher teased with a mischievous grin, eyes glinting with amusement. It seemed like Fu Junlin had made some money since he could suddenly afford a new crystal block right after the exam. Fu Junlin smiled sheepishly, tacitly confirming the suspicion. "If I'd known, I would have placed some bets too. You should have given us a heads up." "Exactly. Let us in on it next time." The male teachers started joking around, their eyes full of envy. "Enough, all of you," Shi Hongyu interjected, raising an eyebrow and giving them a stern look. "Are you treating my student like a racehorse? Have some decency. Come on, spill it. How much did you win?" One teacher cheekily pointed at Shi Hongyu. Shi Hongyu blushed and murmured, 9,000. "Fu Junlin? It's rigged, it's rigged." The teachers groaned in mock despair, their faces showing a playful reluctance. In the afternoon, Professor Shangguan entered the office building, greeted respectfully by everyone he encountered. He returned each greeting with a warm smile, exuding elegance and approachability. Shangguan Mengji, now over 80, was still robust and full of energy. Apart from his graying hair, he showed little sign of age. His kindly demeanor belied a strict and meticulous approach to work, which left his students feeling both honored and pressured. Back in the lab, the slick-haired young man and several other young scholars gathered around him. Though Professor Shangguan had many disciples, most were already working in their respective fields, leaving only this young man by his side. "Welcome back from the conference, Professor," the young man said, deftly taking Shangguan's coat and holding it carefully. "Ah, yes," Professor Shangguan chuckled, shaking his head. "Those old fellows, one more tiresome than the next. Going on and on until I thought my ears would grow legs and run away. Well, considering the monumental nature of your research, it's good to be thorough," the young man flattered. Shangguan and his team were working on a project known to few, involving a large mech capable of piercing interference clouds and probing distant fields. Its success would greatly impact several critical areas, including field visibility and pinpoint transportation. "Have you finished calculating the data I gave you?" Shangguan asked, turning his gaze to the blackboard. "Yes, it's all done." The young man gestured to the blackboard full of dense formulas. Shangguan approached the board, scrutinizing it with his hand on his chin, before shaking his head. "No, that's not right. Recalculate it." With those simple words, he dismissed the young man's day-long effort. Such is the harshness of science. Having said that, Shangguan turned to a mech component, engrossed in his study. Casually, he asked, "Did anyone visit today?" The young scholars instinctively glanced at the corner where Fu Junlin's mech was placed, and then at the slick-haired young man, unsure if they should speak up. At that moment, Shangguan, engrossed in his book, hadn't noticed. Annoyed and in a foul mood from earlier scolding, the young man glared at them and replied offhandedly, "No one." He had no intention of letting the professor see anything potentially better than his own work. He planned to tell Shi Hongyu and the others later that the professor had seen it and found nothing remarkable, so they might as well take it back. Shangguan didn't pay much attention, returning to his desk to focus on work. About an hour later, he stood up, coffee cup in hand, and headed out with some documents. A young scholar hurriedly stepped forward. "Professor, let me get your coffee." Shangguan laughed heartily. "I could use a walk. Sitting too long isn't good. I'll get it myself." As he walked, he asked the scholar, "How's the internship going? Getting used to it?" "It's great, just as I imagined," the scholar replied, following Shangguan. "Haha, saying that means I'll have to give you more work." Shangguan teased. The scholar blushed, scratching his head. As they chatted and reached the door, Shangguan stepped out but suddenly sensed something amiss. He murmured, stepping back to glance at the mech component area. There, a humanoid mech was stationed. Normally, this wouldn't be unusual, possibly used for research by the scholars. But what startled Shangguan was that the mech's head seemed to turn as if it was watching him. When he stepped back, he realized the mech was indeed staring at him, its eyes glowing faintly with energy. As he moved further back, goosebumps rose on his skin. The mech's gaze tracked his movement, its head tilting slightly. Shangguan Mengji furrowed his brows, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had the mech come to life? He paced back and forth, confirming that the mech's gaze was fixed on him. A few seconds later, the mech suddenly stopped moving, and the light in its eyes dimmed. Shangguan Mengji quickly approached, suspecting it had run out of power. This scene caught everyone's attention. The greasy-haired man felt a shiver down his spine. Shangguan Mengji turned and asked, "Whose mech is this?" A straightforward scholar stepped forward and answered, "A few professors brought a student here. The student's mech is said to have made a significant breakthrough, and they hoped you could take a look." He ignored the angry glare from the greasy-haired man. Shangguan Mengji's gaze shifted to the greasy-haired man. The scholar had always disapproved of the greasy-haired man's tendency to suppress others, believing such actions could stifle genius and hinder technological progress. However, considering the work environment, he reluctantly added, "Mr. Dongwei happened to be in the restroom at the time." The greasy-haired man, feeling relieved, quickly chimed in, "Yes, I was in the restroom then." Shangguan Mengji knew it was a poor lie, but his attention was back on the mech. "Bring me my glasses," he suddenly shouted. The greasy-haired man rushed to get them, and Shangguan Mengji snatched them, putting them on to carefully inspect the mech. After examining it thrice, Shangguan Mengji abruptly looked up, nearly bumping into the mech. He glared at the greasy-haired man, yanked off his glasses and snapped, "You are utterly incompetent." Then he turned to the other scholars and asked, "Who brought that student here?" Startled by his unprecedented anger, the scholars stammered, It was teacher Sun Jian and Shi Hongyu." Shangguan Mengji pointed at the straightforward scholar and said, "You, come with me." With that, he strode away. The scholar hurriedly grabbed Shangguan Mengji's coat and followed. Shangguan Mengji immediately recognized the mech's unique feature: fiber optic connections that mimicked most human muscles. This was either a stroke of genius or the result of high-end equipment beyond the Federation's reach. Either way, it signified a major breakthrough. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin was facing an unpleasant situation. He had just sat down for his mech class when Wang Jintang and his 3 cronies surrounded him. Fu Junlin tried to leave, but Wang Jintang forcibly pushed him back into his seat. Wang Jintang grinned and said, "Don't go. This class is the most interesting, you can't miss it." With that, he and his cronies encircled Fu Junlin. Fu Junlin licked his lips, feeling his anger rise. The students around pretended not to see, with some even secretly taking out their phones to record. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom to start the lesson. Fu Junlin took a book from his mech's belt, only for Wang Jintang to snatch it away immediately. "Sorry, I forgot my book. I'll just borrow yours," Wang Jintang said. Fu Junlin calmly said, "I'm giving you one last chance. Return it to me." Wang Jintang leaned closer, grinning, and began tearing the book slowly. Fu Junlin glanced at him and smiled slightly. "You chose this path yourself?" Hearing Fu Junlin's words, Wang Jintang almost burst out laughing. However, unexpectedly, Fu Junlin did not react as they had imagined. Instead, he calmly took another book out of his backpack. Without a word, Wang Jintang snatched the book and tore it to pieces. Fu Junlin watched him with a detached gaze, and then pulled out yet another book. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, and Wang Jintang began to feel puzzled. Is Fu Junlin crazy? Wang Jintang thought. But he didn't stop and continued to destroy each book Fu Junlin handed him. At one point, Fu Junlin even slightly offered the book to Wang Jintang. What the hell? Wang Jintang couldn't help but curse, deciding to go all out as he destroyed 6 or 7 books in succession. Just then, the classroom door swung open. Teacher Sun and Shi Hongyu strode in, followed by a distinguished professor, Shangguan Mengji, and another scholar. Shi Hongyu knocked on the door symbolically after entering, to alert the teacher who was lecturing. The teacher was taken aback, and upon seeing Shangguan Mengji, he seemed to be filled with energy and quickly stepped off the podium. Shi Hongyu briefly explained the situation to the teacher, who nodded repeatedly and then turned to the class, asking, "Is Fu Junlin here? Please come out." The class erupted in surprise. Some students recognized Shangguan Mengji at the door and connected it to Fu Junlin's extraordinary performance that morning. Anyone with a bit of sense could guess that Shangguan Mengji wanted to see Fu Junlin. All eyes immediately focused on Fu Junlin. Wang Jintang, who had been leaning intimately against Fu Junlin's chair, looked at him in disbelief and slowly moved away. His 3 companions quietly backed off, trying to hide the torn books and their actions. Fu Junlin stood up expressionlessly, tidied his clothes, and slowly walked towards the door. "Hurry up, you're slower than molasses," Shi Hongyu urged impatiently in a low voice. Fu Junlin glanced at her speechlessly, thinking, "Teacher, you might as well speak louder so Professor Shangguan can hear you comparing him to molasses." Shi Hongyu practically dragged Fu Junlin by the back, pushing him in front of Shangguan Mengji. "Professor, This is him. Fu Junlin felt like a suspect being caught, but he understood Shi Hongyu's urgency was not for credit, but for her own future. Shangguan Mengji smiled kindly and extended his hand politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, young man. Hello, Professor Shangguan. I'm Fu Junlin. Fu Junlin quickly grasped Shangguan Mengji's hand firmly in response. Haha, you're quite an interesting fellow. Shangguan Mengji said, shaking Fu Junlin's hand while pretending to be stern. You'd better remove the biometric recognition from that mech, or else it'll follow me everywhere, which is a bit unsettling, don't you think? Shangguan Mengji had already noticed the mech's sophistication and Fu Junlin's little trick. This young man had set up biometric recognition in the mech to catch Shangguan's attention, ensuring the mech's gaze would follow him whenever he appeared. It was a clever strategy, only detectable by Shangguan himself, preventing Fu Junlin's talent from going unnoticed. Truly a bold and meticulous young man. Apologies, Professor. I meant no offense, Fu Junlin said, blushing with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, no worries. Shangguan Mengji laughed. By the way, are you free after 7? He is. Several teachers chimed in simultaneously on Fu Junlin's behalf. Fu Junlin nodded in agreement without hesitation. Come to my lab then. I have some questions to ask you. Shangguan Mengji said earnestly. Of course. It would be a tremendous honor to learn from you about mechs. Fu Junlin said excitedly. The Brooklyn line and the world of collisions is practically my Bible for mech studies. In fact, almost all the power systems in the mech I developed utilized the Brooklyn line. Shangguan Mengji laughed heartily, genuinely delighted. It had been a long time since he had felt such joy. He patted Fu Junlin's hand and said loudly, I knew it. I could tell. What is the highest ideal for a scholar? Fame? Power? None of these. The reputation of Shangguan Mengji has long been etched in history. His 2 works, The Brooklyn Line and The Colliding Worlds, are considered seminal by many, though some people merely flatter him to gain his attention. Shangguan Mengji is well accustomed to such insincere praise and can easily discern those who claim to admire his works without ever having read them. However, Fu Junlin is different. This young man not only diligently studied Shangguan Mengji's writings, but also applied the theories in practice. For Shangguan Mengji, what could be a more genuine compliment than this? He couldn't help but become deeply interested in this young man before him. If it weren't for my upcoming health assessment, I would sit here and wait for your class to end, Shangguan Mengji said sincerely, his eyes shining with anticipation. I can't wait to have a long chat with you. As a prominent researcher in the Federation, his health is a top priority, and regular checkups are a mandatory requirement. Hearing this, the mecha instructor standing nearby felt weak in the knees, thinking, if this old man really sits here waiting, how could I dare to continue teaching? Fu Junlin straightened up immediately and replied with a serious tone. I will be there on time for sure. Shangguan Mengji nodded with satisfaction. Although he let go of Fu Junlin, he couldn't resist patting him on the shoulder again. Just as they were about to leave, Fu Junlin suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Oh, by the way, my current book has many notes I took back then. If you're interested, you can take one and read it while waiting for your checkup. Oh, really? Shangguan Mengji's interest was piqued, and his eyes lit up. To be honest, he was most eager to see Fu Junlin's notes, as a person's drafts often reveal their thinking process. With a slight smile, Fu Junlin turned and walked towards the classroom. Shangguan Mengji couldn't help but follow quickly, with a few other teachers trailing behind, squeezing into the classroom. The entire room fell silent, with students barely daring to breathe as they watched Fu Junlin step by step towards his seat. However, what awaited Fu Junlin was a shocking sight. His textbook had been shredded by Wang Jintang, with pieces scattered on the floor, silently narrating the conflict that had just occurred. Fu Junlin's steps faltered for a moment, and all eyes were fixed on the pile of torn paper, as an indescribable tension filled the air. The news of Junlin Fu being surrounded by teachers and shaking hands with Professor Shangguan outside spread like wildfire in the classroom. The students whispered among themselves, astonished that this usually unnoticed minority student had caught the attention of Shangguan Mengji. The atmosphere in the classroom became tense, with every eye focused on Junlin Fu's seat. Wang Jintang and his group felt a chill run down their spines as they frantically began to gather Junlin Fu's belongings. However, the sharp-eyed Shi Hongyu quickly noticed the torn books on the desk. Her eyes widened in anger as she strode over, with Shangguan Mengji and others following close behind. Wang Jintang's heart raced, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He realized the gravity of the situation whether Junlin Fu reported them or not. Having teachers and professors witness their destruction of a classmate's books was a serious offense. His gaze at Junlin Fu was filled with a complex mix of threat and plea. Junlin Fu turned helplessly to Shi Hongyu, spreading his hands and saying, I'm really sorry, my books. Before he could finish, the teachers and professors present had already grasped the situation. Shangguan Mengji's mustache bristled with anger. While he saw through Junlin Fu's careful demeanor, he was more outraged by the bullying of minority students. Who did it? Shi Hongyu demanded. clenching her fists and casting a cold glance at Wang Jintang and his group. Junlin Fu stood aside, gazing down at Wang Jintang with indifferent eyes. Suddenly, a student stood up and loudly accused. It was Wang Jintang. We all saw him tear Junlin Fu's books. This declaration opened the floodgates, and other students chimed in, condemning Wang Jintang's actions. Shangguan Mengji remarked meaningfully, "Such bullying behavior cannot be condoned." His words were like a decree, and the teachers present understood that Wang Jintang's academic future was likely over. Before leaving, Shangguan Mengji made a point to say to Junlin Fu, "If you ever need more books, feel free to come to me for a few." This statement provided Junlin Fu with the strongest protection possible. After seeing Shangguan Mengji off, Junlin Fu returned to the classroom. Everyone held their breath, scrutinizing this once timid student who had suddenly shown a strong side. He walked to his seat and found a few brand new books on his desk, a clear attempt at appeasement from Wang Jintang. Junlin Fu sat down and suddenly slapped the books on the desk with a loud bang, startling everyone, especially the already shaken Wang Jintang. In front of everyone, Junlin Fu opened the top book, tore out the title page with Wang Jintang's name on it, and tossed it to the floor. Then, he took out a black pen and boldly wrote Junlin Fu on the blank second page. At that moment, the atmosphere in the classroom froze, as everyone held their breath, watching this minority student who had unexpectedly revealed a formidable side. The room fell into a deafening silence. Faced with Fu Junlin's arrogant demeanor, Wang Jintang trembled with anger but dared not utter a word. He offered his book in a bid for forgiveness, yet Fu Junlin merely tossed it to the ground with indifference. Wang Jintang's face turned ashen. He realized that his academic career might be over. Despite being a superior student, getting into Feiyun Vine School had been costly. Expulsion would not only end his studies, but also ruin his entire life. He recalled, in disbelief, the first time he bullied Fu Junlin, never imagining he would one day be humiliated by a subspecies. Previously, minor bullying incidents resulted in warnings and lost credits, and backing off would avert disaster. However, Fu Junlin's retaliation was sudden and devastating. Wang Jintang stood there, dazed, his eyes unfocused. Just then, the mecha class teacher hurried back, called out, "Class dismissed," and rushed out, clearly to catch up with Professor Shangguan. Professor Shangguan sought to learn about Fu Junlin's academic performance from the mecha faculty. Although he didn't show it outwardly, he genuinely cared about this talented student's well-being. The students quickly dispersed, eager to share this sensational news. With an impassive expression, Fu Junlin packed his books into his mecha belt and said to Wang Jintang, "You have no one to blame but yourself. The book you defaced contained many of my notes, which are my painstaking efforts. When someone carries a precious artwork down the street, it's natural to fear a snarling stray dog. But that doesn't mean the dog is stronger than the person." With that, he turned and left, leaving Wang Jintang standing there, his mind buzzing. In Fu Junlin's mind, Dehei mocked, "That was a pretty weak comeback. Why don't you insult him? Where's your eloquent Chinese language?" "Shut up," Fu Junlin replied, exasperated, thinking he just wanted Wang Jintang to understand the truth, not to gloat like some petty victor. He could only imagine the exaggerated actions Dehei might have taken if it had control. News of Fu Junlin being summoned by Shangguan Mengji quickly spread among the first-year students. Rumors claimed some had witnessed Fu Junlin kneeling to become a disciple, while others speculated Shangguan Mengji might have adopted him as a godson. The stories grew more and more outlandish. Fu Junlin went to the gym early, finished his workout by 6:30, changed, freshened up, and headed to the meeting. Having been informed by Shangguan Mengji, the staff at the main hall were exceptionally welcoming, personally escorting him to the elevator. Fu Junlin felt quite overwhelmed by the attention. On reaching the 34th floor, the mechanical door opposite the elevator opened, and a man hurried out to greet him. Fu Junlin was sure there were cameras in the office behind the wall. The man, who had a soft spot for Shi Hongyu, warmly said, "You're here? The professor's been expecting you." He gestured for Fu Junlin to follow, leading the way himself. Entering the lab, Fu Junlin saw Shangguan Mengji intently examining his mecha. Only when a fellow scholar softly reminded him did he notice Fu Junlin's arrival, and his face broke into a broad smile. "Come on in," he waved kindly. Not far away stood the slick-haired man who, despite having been harshly scolded by Shangguan Mengji, still retained some of the brilliance from when he was first taken as a disciple. However, the more Shangguan Mengji berated him, the deeper his resentment toward Fu Junlin grew. His face was etched with disdain and anger, determined to see what was so special about the mecha created by this subspecies fool that could excite their mentor so much. He even wondered if his teacher was losing his mind with age. "Dongwei, go make some tea," Professor Shangguan casually instructed the slick-haired man as he led Fu Junlin towards the desk. Jia Dongwei, the slick-haired man referred to as Dongwei, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. Tea? Such a rarity hadn't crossed his lips in ages. In today's world, The conditions for growing tea were so demanding that it had become an exclusive luxury for the upper echelons of the Federation, not to mention the pure water needed to brew it. He muttered internally, tea for a subspecies? What a waste. However, he didn't dare defy his mentor's orders and reluctantly left the room. Professor Shangguan noticed Fu Junlin's unease and signaled the other scholars to return to their work. He then began a casual conversation with Fu Junlin, asking about family size, average farmland per person, livestock numbers, and the state of the calves, as well as his academic progress and experiences in the field. The seemingly random questions skillfully eased Fu Junlin's tension. Within a few exchanges, Fu Junlin visibly relaxed and became more talkative. Speaking with someone of such stature should have been intimidating, but Professor Shangguan's choice of everyday topics brought him down from the clouds, making Fu Junlin feel surprisingly at ease. By the way, Professor Shangguan suddenly asked, has that person stopped bothering you? Fu Junlin blushed and admitted sheepishly, I apologize for what happened before. I did hope to use your influence to scare him a little. This honesty made Shangguan Mengji laugh heartily. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. Haha, I understand. Don't tell anyone, but back in my school days, I was bullied too. I remember once, my beloved mech was borrowed by a friend for research and ended up being taken apart by some thugs. I cried for half a day over it. Even now, I still feel angry thinking about it. Fu Junlin was touched by the story, real or not. The fact that Professor Shangguan was willing to lower himself and share in this way was enough to move him. At that moment, Jia Dongwei returned with the tea set. Seeing Professor Shangguan whispering with Fu Junlin only fueled his jealousy further. Professor Shangguan introduced with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is my apprentice, Jia Dongwei. Hello, sir. Fu Junlin managed to greet Jia Dongwei with a forced smile. Hi. Jia Dongwei responded coldly. Turning to more serious matters, Professor Shangguan pointed to the mech and asked, let's get down to business. Can you enlighten me about the secret of your mech? Fu Junlin straightened up. Are you referring to the fibrous characteristics of the mech's body? Exactly. Professor Shangguan's eyes lit up. From my observation, you've used 2.1 superalloy plates in many parts of the mech body, but at critical joints, you've used 2.2 superalloy. This 2.2 material has incredible elasticity and resilience. How did you achieve this? In essence, Fu Junlin had transformed the normally rigid steel into a flexible and elastic material at key points in the mech. This change not only redefined the fundamental properties of the mech's materials, but also completely altered its mechanical structure. As soon as Shangguan Mengji finished speaking, the scholars who had been eavesdropping exchanged glances. Jia Dongwei frowned deeply and blurted out, impossible. His outburst immediately drew a stern look from Shangguan Mengji. Yet, Jia Dongwei stubbornly continued, I specialize in mech materials, and I've conducted countless similar experiments. Altering alloy structures is nearly impossible. You, a mere stew. Where did you get this new material? He had intended to say you, a subspecies fool, but swallowed his words in the presence of his mentor. Silence. Shangguan Mengji rebuked sharply. Fu Junlin, though angered by Jia Dongwei's attitude, understood that offending such individuals was unwise. He replied tactfully, altering alloy structures is not impossible. Professor Shangguan's eyes brightened. Do you have a formula? Fu Junlin glanced at Jia Dongwei and said to Professor Shangguan, I do, but it might take some time. I'll prepare it for you later. In fact, Fu Junlin intended to spare Jia Dongwei's dignity. With Jia Dongwei having claimed expertise in mech materials, publicly disproving him could lead to lasting enmity, which would serve no benefit. However, before Shangguan Mengji could respond, Jia Dongwei interjected, no need, we have plenty of time. If you truly modified this alloy yourself, you shouldn't have forgotten how. With that, Jia Dongwei pulled over a blackboard, evidently aiming to expose Fu Junlin's supposed fraud and prevent his mentor from mistakenly regarding this subspecies student as a genius. In his view, Fu Junlin must have stolen the new material from somewhere. Get him, kick him, scratch him to death. Dehei screamed in Fu Junlin's mind. Undeterred, Fu Junlin's gaze turned icy. Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones are beyond redemption. Fu Junlin initially wanted to spare Jia Dongwei some dignity, but the latter seemed unappreciative. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junlin turned to Shangguan Mengji, bowed respectfully, and quickly straightened up. Fu Junlin strode to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and began writing complex formulas. Shangguan Mengji immediately stood up, eyes gleaming, as if transported back to his student days when he was most eager for knowledge. 150 years ago, science experienced a leap, Fu Junlin explained as he wrote. Countless new elements emerged in our world, with superalloys leading the Industrial Revolution. His fingers moved swiftly, sketching atomic structures on the board. In 2.2 superalloy, a neutron within an atomic nucleus is composed of 9 quarks, including up quarks, down quarks, O quarks, and antio quarks. Fu Junlin continued to elaborate on his theory, painting a fascinating picture of the microscopic world. He described how 3 atoms could be viewed as a group, with 1 neutron shattered, causing other quarks to undergo particle decay, while O-quarks and anti-O-quarks separated and moved in opposite directions. Shangguan Mingji was completely absorbed in this microscopic world, even forgetting his inability to achieve the step of shattering a neutron. He followed Fu Junlin's explanation with intense focus, as if witnessing the process firsthand. Suddenly, Fu Junlin's words burst like a clap of thunder. When each of these 2 neutrons gains an extra O-quark and anti-O-quark, the atom containing these 2 neutrons will. Shangguan Mengji had a sudden realization and blurted out, attract. Exactly, through gravitational field merging. Fu Junlin nodded approvingly. At this moment, the upgraded advanced atom disrupts the balance of the particle world. As you mentioned in the colliding world, modern elements possess self-evolution properties. With just one external impact, the exemplary nature of this marvelous atom will instantly take effect. Surrounding atoms will rush to complete their evolution, triggering an exponential explosive reaction. Fu Junlin's voice was filled with passion. A piece of 2.2 superalloy, no larger than a palm, can complete its evolution in less than 4 seconds, transforming into a soft alloy with a terrifying gravitational field, composed of tens of millions or even billions of points. He scribbled the final formula on the board, then turned to cast a cold glance at Jia Dongwei. Fu Junlin placed the chalk on the table with a decisive thud, silently declaring his victory. As soon as Fu Junlin finished speaking, Shangguan Mengji's expression froze, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The scholars behind him exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss. Even the stubborn Jia Dongwei was left speechless by the revelation. Despite his usual unpopularity, he did possess a certain level of talent. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Mengji's breathing became rapid, his eyes shining with disbelief. He abruptly turned to Fu Junlin and asked urgently, "But how did you manage to shatter a neutron?" Fu Junlin, well prepared, calmly replied, "It's simple. See it, break it, see it." A scholar stammered, "How can you see it?" With 2.2 superalloy, no equipment can currently observe neutrons, let alone break them. Shangguan Mengji gathered his thoughts, regaining his composure. Frowning in contemplation, he said, "Even if we have the formula, we can't achieve it. How do you shatter an unobservable element? If you could truly see it, a small particle collider would suffice to do what you're describing." Fu Junlin feigned a dreamy expression, his eyes unfocused, and softly said, "When I touch it, the microscopic world inside opens up to me, as if returning home." Shangguan Mengji was startled and blurted out, "Do you have savant syndrome?" Fu Junlin looked at him blankly. "What? Savant syndrome?" Shangguan Mengji pressed on. "Do you have any mental disorders?" He realized his rudeness as soon as he spoke. Fu Junlin shrugged with a wry smile. "I've never been diagnosed with any mental disorders." A young scholar nearby couldn't help but ask, "Professor, what's savant syndrome?" Professor Shangguan's gaze swept over Fu Junlin as if he were a rare treasure. He casually explained, "It's a rare condition that appeared centuries ago. Patients often have developmental disorders or autism, making everyday life difficult, but they possess extraordinary talents in specific fields." He provided examples. There was a foreigner named Fuller who could calculate the total number of seconds a person lived, including 17 leap years, in just a minute and a half. And a 14-year-old boy who, after hearing a piano piece for the first time, could play it flawlessly within hours, despite never having learned piano, and he suffered from cerebral palsy and was blind. Shangguan Mengji was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, disregarding any reservations about Fu Junlin. And a savant without mental or physical deficiencies isn't a patient, but a genius. He quickly considered his next move and suddenly turned to the scholars. "You can all go home now, leave." Jia Dongwei was taken aback, realizing his teacher's intention, and bit his lip in frustration, but said nothing. The others reluctantly left, each deep in thought. Once the lab was empty except for the 2 of them, Shangguan Mengji quickly closed the door and returned, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Fu Junlin. The veteran scholar seemed a bit nervous, and his greedy smile made Fu Junlin wary. "Junlin," Shangguan Mengji said with a grin, "do you know how many disciples I have?" 7. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up, sensing something significant was about to happen. Just as Shangguan Mengji was about to continue, Fu Junlin suddenly knelt down and declared loudly, "I may be dull-witted, but I've admired you for a long time. If you don't mind me being a subspecies, tarnishing your reputation, I humbly ask to be your disciple. Please, grant me this honor." Shangguan Mengji laughed heartily. "Good, good, good." He quickly helped Fu Junlin up, looking him over with increasing fondness. "You mustn't talk about being a subspecies tarnishing anything," Shangguan Mengji said, patting Fu Junlin's shoulder. "There's something people don't know. I have 2 teachers. One is a strong species, and the other is a subspecies. In my eyes, There's no racial prejudice, and you shouldn't feel any burden. The young man understood, tears welling up in his eyes, and nodded solemnly. Shangguan Mengji scolded. Still calling yourself young man? Fu Junlin immediately caught on, beaming a smile that revealed his white teeth. I understand, master. Ah, that's right. The old man laughed heartily, his silver hair shaking with mirth, clearly delighted. After his laughter subsided, Shangguan Mengji's expression turned serious. By the way, the fact that you've become my apprentice should remain between us. I believe it's not the right time to make it public. Lowering his voice, he explained. We're currently working on developing a large mech, and we need every capable hand. The American Federation is also working intensively on similar projects, and we're at a critical juncture. There might be unexpected threats lurking around. If I suddenly take you as my apprentice, it might raise suspicions, potentially endangering you. Fu Junlin nodded thoughtfully. He realized that someone as significant as Shangguan Mengji wouldn't take on an apprentice lightly. His previous apprentices were taken on when he was much younger, and it's been a long time since he accepted a new one. If he suddenly took on a college student now, it would inevitably raise questions. What makes this student special? If there are indeed spies or dangerous elements around, they might eliminate Fu Junlin to weaken the Imo-Rin Federation's scientific strength. Thinking of this, Fu Junlin shivered with anxiety. He felt fortunate that even if the professor hadn't mentioned it, he would have reminded himself to keep it confidential. In his mind, Dehei grumbled discontentedly, this is all my doing. I'm the one who turned you into a genius. Call me Dad, Fu Junlin mentally retorted. Why don't you acknowledge that I took you in? Otherwise, you'd be nothing but a lost soul. Call me Grandpa. Truce. Deal. Even though the school had already turned off the lights, Shangguan Mengji continued to chat with Fu Junlin. He was deeply impressed by this freshman's intellect and knowledge, but more importantly, by his maturity and high emotional intelligence. Fu Junlin never interrupted others and always listened attentively. Shangguan Mengji couldn't help but wonder what kind of family could raise such a considerate young man. However, he also noticed Fu Junlin's lack of advanced knowledge in mech technology, which was due to the absence of relevant advanced textbooks. He immediately handed over 4 hefty books to Fu Junlin. Master these, and you'll surpass 95 of the current mech researchers. Fu Junlin's eyes lit up as he took the books. These were authentic core texts of mech science, hard to find in the library. To learn everything in these books would typically require reaching junior year, after having access to numerous related textbooks. Shangguan Mengji added, mech technology and robotics are not the same. Mechs are combat armors controlled by humans, requiring human operation. Robots with AI intelligence have lost human trust since the Wall disaster. Almost all federations have banned AI research and breakthroughs. If AI is allowed to develop and infiltrate every aspect of life, once the electromagnetic interference cloud gains control over AI, humanity, already struggling with the Wall ecosystem, would not withstand it. We can't take that risk. The two of them talked through the night, catching only a brief nap in the lab's break room around 4 or 5 in the morning. Fortunately, Fu Junlin had informed his family that he might not return home that night. In the early morning, to avoid drawing attention, Fu Junlin left his teacher's side early. Shangguan Mengji gave him a private contact number. Despite having slept only 2 or 3 hours, Fu Junlin felt refreshed and energetic. Shangguan Mengji assigned Fu Junlin a single task, to investigate whether 2.4 superalloy could become a soft alloy like 2.2. Although Fu Junlin had developed the exceptional 2.2 material, this secret was known to only a few. Moreover, the structures of 2.4 and 2.2 are entirely different, so the formulas applicable to 2.2 can't be directly applied to 2.4. Fu Junlin would need to conduct new research on the 2.4 material. Hey, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, right? Dehei reminded him impatiently in his mind. What? Oh, the arena, right? Fu Junlin replied with a smile. He had promised to let Dehei have some fun at the arena today since it was the first day of the new season, and he was also in urgent need of money. He wanted to quickly build a few mechs that could be used in the arena. If he had been able to scrape by with little money before, now he was determined to earn big and use the best materials available. Build the best mech, then head to the arena, hunt for energy glands, and trade them for more money to build even better mechs. Fu Junlin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He quickly composed himself and added, but don't rush. Now that I have some money, I plan to reach level 2 novice before heading there. It's safer that way, considering the arena is full of top-notch level 2 novices. Fu Junlin was contemplating the situation at the arena. It was a mixed bag of people, but those who participated in the ranking matches were mostly there for the money, and their skills were usually no less than level 2 novice. To avoid getting beaten up, Fu Junlin decided to improve his strength before taking on the challenge. Ignoring Dehei's barrage of insults, Fu Junlin headed straight for the school's energy shop. He spent a whopping 10,000 bucks, renting 20 energy crystals and buying a brand new one to replace the heart of his mech. Now that I'm a disciple of an honorary professor, my mech can't be running on a third-hand heart, Fu Junlin thought wryly. After all, I do have a reputation, and an ID. In truth, Fu Junlin had been stuck at the level 1 master stage for quite some time. The process of upgrading energy levels was essentially about continuously absorbing various energies from the world, converting them through the second heart into controlled energy, and then compressing it to make it denser and thus more advanced. When compressed to a certain threshold, the controlled energy within the second heart experiences a qualitative leap. This breakthrough isn't as mystical as portrayed in fantasy novels, with scenes of heavenly vortexes or thunderous tribulations. But you can definitely feel the energy becoming stronger. This threshold is the barrier between level 1 and level 2, and level 3. Directly absorbing energy crystals is clearly faster and more effective than converting other energies. So when it comes to cultivation, having money really makes a difference. Looking at the 20 energy crystals in his hand, Fu Junlin couldn't help but marvel. Being rich is freaking awesome. The Feiyun Vine Arena welcomed the start of a new season, with the stage set for an electrifying display of skills. Young competitors, full of vigor, showcased their abilities, while the massive scoreboard above flashed the top 10 rankings, capturing everyone's attention. In this arena, there are no grade restrictions. As long as one's energy level hasn't surpassed level 2 elite, both freshmen and seniors can participate. Historically, the highest-ranking graduate from Feiyun Vine University has only achieved level 3 beginner status, earning the revered title of a grind master. Typically, the power gap between freshmen and seniors isn't significant, with most students ranging from level 1 master to level 2 elite. Besides energy levels, the training of genetic abilities is equally important. While energy levels can be enhanced throughout one's life, genetic skills are innate talents. Whether it's the physique of a subspecies, the shield of an evolved, or the super energy control of a strong, these are collectively known as genetic techniques. Human energy levels are divided into 10 tiers, but genetic skills only have 7, ranked from lowest to highest as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. By observing the color of the genetic particles above a person's head during battle, one can gauge their genetic skill level. At this moment, Fu Junlin's genetic particles are transitioning from red to orange. Evolved individuals typically focus on enhancing their shields and rarely on physical training, as the shield strength is inherently one level higher than physical attributes. This difference is more noticeable at lower levels, though it diminishes at higher levels. With similar energy levels, a subspecies with orange genetic particles is almost incapable of breaking through the shield of an evolved with the same color particles. The stands were packed, with spectators either cheering or shouting in excitement, and some even resorted to cursing. The reason? An uneven battle was unfolding on the stage. A boxer was bullying a young girl. The girl, Ling Xiaobing, is a magician. Although she isn't skilled in combat, she recently witnessed Fu Junlin's remarkable performance in the mech trials and felt her dream of teaming up with him in the arena slipping away. Determined not to be a burden, she decided to hone her combat skills in the arena to improve her strength. However, reality proved harsh. Ling Xiaobing's mech was quickly dismantled by her opponent, leaving her to barely defend herself with magic. Exhausted from energy depletion, she was left vulnerable as a subspecies mage. Hey, huh? Ling Xiaobing shouted as she deftly dodged her opponent's close-range attack. With an elegant spin, she wielded her energy staff, conjuring a vast field of ice elements before her. A wall of ice spikes, half a meter tall and over a meter wide, erupted from the ground. It's useless, stop making ice cream, mocked the short-haired boxer, who either had a girlfriend or was a complete straight shooter. He punched forward, sending shockwaves across the floor that shattered the ice spikes into a spray of crystals. As the boxer charged at high speed, Ling Xiaobing cried out, waving her energy staff, "Ah, don't come near. Get away." But the boxer, lacking any chivalry, crashed into her with an iron shoulder, sending her flying. Ling Xiaobing was knocked back, headed out of the ring. In a split second, a figure darted out, leaping into the air to catch her. This mysterious person landed on one knee, skillfully absorbing the impact so Ling Xiaobing felt almost no jolt. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers for the dashing hero who saved the day. All eyes were on this mysterious figure. Tall, clad in black, with a striking black and white mask covering his face, featuring a stitched mouth design and a large, sub-character on the forehead. This enigmatic figure was none other than Fu Junlin, though no one recognized him behind the mask, not even Ling Xiaobing in his arms. Ling Xiaobing, taken aback, looked at the masked man's face, about to thank him when she suddenly felt a gentle squeeze on her backside. Instantly blushing, she heard the masked man speak in a peculiar, ethereal voice. "Haha, little sister. You should watch your nutrition." "Ah, you pervert," she exclaimed, jumping away in embarrassment, eyeing him warily. However, the masked man ignored her and leaped onto the stage. The audience watched as the hero prepared to teach the unchivalrous boxer a lesson, causing a frenzy of excitement. In reality, it was Dahei controlling the body. Initially, Dahei could only control the body while Fu Junlin's voice remained, but recently he had learned to alter his voice, aiding Fu Junlin in concealing his identity. Dahei pointed at the boxer with a righteous tone. You, unchivalrous fellow, today I, the Silent One, shall embody the spirit of Caliban and vanquish you. The Silent One was the name Fu Junlin had chosen for this masked persona. Inside, Fu Junlin was bewildered. Hey, what even is Caliban? A suicide bomber? No, that's Libya. And those lines are so cheesy. Can you just fight without being so dramatic? Fu Junlin empathized with Dahei's usual frustration, unable to control the body and left only to critique. The boxer stood with hands on hips, expressionless, and waved. Hey, I'm over here. Dahei was pointing a meter away from the boxer, at empty space. His passionate speech paired with the comedic misdirection left the audience puzzled, thinking, this guy doesn't seem too bright. Dahei quickly adjusted his mask, muttering, oh, damn, sorry about that. The mask slipped, thought I was seeing double. Dahei's actions left the audience dumbfounded once again, followed by a burst of laughter. He remained unfazed, calmly adjusting his mask and putting on the gauntlets that Fu Junlin had bought him. He pointed a finger at the opposing boxer, making a taunting gesture. However, due to his earlier antics, the move lacked any intimidation and only elicited more laughter. I'll take you down with one punch, the Iron Man bellowed, stomping his foot and charging like a cannonball, aiming a heavy punch at Dahei's face. Dahei stood his ground, meeting the punch heat. Boom! The fists collided, sending an invisible shockwave rippling outward. Dahei was pushed back several meters, while the Iron Man remained unmoved. The outcome seemed obvious. Yet, Dahei sprang up, shaking his arms and laughing like a mischievous monkey king. Hey, why aren't you using any energy? Fu Junlin's voice echoed with dissatisfaction inside him. He had clearly felt Dahei using only sheer physical strength, without any energy enhancement. Do you want me to end up in jail? Using energy would knock him out in one punch. Dahei retorted. Fu Junlin was left speechless. The Iron Man wasn't concerned about Dahei's reasoning and launched another powerful punch. He was puzzled. The previous punch felt like hitting a solid iron block, with no energy waves from Dahei's fists. Was this guy really using only raw physical strength? As the punch came whistling in, Dahei rushed forward, but at the last moment, he shifted his body and took the punch on his shoulder. Bang! Another resounding impact. The Iron Man's punch felt like it hit iron, causing his own blood and energy to churn from the recoil, though Dahei was forced back again. Yet, Dahei clutched his shoulder, hopping around and making strange noises that blurred the line between crying and laughing. Again. This time, Dahei took the initiative, throwing a punch with no discernible technique at the Iron Man's face. The Iron Man easily dodged and countered with a strong punch. Dahei flipped over, seemingly dodging, yet intentionally presented his back to take the hit. Thud! Dahei was sent flying, landing flat on the ground. After a moment, he stretched out on the ground in a way only men would understand, tensing his limbs like a fish out of water, and exhaled two long words, so good. Fu Junlin suddenly understood Dahei's intention. Two words appeared in his mind. Guasha? No, it was more like body tempering. Dahei wasn't content with just finding challenges in the gym. He wanted to take it a step further. He never intended to defeat the Iron Man outright. He came looking for help. After 3 punches, the Iron Man shook his sore arm, looking at Dahei in bewilderment. The audience, although unable to hear Dahei's words, was left dumbfounded by his bizarre fighting style. Is it over? That guy's not moving. Didn't you see him stretching just now? Clearly, he's fine. That was stretching? I thought he was having a spasm. Do all guys stretch like that? A girl asked, somewhat disdainfully. The surrounding guys shot her looks of shock. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Waking up in the morning, stretching your body tightly, it's the best feeling of the day for any man, bar none. One guy said with a face full of longing, and the other guys nodded in agreement. Like getting an electric shock. How could that be enjoyable? A girl retorted. The guys replied in unison. Oh, it's hard to explain. At this moment, Dahei finished stretching, sprang up with a flip, and vigorously moved his shoulders. Hit me in the stomach, he exclaimed with a twisted excitement that even made the Iron Man a bit uneasy. Are you even human? The Iron Man asked incredulously. You've taken 3 of my full-force punches, and you're still jumping around, and you didn't even use any defense techniques? If you don't hit me, I'll hit you. Dahei urged impatiently. What the heck? I'd rather be punched to death than scared to death by you. You're too arrogant. The Iron Man's anger flared. What kind of nonsense is, if you don't hit me, I'll hit you? Fueled by rage, he aimed a punch at Dahei. Perhaps subconsciously influenced, He targeted Dahei's stomach. Dahei immediately braced himself, legs apart in a stable stance, chest out, and stomach clenched, actually using his abdomen to meet the Iron Man's punch. Boom! The punch landed heavily on Dahei's abs, sending him sliding back smoothly 3 or 4 meters, his arms stiffly giving a thumbs up. As for the Iron Man, a crackling sound was heard as spiderweb-like cracks spread across his gauntlets. The 2.2 superalloy gauntlets had shattered. Bits of metal clattered to the floor, and the audience erupted, some laughing uncontrollably. The Iron Man was nearly in tears. My gauntlets, over $1,000, and now they're gone, and I haven't even won the match yet. Dahei exhaled with concern, asking, brother, do you have another pair of gauntlets? Don't just stand there. The Iron Man looked at him with a, what the heck is wrong with you expression. Don't be upset, here, why don't you use mine for now? Dahei said, surprisingly taking off his own gauntlets and offering them to the Iron Man. Junlin? Iron Man? Audience. The tough guy almost broke into tears, his voice trembling as he said, you can defeat me, but you can't humiliate me. I concede. He threw his gauntlet to the ground with a thud. Then, as if realizing something, he carefully picked it up again, tears in his eyes. He glared at Dahei with resentment while stumbling off the stage. Seeing this, Dahei quickly took a couple of steps forward and called out, hey, you don't have to be so polite. Hearing this, the tough guy's anger flared up. He turned around and shouted, who the hell is being polite to you? The crowd erupted into an uproar, followed by thunderous cheers and applause. Although most of the audience didn't understand how Dahei had won, it was evident that the tough guy's gauntlets were shattered, leaving him unable to continue fighting. Dahei looked around, bathed in the spotlight and the deafening cheers. He suddenly realized he was the center of attention. He turned to Junlin, his voice filled with an unfamiliar sense of anticipation. They're all watching us, right? Their cheers are genuine, aren't they? Junlin felt a pang in his heart, thinking, Dahei must not have been valued much on his planet, having been exiled and all. How remarkable could he have been? This kind of life was something he understood well from his own childhood. So, he often empathized with Dahei's feelings. Dahei became so excited that he started panting, raising his arms in triumph and shouting, Caliba! Yeah, woo! Ha ha ha. His actions were somewhat inappropriate. He had only won a small match, mostly getting beaten up and barely fighting back. Some might even think his victory was sheer luck. It was just an insignificant battle among countless others, likely not even earning him a few points. Yet, Dahei accepted the well-meaning cheers around him like a triumphant king, making him appear a bit like a clown. But this time, Junlin didn't stop him. He silently watched Dahei savor the moment, thinking, he's just not yet accustomed to this world. He just wants to enjoy a moment of attention. What's wrong with that? As Dahei basked in his moment of glory, a towering figure slowly approached the stage. This was a giant of a man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, holding a massive two-handed warhammer with an axe on the back. His muscles bulged, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. Dahei had to step back and look up at him, appearing small but somewhat cheeky. He adjusted his mask and asked, are you here too? Are you challenging me too? This giant man, likely a sophomore at least, exuded a formidable aura. Without a word, he swung his enormous hammer down at Dahei, the hammerhead sparking with faint lightning. You can't block that hammer, Junlin shouted. As if I didn't know. Dahei leaped aside. The giant hammer slammed into the ground with a crash, sending a terrifying current of electricity crackling across the floor. Caught off guard, Dahei was struck by the current, which traveled up his legs, causing a momentary numbness. In that instant of paralysis, the giant senior delivered a sidekick. Despite being kicked backwards, Dahei managed to grab the senior's ankle. Using the momentum of being kicked, he spun back like a compass, employing a movement Junlin couldn't comprehend. The senior, with his leg caught, was yanked into a perfect split. Meanwhile, Dahei had swung around from his left side, delivering a backhand punch to the senior's face. The senior was sent flying sideways by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground. As he stood up, he realized his weapon was now in Dahei's hands. Dahei rubbed the spot on his waist where he'd been kicked, twisted a bit, and said to Junlin, I think it's just average. How about taking 2 hits with a hammer? You're talking nonsense. Junlin shouted, but he couldn't stop Dahei. Without hesitation, Dahei tossed the massive hammer to the burly senior with ease, saying, sorry about this, go ahead. The burly senior was taken aback at first but quickly caught on. He remembered the previous match where someone in a mask had similarly allowed their opponent to attack them. So, he decided to grant Dahei's wish. He lifted the hammer high and brought it down fiercely. To everyone's surprise, Dahei took the blow heeding with his shoulder and back. The terrifying force combined with the thunder attribute's destructive power sent him flying. In midair, Dahei couldn't help but shout, that was strong. but I can handle it. What followed was like a bizarre electric hammer therapy show for the audience. Dahe rarely fought back, mostly taking hits. However, his body seemed limitless, growing stronger with each blow. As time went on, the burly senior was nearly out of energy, while Dahe remained lively. The audience couldn't sit still anymore. Initially, some had dismissed Dahe as a joke, but all present were seasoned students. Seeing Dahe selectively dodge and evade attacks he couldn't withstand, displaying terrifying agility and incredible combat instincts, made everyone question if they could do the same. This masked silent fighter, was he truly strong? He hadn't attacked, so his true power was hard to gauge. Yet if he wasn't strong, how could he withstand the enchanted blades and thunder-infused warhammer of a second-tier novice as if it were nothing? On the stage, the burly senior was gasping for breath, seeing stars, barely able to hold his hammer. Meanwhile, the silent fighter continued to nimbly dodge, occasionally tauntingly beckoning the burly senior with a finger. Everyone had a strange thought. Was he here to fight or give a massage? Did he think this was a spa? The second match ended once again with the senior conceding defeat. Following that, a variety of combat professionals, including fighters, mech warriors, and mages, took turns challenging, with a total of 7 contenders stepping up. However, without exception, they all faced defeat, and 2 of their weapons were rendered inoperative on the spot. After just 9 matches, the mute's score skyrocketed to 279 points, effortlessly claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Junlin was secretly pleased. Although being first at the start of the season didn't mean much, many top players hadn't shown up yet, and last season's champions, Dongfang Bai and Li Jing, typically joined the competition at the end of the first month. The 2,790 yuan prize was undeniably tempting. Remembering how he'd once contributed to others' ticket sales, Junlin couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at finally seeing a return. Ultimately, Junlin decided to advise Dahe, reminding him not to push against the odds any further. It was unusual for someone to sustain through 7 or 8 matches unless there was a significant skill gap, allowing for easy victories. Dahe, however, pushed each opponent to their energy limits, which could easily raise suspicion. Besides, they'd been controlling the body for over an hour. Dahe, despite his reluctance, retreated back into Junlin, allowing him to regain control. The audience was taken aback to see the previously arrogant and taunting mute now politely bowing to his opponent and signaling his surrender. He quickly collected his prize money and dashed out of the arena like a gust of wind. Quick, follow him. We have to find out who this mute really is. A crowd of curious students rushed out, but Junlin was too fast, disappearing into the stairwell in the blink of an eye. Given the high floor and the rarely used stairwell, by the time the pursuers arrived, they had no idea whether he had gone up or down. Junlin was well prepared. His black outerwear was made of adaptive material, and as soon as he entered the stairwell, he removed his mask and changed his outfit within seconds, becoming unrecognizable from the mute. Holding the 2,790 yuan prize, he felt elated. He decided to spend 190 yuan on some groceries to treat his mother to a nice meal. He calculated that if he could participate once every season, his living expenses would be covered, and he wouldn't have to eat leftovers anymore. Tisish, you still have to rely on me, don't you? Dahe remarked disdainfully. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Junlin replied with a smile. Indeed, it was all thanks to Dahe. Before Dahe's arrival, Junlin never participated in arena battles or ventured into dangerous areas, partly due to fear of injury, which only led to worsening poverty. But since Dahe's appearance, his quality of life had improved significantly, even allowing him to build a mech, something unimaginable before. By evening, Junlin had bought the groceries and was rushing home. However, as he neared his house, he froze in shock. A faint black smoke drifted out from the lab's doors and windows in the distance. Alarmed, Junlin sprinted towards it. What met his eyes was a scene of devastation. More than half of the lab was unrecognizable, the workbench shattered, and the walls were charred, with a large patch of plaster blown off. Yao Jinying was frantically scolding Fu Huntao while trying to salvage Fu Junlin's equipment with a cloth, visibly distressed. Fu Huntao, bleeding from the head, was curled up on the ground, crying loudly, his hair singed and his face blackened from the blast. What happened? Junlin exclaimed, rushing to check on Fu Huntao's injuries. Fortunately, apart from a few bleeding wounds on his head, Fu Huntao wasn't seriously hurt. Seeing Junlin return, Yao Jinying, with tears in her eyes, anxiously said, "It exploded. Everything blew up, your equipment. What are we going to do? Several things are ruined." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Yao Jinying was filled with fear and guilt. Her son had finally made a name for himself at the factory, earning this lab through his hard work, providing them with a place to settle, clean bathing water, and a reliable electricity supply. Most importantly, this lab was crucial for Fu Junlin's studies. But now, not only was the equipment severely damaged, but the wall also had a large hole. If the factory found out, how could they possibly forgive Fu Junlin? Wouldn't their family be evicted? Everything Fu Junlin had worked so hard for would be gone. Her son's future could be ruined. All because she hadn't stopped Fu Huntao from using the lab. Seeing his mother in tears, Fu Junlin quickly took the cloth from her hands and said firmly, "It's okay, Mom, calm down. I can handle this, don't worry." He reassured her while helping her sit on a nearby stool. Fu Huntao sobbed, "Brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to use the lab, to try the particle collider, and then it exploded," wailing. Fu Junlin looked over and saw that the portable particle collider was indeed blown to pieces, with many other devices also suffering varying degrees of damage. Despite his heartache, Fu Junlin suppressed his sadness, patted Fu Huntao's head, and comforted him. It's all right. Your brother will figure it out." Fu Junlin first tended to Fu Huntao's wounds, and then the three of them began cleaning up the site, moving the undamaged equipment out, gathering the damaged ones, and tidying up the workbench and walls. Once he calmed down, Fu Junlin assessed the damage. It was mainly a financial issue, as lab explosions weren't uncommon, and Zhang Cheng was unlikely to evict them over this. The wall could be repaired at a reasonable cost. The workbench and equipment would need replacing. A rough estimate put the total loss at about 8,000 yuan. The money he had previously given his mother should be enough to temporarily cover the gap. After everything was sorted out, Fu Junlin decided to get to the bottom of what happened. He sternly called out, "Fu Huntao, come here. What exactly did you do to cause the explosion?" Fu Junting knew that what was coming would inevitably come. Under the scrutinizing gaze of his mother, Yao Jinying, and his brother, Fu Junlin, he nervously twisted the hem of his shirt and mumbled in a low voice, "I just saw you weren't home, so I thought I might as well do some research too. I wanted to synthesize a crystal light sphere." Upon hearing this, Yao Jinying was furious, exclaiming in exasperation, "A crystal light sphere? That useless ornamental thing? You destroyed your brother's lab for something so frivolous? I'll teach you a lesson." As she raised her hand to strike Fu Junting, Fu Junlin quickly intervened to stop her. The crystal light sphere, a popular toy among youngsters, is known for its beauty despite its lack of practicality. They're available in stores, but come with a hefty price. Fu Junting's idea of making one himself was actually quite cool if he had succeeded. That is, Fu Junlin calmly analyzed. Synthesizing a crystal light sphere only requires secondary energy, stone acid, and calcium. Neither crushing nor fusing these should cause an explosion. What exactly did you do? He wasn't trying to blame his brother, but rather used this as a teaching moment to emphasize the importance of caution and precision in scientific research. Innovation must be balanced with adherence to certain rules. Fu Junting hesitantly explained, "I thought secondary energy was too expensive, and I didn't have the money to buy any. A classmate had given me a tiny bit of energy gland, so I extracted just a little bit from it." "Really, just a little?" He gestured with his pinky finger, as if trying to minimize his responsibility. Hearing this, Fu Junlin felt a chill run down his spine, his tongue tying up in knots. You cut open a secondary energy source?" He hurriedly explained. Energy from the gland can be processed into secondary energy by specialized factory equipment, which can achieve a state of transformation. But that doesn't mean secondary energy is the same as primary energy. Secondary energy is superficially stable but inherently violent and unstable. Its relative stability comes from its outer layer, which is why secondary energy factories have never exploded. Encased in its protective shell, it's like a beast trapped in a steel cage. Fu Junlin continued, "Everyone knows secondary energy is dangerous, but no one knew it could explode because no one has ever cut through its shell. But wait, although secondary energy is terrifying, it's unobservable like neutrons, with a high frequency of movement. How did you manage to cut something unobservable and constantly dodging? You shouldn't have been able to cut it." He pressed further. "What did you use to extract the secondary energy?" "An air needle," Fu Junting replied softly. "Did you cut it after mixing the calcium and stone acid? How did you observe it?" Fu Junlin continued to ask. Fu Junting said weakly, I didn't observe it. Your particle collider has data, and I used that data to make the cut. I didn't dare alter your data." Fu Junlin was thunderstruck, momentarily deaf to the world around him. His brother's words echoing in his mind. "Didn't observe. Used your data. Mixed calcium and stone acid after." In Fu Junlin's mind, a microscopic battle unfolded. A burly warrior wielding a giant axe, trapped in heavy armor, deftly dodged as a colossal axe descended to split him open. Then, two figures approached from either side. One named Stone Acid, the other Calcium. Calcium said, "The world is so wonderful, yet you're so irritable. That's not good, not good," and then embraced the warrior, transforming into a gentle light that enveloped him, slowing him down. Stone Acid held a knife to the warrior's throat, threatening, "Don't move, or I'll finish you." The warrior wept, saying, "You fools, if that giant axe splits my armor, we'll all die." But Calcium, indifferent, replied, I don't care. Not only do I want to die with you, but I also want to help you explode. So we can go out with a bang. Then, the giant axe descended once more, splitting the now immobile warrior in half. The armor shattered, and the warrior inside exploded instantly. Realizing this, Fu Junlin shivered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I get it. I get it. He eagerly explained. What my brother did was create an opportunity for stone acid, calcium, and secondary energy to meet. And the data from my particle collider, which cuts neutrons, just happened to cut through this mixed secondary energy. Although it's unobservable, I can still use it to do things. Plus, it's something that can't be replicated. I can cut neutrons, but others can't. Even if I use this fixed data to trigger an explosion with secondary energy, others who know this data can't go further. It's like knowing 100 times 8 equals 800, but someone who can't do math steals the answer and knows 100 times 8 equals 800, yet they still don't know what 100 times 7 or 9 equals. Fu Junlin grabbed Fu Junting's shoulders excitedly, shaking him vigorously. You're a genius. Fu Junting, swaying like seaweed, was even more bewildered by his brother's reaction. He wondered if his brother had lost his mind. Yao Jinying, equally puzzled, watched Fu Junlin with concern. Son, if something's bothering you, talk to me. Don't act like this, it's scaring me. Fu Junlin's behavior was indeed unusual first dazed, then with eyes shining, proclaiming, I get it, and calling Fu Junting a genius. It didn't seem normal. Fu Junlin, caught between laughter and tears, explained, Mom, do I look like I'm having a breakdown? You don't know what Fu Junting has done. Yao Jinying immediately turned to Fu Junting, scolding, exactly, do you know what you've done? I'll beat you, you little rascal. Fu Junlin winced, realizing his mother had misunderstood, and quickly interjected, Wait, Mom, that's not what I meant. I'm saying you don't know he's made a breakthrough. This explosion could be a controlled, stable explosion. A controlled, stable explosion isn't a disaster, it's a tool. A very formidable weapon. Fu Junting's eyes lit up at this, starting to grasp his brother's point. Yao Jinying, still unsure, timidly asked, an explosion is a good thing? Fu Junlin solemnly replied, an explosion in the lab isn't good, but an explosion in front of a monster audience is definitely a good thing. That night, Fu Junlin and Fu Junting, in a rare moment, sat on the rooftop. They gazed at the sky, filled with clouds of electromagnetic interference, where a few of the brightest stars could be faintly seen twinkling through. Brother, is the explosive robot plan you mentioned really feasible? Fu Junting asked with a frown. But the microparticle cutters are also very expensive. Fu Junlin nodded and explained, it's feasible. After the technological leap, particle colliders now have portable versions, which led to the development of microcutters. Once fixed data is implanted, they can perform cutting tasks, but they're basically single-use. Prices range from 100 to tens of thousands, with the cheapest being $100. He continued to elaborate on his idea. My plan is to use secondary energy to create explosive robots. Secondary energy isn't strictly regulated, and a few energy glands can last a long time. Calcium and stony acids are also cheap. The key is the cutter. Each explosion consumes one, and at the very least, it costs $100. It's like burning money. Fu Junting listened, his mouth slightly agape, eyes filled with both yearning and discouragement. That's truly a rich person's attack method. Fu Junlin ruffled his brother's hair proudly. This is your invention. Only we, the brothers, can use it. One day, we'll be able to afford it. As he spoke, he took out a freshly synthesized crystal light ball. Fu Junting's eyes lit up as he took it, admiring the floating stony acid powder inside. However, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he tossed the crystal ball into a corner. Brother, do you also think I'm just a kid? Fu Junting said sternly, I won't like these things anymore. I want to be like you and devote myself to scientific research. I want to become a top student too. Fu Junlin laughed heartily. Silly, I'm working hard to make you happy. You are a kid after all. Fu Junting shook his head in denial. Fu Junlin's laughter carried a hint of bittersweetness as he realized his brother's childhood might be coming to an end. All right, if you really want to dive into research, you'll find science is fascinating too. You're free to use the lab, and don't let failures weigh on you. I won't blame you, understand? Yeah. Fu Junting nodded firmly. Under the moonlight, the brothers exchanged smiles. A moment later, Fu Junting ran to pick up the crystal ball and tucked it into his pocket. Fu Junlin was puzzled. Changed your mind? No. Fu Junting shook his head. I'm going to sell it at school to those willing to pay. Yours looks way better than the ones in stores. Fu Junlin was speechless, silently admiring his brother's business acumen. Despite the costly nature of this attack method, Fu Junlin bought 16 cutters for experimentation. He used the 2,000 yuan he won as a prize, spending 600 yuan to test 6 of them, secretly trying them out on the streets at night, leaving charred marks on the ground. For the final version of the explosive robot, he splurged on making tin, but the actual effectiveness still needed to be verified in the field. The opportunity for verification came quickly. The next morning, Yu stopped Fu Junlin at the classroom door. Old Fu, the dead loop field we explored before has opened up nearby. We've assembled a team, all above level 2, and we're just missing a battle flag master with a mech, Yu said with a grin. Fu Junlin knew that Yu was referring to him. In the past, he would have outright refused, but now, with a mech and Dahe as his confidence, he was tempted. Say yes, say yes. I want to go to the field. Dahe urged eagerly in his mind. You did so well on the exam. No one dares to underestimate you now, Yu added. Fu Junlin thought for a moment and asked, all right then, who's in the team? Yu counted on his fingers. Now we have me, you, Zishu, and 2 martial artists from the elite class. Fu Junlin frowned and asked, no mages? Last time we went, didn't we encounter bugs that nullified magic? It took the pioneers a long time to take this place down. Yu explained, yes, they found quite a few creatures with anti-magic abilities. The monsters around the arena might have the same ability, so mages aren't in high demand right now. Teams heading there these days rarely need mages. Martial artists and mecha fighters are more popular because they rely on physical attacks. All right then, Fu Junlin nodded in understanding. After setting a time, they had lunch and met up. The 2 martial artists from the elite class, Sun Long and Zhang Kong, were strong and well-built. Fu Junlin often saw one of them at the gym. Fortunately, they didn't harbor much prejudice against subhumans, otherwise, they wouldn't team up with them. The guys quickly struck up a lively conversation. They waited a bit before Xiao Zishu arrived, fashionably late. She wore tight-fitting leggings that perfectly showcased her long legs and stunning waist-to-hip ratio. However, her sharp gaze could make anyone calm down instantly. She casually stood next to Fu Junlin as she joined the group. All right, everyone's here. Let's find someone to report to, Yu suggested. The so-called reporting involved having someone monitor their actions from outside, for safety reasons, in case of emergencies. Just as Yu took out his phone, Ling Xiaobing came bounding over, waving enthusiastically in front of Fu Junlin, her eyes full of anticipation. The others exchanged knowing glances with Fu Junlin, and Xiao Zishu teased, I agree with this reporting. If Fu Junlin gets a scratch, she'll report it straight to the principal. We're definitely safe. Everyone laughed, except Fu Junlin, who blushed, and Ling Xiaobing, who shyly adjusted her hair. Yu laughed and said to Ling Xiaobing, all right, our lives are in your hands. Then, they all headed to the teleportation area at the backfield. Ling Xiaobing connected her phone to the teleporter, preparing to monitor the entire field with a mini-drone. If others wanted to watch the battle, she could project it onto the screen next to the teleporter. Watching others' arena battles had become a popular pastime among young people, similar to an app called D from hundreds of years ago. Yu and the group took return pins from the teleporter and attached them to their clothes. After checking their gear, Yu pressed the teleportation preheat button. Ling Xiaobing raised her fist and shouted, may your energy be limitless. Her eyes, however, were fixed only on Fu Junlin, causing the others to smile knowingly while Fu Junlin looked a bit flustered. The 5 of them shouted in unison, energy limitless. A flash of white light, and they vanished. Ling Xiaobing murmured to the empty teleporter, stay safe. She then happily settled into a nearby rest pod, pulled out some snacks, ready to admire Junlin brothers' prowess. However, before she could start, a sharp slap landed on her small backside. Ling Xiaobing yelped and turned around to find Yu with a teasing smile. Teacher, what brings you here? Ling Xiaobing said with a grin, hugging Yu's arm affectionately. I had some free time. Did Junlin and the others report into the arena? Yes. Teacher, are you free with no classes? Go on, you little rascal. Hee, they just went in. Do you want to watch with me? Sure. Share some of those chips with me. No way. The first layer of teleportation didn't send them directly to the target arena, but to the death cycle arena that Yu had explored last time. The pioneers had already taken it over, and were starting construction. The entire arena, codenamed Nightingale, had become a large transit hub. Movable block stones were pieced together, while countless bridges spanned the immovable ones. Construction vehicles shuttled back and forth, transporting materials. In the distance, high-rise buildings stood, some even built directly in the labyrinth beneath the blocks. Once a death cycle arena was conquered, numerous live cycle arenas waiting for exploration would appear around it. Humanity had to continuously peel back the fog, discover more death cycle arenas, and then pioneer and build to expand territories. It's a never-ending cycle. The nearest live cycle arena was just beyond the 4 walls of this death cycle arena, and it was the first to be cleared each day. Since the refresh was calculated daily, those who came later had to jump further into random locations. Multiple secondary teleportation arrays were set up around the arena. Chen Qiu and the others underwent a second teleportation, finally entering the live cycle arena. Get ready, Chen Qiu reminded, and they disappeared once more. In a flash of light, several individuals suddenly appeared in a fenced area about 100 meters square. Chen Qiu moved swiftly, immediately tossing a drone into the air while brandishing a test gun. He quickly reported the data. Transmission intensity at 78. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But their brief moment of ease was swiftly shattered. In the distance, a monstrous creature noticed their presence and let out an ear-splitting roar. The group's expressions changed drastically from relief to alarm. Damn it, just our luck. Sun Long cursed under his breath as his gauntlet began to hum, ready to strike. Before them, at least 20 monsters stood, with 6 or 7 exuding the aura of elite creatures. Fu Junlin immediately provided intelligence from the rear. New type of monster, blue blood. Level 3, close-range physical attack, strength 6 can break armor, no heart. These blue blood creatures resembled deformed cheetahs, with slender forebodies and robust hindquarters, their hind legs extremely powerful. Their leaping ability was astounding, and their claws were as dexterous as human hands, with nails sharp as blades. Most terrifying was their alien-like, gaping maw. Seeing the blue blood creatures charging, Chen Qiu shouted furiously, "Taste my dragon tornado." He swung his massive blade, rolling it toward the monster horde. Scorching fire elements scattered in a 5 to 6 meter radius. Any blue blood creature that came close was slashed with deep wounds, with one even beheaded on the spot. Other blue blood creatures attempted to seize the opportunity to attack, but were punched away by Sun Long and Zhang Kong from either side. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin unfurled a red battle flag and thrust it into the ground. The red aura spread explosively, boosting everyone's fighting spirit. Fu Junlin continued to shout, "Elite new type. Strength 10 can break armor, fast, strong, low intelligence. Their tentacles aren't offensive, but allow them to communicate with each other." These elite monsters were larger than the regular blue blood creatures, with glowing tentacles on their necks, clearly for communication. The battle intensified, with Chen Qiu and his comrades locked in a fierce struggle. Fu Junlin had to deploy flags for strength, speed, and defense, enabling the trio to fight with gusto. Although Qiao Zishu attacked less frequently from the rear, every shot took down a blue blood creature. Chen Qiu glanced back and noticed Fu Junlin's mech standing idle, prompting him to shout in frustration, "Hey, old Fu, why is your mech just standing there? Get it in the fight." Fu Junlin shook his head repeatedly. "No, no, no. This mech is for my protection." He explained that the mech was meant to guard against sudden attacks, not for frontline combat. Seeing the dissatisfaction on their faces, Fu Junlin quickly added, "But I have other mechs to help you." With that, he tossed a shoe-sized boxy robot onto the ground. Chen Qiu and the others looked at the small device in confusion. Suddenly, the tiny robot stood up, spun around twice, and locked onto the monster horde. Its little wheels spun furiously on the grass, but it struggled to move due to slipping. Fu Junlin admitted awkwardly, "Oh dear, this still needs improvement. The mobility needs work." The little robot finally reached the monster group, raising its mechanical head to scan. An elite creature lowered its head to meet its gaze, creating an oddly comical scene. At that moment, Fu Junlin shouted, "Old Chen, I suggest you get far away. It's going to explode." Chen Qiu, not hearing clearly, was about to ask when Fu Junlin snapped his fingers. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, instantly obliterating over a dozen blue blood creatures and 2 elite monsters. The terrifying shockwave flung Chen Qiu into the air, and in a flash of white light, he was blasted back to the city. A black and red mushroom cloud rose from the site, painting a terrifying picture. On the large teleportation array behind the playground of Feiyun Vine, Chen Qiu suddenly flipped up from the ground like a carp, looking around in confusion. Not far away, Shi Hongyu and Ling Xiaobing were munching on chips, their eyes darting back and forth between the screen of their phones and Chen Qiu. "Who am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming?" Chen Qiu muttered to himself, doubting whether he was still asleep. He vaguely remembered teaming up with Fu Junlin and Qiao Zishu to clear the hunting grounds. Then, Fu Junlin. With a furious roar, Chen Qiu jumped 3 meters high, suddenly realizing he had been blown up by Fu Junlin. Without bothering to greet Shi Hongyu, Chen Qiu rushed to Ling Xiaobing and urgently asked, "What happened?" Ling Xiaobing stammered, unsure how to explain, and simply handed the phone to Chen Qiu. Chen Qiu snatched the phone and saw the drone footage stabilizing after a violent shake, revealing a slowly dissipating mushroom cloud from a bird's eye view. Inside the hunting grounds, monster limbs hung from the walls, and Sun Long and Zhang Kong were shakily getting to their feet, looking around. The explosion had left a crater over 6 meters in diameter and more than a meter deep at its center, with the surviving monsters blown away and injured. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the dull crack of a sniper rifle, instantly exploding the head of a stunned elite monster. Don't just stand there. Finish them off. Xiao Zishu's cold voice snapped Sun Long and Zhang Kong back to action. Fu Junlin emerged from behind a mech, patting his chest and muttering, "Wow, that's messy. Looks like there's a lot of room for improvement." He looked up at the lingering mushroom cloud, assessing the impact of the explosion. Just as he was basking in self-satisfaction, he turned to meet Xiao Zishu's murderous glare. Her pretty face was smudged with soot, and a small patch of her hair was singed, clearly grazed by flying debris from the burning monster corpses. The group quickly dispatched the remaining injured monsters. Fu Junlin planted a large green battle flag, its gentle healing glow enveloping them and restoring their strength. Looking around, Fu Junlin asked in confusion, "Hey, where's Chun Qiyu?" Watching the scene unfold from outside, Chun Qiyu nearly dropped the phone in exasperation and shouted, "I'm right here. You blew me up." Inside the hunting grounds, the group was too preoccupied with the aftermath to worry about Chun Qiyu's whereabouts. Instead, they crowded around Fu Junlin, anxiously questioning, "What did you make? A nuke?" "Just an exploding robot," Fu Junlin replied with an embarrassed grin. "The power is terrifying. If the monsters gather together, one of these could clear the field." Sun Long murmured, "Then throw more of them." Xiao Zishu retorted, annoyed. "Throw more? These are expensive." Fu Junlin shook his head, hesitating to reveal the cost. After all, $100 was steep, but if it could take down a level 3 elite monster, its value skyrocketed. "So what now? Chun Qiyu's already gone back," Zhang Kong asked. Fu Junlin surveyed the field littered with monster corpses and decided, "Let's harvest the glands from the elite monsters and head back. Facing 6 level 3 elites in the first hunting ground alone is too much for us. We can't handle more. Going back now isn't a loss. Each of us could earn over $1,000. You're wasting air by staying alive. Give me your body, and I'll clear 10 hunting grounds." Dehei raged in Fu Junlin's mind. Fu Junlin ignored him. The others reluctantly agreed and split up to collect the glands. However, complaints soon echoed from every corner. "Everything's blasted to bits, it's all minced meat. How can we tell which is from the elite monsters? I just saw a monster's remains and thought it was a mouth. Dug around for ages and found nothing. Turns out it wasn't even a mouth. I never want to eat barbecue again." The energy glands were surprisingly resilient, and it took about 10 minutes of treasure hunting before everyone managed to gather all 6. Sun Long weighed the 6 glowing glands in his hand thoughtfully. "Shall we head back to the city?" Fu Junlin suggested. Sun Long shook his head. "Do you know how much these quality glands are worth?" Xiao Zishu glanced at them and said casually, "If they're from the new type of monster, probably around 2,000, at least 2,500. Sun Long declared firmly. Fu Junlin was puzzled. "Then let's hurry back and sell them. What else do you want to do?" Sun Long announced seriously, "I'm planning to sacrifice myself." Everyone turned to look at his intact teleportation badge on his chest, confused. Sun Long explained, "Junlin, give me one of your bomb robots. I'll take it into the next arena alone. With only one target, all the monsters will swarm toward me. If I detonate the robot then..." The group was stunned by this bold idea. Zhang Kang's eyes lit up, and he patted Sun Long on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, I think it's a great plan. You blow up one, I'll blow up another, and we can explore at least 2 more arenas." He turned to Fu Junlin and Xiao Zishu. "You guys handle the cleanup." Fu Junlin's eye twitched, thinking to himself, "This makes me look like a coward." Dahei silently mocked him in his mind. Xiao Zishu rarely praised. "Ha, who would have thought you two had such guts?" The two straightened up proudly, even though they said, "We've died countless times." They knew the fear of facing death never truly diminished. Especially with this kind of voluntary sacrifice, it took immense courage. Fu Junlin nodded in agreement and handed Sun Long a square-headed robot called Little 78. Sun Long took it, his expression growing serious as he instinctively shrank his neck. "All right, open the comms. I'll call you when I need to detonate." Sun Long took a deep breath and walked through the light gate into the southern arena. Fu Junlin and the others followed to the edge of the light gate. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, just 40 seconds later, Sun Long's shout came through the comms, "Detonate." The 3 of them stepped through the light gate simultaneously, seeing a corner of the arena packed with at least 20 monsters, piled on top of each other. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin snapped his fingers and detonated Little 78. With a thunderous explosion, the monster horde was blown to pieces, limbs and debris flying everywhere. Fu Junlin barely had time to react before a dark shape flew straight at his face. The next moment, Zhang Kong and Xiao Zishu felt a gust of wind, accompanied by half a scream from Fu Junlin. By the time they realized what had happened, Fu Junlin was nowhere to be seen. They turned around in shock, only to find Fu Junlin covered in green slime, slowly sliding down a wall. A half-destroyed monster corpse lay nearby. With a pained and bewildered expression, Fu Junlin muttered, "What did I do to deserve this?" Zhang Kong couldn't help but laugh, pulling Fu Junlin down and helping him clean off the mess. Xiao Zishu stood with arms crossed, chuckling. Good things happen to good people, huh? Zhang Kong was momentarily entranced by Xiao Zishu's profile. The icy beauty smile was surprisingly captivating. Gather the loot. Fu Junlin grumbled, scrubbing at the monster blood on him. Luckily, his strong constitution meant a regular banner warrior would have been sent home by now. Sun Long's voice came through the comms. I'm back at the field. Wow, that bomb packs a punch. Zhang Kong, give it a try. It doesn't hurt at all. Sun Long, the first to self-destruct, had completed his mission with surprisingly good results. This method of trading life for monsters was certainly groundbreaking. Wait for our good news. Zhang Kong replied. Oh, and Junlin, Qiu asked how your uncle's been doing lately? Xiao Zishu and Zhang Kong burst into laughter, while Fu Junlin's face darkened. Joking as they went, they began collecting the spoils. This time, they did well, acquiring 5 energy glands from level 3 elite monsters. With Sun Long's example, Zhang Kong bravely took a little 7-8 and entered the next arena. Another explosion later, they collected 7 more energy glands from level 3 elite monsters. Outside, Qiu and the others signaled they could head back, but Fu Junlin was tempted. One little 7-8 could be worth over 10,000. He cast a guilty glance at Xiao Zishu. Xiao Zishu gave Fu Junlin a hard kick, snatched a little 7-8, and resolutely marched into the next arena. Fu Junlin and the mech stood by the light gate, murmuring thoughtfully, this method is effective, but it's tough on teammates. After Xiao Zishu blew up an enclosure, Fu Junlin cleaned up the monster corpses and decisively hit the teleport button to return home. This time, they broke a record by clearing 4 level 3 elite monster enclosures, which were supposed to be difficult. The first one took them 15 minutes, but the rest were cleared in just about a minute each. They spent the remaining time searching for energy glands. They collected a total of 25 level 3 elite energy glands, worth over 60,000 in total, with each of them getting around 12,000. Fu Junlin was the last to step out of the teleportation array, and was met with the astonished looks of Shi Hongyu and the others. He gestured for silence, hinting at the need to keep a low profile before Xiao Qiba was noticed. Sun Long was excitedly imagining the wealth that awaited them, but Shi Hongyu's face suddenly changed as she grabbed his arm. It was then that everyone noticed the red spots covering Sun Long's arm. Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly checked Xiao Zishu, finding the same condition. Secondary energy allergy? Shi Hongyu glared at Fu Junlin. What happened? Cold sweat broke out on Fu Junlin as he stammered an admission of his oversight. Sun Long and Zhang Kong quickly defended him, explaining that it was just a mild allergic reaction. Shi Hongyu reluctantly accepted the explanation but sternly reprimanded Fu Junlin, demanding immediate improvements to the mecha design. After Fu Junlin left, his teammates caught up to comfort him. Despite his insistence on giving up his share of the earnings, they firmly refused. In the end, each person received 12,000, with the remaining 600 given to Ling Xiaobing as a fee for her role as the report keeper. On his way home, Fu Junlin was deep in thought about how to improve Xiao Qiba, ignoring Dehei's nagging. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure crouching by the roadside Fu Junting. Fu Junting was evidently crying and hastily wiped away his tears when he saw Fu Junlin approaching. Despite his attempts to hide it, Fu Junlin noticed the prominent scar on his forehead. As a martial artist, Fu Junting lacked healing abilities, and such a wound was far from a simple scratch. Alarm bells went off in Fu Junlin's mind, realizing that his brother might be in serious trouble. Fu Junlin's pupils slightly contracted, but seeing his brother Fu Junting forcing a smile, he also smiled calmly and said, "Let's go home for dinner." "Okay." Fu Junting responded, stuffing his hands into his pockets and deliberately walking to his brother's right side. The wound on his right forehead was something he didn't want his brother to see. He didn't want to worry his family, nor did he want his brother to think less of him. Fu Junlin gently wrapped an arm around his brother's shoulder, though his eyes were quietly filled with bloodshot lines, giving him a frightening appearance. Fu Junting remained oblivious, focused solely on hiding his injury. The next morning, Fu Junlin was absent from Mr. Sun's mecha class. Both Xiao Zishu and Chen Kaiyu, who had planned to work out with him, found their calls unanswered. They speculated that he might be feeling down from being scolded by Shi Hongyu the previous day or was engrossed in studying mechas at home. It wasn't until the afternoon that Fu Junlin finally showed up, appearing emotionally stable. "Where were you this morning?" Xiao Zishu asked irritably in the gym. "Just tweaking my little 7-8. Fu Junlin replied casually. "Let's grab lunch together." "Sure." After this brief exchange, Xiao Zishu left first. At that moment, Cheng Xiaoyu hurried out of the elevator, looking around before quickly approaching Fu Junlin. "Fu, what's up? You seemed in a hurry to see me." Fu Junlin had called him just half an hour earlier for a meeting. Fu Junlin pulled Cheng Xiaoyu to a corner of the lounge and took out 2 thick rolls of cash from his mecha belt. Here's 12,000 bucks, everything I have. I need a favor, Fu Junlin said calmly. Chung Xiaoyu frowned, scrutinizing both the money and Fu Junlin, adopting a rare serious demeanor. Tell me what's going on first. I know your family has money and connections. I need you to look into a few people for me. This is the payment. As he spoke, Fu Junlin tossed an open envelope onto the table, from which a few photos slid out. Chung Xiaoyu examined the photos carefully, then looked up at Fu Junlin, smirked, and put the photos back in the envelope. He split the money on the table, leaving one roll in front of himself. This one's for the people doing the job, he said, pushing the other roll back to Fu Junlin. This one's mine. Fu Junlin looked up at Chung Xiaoyu, who flashed a trademark mischievous grin of a wealthy air, patted Fu Junlin on the shoulder, and adjusted his expensive casual outfit as he walked out. Wait for my news. Fu Junlin looked at the money on the table, smiled slightly, and took it back. Chung Xiaoyu's message was clear. There's no need for money between friends, but the people doing the work still need to be paid. It was a gesture of loyalty while maintaining professional boundaries. 2 days later, as the lunch bell rang, Fu Junting was the first to rush out of the school gates onto the bustling Yunhe Street. He blended into the crowd, choosing a direction with more people, even though it wasn't the way home. He pulled his hoodie over his head, cautiously observing the passers-by. However, he was suddenly grabbed by the hood and dragged into a narrow alley. Looking up, he saw the three faces that haunted his nightmares. The leader, a prime student named Di Yunfei, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, dressed in fine clothes, was the source of Fu Junting's nightmares. The two hybrid boys beside him were more robust than Fu Junting. Why are you running? Di Yunfei sneered. I'm not running. Fu Junting brushed his hair back, leaning against the wall, trying to appear calm. This stubbornness often led to harsher beatings. Did you get the cigarettes I asked for? Di Yunfei took out a pack, handing some to his companions before lighting one for himself. I don't have any money. Fu Junting licked his lips, secretly preparing to escape. What? Di Yunfei sneered. I said I don't have money. Smack. A loud slap landed on Fu Junting's face. He staggered, clenching and unclenching his fists. Every time he wanted to fight back, a voice in his head stopped him. His brother spent 8,000 bucks to send him here, and he couldn't ruin his future over a moment of impulse. No one cared who was right in a fight. They only saw who had more money and who was easier to bully. After 6 consecutive slaps, Di Yunfei shook his aching hand and took a deep drag on his cigarette. Tomorrow, 2 packs of cigarettes. If you don't bring them, I won't just scar your forehead. I'll scar your face. Fu Junting's eyes were red, and his right cheek was swollen. The 2 hybrid boys behind him watched him like hawks, ready to pounce if he dared to fight back. Di Yunfei lifted Fu Junting's hair, puzzled. What happened to the mark I made? Did you ruin it yourself? Turned it into a big scar? That's hardcore. With that, he delivered another heavy slap. At that moment, a phone rang loudly behind him. One of the hybrid lackeys answered it, his expression turning to shock as he threw away his cigarette and urgently asked, What? Di Yunfei and another hybrid boy simultaneously turned their heads to look at their companion, who had just received a phone call. The boy's face was filled with terror and anger as a middle-aged man's voice yelled over the phone. Get to Hongshua Hospital now. The boy abruptly hung up, his voice trembling as he said to his 2 companions, I have to go. My mom's been injured in an explosion. Di Yunfei and the other hybrid boy frowned, asking in unison, An explosion? What happened? I don't know. The boy explained anxiously. They said our car was parked outside the street energy pipe, and it exploded when my mom was driving to work. Let's go together. The other hybrid boy immediately suggested. It was only then that Di Yunfei snapped back to reality, flicking his cigarette but harshly at Fu Junting's face. He threatened viciously, Don't wait until tomorrow. Go home and get the money now. Bring me the cigarettes after class tonight, or I'll mess you up. With that, the 3 hurriedly left, leaving Fu Junting leaning dejectedly against the wall, his gaze complex. He stood in silence for a long time before slowly brushing the ash off his clothes, hands in his pockets, his thin figure slowly walking out of the alley. All afternoon, Fu Junting was absent-minded. He repeatedly checked his gauntlets, only to put them away silently each time. A question kept surfacing in his mind. What would his brother do? Time flew by, and as dusk fell, the school bell rang. Fu Junting blended into the crowd, slowly making his way outside. He knew someone was surely waiting for him out there. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone, his finger hovering over his brother's number, murmuring softly, Bro, come pick me up. His hand trembled slightly, but he ultimately didn't dial the number. Fu Junting cautiously slipped out of the gate, sticking close to the security office's corner, as if that spot could offer him a bit of safety. Looking up, he saw Di Yunfei with 2 others smoking under a distant tree, evidently waiting for him. Di Yunfei smirked coldly and gestured for Fu Junting to come over. Fu Junting swallowed hard, instinctively glancing in the direction he might escape. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Tingzi, over here." Fu Junting looked up sharply to see Fu Junlin leaning against a sleek black R8 muscle car, smiling and waving at him. Fu Junting almost burst into tears on the spot. He glanced at Di Yunfei and his group, secretly flipping them off in his mind, then quickly ran towards Fu Junlin. Di Yunfei and his friends noticed Fu Junlin too, surprised that Fu Junting had a brother who drove such an expensive car. Di Yunfei sneered, thinking, no worries. I'll get him tomorrow. Let's see how long his brother can protect him. Fu Junting ran excitedly to Fu Junlin, eyes shining as he asked, "Bro, where'd you steal this car from?" Fu Junlin chuckled, pinching his brother's cheek gently. "Why steal? Can't your brother earn enough to buy one?" "Really? Did you?" "No. It's a friend's car. Just get in." Fu Junting hopped into the passenger seat, exclaiming wow twice, caressing the leather seats with delight. However, he soon noticed that Fu Junlin hadn't started the car. Instead, he was staring expressionlessly at Di Yunfei and his friends under the tree. Fu Junting's heart skipped a beat, pleading, "Bro, let's go." Fu Junlin said calmly, "Today, we're going with them." As he spoke, he gently patted Fu Junting's head. Fu Junting's hair stood on end. He suddenly realized his brother was aiming for Di Yunfei and his gang. But Di Yunfei was a superior hybrid. His brother couldn't possibly resolve this. Even if his brother stood up for him this time, what about afterward? Could his brother pick him up every day? All that awaited him was harsher retaliation. "Bro." Fu Junting grew increasingly frightened. Fu Junlin turned to his brother, eyes full of affection. "It's okay. Just watch." Fu Junlin could endure any insult and humiliation, knowing that with enough effort, he could repay it 100, 1,000 times over one day. But he would never allow anyone to bully his brother. Having endured so much hardship, Fu Junlin could not tolerate that. Di Yunfei and his friends seemed unnerved by Fu Junlin's gaze from the car, turning to walk in another direction. As they left, Di Yunfei spat viciously in the direction of Fu Junlin's car. Fu Junlin started the car slowly, silently following in their footsteps. The Bluebird Bar is situated at the intersection of Yunhe District and the Red Carpet area, drawing a diverse crowd with its affordable prices and decent service. On this day, Di Yunfei swaggered into the bar with two sidekicks in tow, confidently taking a seat by the window, a spot he was clearly familiar with. With a loud snap of his fingers, an exotic-looking female server with a plunging neckline approached. Her face was heavily made up, her short hair brushed her ears, and a small braid hung at the back of her head, giving her a worldly air. She leaned casually against the back of the sofa, chewing gum as she asked, "What can I get you?" Di Yunfei flashed a wicked grin, reaching out to touch the server's skirt. Swiftly, she slapped his hand away, scoffing, "Little brat." She was evidently accustomed to such advances. 3 blue fantasies, 1 steak, and 2 orders of fried chicken. Di Yunfei ordered nonchalantly, unfazed by the earlier incident. His 2 exotic companions showed no dissatisfaction with the different treatment. They were content to enjoy the free fried chicken. While waiting for their order, one of the fair-skinned exotic boys turned to his bronze-skinned companion and asked, "Hey, how's your mom?" The bronze-skinned boy shook his head, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. "I don't know what happened, but our car suddenly exploded. Luckily, my mom hadn't gotten in yet, or she'd be dead. She's just got a fracture now, lying in the hospital, but she'll be home in a few days. Surviving a disaster brings good fortune. As long as she's okay, that's what matters," the fair-skinned boy reassured him. Di Yunfei interjected, "Hey, no big deal. My dad had a close call once too. Someone tried to kill him, and a bullet grazed his second heart, almost sent him to meet the king of the underworld." His tone was casual, as if discussing everyday events. Just then, the bar door swung open, and Fu Junlin walked in with his brother, Fu Junting. The server went up to them, asking what they needed. Fu Junlin scanned the room and headed straight to a table not far from Di Yunfei and his crew. This position allowed the two groups to see each other clearly. Di Yunfei and his friends immediately fell silent, frowning as they scrutinized the brothers. They knew well that Fu Junlin's appearance was no coincidence. He was likely there to avenge his brother. However, Fu Junlin didn't make any immediate moves. Di Yunfei sneered internally. "So what if he's a brother? Just another mixed breed with a bit of strength, but he wouldn't dare touch me. If he hasn't come over to settle scores right away, it means he knows he can't mess with me. He's probably just here to show off." Fu Junting was acutely aware of the tense atmosphere, his whole body tensing as he tried not to look at Di Yunfei and his friends. Fu Junlin, on the other hand, sat down boldly, pulling out a chair opposite him, signaling his brother to sit. This spot forced Fu Junting to face Di Yunfei's group directly, seemingly to embarrass him. Fu Junting had no choice but to comply, feeling torn inside. At that moment, the female server returned with the drink menu, offering, "What would you like? We have hot and cold dishes. Want some fried chicken?" "Sure, 2 orders of fried chicken and 2 glasses of pure tequila sweet. Fu Junlin nodded with a smile. The server glanced teasingly at the tense Fu Junting. Are you sure the little guy's having a drink too? Yes, get him a drink, Fu Junlin confirmed. As the server sauntered away, Di Yunfei and his companions began openly scrutinizing the Fu brothers, occasionally chuckling and pointing. Fu Junlin seemed unfazed, but Fu Junting felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, sweat soaking his back. At that moment, 2 stylishly dressed girls, around 14 or 15, entered the bar and headed straight for Di Yunfei's table. They sat beside Di Yunfei and the fair-skinned boy, evidently their girlfriends, likely brought in by Di Yunfei to witness the Fu brothers' embarrassment. Fu Junlin's lips curled into a slight smile, and he waved the server over. See those 2 girls at that table? Send them 2 purple temptations from me, and get their little boyfriends 2 green crystals. With that, he pulled out some cash and handed it to the server. The server didn't take the money immediately, but cleverly used her body to block Di Yunfei's view, whispering, that superior breed kid's father is no joke. Are you sure you want to stir up this kind of trouble? Fu Junlin shrugged, offering the money again. No choice. The server raised an eyebrow with a smile, took the cash and headed toward the counter. Soon, 4 drinks were brought to Di Yunfei and his friend's table. The short-haired waitress explained the situation. 2 purple temptations for the girls and 2 green crystals for the guys. This arrangement clearly had a hidden meaning, as if it were a silent provocation. Di Yunfei slammed the table, his neck cracking as he turned, his sharp gaze fixed on Fu Junlin. The 2 hybrid boys beside him immediately stood up and followed. Being humiliated in front of his girlfriend was more infuriating than anything else. The hotel was quite crowded at the time, with a group of shabbily dressed hybrids sitting by the bar, evidently just finishing a day's work. They were enjoying some fried chicken scraps, perhaps their most luxurious treat of the day. Seeing a commotion brewing, they cast amused glances in that direction. There were only a few purebreds around. Di Yunfei led his group to Fu Junlin's table, subtly surrounding him. Even the bartender and the short-haired waitress leaned against the bar, watching Fu Junlin with resigned expressions. Many were quietly betting that Fu Junlin would never dare lay a hand on a purebred. With a sneer, Di Yunfei locked eyes with Fu Junlin but addressed Fu Junting instead. Fu Junting, your mother. However, before he could finish, Fu Junlin moved. He kicked Di Yunfei squarely in the lower abdomen, sending him flying backward into the sofa. Di Yunfei's face turned beet red as he clutched his thighs, veins bulging on his neck from the pain. The 2 henchmen lunged at Fu Junlin, only to be met with a near-maniacal, cruel smile on his face. Fu Junlin punched the bronze-skinned boy, causing his chest to cave in and sending him crashing into the wall, the impact shaking the floor. The pale-skinned boy barely had time to react before Fu Junlin grabbed his arm and twisted it with a crack, his agonized scream echoing in the room. Fu Junlin then kicked his leg, breaking it backward, the bone piercing through the skin in a gruesome display. Fu Junlin's brutal actions left the onlookers speechless, their eyes wide with terror. Yet, he paid them no mind and walked straight toward Di Yunfei. Struggling to his feet, Di Yunfei's face twisted in rage as he screamed, "You dare hit me? You dare hit me? I'll make you pay." But before he could finish, Fu Junlin grabbed his face and shoved him into the wooden liquor cabinet behind him. The cabinet, filled with empty bottles, shattered as Di Yunfei's head crashed through several layers of wood, finally hitting the wall. Covered in blood, he trembled with fear, unable to utter another word. The room fell silent. One onlooker cautiously pulled out a phone to record, only for a hybrid bartender to slap it out of his hand. The bartender and other hybrid patrons watched the purebred warily, leaving him too scared to retrieve his phone. Fu Junlin leaned in close to Di Yunfei and asked, "What were you saying?" Di Yunfei, eyes wide with terror, could only stammer, unable to speak. Fu Junlin turned to Fu Junting. Junting stood frozen, fists clenched so tightly they nearly bled, staring at his brother in shock. He had never seen this side of him. His brother's actions left him both exhilarated and confused, unsure of how to proceed. "Drag them over here," Fu Junlin instructed Fu Junting. Snapping out of his daze, Junting instinctively grabbed the hair of the pale boy and the bronze-skinned boy, dragging them to Fu Junlin. Releasing Di Yunfei, who slumped to the floor, Fu Junlin pulled up a chair and told Fu Junting, "Slap him." Junting's mind went blank at the command, but he quickly realized that whatever his brother was planning, he wouldn't harm him. His brother was always sharp. With that thought, Fu Junting stepped forward and began slapping Di Yunfei left and right with abandon. The sharp sound of each slap echoed through the room, leaving the other patrons bewildered and unsure of how to react. At first glance, it might seem like just a schoolyard fight, a clash of egos, but why does this scene give them such an inexplicable sense of satisfaction? Fu Junting's fists rained down on Di Yunfei, initially driven by anger, but soon his actions grew increasingly vicious. At some point, tears burst from his tightly clenched teeth, accompanied by a string of coarse curses. Di Yunfei's cheeks quickly swelled under the relentless assault, his skin splitting and bleeding. Screw you! Screw you! Fu Junting screamed, his eyes blazing with a wild fury. Seeing his younger brother losing control, Fu Junlin swiftly intervened, pulling him into a tight embrace. Fu Junting broke down instantly, sobbing uncontrollably in his brother's arms, years of pent-up grievances pouring out like a flood. The nightmare that had haunted him for so long seemed to be dissipating before his eyes. From this moment on, the name Di Yunfei would no longer be a source of fear. After calming his brother, Fu Junlin turned to face Di Yunfei, meeting his venomous gaze. With a cold smirk, he spoke in an even tone to the bronze-skinned boy, "Your mother is Li Huiying, your father is Zhang Feng, and you live at number 2, West Red Carpet District. Do you know who blew up your mother's car?" As he said this, a chilling smile curved on Fu Junlin's lips. "I do things thoroughly. I guarantee your family won't escape the next explosion." The bronze-skinned boy trembled at these words, his eyes filled with terror. He never imagined that his mother's accident wasn't just a random mishap, but something far more sinister. Fu Junlin then shifted his gaze to the fair-skinned boy. "Your father works at the East Mine, right? And you're aware of your mother's affair, aren't you? Your family lives in Lower District too. Your mother passes through West 2nd Street daily, and your father takes the alley on 3rd Street. His voice was low and menacing. "Tell them to be cautious. Those places are dangerous. Especially for you." Under the fair-skinned boy's horrified stare, Fu Junlin finally turned his attention to Di Yunfei. Deputy Defense Officer Di Qian, in the past 3 years, has accepted bribes totaling 390,000 yuan, embezzled public funds 4 times, and had an affair with the defense minister's wife. "Here are the files," Fu Junlin said, pulling an envelope from his pocket, containing a few sheets of paper. Even though the papers were blank, the words made Di Yunfei's face turn ashen, sweat pouring from him like a fountain. Fu Junlin tapped Di Yunfei's face lightly with the envelope, sneering, "If my brother ends up with even a scratch, I'll see to it that the 3 of you are ruined." The words, "family ruined and lives lost," thundered in Di Yunfei's ears, leaving him utterly terrified. Fu Junlin's threat shattered the resolve of these naive heirs, especially Di Yunfei. If his father's misdeeds were exposed, their family would be doomed, and he would fall from grace to become a prisoner. At this moment, retaliation was far from their minds. All they hoped for was that Fu Junlin would spare them and not escalate the situation. The other patrons in the bar had witnessed everything. Initially, they found it thrilling to see a subtype individual beat up a superior-type person, but they had assumed Fu Junlin would eventually face severe repercussions. Now, it was clear they had underestimated this young man. Although they hadn't caught every word of Fu Junlin's threat, it was evident he was well prepared. Fu Junlin calmly tucked the envelope back into his pocket, stood up, and placed a roll of money on the table, adding a few more bills to it. The 2,000 yuan was enough to cover the damage and disturbance he had caused. Amidst the cheers and whispers of the patrons regaining their senses, he wrapped an arm around Fu Junting and left the bar. As they stepped outside, a short-haired waitress chased after them. "Hey," she called. Fu Junlin turned around, puzzled. The girl ran up, hands on her hips, chin raised, and said, "Leave your contact information, will you?" Seeing his confusion, she added, "Don't get me wrong. It's just so we can explain to the boss when he returns. He might want to confirm things with you." Without much thought, Fu Junlin handed the waitress a contact. She took it and slipped it into her open collar, giving Fu Junlin a sweet smile and extending her hand. "I'm Jian Hongyan." "Fu Junlin." He shook her hand, feeling her playfully tickle his palm. Jian Hongyan giggled, turned, and dashed back into the bar, her retreating figure carefree and lively. Dahei suddenly appeared, saying, "I think I just smelled some hormones in the air." "That girl is quite interesting," Fu Junlin teased. "You know about hormones?" Dahei retorted, "Of course I do. I drowned in hormones in my past life. I majored in hormones in college. I could recognize them even if they were reduced to ashes. They're quite pungent." This made Fu Junlin blush on his behalf, sounding like an old bachelor eager to prove his experience with women. Shaking his head, Fu Junlin wrapped an arm around Fu Junting and got into the car. Throughout the drive, Fu Junting occasionally glanced at his brother, seemingly expecting a reprimand or lecture. But Fu Junlin said nothing. After a while, he gave his brother a mysterious look and asked, "Want to take the wheel for a spin?" Fu Junting was initially stunned, then nodded enthusiastically. Fu Junlin chuckled, drove to an open area, and let Fu Junting take the wheel while he assisted from the side. As long as they stayed off the main roads, the police wouldn't question them. Under the night sky, the brothers' laughter floated out of the car window into the dusky red evening. The next morning, Fu Junlin returned the car to Qing Xiaoyu. Then, donning the Silent One's mask and special black attire, he returned to the arena's stage. Despite investigating his brother's affairs over the past few days, He hadn't neglected his season points. He spent 2 to 3 hours daily letting Dahe unleash in the arena. On the 5th day of the season, the Silent One maintained a solid lead with 1285 points. However, second place Dongfang Bai with 1191 points and third place Li Jing with 1174 points were close behind, with others like Li Luot and Xia Xian watching closely. This season promised to be intense. Whenever the Silent One competed, ticket sales would soar instantly. People loved the explosive spectacle he provided. So far, 9 weapons had been broken in attempts to attack the Silent One, earning him the nickname the Arena's Plaster. After today's match, as Fu Junlin was about to leave, he was stopped at the back door, a rare occurrence, as the audience had a tacit agreement not to disturb the reclusive Silent One. The person blocking him was a man in his 20s, dressed in the arena staff uniform. He bowed politely and said, "Hello, Mr. Silent One. Our boss would like to meet you. He wanted me to convey that he has no intention of offending you or learning your true identity, but he wishes to discuss a business proposition." Hearing this, Fu Junlin was momentarily taken aback. The boss wanted to discuss business with him? Those words instantly piqued his interest. Driven by curiosity, he nodded slightly. The young man led Fu Junlin through a hidden door and down a long, empty corridor, finally stopping in front of an office. Although he had regained control of his body, Fu Junlin still wore a mask, cautiously letting Dahe speak on his behalf to avoid revealing his true identity. As they entered, the rich aroma of tea filled the air. A rotund, middle-aged man stood with his back to the door, and upon hearing the noise, he quickly turned around. His face lit up with a delighted smile as he hurriedly extinguished the cigar in his hand in an ashtray and stepped forward with an enthusiastic handshake. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Silent One," the middle-aged man said heartily. Instinctively tightening his mask, Fu Junlin gave a brief handshake and then kept his distance. The man seemed unfazed, gesturing towards the sofa with a smile. "Please, have a seat. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hu, but friends call me Fat Tiger. Ha ha ha, I run the fighting arena here, just a little business." Fu Junlin was somewhat surprised. This man was the owner of the fighting arena? Even more surprising was that he noticed Fat Tiger had only one gene bead on his forehead, indicating he was a subhuman like himself. Although the fighting arena was just a medium-sized project at Feiyun Vine School, for a subhuman to secure such a project in a highly competitive environment must have required unimaginable effort. Fu Junlin couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and formed a favorable first impression of Fat Tiger. Guided by Fu Junlin, Dahe responded in a slightly bold voice. "I've heard of your reputation." Fat Tiger's face beamed with a friendly smile. Adjusting his posture, he got straight to the point. "Oh, it's hardly a reputation, just a businessman, full of the stench of money, so I'll cut to the chase. I have a proposal. You might not agree, but please consider it." He continued, "To be frank, you're very popular in the fighting arena right now. The ticket sales for the times you're featured have increased by about 20%. I was thinking, if you could also perform outside the arena, we could do it via live streaming. But since you can't reveal your true identity, we can collaborate. You can use an account I provide for streaming. We'll collect all the revenue under our name, and then I'll give you your share. This way, it's extra income for you and increased visibility for USA win-win situation." Fat Tiger finished, looking at Fu Junlin with sincere anticipation. Fu Junlin pondered, unable to deny Fat Tiger's keen insight. He accurately grasped Fu Junlin's need for anonymity and seized the business opportunity. Considering he had only been performing for 5 days, Fat Tiger had already recognized his value, proving his sharpness. Fu Junlin had considered live streaming before, but the only obstacle was the inability to register on the platform with his real identity. Fat Tiger's proposal conveniently solved this problem. "If I agree, how do you plan to split the earnings?" Fu Junlin probed. Fat Tiger's eyes lit up, sensing potential. 70-30. You get 70. I get 30. Plus, I'll cover all promotions, equipment, taxes, and such. Your earnings in the arena are yours to keep, and I can even help you sell them. Frankly, I'm after the visibility." Fu Junlin nodded internally, thinking this guy knew how to negotiate. After careful consideration, he realized the deal was beneficial for him. Without Fat Tiger, he might never be able to start streaming. And the money from the arena was nowhere near enough to develop mechas, especially advanced ones like Xiaoqiba. He needed substantial funds to enhance his capabilities and hoped to soon get his mother a place of her own. "I have one condition," Fu Junlin stated. "You can't restrict my streaming methods, times, or impose any penalties." Fat Tiger immediately spread his hands. "We won't even have a contract. We just need a secret phrase so I know it's you collecting the money. You handle all streaming arrangements. Cash payments, no contacts, dedicated liaison, absolutely secure." Fat Tiger's tone even carried a hint of helplessness. "You won't even take off your mask, so we can't sign a formal agreement." "Can't very well, write Silent One. And once the mask is off, the identity vanishes." Signing a contract didn't hold much significance for Junlin. All he needed was a promise from the mute. Each broadcast would count, and even if there were no more, it wouldn't be a big deal. It was a win-win gentleman's agreement. All right, it's a deal. Dehae almost slipped up, but thankfully Junlin reminded him in time. He stood up to shake hands with Fat Tiger, cautioning, even though we're collaborating, you mustn't probe into my true identity. Fat Tiger gave Junlin's hand a firm shake and assured him, I'll never let money slip through my fingers. After shaking hands, Junlin suggested, if possible, I'd like to do a trial broadcast today. Fat Tiger was amused and unsure if this deal was a loss or gain. Nevertheless, he generously signaled the technician to get ready and handed the drone used for live streaming over to Junlin. Live streaming in the arena was common, especially in arenas and daily life. But arena live streams still drew the most attention. Fat Tiger's combat arena had about 20 to 30,000 followers on the Dosha platform, mainly sharing exciting battle videos, with occasional live streams that generally had average traffic. Junlin decided to start the live stream, grabbing the drone and heading straight for the teleportation array in the backfield without even changing his gear. Dehae took the opportunity to complain. Humph, now that you need me, you're not saying things like, it's time, hurry up and get out, don't hog my body anymore. You're really all about making the most out of me. Junlin sighed. Have you moved beyond twisting idioms to inventing your own phrases? Dehae continued to rant. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? He had already occupied the body for over 2 hours today, and now that Junlin could earn money, he didn't mention body occupancy, as if he had become Junlin's money-making tool. Junlin asked calmly, so, are you unwilling to enter the arena? Dehae immediately changed his tune. You see, I was just kidding. This teleportation didn't require reporting, as everyone watching the live stream counted as the reporting personnel. The teleportation destination was the arena he and several others, including Chunkyu, had visited a few days ago. The 1-7 and 8 had bombed. Junlin chose it because the teleportation strength was high, ensuring safe return even in death. Moreover, Dehae's strength far exceeded that of their novice group. Standing on the teleportation array for the second jump, Junlin activated the drone in advance, letting it rise above him, ready to follow him into the arena. It was his first live stream, and he was a bit nervous, but at least he wasn't alone. Dehae excitedly asked, hey, is doing a live stream going to make us stars? Junlin replied, stars? We're doing this for money. That's still being a star. Should we say something? Junlin noticed the drone start blinking, with a reminder from the technician that everything was ready. Huh, can't you talk? Your knowledge tells me that live streams in your world have their own styles. Don't you have a style? Stop babbling, just say something random. We don't have to show our faces anyway. Junlin left the task to Dehae, since he was the one eager to become a star. Dehae cleared his throat and began his live stream debut. Hey there, everyone, good morning. So, as you all know, the arena behind me has level 3 elites and even higher level monsters. Are you troubled by the awkwardness of deciding whether to return to town after all your teammates are gone? I'm the mute. Now I'll show you how to survive in the most terrifying arena. Here, without the right survival skills, you won't last more than a few minutes. Follow me. In the arena of Feiyun Vine School, a rather dull fight was taking place. In the audience, a student was on the verge of dozing off. Had it not been for his best friend keeping him there, he would have left already. Bored out of his mind, the student pulled out his phone and started scrolling through short videos on the Dosha platform. Hey, I've heard there are a lot of new creatures at the Nightingale Reserve lately. Should we find a team and check it out? He suggested casually while flipping through his phone, addressing his friend next to him. His friend, eyes glued to the arena, replied with a hint of impatience, those are all new creatures over there. We just be asking for trouble. I saw footage of a level 3 blue blood creature from there, and it gave me the chills. I'm not going. Come on, where's your ambition? The student raised his voice. It's precisely because they're new creatures that we can really hone our skills. Plus, the energy glands from these new creatures are worth a lot. Do I look like I need the money? His friend retorted. I'm saying I can't beat them. His tone was full of self-assured defiance. You're such a coward. The student shot a disdainful glance at his friend. Let me check the guides, and I'll lead you to conquer the reserve. With that, he focused intently on gathering information about the Nightingale Reserve. The Nightingale Reserve was a hot topic around Feiyun Vine School since it was discovered and developed by the school. Though open to the public, progress was slow. Besides the Nightingale Reserve, there were many other reserves around the city. High-level explorers either headed to big cities or focused on tackling large Deathloop reserves, tasks that were often time-consuming and exhausting. Meanwhile, ordinary hunters preferred challenging slightly advanced reserves with older creatures. In professional terms, creatures mutated from the original world are classified as Type 1, while hybrids from Type 1 creatures are Type 2. The Nightingale Reserve, serving as a transit hub, has a peculiar terrain that gives off an intimidating vibe. What deters many is the fact that the main creatures in its death loop area are insects. For many, bugs are more terrifying than big cats or bears. As a result, the reserve is mostly explored by student teams, teacher-led student groups, and a few social explorer teams. The student quickly skimmed through some reserve information, planning to explore one with insect-like creatures. Suddenly, a live stream caught his eye. He jerked his phone back, staring in shock. He nudged his friend hard. "What?" his friend asked, annoyed. The student pointed at the phone screen, and his friend looked over, equally stunned. "Whoa, isn't that Bayous? He's gone exploring in the reserve?" On the live stream, Bayous waved at the camera, saying, "I'll show you how to survive in the scariest reserves. Here, if you don't have the right survival skills, you won't last more than a few minutes. Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light indicated Bayous had entered the reserve. A drone slowly ascended, capturing clear footage, obviously piloted by someone. "What's going on? Did he go to the reserve alone without a battle flag master?" his friend exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Didn't you hear him? He's going to show everyone how to survive alone in the reserve after all your teammates are gone. Who the heck would end up in that situation?" Despite their banter, neither could tear their eyes away from the screen. They were curious to see how this arena slacker would fare solo in the reserve. At that moment, Junlin had just entered a new reserve. He first tested the transmission strength, which showed 78. Then, he heard the tech team's voice from Pang, who sighed in his ear. "Mr. Baez, your Bluetooth earpiece has a blue light panel. By activating it, you can see the live stream comments in front of your left eye, which will help you interact with the audience and enhance the show." While cautiously observing distant creatures, Junlin activated the blue light panel. As expected, a small projection area appeared in front of his left eye, with adjustable transparency, allowing him to see comments and viewer statistics clearly without obstructing his vision. "Only 16 viewers? That's pathetic," Dahay grumbled. "Focus on the creatures," Junlin shouted, as a creature not far off started charging at them. Dahay swiftly leaped onto a jump brick on the wall behind him. Like a mountain goat scaling a cliff, he quickly distanced himself from the ground. The reserve's walls were covered with protruding jump bricks, which served both creatures and human fighters. On the ground, many creatures without climbing abilities roared furiously, while a few with the ability were rapidly closing in. Dahay explained to the drone, "Everyone, take a look at these creatures with fleshy tendrils on their heads. They are terrifying. They're level 3 elite creatures. The tendrils can entangle you and are highly poisonous. Don't be fooled by their chubby bodies. They have high armor values, and their claws and fangs can easily tear through your skin. Without a level 2 beginner's superior human shield, you won't withstand them. Try not to let them get close." As Dahay explained, he continued to leap swiftly from one jump brick to another, nearly caught by a creature. "Now, let's focus on how to kill such creatures. There are many methods. One very effective and convenient way is to directly smash them to death. Watch." As he finished speaking, Dahay lightly pushed off a jump brick. When a creature lunged close, he didn't leap to the next brick, but turned to face the creature, slightly sidestepping. He grabbed one of the creature's hind legs and, with a powerful push off the wall, propelled downward. By this point, they were already 20 to 30 meters above ground. Midair, using the force from the wall push, Dahay spun his body twice, swinging the level 3 elite creature like a ragdoll. The immense inertia drove the creature downward with a whistling wind. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as Dahay landed steadily. The level 3 elite creature, however, hit the ground with a thunderous bang, its body bursting open, organs spilling everywhere. Indeed, it was obliterated. With his bare hands, Dahay took down a level 3 elite monster without even wearing his gauntlets. He sprang up and nimbly leaped away, his speed and agility leaving the group of monsters dumbfounded, unable to keep up with his movements. "Did you see that? Just a single slam and it's dead," Dahay boasted, eagerly anticipating a lively reaction from his livestream audience. However, to his surprise, the chat remained silent. The viewership had grown from 16 to over 30, but no one seemed to be speaking, which seemed somewhat expected. After a brief moment of silence, a comment filled with ellipses appeared. Is this really a live stream from Earth? What on earth was that?" Another comment quickly followed. "Are you serious? He just said he could kill it with one slam. One slam and it's dead, dead, dead." Despite the small number of viewers, the chat suddenly exploded with questions about whether this was indeed an Earth-based livestream. A striking comment soon clarified everyone's doubts. "Let me introduce you. This is the mysterious man from Feiyun Vine School, the famed arena fighter, Mr. Silent One." This comment quickly turned red as the commenter sent a gift, worth $200 a pure water bomb. The virtual water balloon exploded on the screen, bringing a refreshing sensation. Soon, more pure water bombs began popping up continuously. "I want to grow 5 centimeters, sent 5 pure water bombs." Mr. Little Train also sent 5 pure water bombs. In no time, over 20 pure water bombs exploded, leaving Fu Junlin dazzled. This was definitely a sign of hitting the jackpot. Although the platform would take half, he could still keep 70% of what remained. But remember, there were only about 30 viewers. The effect of dozens of pure water bombs was immediate, with the number of viewers skyrocketing to around 2,200. New viewers flooded the chat with questions. What's this masked guy doing? Why is he jumping around in a group of monsters? Is this a pioneer team where everyone got killed except one? As the discussions heated up, Dahe spoke again. Of course, besides slamming them to death, there are many other simple ways to kill these monsters. First, we stop and easily take down the blue blood monster. With that, Dahe paused as a blue blood monster approached. Even though it was a level 3 blue blood monster, not even sure Hong Yu dared claim to be able to defeat it easily without gauntlets. However, Dahe delivered a punch straight to the monster's head, shattering its skull and causing its head to collapse, killing it instantly. Immediately, Dahe stepped on the monster's corpse and executed a flawless backspin kick, shattering another monster's head. The livestream chat erupted once more. What kind of monster is this? Isn't that a blue blood monster? No, I'm talking about the guy in the mask. Wow, is the gene particle on his forehead fake? Is this really the power of an orange-grade subspecies human? Students from Feiyun Vine School quickly defended the silent one. This is a genuine second-level newcomer from our Feiyun Vine School. Don't underestimate subspecies humans. Dahe's performance was so astonishing because nearly all the viewers in the chat were below the level of a second-level master. Live streams were categorized by level, and viewers only watched content similar to their own strength. 4- and 5-level experts were already top tier in Feiyun City, while those of higher levels were in big cities or national teams. Level 3 individuals wouldn't bother with Level 2 streams, they watched Level 3 content. Only those around Level 2 paid attention to Level 2 streamers to learn practical skills. Among the 2,000 viewers, none could effortlessly kill a blue blood monster bare-handed like Dahe. With just a few punches and kicks, he dispatched 10 blue blood monsters. After easily taking care of these blue blood monsters, we put on our gauntlets, Dahe said as he donned his gauntlets and charged at the remaining 4 Level 3 elite monsters. These creatures had small upper bodies and large lower bodies, with gaping maws and teeth like razors, exuding a glistening web of saliva. Everyone learned the two-layer pull technique in school, right? Dahe dodged a monster's claw strike and charged at another one. The chat quickly filled with comments. Finally, some proper teaching. Pay attention. The important part is coming. My notebook is ready. Please tell me how to deal with these monsters. Just as everyone thought the silent one was finally going to teach them how to handle monsters, Dahe said, that's useless. Monsters like these have very rigid attack patterns. For instance, when its claws are raised, its hind legs are definitely straightened and exerting force, exposing its chest. Just use your head as bait to lure it into swinging its claws at your face, then easily dodge and punch its heart out. Dahe continued fighting while explaining, charging straight at the level 3 elite monster behind him. The creature saw an excellent opportunity, needing only a swipe of its claws to crush Dahe's head, so it struck fiercely, letting out a roar. Roar! The roar contained a shrill sound, sounding terrifyingly fierce, as if a wildcat had boiling water poured over it, creating an extremely intimidating atmosphere. Dahe deftly ducked, allowing the monster's claw to barely graze his scalp, while his right fist shot out like lightning. The gauntlet emitted a low hum, striking the monster's chest with precision. The creature, like a fired cannonball, flew backward, its back bursting open with a massive bloody hole, completely pierced by the force of the punch. The live stream room fell into silence, and the chat suddenly went quiet. The audience was deep in thought, seriously considering what Dahe had just said. His words seemed to be genuine teaching. The monster's actions followed Dahe's description almost exactly, using its head as bait, luring the monster to strike, and then delivering a punch to the heart. Dahe's agility and impressive battle intelligence left the viewers in awe. They had never seen such an outstanding display of combat skills, quickly assessing the situation and delivering a fatal counterattack in the blink of an eye. Compared to other streamers, Dahe's fighting style was entirely different. There was no exaggerated shouting, no excessive energy bursts, and no need to unleash inner power to defeat a few elite monsters. He merely crouched to dodge the monster's claws, and then executed precise and effective counters. This performance left viewers utterly baffled. However, calling this serious teaching was hard to accept. Just the idea of using your head as bait was enough to make an average person lose their mind. Not to mention the phrase, punching the heart out, which sounded utterly impossible. Even top-tier warriors would find it nearly impossible to punch through the heart of a level 3 elite monster. Self-deprecating comments began to appear in the chat. What gave me the courage to click into this live stream? My friend asked why I was watching the video on my knees. I should go back and slap my teacher with a book, telling him the second level pole is nonsense. Enough said. I'm going to change my pants. I suggest wearing diapers while watching this stream in the future. As the discussion heated up, the chat became more active, and gifts started pouring in. The live stream room drew back 5 or 6,000 viewers. Despite this, almost no one took Dahei's words as serious teaching. To most, it seemed like a blatant show-off. Junlin was on the verge of a mental breakdown. In his mind, he was screaming, "Are you trying to scare me to death? That claw just grazed my hair." My heart almost jumped out of my chest. He was about to cry. While he didn't oppose Dahei's antics, the constant thrill made him feel like his soul was leaving his body. However, Dahei completely ignored Junlin's inner turmoil. He earnestly spoke to the livestream drone. "Did everyone catch that move just now? If not, I'll demonstrate a few more times. Watch closely. It's very simple. First, we duck, then dodge, and punch the heart out. Got it?" With that, Dahei used the remaining 3 monsters as demonstration subjects. Each monster met the same fatia gaping hole in the heart, sending its body flying. This scene mirrored the fate of the first monster almost exactly. If earlier everyone questioned whether Dahei was showing off, now at least half of the audience began to question their own reality. They were horrified to realize that this person was genuinely conducting real combat training. Despite being scared out of his wits, Junlin had to admire Dahei's skills. Whether you called it showing off or real teaching, the fact was that his methods were indeed feasible. With quick reflexes and rich combat experience, one could certainly dodge a monster's lethal strike. As for punching the heart out, while an ordinary fighter couldn't do it so effortlessly, hitting the heart could still severely damage a level 3 elite monster. Jokes aside, this set of combat techniques, when practiced repeatedly, was actually very practical. As for why Dahei could unleash such tremendous power using Junlin's body, it was a secret Junlin couldn't reveal. In truth, his genetic lock had been unlocked to 5.4 by Dahei. That punch wasn't an ordinary strike. It was the result of a momentary boost in localized muscle strength, combined with the energy of the gauntlet. Since the genetic lock had surpassed 5, using localized muscle enhancement again wouldn't cause his legs to swell and burst his pants like last time. Even with clothes on, there was almost no visible change in appearance. Looking around, the ground was littered with monster corpses, especially the elite ones, still seemingly intact. Junlin had Dahei extract the energy glands, and they collected 5 level 3 elite monster glands in total. Junlin was almost dizzy with happiness, as these energy glands alone could bring him around $10,000, not to mention the extra earnings from the live stream. Just as Dahei was about to announce to the audience that they were heading to the next arena, Junlin suddenly said, "In the stream." Dahei was taken aback and asked, "Huh? Why in the stream?" Junlin explained, "We've been fighting for over an hour in the arena before coming to the field. Nearly 2 hours of continuous combat, and then easily defeating level 3 elite monsters here. Can an ordinary level 2 novice fighter do that?" In reality, Dahei's combat relied almost entirely on physical strength, hence his endurance far surpassed normal levels. But to outsiders, achieving this solely through physical strength seemed impossible. In the arena, appearing unscathed would at least require using energy defenses. And after several battles in the arena, being able to continue fighting in the field seemed abnormal. Junlin worriedly said, "If someone with ill intentions targets us, we could really end up as lab rats." Dahei nonchalantly replied, "Huh? Aren't you overthinking it? You're being overly cautious." Junlin retorted, "Cautious my foot. Listen to me. In the stream. Besides, we were just test streaming. Once the camera's off, we can still hit a few more arenas." Dahei suddenly realized, oh, right? He immediately switched to his acting mode, pretending to be utterly exhausted as he addressed the camera. "Dear viewers, I've exhausted too much energy in the arena today, and my energy is nearly depleted. Today was just a test stream. We'll go live again at 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow. See you then." Dahei initially intended to stream the next day, but after consulting Junlin on the specific timing, Junlin decided on the day after tomorrow afternoon. He planned to let today's exciting video gain more traction and gather more popularity, so they could have a grand opening when they officially went live. The chat was suddenly filled with complaints, with viewers grumbling, "You lousy streamer, that was way too short." He turned off the drone. "All right, now you can do whatever you want," Junlin said to Dahei. Junlin's body had reached its limit. The fierce battles in the arena, along with the recent skirmish, had taken their toll. Even with his robust physique, he struggled to keep going. After another round in the field, he felt every bone and muscle protesting, as if his body might fall apart at any moment. "Your body's still weak, flailing around like a worm," Dahei taunted mercilessly. Fuming with anger, Junlin retorted, "You can insult me, but don't humiliate me. Get your butt out of here." With disdain, Dahei relinquished control back to Junlin. In an instant, Junlin almost collapsed to the ground. Every part of his body ached, especially his right arm and fist, which burned intensely. He quickly pulled out his battle flag and healed himself, but he knew that if he pushed any further, he might be completely drained by the time he returned. We should hit the gravity chamber more often. You flimsy chicken. Dehe insulted him again. Flimsy chicken? Fu Junlin shot back. Do you even know about gradual improvement? My current physical strength already far surpasses a level 2 boxer. Even those with yellow-level genetic abilities aren't this crazy. Fu Junlin wasn't opposed to training. He just had a deep-seated aversion to it. Each session felt like enduring a brutal torture, his body feeling like it was about to fall apart. The fatigue, the muscle soreness, and the relentless buildup of lactic acid were something only those who had experienced it could truly understand. Although Fu Junlin knew it was all for his own good, this hellish training regime was something he suspected he was the first to endure in this world. After removing his mask and changing his clothes, Fu Junlin sluggishly made his way back to the city. His first stop was the school's energy department, where he sold all his energy glands, earning 20,000 bucks just from the glands alone. Dehe was practically a money-making machine. In fact, the main reason Fu Junlin could endure the training pain was largely because of the money. As long as his body was strong enough, he could make easy money with a few more rounds in the field. However, 20,000 bucks didn't last long. At the materials market, he bought some mechanical supplies and a high-end cutting machine for making the upgraded Little 7 and 8. Just 30 high-end cutting machines cost him 10,000, and they were only enough to produce 30 improved Little 7 and 8. He also wanted to enhance his boxer's mech, so he purchased some level 2.4 mech materials, spending over 10,000. Yet, those materials might still not be sufficient. The 20,000 bucks vanished in the blink of an eye. Fu Junlin sighed and was about to wander around the materials market to see if there was anything else worth buying when his phone suddenly rang. It was Shi Hongyu calling. Teacher, are you busy right now? Fu Junlin asked. No, come to the restaurant north of the teaching building, Shi Hongyu said curtly before hanging up. Fu Junlin was puzzled. The restaurant north of the teaching building was referred to as a white restaurant, a nickname given by subhumans for places only elite and superior humans could enter. The school had just one black restaurant for subhumans, which was small, dirty, and had poor hygiene. With questions swirling in his mind, Fu Junlin headed towards the northern restaurant. From a distance, he saw the group of people gathered outside. There were teachers and students. Unsure if they were waiting for him, Fu Junlin picked up his pace. Shi Hongyu waved him over with a smile, indicating for him to come closer. Everyone else curiously glanced at Fu Junlin, but no one spoke. It seemed they weren't there just for him, or at least not exclusively. Fu Junlin observed the people around him. Besides Shi Hongyu, there were 5 other teachers, each accompanied by a student. Except for him, a freshman, the other students appeared to be sophomores and juniors. Moreover, all of them were elite humans. It looked like they had already dined in the restaurant. Additionally, there was a stern-looking middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back, who appeared to be the director of the combat supervision department. This setup made Fu Junlin nervous, worrying that he might be facing expulsion. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the teaching building. Following their line of sight, Fu Junlin's eyes widened. A male teacher with a blank expression was walking toward them with a similarly expressionless male student. Their demeanor suggested that the whole school owed them money. But when Fu Junlin noticed the insignia on their foreheads, he gasped. Of course. The 3 gene beads on their foreheads marked them as superior humans from the elite class. Fu Junlin was secretly astonished. He had seen superior humans before, but only from a distance. Since arriving at the university over 6 months ago, he had rarely encountered superior humans, let alone witnessed their advanced energy control. There weren't many superior humans at Fei and Vine School. Across all 4 grades, there might only be 1,000 or 2. They generally didn't attend classes with elite and subhumans. Subhumans had no chance to team up with them. Superior humans seemed to have a unique way of learning, living, and training, remaining a mysterious presence to elite and subhumans alike. As they approached, Fu Junlin felt a surge of excitement, sensing an opportunity to interact with this enigmatic group. It wasn't out of flattery, but a pure curiosity for the unknown. Their arrival instantly enlivened the atmosphere. The supervisor took a few steps forward to shake hands with the male teacher, then turned to the group. We've gathered you all here for an important task that we need you young people to undertake. After the director's explanation, Fu Junlin had a general understanding. South of the Nightingale Transit Station, beyond 9 enclosures, a pioneering team discovered a peculiar wild enclosure. Fu Junlin followed the director's gesture and gazed into the distance, as if he could see that unknown and dangerous area. The director continued, there are various types of enclosures, the most common being about the size of a football field, housing dozens of creatures. But there are countless special enclosures that we are still exploring. He paused. Even the Nightingale Transit Station was transformed from a special deadloop enclosure. A grand vision of mountain forests appeared in Fu Junlin's mind. The director's voice pulled him back to reality. The wild enclosure is vast, with complex terrain and hidden creatures, making exploration extremely difficult. Such enclosures usually appear around major cities because the creatures inside are of high level and difficulty, attracting many strong individuals. This is the first time a wild enclosure has appeared near Fayoum City, the director said seriously. A few days ago, a team of teachers entered but didn't get far before they were spotted by a large number of creatures. They couldn't even complete the basic exploration tasks. Junlin noticed a hint of worry flash across the director's face. The director continued, "We suspect the creatures were sensitive to the strong energy detected. So, we tried sending in some students." He paused, glancing at the students present. Indeed, those who are level 2 elites or below do not trigger the creature's detection. Junlin suddenly realized. It seemed the creatures had a radar for detecting humans, but those below level 2 elites could stay invisible. The director looked directly at the students, his tone firm. "I need you to enter the wild enclosure, set up a transmitter and a geological detector to prepare for subsequent pioneering battles." The students exchanged glances, their eyes inevitably focusing on Junlin. Some were puzzled, some curious, and others seemed displeased. Clearly, as the only subspecies level 2 entrant, Junlin stood out. The director seemed to sense the subtle shift in atmosphere and added, "This mission is very dangerous. The transmission strength inside is very low, requiring at least 2 battle flag masters. Given the creature's strength, these masters must also have combat and self-defense abilities." He surveyed the room and continued, "The designated number for regional combat is 6. This is the threshold of people whose energy can be stably controlled in the enclosure. Exceeding this number will cause energy disruption, making it uncontrollable." Noticing the students' contemplative expressions, the director added, "Note, large enclosures are also divided into regions. For example, if a large enclosure is divided into 9 regions, each with a designated number of 7, then there can only be 9 teams of 7 pioneers entering each region." The director's gaze fell on Junlin, his tone appreciative. Although Junlin is just a freshman, he was highly recommended by Professor Shangwan as a mecha master. He definitely has the ability to participate in this mission. He nodded slightly at Junlin, showing approval. Everyone's attention returned to Junlin. Some had heard of his name, knowing that a freshman had scored a 21 force intensity in the mech trials. But they didn't expect he was impressive enough to be personally recommended by Shangwan Mengji for this mission. Junlin felt his face flush with the praise, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had thought it was Shi Hongyu who helped him get this opportunity, not realizing it was Shangwan's recommendation. The strong-type student also looked at Junlin with curiosity and scrutiny, but quickly looked away. "Any questions?" the director asked. Everyone remained silent. Junlin struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately decided not to pass up the opportunity. On one hand, Professor Shangwan must have a reason for arranging this, possibly paving the way for him to gain exposure, preparing for the future announcement of him as Shangwan Mengji's disciple. On the other hand, it's a rare chance. In the Federation, military achievements are always the fastest route to advancement. Whether for his future or humanity's, combat is inevitable. "All right, let's introduce ourselves so that you all get acquainted. Tomorrow you'll be teammates." With the official business concluded, the director smiled, gesturing for the students to introduce themselves. Though it was somewhat awkward with a group of teachers standing nearby, someone took the lead to speak. "Magician, Lu Jian." The strong-type student introduced himself first, his voice cool. Junlin was surprised. It seemed the director's words, "You're all outstanding in your fields," were true. Lu Jian was well known in the magic department. Even Junlin, a battle flag student, had heard of him. Moreover, Lu Jian had always been single major, without a second discipline. The others then introduced themselves in turn. Mecha Master, Zhang Chao. Fist Master, Lu Nan. Sword and Blade Enchanter, Kong Yiming. Battle Flag Master, Lin Man, the only female team member. Battle Flag Master, Junlin. Each name excited Junlin. These individuals were indeed top students in their respective fields, having dominated last season's arena. This season, with the Nightingale Transit Station newly opened and many enclosures awaiting exploration, they had focused their efforts there. Otherwise, the Silent Ones might have already encountered this group. As for the strong-type individuals, they wouldn't deign to appear in places like the arena. Junlin thought that this mission would be a rare training opportunity. The code name for their team is the Invisible Squad. In addition to their squad, there are 3 other teams, each led by a powerful individual guiding their respective groups. The mission is scheduled to commence at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The task will be considered successful as long as at least 2 squads successfully penetrate the designated area and install the teleportation device and other equipment. This mission has garnered significant attention from the school's top management. After a brief meeting at noon, everyone went home to prepare, planning to reconvene for a strategy session early the next day. Junlin was eager to get back to work on creating a dozen little 7-8 models and improve his own mech. After all, survival was key. On his way home, Fu Junlin could hardly contain his excitement. Dehei said resignedly, "Is it really that big of a deal? I've never teamed up with such powerful individuals before." Fu Junlin marveled. Dehei asked, with a hint of envy, "If they're so strong, why not let them form a team on their own?" Fu Junlin explained, "Each squad in the area can only have one strong individual because having more would drain the area's energy resources." Puffed. Flashy nonsense, Dehei scoffed. Fu Junlin continued excitedly, "In any case, being part of such a team is a testament to my abilities." Dehei immediately howled. "You wouldn't be where you are now without me, right? Admit it. Say it yourself." Fu Junlin chuckled. "Of course, it's all thanks to you. Without you, I'd still be a trembling wreck in the training field. Good to know. I'm unbeatable. My contributions are immense," Dehei boasted. "I'm unbeatable, huh? Go ahead. Finish me off." All right, not unbeatable," Fu Junlin conceded with a sigh. As they bantered, they arrived at the lab's alleyway. Fu Junlin pulled out his key, only to find the door unlocked. He pushed it open, his eye twitching at the sight before him. The lab, recently repaired, was damaged again. A massive crater, roughly the size of 4 or 5 washbasins, marred the workbench. Hearing the door, Fu Junting rushed out from the inner room, holding a crowbar, drenched in sweat. The brothers locked eyes, and Fu Junting turned to flee but was grabbed by Fu Junlin. "You little rascal, what did you do this time?" Fu Junlin demanded, gripping his brother's collar and looking at the crater on the workbench. At the bottom lay a foot-sized, 1 centimeter thick piece of 2.0 alloy metal, seemingly intended for shoulder armor or something similar. Fu Junting explained with a pained expression, "It wasn't my fault this time. I just added some of your 2.4 soft alloy scrap while it was hot to make it more pliable. It melded well, and I set it up for cutting. Who knew it would fall and make a crater after just a few minutes?" "You're talking nonsense," Fu Junlin yelled. "Falling from the stand could make such a huge crater? The cutting stand isn't that high. I'm not lying. That's exactly what happened. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself." Fu Junting pointed at the crater. Fu Junlin, exasperated, jabbed his finger at his brother before reaching into the crater to retrieve the soft alloy. "Don't run away. I think you're He frowned when he couldn't lift the alloy, as if it were glued to the bottom. Thinking it was stuck, he gripped 2 corners with both hands. His muscles bulged as he strained, causing the corners to slowly bend, but the rest of the alloy remained immovable. Shocked, he snatched the crowbar from Fu Junting and wedged it underneath, giving it a hard pry. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. The alloy shifted slightly. This meant it wasn't stuck or wedged. It was simply too heavy. In disbelief, Fu Junlin muttered to himself, "How is this possible? A piece of 2.0 alloy this size shouldn't weigh more than 15 kilograms. Was the weight of this alloy really altered so dramatically just because of the 2.4 soft alloy scrap mixed in?" Fu Junlin stared in disbelief at the alloy block in front of him. He tried lifting what seemed like an ordinary piece of metal with all his might. Yet, despite his strength, the metal block, which should have been a mere 200 or 300 kilograms, wouldn't budge an inch. Unwilling to give up, Fu Junlin grabbed a steel crowbar nearby and made several forceful attempts to pry it up. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the lab. Finally, with relentless effort, he managed to leverage the soft alloy onto the crowbar. Shockingly, the once sturdy steel crowbar now had a slight bend, silently attesting to the astonishing weight of the metal. As Fu Junlin felt the immense pressure through the crowbar, his mind was in turmoil. This metal, no larger than a foot, weighed an astounding 400 kilograms. He turned to his brother, Fu Junting, with a complex mix of emotions in his eyes. Fu Junting, already cowering in a corner with a look of innocence, trembled slightly. However, when he met his brother's gaze, he didn't find blame or anger there, but rather a glint of indescribable excitement. That gleam seemed to whisper of some mad idea. Carefully, Fu Junlin took the alloy block off the crowbar, cradling it in his arms as he slowly moved towards the door. He chose a tile on the floor and gently set the metal down. Even from just a centimeter high, the moment he let go, a crisp sound echoed as the tile beneath shattered. Ignoring the broken tile, Fu Junlin turned around, his voice filled with excitement as he shouted to Fu Junting, "Quick, repeat the steps you just did." Fu Junting shrank back fearfully. Bro, don't do this. Just hit me. I won't do it again. Stop whining and hurry up." Fu Junlin snapped, giving his brother a swift kick. The two brothers hurriedly rearranged the experiment setup. With Fu Junlin's help, Fu Junting quickly recreated the previous steps. He melted the 2.0 alloy with a heat gun and, after a cautious glance at his brother, added some 2.4 soft alloy scrap, though only half the amount as before. The cooled iron piece was placed on the rack. Fu Junting retreated to the wall, standing obediently like a child who had been scolded. While Fu Junlin watched the metal intently, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time ticked by. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Around the 4th minute, the cooling rack began to emit a series of faint cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. Then, with a loud bang, another large crater appeared on the test bench. Junlin saw everything clearly this time. The test bench, although cheaply made with just a layer of iron sheet, required at least several hundred kilograms to create a large dent at a height of over half a meter. However, when the alloy cooled, it was rapidly assimilated and mutated by the 2.4 superalloy, forming a peculiar gravitational magnetic field. This piece of metal wasn't heavy due to its own mass, but emitted a force field through molecular rearrangement that weakened the surrounding space, making it unable to bear weight. Realizing this, Junlin raised his trembling hand to rub his forehead and glanced at Junting, who was cowering in fear. Good stuff, Dehei exclaimed excitedly in Junlin's mind. Junlin knew the value of this technology, especially for large equipment or mechas where certain areas needed significant weight but had limited space. This technology could be worth a fortune in the future. However, since it was his brother who discovered this new material, Junlin decided to reserve it for him, hoping that one day he would make a name for himself in the mecha world, just like with the explosion technology. Compared to Junlin's own efforts, relying on Dehei's biological vision and countless precise calculations and experiments to develop new materials, his brother made such a discovery by accident. Truly, he was a blessed person. I understand its use, but how did you know it's valuable? Junlin relaxed and asked Dehei with a hint of annoyance. Counterweight, gravity. Why do we keep going to the gravity room? If you made a small vest with this, then... Wait a minute. Junlin was taken aback. Make what? A small vest? Are you trying to seal me up? Make a torture device for me? Junlin rolled his eyes. If not a vest, you could make handcuffs or shackles. Isn't that still a torture device? Make it look better, will you? This is like adding seasoning to something unpleasant to make it tolerable. After a bit of banter, Junlin understood Dehei's point. Instead of going to the gravity room, if these metal pieces could be made into portable equipment, he could train anytime, anywhere. For Dehei, a training fanatic, this was indeed good stuff. Junlin started thinking about how to make these weights more comfortable, as such heavy little things would be uncomfortable to carry around. How heavy should I make it? Junlin asked helplessly, while sending his brother away and beginning to study this magical piece of metal. Don't overdo it at first, you might not be used to it. Just put 100 or 200 kilograms on you, Dehei said nonchalantly. Junlin couldn't help but shiver. That didn't sound like a normal suggestion, but attaching something that heavy to his wrists and ankles posed a material problem. There's a special soft plastic material that's extremely strong but not too tight, though it's expensive. Making 4 small bags would cost about 20,000, and the processing fee would be 3 to 4,000. Although he didn't have money now, Junlin figured he could earn it by streaming for a few days. Spending over 20,000 on a few small bags was something he wouldn't have dared to consider before. Junlin hurriedly made 10 or so new little gadgets and began modifying his mecha, working until evening. When his mom returned home in the evening, the family enjoyed a warm meal together. With Junlin's insistence, his mom no longer brought leftovers home, but they still lived frugally. Occasionally buying some meat, she'd leave it mostly for her 2 sons. While eating, his mom suddenly asked, "Son, what do you think of this acting director at your factory, Wang Kai?" Clang! Junlin froze, dropping his chopsticks on the table. Junting looked intrigued, eyes shining as he glanced between his mom and brother while shoveling food into his mouth. What's up, Mom? Why ask all of a sudden? Junlin's heart skipped a beat, wondering if Wang Kai, the old flirt, had made a move already, and now his mom was seeking his opinion. Yao Jinying, unfazed, looked at Junlin's reaction with some confusion and explained, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to ask if he's reliable." "Well, Mom, I don't know him that well. Matters of the heart, you should decide for yourself. After all, you both..." Stop, stop, stop. What nonsense are you talking about? Yao Jinying interrupted him, amused and exasperated. Huh, weren't you asking about him? Junlin was bewildered. TSK, he asked me yesterday. You know I work at the restaurant, right? He asked if I could cook. The canteen at Jiangxi factory is expanding, and they need more staff. He asked if I'd like to work there. I thought if I take the job, he'd be my boss, so I wanted to know your thoughts. Yao Jinying said this as she flipped her hair, revealing the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and proudly declared, "What nonsense. Your mom is naturally beautiful and pure of heart. If it weren't for you two, I'd have become a nun. How could I be swayed by these petty people?" Humph. Junlin and Junting exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes twinkling with understanding smiles. They both thought of their mother, Yao Jinying's words. Despite the years leaving some traces on her face, her constant hard work hadn't affected her figure. Her vitality was still abundant, and with a little dressing up, she could definitely be considered an elegant beauty. Fu Junlin smirked and softly said, "Mom, you better think this through. Wang Kai is a good friend, but he might have ulterior motives inviting you over. You might find yourself in a tricky situation." Yao Jinying chuckled, putting down her chopsticks, and gave her sons a mysterious look. "Do you think your mom is naive? I know Min's intentions like the back of my hand. I'm great at handling relationships, don't worry. That old guy won't take advantage of me." Fu Junting couldn't help but interject, "Mom, isn't that just playing with his feelings? Don't talk nonsense." Yao Jinying retorted sharply. "Besides, I didn't say I wouldn't consider it. If he truly appeals to me, I might give it a chance. Even if not, I wouldn't hurt him. I have plenty of single friends around. And," she added earnestly, picking up her chopsticks again, "if I were to find someone, the most important thing is that they must be good to my sons." Fu Junting grinned foolishly, while Fu Junlin could only manage a wry smile. Perhaps because of the dangerous mission he was set to embark on the next day, Fu Junlin treasured this rare moment of family joy, even if to some, the mission seemed routine. The next morning, the entire city of Feiyun awoke under the soft glow of dawn. The streets were bustling with vehicles and people, while massive airships and flying cars zipped between the skyscrapers towering hundreds of meters high. The long aerial trains snaked through the air like dragons, with vibrant energy fields neatly dividing the aerial space. This was Fu Junlin's first time taking the aerial train to school in the morning. To attend the pre-mission meeting, he had to opt for this faster mode of transportation. Through the train window, the majestic scenery of Feiyun City left him in awe. "What if I jumped from here?" Dahei suddenly mused, a playful tone in his voice. "Go ahead and try." Fu Junlin instinctively replied, "All right, forget I said anything." In just 17 or 18 minutes, Fu Junlin arrived at the aerial station of Feiyun Vine School. Situated on the 25th floor of the functional building, it allowed access to the building's interior or the external elevator to reach the ground floor. When he reached the pre-mission conference room, the other team members had already gathered. Liu Jian was the last to arrive. Leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, his tousled hair doing nothing to detract from his cool, aloof charm. Besides the stealth squad, there were 3 other teams, each composed of 1 strong type and 5 superior types. Fu Junlin realized he was the only subtype in this mission, receiving skeptical or even disdainful looks from the other teams. The teachers, including Shi Hongyu, were present, and the operations director was the last to enter. Inside the meeting room, the large screen, sand table, and enclosed space created an atmosphere of impending tension. The mission's goal was to deploy detection equipment, but it wasn't as simple as placing it anywhere. The 4 teams would enter from different directions, delving into the heart of the area to find the junctions between 2 energy zones. These junctions, like cracks on a tortoiseshell, were the only places to place the detectors and determine the enclosure's precise scale and number of zones. If they encountered monsters, they had to eliminate them quickly, with little chance of escape. Once the strategic objectives were outlined, each team crafted their specific battle plans. The stealth squad focused on silent movement, engaging with full force if encountered by enemies, with no prolonged engagement. The school provided each member with 5 energy crystals, the maximum consumption for a single battle. Finally, the director stressed one crucial point. They must complete the mission at all costs, as the equipment they carried was extraordinarily expensive to recharge. In particular, the geological detector's features are crucial in the enclosure. Once brought into the field, the energy loss diminishes, providing optimal installation performance. However, if the mission fails and the device is retrieved, the single-use charge inside it will rapidly deplete. This charge is not a common energy source but a mysterious power capable of penetrating deep underground, making it an extremely valuable resource for the Federation. The team members engaged in a brief exchange, and time quietly slipped to 10 o'clock. Under the supervisor's lead, the 4 squads lined up neatly and headed to the rear field. Near the teleportation device, nearly 60 school staff and leaders were eagerly awaiting, the air thick with a sense of gravity. Just as they reached the teleportation device, the distant roar of engines could be heard. 4 refrigerated armored vehicles slowly approached and stopped in front of everyone. With a hiss, the rear doors of the vehicles opened, releasing a rush of cold air. A dozen uniformed staff members swiftly disembarked, carefully handling a geological detector half the height of a person. Simultaneously, they retrieved an energy canister as thick as a forearm from the cold storage. The atmosphere on site suddenly became tense as the staff quickly inserted the energy canister into the detector. With a crisp click, the detector completed its primary activation. "Team leaders, step forward." A stern voice broke the silence. The strong individuals from the 4 squads immediately stepped forward, standing straight. A professional engineer personally explained the operation of the detector to them and then assisted in securing the equipment to their belts. This scene made Fu Junlin's heart race. He realized these individuals were not from Feiyun City but members of a Federation research team from a major city, dispatched specifically for the transportation of a few energy canisters. He sensed that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. Let's go. The supervisor's deep, commanding voice resonated. Everyone quickly stepped back as the team members stepped neatly into the teleportation device. Standing in the crowd, Shi Hongyu met Fu Junlin's gaze. Her eyes flashed with a hint of pride as she nodded slightly, silently mouthing, "Stay safe." Fu Junlin felt warmth in his heart and solemnly nodded in response. At this moment, everyone present, including teachers, school leaders, and Federation research team members, stood at attention and raised their hands in a solemn gesture of blessing. "May your energy be infinite," they all called out in unison. "Energy. Infinite." The young members of the 4 squads responded with strong, resolute voices. With their determined vow, the teleportation device began to glow brightly. In the blink of an eye, the figures vanished, and the teleportation device returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The wilderness hunting ground was even gloomier than the usual ones, with towering trees reaching heights of several dozen meters, their interlocking branches blocking out the sun. A chilling, metallic wind whispered through the forest, where venomous creatures and fierce beasts lurked, creating an atmosphere fraught with danger. The group moved cautiously, the dry twigs snapping under their boots, adding a crisp crackling sound that accentuated the pervasive silence around them. Fortunately, a drone hovered silently overhead, providing extra eyes for the teachers and school leaders observing from outside. Zhang Chao, the mech operator in the team, was particularly noteworthy. His 2 mechanical dogs explored the path ahead on both sides, facilitating a relatively smooth advance for the group. Transmission strength is at 28. "We can't just cut a finger and return to the city. We're practically a suicide squad now," Kong Yiming joked, waving his massive sword, which was nearly 1.3 meters long. At this moment, their communication channel with the teachers was off, so no one outside could hear their conversation. "I just hope we encounter some tougher monsters." Lu Nan, a fighter, said flatly, rolling his shoulders with an expressionless face. Lin Man, the battle flag specialist walking in the middle, turned to Fu Junlin and asked curiously, "I heard you built a mech that can deliver a force strength of 21. Is this the one?" She pointed to the mech following closely beside Fu Junlin. Her words drew the attention of the others, including Lu Jiyin, who couldn't help but glance at Fu Junlin. From the beginning, they had been curious about this newcomer recommended by Shangwan Mengji, but refrained from asking too much out of politeness. In reality, most of them suspected that Fu Junlin had some kind of special connection, thinking the rumors were exaggerated. This notion even caused some who typically held no prejudice against hybrids to feel a bit uneasy about Fu Junlin. It's worth noting that Fu Junlin's reputation from the entrance exams was only known among the freshmen and, to some extent, the sophomores. The senior students had their own circles and topics of interest and paid little attention to this. "Yes," Fu Junlin replied calmly. "Does it have a name?" Lin Man asked with a smile, pointing to Fu Junlin's mech. "Pathfinder," Fu Junlin answered succinctly. "Pathfinder? Nice name. Achieving a force strength of 21 is impressive. I haven't heard of any other freshman with such capability," Lu Nan commented, his tone still neutral. These words caused Zhang Chao, who had been silent, to frown slightly. He pointed out rather bluntly, "Don't be too envious. It's obvious his mech uses a power structure primarily based on Brooklyn lines. While it can amplify linear force indefinitely, it's limited to straight lines. Flexibility is significantly compromised." He paused and then added in a lower voice, "Focusing solely on power is a typical rookie mistake." Zhang Chao's displeasure was evident, and everyone shared a knowing smile, choosing not to comment further. Fu Junlin silently acknowledged Zhang Chao's keen insight, recognizing details that most would miss. Without soft alloys, his mech would indeed have such limitations. However, Zhang Chao was unaware that Fu Junlin had used new materials, enabling the mech to be both more flexible and powerful than imagined. But this was not the time for an academic discussion, so Fu Junlin opted for silence. Lin Man, with a knowing smile, attempted to lighten the mood again, asking, "By the way, I heard you have a kind of explosive robot? What was it called? Little 7-8?
Yes.
Could you show it to me?" Lin Man asked playfully. Despite not being exceptionally beautiful, her every gesture seemed to captivate men, proving she was no ordinary individual. Reluctantly, Fu Junlin handed Little 7-8 over to Lin Man. She toyed with the robot, even twisting its head. "This little thing is so cute," she remarked. Fu Junlin's eye twitched in response, thinking to himself, "Heh, everyone says that until they've seen a mushroom cloud." He quickly retrieved the robot, worried she might accidentally trigger it. At that moment, the team leader, Lu Jiyin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The others halted as well, looking at him in confusion. "We're trapped," Lu Jiyin stated calmly. This understated declaration sent a shiver through the group. Fu Junlin glanced around, inhaling sharply. The surroundings seemed eerily familiar. At some point, a thin mist had risen, subtle yet ominous given the current situation. Everyone instantly became alert. All mechs, conduct a fan-shaped search ahead. The monster is not far. Lu Jiyin commanded with a steady gaze, scanning the area before pointing forward with a delicate, almost feminine finger. Fu Junlin couldn't help but admire Lu Jiyin's composure. Such calmness in the face of battle was something to aspire to. How many battles must one experience to achieve such a mindset? Clearly, he needed more field practice in the future. With this realization, Fu Junlin subconsciously straightened his posture. Don't bother. You still reek of cowardice. De Haye suddenly interjected with a harsh critique. Shut up. Fu Junlin retorted irritably. Zhang Chao immediately summoned all his mechs, including the 2 mechanical dogs and 2 humanoid mechs. Typically, humanoid mechs are combat-oriented, while beast-shaped ones focus on functionality with secondary combat capabilities. Fu Junlin also directed his mech to move forward, as Lu Jiyin had instructed all mechs. However, as Pathfinder took its first steps, Lu Jiyin, without turning back, coldly remarked, "Your mech doesn't need to go out." Fu Junlin was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Lu Jiyin's meaning at first. He had assumed Lu Jiyin wanted to leave a mech behind to protect the team, but the cold expression on Lu's face and the knowing looks from the others suddenly made him realize the truth. Lu Jiyin wasn't asking his mech to guard the team. He was worried that Fu's mech was too weak and might alert the enemy, becoming a burden instead. In short, he was looking down on him. This realization hit Fu Junlin like a punch to the heart, but he forced himself to take a deep breath and calm his emotions. Following the captain's orders is a basic rule, he reminded himself. The reverse mech quietly retreated to Fu Junlin's side, as if sensing its owner's frustration. Fu Junlin silently told himself, a man's dignity isn't earned through impotent rage, but through proven strength. He clenched his fists, determined to prove his worth through action. A gentle breeze stirred the forest, and mist began to swirl. Zhang Chao's fingers tapped nervously as the sound of mechs crunching through leaves echoed from afar. Suddenly, the footsteps grew closer, and everyone tensed, gripping their weapons tightly. Don't worry, it's my mech, Zhang Chao called out to reassure them. Before he finished speaking, Kong Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward sharply, shouting, "That's not your mech." With a swift upward slash of his long blade, a visible arc of air distortion sliced through the space in front of him. At that moment, a fierce wind arose, and a piercing screech erupted in their ears. Out of thin air, an ape-like creature appeared, with a blue face, fangs, claws the size of human heads, and a wildly thrashing tail. It was just 2 meters from Zhang Chao, ready to strike. But Kong Yiming's blade energy slashed it hidden. With a crack, the creature's shoulder and right arm were severed, and it crashed to the ground. It struggled violently to get up, but Zhang Chao's mech arrived, grabbing its tail and lifting it. Kong Yiming pressed the advantage, slashing horizontally and vertically, swiftly decapitating the beast. Approximately 14 energy intensity. Kong Yiming reported the energy used as he delivered the final blow. The others were secretly astonished. It took 14 intensity to break through the armor, indicating these creatures were at least level 4 blue blood beasts. The intelligence of blue blood beasts is limited, and the creature's earlier stealth and ambush tactics were beyond typical hunting instincts. There's a boss nearby, Lu Jiyin warned coldly. No sooner had he spoken than several screeches echoed around them, like a call to attack. The air distorted as over a dozen creatures revealed themselves, having stealthily approached within 5 to 6 meters. They launched a swift assault from all directions, their speed shocking. In an instant, all 5 members of the team raised their shields simultaneously. It was then Fu Junlin realized his weakness as a subspecies human. He lacked a shield. Fortunately, he had the reverse mech and stood in the center of the team, making him the safest as the battle standard bearer. He quickly drew 2 battle flags from his back and planted them in the ground, unleashing 2 radiant auras. This squad truly lived up to its elite status. Even facing a stealth attack from level 4 blue blood beasts, they reacted with incredible speed. Kong Yiming's long blade swept a semicircular arc of energy in front of him, effortlessly cutting through the beast's defense. Zhang Chao's 4 mechs surrounded him, holding off 4 creatures on his own. Lu Nan was even more formidable, moving with blinding speed. His fists a deadly force, killing with each strike. Lin Man wielded a magic staff. Energy crystals flashing as ice blades whistled forth. Though not powerful enough to penetrate the creature's armor, they were highly accurate, targeting eyes and vital points, causing significant disruption. Lu Jiyin remained vigilant, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Fu Junlin understood he was waiting. Knowing there was a boss-level creature nearby, conserving strength was crucial. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the creatures were completely wiped out, leaving a field of severed limbs, mostly slain by Kong Yiming. Though these blue blood beasts required 14 intensity to breach their defenses, defense was clearly not their forte. After all, their invisibility was terrifying enough. The forest was no longer tranquil, with angry roars echoing nearby, signaling more creatures approaching. Worse still, visibility was decreasing as the fog thickened. Lu Jian reminded coldly, as her right hand slowly gathered an aura of blue light. As a mage, some people rely on staffs, but many don't need such tools, as weapons can sometimes be a limitation. At that moment, Fu Junlin furrowed his brows and sniffed the air slightly. As a subspecies, his sensitivity and resistance to viruses far exceeded those of the superior species. The mist is toxic, he warned. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses with cloth strips, though this protection was clearly limited, especially since they had already inhaled a considerable amount of the toxic mist. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted nearby, heralding a new wave of monster attacks. Move to that clearing, Lu Jian commanded decisively, pointing towards an open area to the left front. Lu Nan charged ahead, facing 4 ape-like monsters blocking the way. With a powerful rush, he forcefully created an opening. Following closely behind, Lu Jian made his move. As he advanced, he extended his hand and drew a circle in the air, palm down, pivoting at the wrist. A terrifying scene unfolded above the heads of 5 or 6 monsters. A blue halo formed out of nowhere, seemingly conjured by Lu Jian's gesture. At the center of the halo, ice elements vibrated wildly, condensing at a rapid pace, as if emerging from the circle. 10 massive ice spikes descended from the sky, each as thick as an arm and at least 1.5 meters long. They pierced through the ape monsters, pinning 4 of them to the ground. Although these creatures didn't die immediately, they were immobilized, unable to break free. Lu Nan, seemingly accustomed to this teamwork, stepped on the bodies of these monsters and punched an enemy behind him, clearing a path. Fu Junlin followed closely, passing by the creatures impaled by the ice spikes, awestruck by the beautiful yet deadly magic. Was this the power of superior energy control? Of all the subspecies and superior species mages he had seen, they all required either their own bodies or magic staffs to cast spells. Yet Lu Jian could instantly conjure magic above enemies several meters away. Was this the might of a superior species? Because the combat footage of superior species was considered classified, the Federation strictly prohibited its distribution. Moreover, each superior species had a unique combat style, so Fu Junlin had not witnessed many. The Federation treated the combat techniques of superior and ultra-superior species as trump cards, as internal human conflicts had not ceased. Forces like the Mikian Federation and the Red Sun Federation were still eyeing opportunities, hoping to challenge the Malblade Federation. To them, invading other countries seemed more convenient than exploring new territories. Of course, Fu Junlin understood that this was not true superior energy control. It was said that the greatest strength of superior energy control lay in its precision, the essence of control. Fu Junlin and Lin Man followed closely behind Zhang Chao and Lu Jian, traversing the path Lu Nan had cleared. Kong Yiming took up the rear, slicing through a few monsters with his long sword as he passed. Behind them, furious roars surged like a tide, as at least 28 monsters rushed and leaped through the forest, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty intent. After passing a few trees ahead, the view opened up as they reached the clearing Lu Jian had indicated. However, they were nearly surrounded by monsters, ensuring a tough battle lay ahead. From all directions, at least 38 or 39 blue blood creatures swarmed towards them. Do you want me to make a dazzling entrance and save your little life? Dehei's voice echoed in Fu Junlin's mind with a mocking tone. Fu Junlin ignored it. He couldn't always rely on Dehei. As a battle flag master and a mech master, he had to engage in the fight himself. Moreover, with the presence of the Silent Ones, Fu Junlin couldn't casually reveal Dehei without his mask, as it could expose his masked identity. Wow. The only thing you all have going for you is that there's only one type of monster. I think that kid with the sword is about to tire out. The situation is really dire. Dehei taunted Fu Junlin again, waiting for him to ask for help. Strangely, this kid usually would be yelling for assistance by now. These ape monsters were fast, highly agile, and had strong attack power, able to leap onto the battlefield from distant trees. However, their defense was indeed their relative weakness. Yet, just as Dehei finished speaking, 2 gigantic ape monsters, standing over 5 meters tall, charged from a short distance away. Their eyes were blood red, muscles bulging, clearly 2 giant elite monsters. Oh wow, my mouth is really something, huh? Dehei exclaimed in surprise. Shut your mouth. 2 enormous behemoths stood in the center of the battlefield, towering like mountains. Dodging their attacks amidst the dense swarm of monsters seemed nearly impossible. The first giant ape raised its colossal fist, aiming to smash down on Lu Nan. Lu Nan knew that the first encounter with an elite monster was crucial. If he could withstand this blow, he must not reveal his weakness. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Ha!" With his right hand's gauntlet raised in defense, his left hand struck it fiercely, producing a deafening roar. Miraculously, an energy shield instantly spread from the gauntlet, as large as a millstone. This was the most formidable defensive skill of a pugilist polar shield. It existed for only a fraction of a second to a few seconds, but during that brief moment, the pressure on both sides of the shield would surge. It was a pure test of strength. Whoever was stronger would cause the opponent to suffer greater recoil when the shield vanished. Boom! After a thunderous crash, Lu Nan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The giant ape, however, smashed straight into the battle circle. It wasn't that Lu Nan lacked strength, but rather, all of them had been poisoned. Their stamina was plummeting, minds clouded. Even Kong Yiming could barely swing his sword. Despite having taken down 20 to 30 blue blood creatures, their condition was deteriorating. Even the battle flags of Fu Junlin and Lin Man couldn't alleviate the poison's effects. At that moment, Lu Nan was horrified to see the other giant ape charging at the defenseless Zhang Chao. "Watch your back," he shouted. But it was too late. Zhang Chao was sent flying by a punch, and the four mechs he controlled instantly collapsed. Clearly, his brain had been damaged, leaving him dazed. A nimble ape monster leapt over, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Chao. Ignoring his own injuries, Lu Nan rolled over to grab Zhang Chao. By now, they had been knocked out of the battle circle by the giant ape's attack, separated from Fu Junlin and the others by a considerable distance. Besieged, Fu Junlin, Lin Man, Lu Jin, and Kong Yiming were struggling to hold on, with no time to assist them, let alone call for help. After enduring repeated attacks from the ape monster's claws, Lu Nan could no longer drag the now unconscious Zhang Chao. A massive shadow loomed in front of him, accompanied by the ground trembling. Lu Nan's eyes were filled with fear. If they were still in the battle circle, there might have been a slim chance of survival, but now they were exhausted and gravely injured. Death here would mean true death. Desperately, he looked towards the main battle circle, just 10 meters away, yet it seemed like an insurmountable chasm. As the giant ape's fists clenched and were about to hammer down, a steel figure crashed down like a cannonball in front of Lu Nan. That silhouette. It's the reverse walker. Is it Fu Junlin's reverse walker? Lu Nan looked in astonishment at Fu Junlin, who had one hand on the mech controller at his temple, his gaze shining like a torch in the dark, piercing through the horde of monsters to meet his eyes. The reverse walker, who had been underestimated and barely acted since entering the arena, now mimicked Lu Nan's earlier move. Its right arm was forward, and its left arm struck fiercely. A polar shield emerged with a thunderous roar, but this time, the shield was the size of a car. The massive dual-ear shield of the vehicle? Lu Nan was in shock, staring incredulously at the scene before him. He recalled that the dual-ear shield he had just deployed was only the size of a millstone, and while its weakening was a factor, what truly astounded him was that a mech could channel such intricate energy manipulation through its alloy structure. In that moment of contemplation, the giant ape's double fists crashed down, one landing on the dual-ear shield. Lu Nan clearly saw the inverse mech's feet sink deeply into the ground, leaving a fist-deep footprint. By standard mech load-bearing measures, such an impact would typically cause the structure to collapse, or at least severely deform the supporting alloy. Yet, the inverse mech merely bent its knees slightly, with a subtle dip in posture to absorb the shock, emerging unscathed. Even more astonishing was that the moment the dual-ear shield shattered, the giant ape was forced back 3 steps, with the ground echoing with 3 dull thuds. This scene profoundly shocked both the newly awakened Zhang Chao and Lu Nan. Zhang Chao, in particular, found it hard to believe that the mech he had previously dismissed as a clumsy rookie product of the Brooklyn line was capable of this. While Lu Nan might not have understood how the inverse mech operated the dual-ear shield, Zhang Chao, being closer, immediately noticed the key fiber optic connections. This mech was a true humanoid mech. Just then, a group of agile ape creatures surrounded them. The inverse mech quickly turned, scooping up Zhang Chao with one hand and Lu Nan with the other, charging through the horde like they were mere sacks. At this moment, the main battlefield was in dire straits. The protective shields of several elite soldiers were being relentlessly battered, growing thinner by the second. Without the inverse mech's protection, Fu Junlin could only hide behind a shield, increasing the intensity of his healing aura. "I can't hold on," Lin Man shouted, as the ice blade she threw was easily shattered by an ape creature, losing all its threat. Another ape creature's claws raked her shield, causing it to sway and distort like a bubble in the wind, on the verge of breaking. "The poison, it's too deep." Kong Yiming swung his blade with difficulty, the arc of energy only grazing an ape creature's fur. He leaned on his blade, gasping for breath, the potent toxins rendering him nearly powerless. Although Lu Jin didn't show obvious signs of weakness, the cold sweat on his forehead indicated he was struggling to hold on. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Kong Yiming's shield was shattered by a punch from the giant ape. An ape creature's claws attacked almost simultaneously with the shield's destruction. Kong Yiming couldn't raise his blade to block in time, but he was abruptly yanked away. Turning to see Fu Junlin, Kong Yiming was surprised, thinking, how is this guy still so energetic? Could subspecies really be so robust, even surpassing a battle flag master? As the group was on the verge of collapse, Fu Junlin suddenly shouted, get down, everybody down, now. The inverse mech was the first to respond, quickly pulling Zhang Chao and Lu Nin down. Although Lin Man and Kong Yiming didn't understand Fu Junlin's intent, they trusted their teammate and immediately dropped to the ground. Lu Jiyin, from a distance, frowned and glanced back at Fu Junlin, seemingly wanting to question him. But seeing Fu Junlin already on the ground and tossing out a small robot, he quickly set up an ice spike barrier around himself and reluctantly got down. What Fu Junlin had thrown was a new model of the Xiaoqiba. At this point, it hovered about a meter above the ground. Amidst the deafening roars of the creatures and the shadows of the monster horde about to engulf them, the group still heard Fu Junlin's voice, incongruous with the chaos and the snap of his fingers. Snap. Horizontal ring. Boom. While the group was still puzzled by what horizontal ring meant, the Xiaoqiba exploded. A miniature mushroom cloud rose from the spot. Despite the explosion occurring only about a meter from Fu Junlin himself, the shockwave didn't spread vertically but rather radiated horizontally from the Xiaoqiba. From a bird's eye view, it resembled a massive ring expanding outward. The ring was about a palm's width thick, but in the areas above and below this horizontal ring, one could only feel intense vibrations, with no impact from the shockwave. Because everyone was lying below the 1 meter mark, they were spared. But the monsters weren't as lucky. Like a drop of soapy water hitting a surface, all the creatures were swept away by the ring, leaving a vacuum in its wake. Where the ring passed, it was devastating. Legs were snapped, chests were crushed, and any unfortunate enough to be hit at the neck were decapitated instantly. Even the 2 towering giant apes weren't spared. At a meter above the ground, their legs were struck right at the shin bone, severing them as if by a guillotine. The 2 giants crashed to the ground, their severed limbs hurled dozens of meters away. Even trees as thick as a person's waist were sliced clean through. Horrifying. Lin Man was dumbfounded, her gaze sweeping the cleared area around them. Was this the same explosive robot she had been cradling, praising for its cuteness, and playfully tapping on the head? She found it hard to believe that the seemingly harmless little gadget contained such terrifying destructive power. Lin Man was visibly shaken, while Zhang Chao and the others were left in awe and confusion. Fu Junlin's explosive robots could create controlled explosions, which was almost unbelievable. When he shouted, horizontal ring, the robot detonated in a lateral circle. These 2 words seemed to be the key to controlling the explosion's form, hinting at other possible shapes. Everyone couldn't help but wonder how Fu Junlin achieved such precise control. After the initial shock, Fu Junlin was the first to get back on his feet. Around him, nearly 20 monsters lay dead or severely injured, with cries echoing in the distance. 2 giant apes were left with only half a leg each, struggling to crawl closer. The others quickly stood up as well. Fu Junlin held a small explosive device in each hand, aiming them at the crippled giant apes before throwing them. Without needing a warning, Kong Yiming, Lin Man, Lu Nan, Zhang Chao, and Lu Jiyin immediately hit the ground, their reactions even faster than the pioneer troops. Fu Junlin, however, did not duck. Instead, he snapped his fingers nonchalantly and called out, spherical. Boom, boom. 2 mushroom clouds rose from beneath the apes, with the explosion taking on a spherical form. The ape's limbs flew in all directions, and a head narrowly missed Kong Yiming's scalp. As Fu Junlin dodged the blast, he turned to find everyone else on the ground, creating an awkward scene. Just as everyone was about to get up, Kong Yiming's eyes widened in alarm. He lunged at Fu Junlin, shouting, watch out! Simultaneously, Dehay's voice rang in his mind, behind you. Although Fu Junlin heard the warnings, as a battle flag bearer, his reflexes were not as sharp as Kong Yiming's and Dehay's. He could only feel the wind rushing from behind. Kong Yiming darted in front of Fu Junlin, wrapping him in a protective embrace. A shield deployed instantly. With a loud bang, the 2 were blasted away like cannonballs. In midair, Kong Yiming's shield shattered, and he spat blood onto Fu Junlin's face. Behind them, a thick tail as wide as a child's arm swayed, revealing a faint golden giant ape in the air. Its tail stretched 4 to 5 meters long, having stealthily approached Fu Junlin from behind, unnoticed by anyone but Kong Yiming. Kong Yiming! Fu Junlin exclaimed, ignoring his own injured right arm as he immediately began healing Kong Yiming. Gritting his teeth, Kong Yiming sat up and spat more blood, insisting, I'm fine. The runners helped Lu Nan and Zhang Chao over, gathering the infiltrator squad together. Across from them stood the lone golden giant ape, its eyes intelligently assessing the group. At this moment, aside from Fu Junlin, the others were too poisoned and injured to move effectively. Fu Junlin hurled another small explosive at the golden giant ape, but it vanished instantly to evade. Kong Yiming seemed to sense its invisible presence, shouting, "To the left!" Lu Jin promptly swung her hand, conjuring a massive fan-shaped ice barrier. The golden giant ape was grazed and reappeared, angrily smashing the ice with its tail before disappearing again. "It's coming for me!" Kong Yiming shouted in alarm. The golden giant ape had realized Kong Yiming could predict its moves and decided to eliminate this threat first. In the nick of time, Fu Junlin hoisted Kong Yiming onto his back. As the ape's tail was about to strike, Fu Junlin deftly dodged, leaving a small crater in the ground. Carrying the severely injured Kong Yiming, Fu Junlin moved swiftly across the battlefield like a nimble rodent. As a subhuman, his physical resilience and poison resistance far exceeded that of ordinary humans. While the others were incapacitated, he was still agile with someone on his back. Unable to catch Fu Junlin, the golden giant ape turned its attention to Lu Jin. Kong Yiming became the team's sole eye, continually alerting Lu Jin to the enemy's location. Lu Jin, in turn, launched effective attacks, holding her ground against the formidable level 3 boss. Despite the golden giant ape's fearsome invisibility, Lu Jin was nearly single-handedly dueling the powerful adversary. Every person and every profession has its own strengths and weaknesses. Teamwork has become the dominant combat strategy in the arena, highlighting its importance more than ever. A golden giant ape stood proudly, its immense power exerting overwhelming pressure on everyone present. Lu Jin emerged as the key figure capable of countering it. His extraordinary magical abilities allowed him to launch attacks around the enemy in an instant, leaving the golden giant ape defenseless. Fu Junlin busied himself on the edge of the battlefield, continuously throwing Xiaoqiba. Soon, the Xiaoqiba in his hands were scattered across the battlefield. Behind Lunan, in front of Linman, to your right rear. Kong Yiming's reminders were incessant. Despite Lu Jin's fierce attacks, the consumption of 6 energy crystals had left him exhausted. Although the golden giant ape was wounded, it became even more furious. With a roar, it ignored Lu Jin's ice spike attacks and swung its tail. The reverse walker quickly deployed a level 2 shield, but it was still unable to fully block the attack. The 4 of them were swept away, with Lu Jin being caught off guard and sent flying. The golden giant ape seized the opportunity, darting towards Lu Jin with its gaping maw ready to devour him. At this critical moment, a sharp sound came from under the ape's feet. Pop. Sphere. The familiar command alerted the golden giant ape, prompting it to jump away quickly, yet it couldn't evade heavy injury. Its left leg was blown apart, and its tail was severed. However, before being flung away, the ape spewed a thick purple toxic mist like a smoky arrow, hitting Lu Jin. The poison enveloped him instantly, and his agonizing screams echoed all around. Fu Junlin wanted to help, but dared not approach due to the spreading poison. He had no choice but to control the reverse walker to rush into the mist and pull Lu Jin out. Lu Jin's face was contorted, blood tears streamed down his cheeks, and his eyes had been blinded by the poison. To make matters worse, despite its severe injuries, the golden giant ape entered a berserk state. Its eyes were bloodshot as it charged madly at the team members. Shields were shattered one after another, with Lu Nan, Zhang Chao, and Lin Man being knocked away. Lin Man even broke both arms and couldn't even raise the battle flag. Fu Junlin, carrying Kong Yiming, dodged while the reverse walker carried Lu Jin, moving swiftly. At this moment, Xiaoqiba became their only means of counterattack. Whenever the giant ape approached Xiaoqiba, Fu Junlin would immediately detonate it. However, in its berserk state, the golden giant ape's defense was formidable. Even when the last Xiaoqiba exploded at its feet, sending it flying several meters, it still managed to stand up and continue its assault, though it was already a bloody mess, with its eyes still eerily crimson. Lunan, are you planning to hold back your ultimate move until we're all dead? Kong Yiming shouted in despair. Lunan struggled to get up, panting and shaking his head. I can't hit it unless we can hold it down. I can take out that damn monkey with one punch. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Lu Jin, who was being supported by the reverse walker, weak and blinded. Lu Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice remained icy, yet it began to tremble. He turned to Zhang Chao, urgency in his eyes. Tell me where it is. Don't waste the last of your energy. That creature can still move, and if you can't control it, your energy will be completely depleted, and we'll have no chance left. Zhang Chao's face was filled with concern, knowing that this worry was not unfounded. The control of super energy was powerful, but its consumption was extraordinarily high. To control that behemoth would require at least a quarter, maybe even a third, of Lu Jin's strength. And after all this fighting, did Lu Jin still have a third of his energy left? There was only one chance. The hearts of everyone grew heavier. If Lu Jin couldn't control the golden giant ape, they would completely lose any chance of turning the tide. At that moment, Fu Junlin spoke firmly. There's still a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden giant ape charged again. Everyone dodged, while the reverser pulled Lu Jian back, positioning himself behind him. He grabbed Lu Jian's wrists, braced his feet against Lu Jian's heels, and gently lifted him onto his own feet. Lu Jian looked around nervously, hearing Fu Junlin shout, "Relax your body. Let the reverser guide you." Understanding Fu Junlin's intention, Lu Jian relaxed, allowing the reverser to take control. From a distance, Lu Jian and the reverser appeared to be dancing a close waltz. The reverser skillfully evaded the giant ape's attacks, moving with Lu Jian, advancing and retreating with agility. Finally, as the giant ape shifted its focus, the reverser embraced Lu Jian face-to-face, grasping his left hand with his right, aiming it at the giant ape nearby. Although Lu Jian couldn't see, at that moment, the reverser and Fu Junlin were his eyes, guiding his hand. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Lu Jian's lips, his voice like ice from the depths of the underworld. Ice domain. Converge. The space trembled violently as terrifying ice elements mixed with pure super energy converged madly. An ice wall appeared instantly before the giant ape. Before it could react, 5 invisible energy walls crashed towards it. With a piercing roar, the golden giant ape was gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Despite its furious struggles, it couldn't move an inch. Even more terrifying, its limbs began to lift off the ground, hovering a few centimeters above, completely losing any leverage. Fu Junlin and the others stared wide-eyed in shock. Was this the power of super energy control? Seizing the moment, Fu Junlin shouted, "Lunan, now!" At this moment, Lunan seemed like a completely different person. His gauntlets glimmered with a faint light, and his shoulders and arms swelled visibly. Fu Junlin's pupils contracted sharply, as the scene reminded him of when his own gene lock hadn't reached 5 and his thighs expanded. Localized muscle strength enhancement? Fu Junlin wondered, could there be others who understand gene lock enhancement besides me? Or do superior beings naturally have this advantage? It was as if the He could read Fu Junlin's thoughts and immediately dismissed the idea. It's not localized enhancement. This kid might have inadvertently discovered the ability to operate at overload, but he can't increase his gene lock level. Your civilization lacks the conditions to enhance the gene lock, except for me. Superior beings and strong beings are just genetic variants. They're different from the gene lock. They might have an extra shield or a super control ability, but that's just a different genetic type. The gene lock is about genetic level. Among your team, whether strong or superior, none have a gene lock level exceeding 4, and they never will. Fu Junlin had to reevaluate Lunan. The talent among superior beings was truly remarkable. Lunan's face twisted with rage, veins bulging as he cursed, "Damn monkey, take this punch." His eyes turned bloodshot, and he dug 2 shallow grooves into the ground with his feet as he launched himself like a cannonball. The punch tore through the air, and the force of the impact from his gauntlets made the air scream ominously. Boom! The golden giant ape suspended in midair was smashed through, half its body blown apart, its head and shoulders drooping lifelessly. Outside the arena, the school leaders on the backfield of Feiyun Vine School breathed a sigh of relief. The teachers wore a variety of expressions. Initially, when they discussed Fu Junlin, their gazes inevitably shifted to Shi Hongyu. Despite Shi Hongyu's glare, it couldn't hide the fact that Fu Junlin was the weakest link in the team. However, when Fu Junlin's regressor saved Lu Nan and Zhang Chao, Shi Hongyu stood tall, pride evident in her eyes. When Fu Junlin's little 7-8 detonated, the observing teachers were in an uproar. Beyond being astonished by its power, many couldn't comprehend the principles of the ring-shaped explosion and the mushroom cloud. At this moment, Shi Hongyu was nearly standing with hands on hips, brimming with joy. Fu Junlin was undoubtedly the biggest contributor to this battle, from the terrifying cleanup by little 7-8 to the crucial rescue by the regressor, all becoming highlights. This was not just Fu Junlin's glory. Kong Yiming assisted with reconnaissance. Fu Junlin controlled the regressor to lock targets for Lu Jian. Lu Jian used super energy control, and Lu Nan delivered the final overloaded strike. They coordinated seamlessly, each showcasing their strengths. Not only Shi Hongyu but all the teachers of the invisible squad stood proudly, feeling proud of their students. It was a moment of honor for the entire team. As the battle concluded, Fu Junlin set Kong Yiming down. A gentle beam of white light planted a battle flag into the ground, its halo spreading slowly. The regressor supported Lu Jian, while Zhang Chao and Kong Yiming helped Lu Nan and Lin Man to their feet. They gathered around the battle flag, like travelers huddled around a campfire on a winter night. Exchanging glances, Zhang Chao lowered his head and said thank you with a sense of guilt. This gratitude was not just for Fu Junlin's life-saving act, but also an apology for previously underestimating him. However, everyone had contributed. Without Zhang Chao's 4 mechas absorbing most of the attacks, Kong Yiming's small blade couldn't have been wielded effectively. Without their protection, Fu Junlin wouldn't be able to safely maneuver the mech within the battle zone. The atmosphere grew tense. Although Zhang Chao hadn't named anyone, Fu Junlin found it difficult to respond. Ugh, so pretentious. Lu Nan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Lin Man burst into laughter, and soon everyone joined in with suppressed chuckles. Only Zhang Chao's face flushed with anger as he shot a glare at Lu Nan. Yet, this scene managed to ease the tension in the air. Some things are better left unsaid, understood without words. As the toxic mist dissipated, the effects of gradual healing began to show. The group's stamina slowly returned, and Lu Jiyin opened his eyes. Though his eyes were still bloodshot, he could see well enough. We're out of energy. Should we keep going? Kong Yiming asked, fingering his long blade as he looked at Lu Jiyin. Lu Jiyin pondered for a moment. We still have a role to play. We can proceed cautiously, but if we encounter any more monsters, we'll head back to the city safely and avoid further battles. Everyone nodded silently. Though they were too exhausted to fight, they could continue exploring until they met the next wave of monsters. After all, their goal wasn't to fight. After a brief rest of about 10 minutes, the energy glands of the level 3 elite monster and the boss were carefully extracted. Once they were ready, Lu Jiyin surveyed the group and gave the order. Proceed with caution and have all mechs scout ahead. Zhang Chao nodded in agreement, but this time his mech didn't move. All eyes turned to Fu Junlin, and Kong Yiming raised his eyebrows, signaling him to go forward. Fu Junlin glanced at Lu Jiyin, who gave an almost imperceptible nod and flashed a brief smile, the first since their initial meeting. Although the orders were the same, this time the vanguard slowly moved to the front of the group. Zhang Chao's mechs followed closely, fanning out as they disappeared into the depths of the forest. After covering about a kilometer, the hidden squad was fortunate enough not to encounter any more monsters. They reached the location of the first area rift, where Lu Jiyin swiftly took out the equipment and skillfully completed the installation. Then, everyone in the team pressed their teleportation pins in unison. A blinding flash of light followed, and they suddenly found themselves inside the familiar teleportation chamber on the school's backfield. The stern faces of school leaders and teachers came into view, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Although some cast approving glances, no one spoke. Teachers like Shi Hongyu silently gestured for Fu Junlin and his team to rejoin the group. The team members quietly returned to their places, only then noticing the 4 large screens above the teleportation chamber. One of the screens was blank, showing the location they had just left. The scenes on the other 3 screens were alarming. One team was cautiously advancing. On another screen, a bloody scene unfolded where 4 surviving team members were administering first aid to 2 injured comrades amidst a field of monster remains. The last screen depicted an even more tragic sight. A blood-drenched female team member sat alone among 5 corpses, including a mighty warrior. Her cries echoed through the screen, filled with despair. The female team member struggled to her feet and pressed the teleportation pins for each fallen comrade. Light flashed in the teleportation chamber as the bodies dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. This sound jolted Fu Junlin, reminding him of how these individuals were once the pride of the school just hours ago. The medical team silently lifted the bodies onto stretchers, performing perfunctory first aid. Movingly, after returning all her teammates, the girl wiped away her tears, picked up the captain's mech belt, and resolutely continued forward. Perhaps this was why she was part of the elite team. The teachers of the deceased students held back tears, standing tall. The entire field fell into a silent mourning. From the other severely impacted team, one member was saved, while another was beyond help. In the end, the fortunate team successfully installed the second set of equipment. The supervising director immediately ordered via radio, Grey Worm Squad, Iron Crow Squad, mission complete, return quickly. The 3 teams returned almost simultaneously through the teleportation chamber. The girl who lost all her teammates broke down upon seeing her teacher, collapsing into their arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Her cries echoed across the field, piercing and sorrowful. The outcome of the battle at the mountain and field. The Lucky God Squad completed their mission safely without encountering monsters. The Grey Worm Squad suffered heavy losses, with 5 members dead, including 1 mighty warrior and 4 elites. The Iron Crow Squad lost 1 elite. The Hidden Squad faced combat but suffered no casualties and completed their mission. The next day, light rain fell through the electromagnetic interference clouds onto the backfield of Feiyan Vine. A solemn memorial service was held in the rain, where the grieving families of the fallen accepted posthumous alliance medals of honor from the school. Hundreds of participating students, teachers, and classmates of the deceased dressed in black, silently mourning. The Hidden Squad stood together, and Kong Yiming quietly asked Lu Jiyin, "Do we also receive the medals of honor?" Although team compositions often change in school, true bonds forged through life and death experiences and battle camaraderie are rare. The Hidden Squad had built such a bond during this operation. Lu Jiyin nodded expressionlessly. Kong Yiming playfully nudged Fu Junlin with his shoulder and raised an eyebrow. "Hey, is this your first time earning a commendation too?" You haven't secretly racked up any achievements, have you? Fu Junlin shook his head with a wry smile. Are you kidding? I haven't even been to the field much, and this is my first time handling such a big task. Reflecting on his prior underestimation of the mission, he couldn't help but remark, clearly, I underestimated the dangers of the wilderness camp. The two exchanged a glance, understanding that the mission was more complicated than it appeared. They had suspected as much when the geological survey equipment was being transported. Commendations are the units of federal honor. 1 bronze medal equals 10 commendation points, and 5 bronze medals can be exchanged for a silver medal, continuing up to a diamond medal. Commendation points are crucial for federal residents, affecting everything from everyday discounts to eligibility for high-level positions, particularly in the military. There are various ways to earn commendations, with outstanding contributions in any field potentially being recognized. For example, Fu Junlin's mentor, Officer Shangwan, earned double platinum medals, equivalent to 2,500 commendation points, solely for his contributions to energy oscillation separation. Members of Fu Junlin's 4 squads each received a bronze medal, which is 10 commendation points. These seemingly modest 10 points are an unattainable honor for most. The wilderness camp mission was of great significance to the entire Feiyun city. Despite deploying the school's top teams, the mortality rate for such a high-difficulty restricted field was nearly a quarter, making its completion a significant achievement. Lin Man noticed Fu Junlin deep in thought and gently asked, Fu Junlin, what are you thinking about? Fu Junlin looked around and softly said, if I ever die, I hope it's with you guys. Initially thinking it was a joke, Kong Yiming was about to tease him, but stopped when he realized the gravity of the statement. He awkwardly patted Fu Junlin on the shoulder. Not long ago, there had indeed been casualties at Feiyun Vine School, with 2 entire squads of subspecies lost without a memorial service. Fu Junlin's words revealed the harsh reality. If he were the only one to die, there might not be a memorial service either. The only chance for recognition would be to die alongside Kong Yiming and others, allowing participation in the memorial for superior and strong species. Zhang Chao and the others lowered their heads in silence, unable to laugh off Fu Junlin's joke. Lu Jian, a strong species, seemed to want to comfort Fu Junlin or perhaps felt a kinship. Without turning around, he said, Fu Junlin, maybe being a strong species isn't as great as you think. Sometimes, having a certain power can become a burden. His words puzzled Fu Junlin and left Zhang Chao and Kong Yiming looking at Lu Jian's back in confusion. Could strong species have troubles too? In their eyes, strong species were at the top of society, enjoying high status and abundant resources, free from worry. Lu Jian murmured with a profound sense, when flying a kite, neither the kite nor the person is free. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, Fu Junlin and his companions fell into silence. The memorial service was steeped in a heavy atmosphere, and even the awarding of medals seemed especially solemn. Although the bronze medal was ordinary, its ribbon, made of a unique pale gold material, was exceptionally resilient. The medal bore the emblem of a dragon, whose lower body transformed into a curved blade, symbolizing the last resistance force of the Mo-Ren Federation in the apocalyptic era. In this solemn moment, Dehe suddenly took control of Fu Junlin's hand, rubbing the medal's ribbon, which was only as long as a finger, and murmured, this ribbon material is quite good. We could use it to make weight-bearing leg backs. Let's collect more of these. Fu Junlin's eye twitched violently. This ribbon was exactly the material he had been searching for. Fireproof, insulated, and even bullet-resistant. Although a powerful bullet might theoretically penetrate both the material and the body, the material itself wouldn't be pierced. Shut up, we're at a memorial service, Fu Junlin angrily rebuked in his mind. Dehe was nonchalant. Oh, who hasn't died once? It's like having a meal together, and when someone leaves the table, you mourn for a bit? You guys have too much time on your hands. Is that an idiom? Did I say it was an idiom? You're being difficult. Fu Junlin was left speechless. After the memorial service, Fu Junlin wasn't in the mood to go to the arena. A rare heavy rain provided him with a moment of tranquility. After a simple lunch at the dark restaurant, he went to the empty classroom of the 3rd subclass, sat by the window, and earnestly read the book given by Shangwan Mengji. Boring. I'm going to sleep. Dehe complained irritably. But within 5 minutes, it couldn't help but ask, why don't you get bored to death reading? Fu Junlin calmly turned a page. Fitness and reading are the cheapest ways to increase your value in this world, Dehe retorted. But reading might not give you any return even if it increases your value. Fitness is the only thing that guarantees a return, as long as you put in the effort. Why don't you work out? Fu Junlin nonchalantly replied with one word, tiring. Dehe went crazy on the spot. Stop howling, lend me the supercomputer awareness. I have a lot of questions to tackle, Fu Junlin said, taking out pen and paper, ready to solve some problems. After some unequal negotiation, Dehe not only lent its supercomputer awareness but also lost all its activity time for the day, as Fu Junlin decided to focus on his studies. Meanwhile, in an office at a high-level base in Feiyun City, dozens of researchers were at their wits' end. The older ones sat around a long table in the center, while the younger ones stood at the edges. The project is about to start, and we still have so many challenges, an elder sighed deeply. Shangguan Mengji was full of worry. I've heard that the Mijin Federation has already made some progress. We can't delay any longer. Even if there are difficulties, we have to push through. Eventually, they decided to divide the project into 4 parts, with Professor Shangguan, Professor Li, Elder Zhao, and General Wu taking responsibility for each. Junlin, as the overall leader, would first return to report and try to buy more time for everyone. The next day, the rain cleared up. In the morning, Junlin appeared at the arena as the mute, but the audience mocked and laughed. Get off and go live stream. We want to watch the live stream. Stop wasting time here. Due to the live streams from the past 2 days, no one dared to challenge him today. The mute stood on the stage for 10 minutes before being forced off by the rules. Dehei jumped off the stage, bewildered. Due to the noise, no one noticed the dull thud when he landed. It turned out that Junlin had spent nearly all of his 25,000 earnings from the previous day to make 4 special material bands, attaching 200 kilograms of iron plates to both his ankle and hand guards, totaling 0.8 tons. When Junlin took the elevator, his presence alone exceeded the weight limit. He had to ride it alone to avoid overloading. Now, he was so exhausted that even doing simple exercises left him panting. However, whenever Dehei took control, it could effortlessly perform warm-up exercises, jumping around with ease. Junlin couldn't help but wonder if they were truly using the same body. This question had puzzled him for a long time. Why, with the same body, could he only enjoy the passive benefits of enhanced physique, like being resilient? While when it came to using his body's strength, apart from running away, his muscle control was worlds apart from Dehei's? Junlin had meticulously tested this. Dehei could control the body to deliver attacks with the strength of nearly a 3rd-level master, and with localized muscle power enhancement, it could even surpass the strength of a 4th-level beginner. But Junlin himself couldn't apply this formidable strength in combat, finding it only slightly useful for doing more push-ups. The live stream was about to start, and Junlin sat idly on the high wall of the back playground, gazing into the distance. It was just past 1:50 p.m., and a few gossiping students were already crouching nearby, eager to witness Junlin entering the teleporter to begin his broadcast. Hey, where are you planning to go? Are you heading to those previous enclosures? Dehei suddenly asked. Junlin was taken aback. He hadn't said anything, so why would he not go to the previous enclosures? He frowned and was about to speak when Dehei added. Or, how about we check out my crashed spaceship? Dehei's tone carried a hint of hesitation. This suggestion inexplicably tightened Junlin's heart. He had long been avoiding the question of when Dehei would leave. Initially, he just wanted Dehei out of his body. After all, who would want a spirit that could possess them at any moment? But over time, Dehei's assistance had gradually eased this concern. Whether out of selfishness or genuine affection, Junlin didn't really want Dehei to leave now. However, he also realized that Dehei wouldn't be content with being just an appendage, with only a few hours of activity each day, the rest of the time feeling like being trapped. If this continued, either Dehei would be driven to possess him, or they would both end up in a painful situation. Suppressing his unease, Junlin asked with a hint of jealousy. So, do you have a new body in your spaceship that you can transfer to? Are you kidding? If there was one on the spaceship, would I have ended up with a coward like you? Dehei retorted indignantly. Junlin crossed his arms and feigned disdain. So when can you leave? I'm getting sick of you. You want to kill me. Dehei wailed dramatically. This lousy body of yours needs at least 30 of its gene lock unlocked to help me transfer out. Plus, you'll need to collect gene seeds from this world to create a new body for me. If I just transfer randomly, I'll be doomed. You promised to help me, so keep your word. Dehei's candid response made Junlin secretly chuckle, his earlier gloominess vanishing. He maintained a facade of disdain but felt relieved inside. What a hassle. We'll see. In this exchange, Junlin's attitude was the epitome of wanting to have it both ways, even more so than a classic two-faced character. After their banter, Junlin took out his phone, opened the enclosure fog app, and started planning a route. Judging by the fog displayed around the Nightingale area, their exploration hadn't even reached 12 enclosures, and the directions varied, with most areas still shrouded in darkness. The app's grid layout looked like a Minesweeper game interface. The location of Dehei's spaceship crash had been reported and excavated, shown to be directly east. Calculating by the size of the enclosures, it was about 80 to 90 enclosures away. Dehei, it seems doable. It's not that far, Junlin said. Junlin, that's insane. Dehei exclaimed. And the key issue is that this route passes through the wild enclosure, where the monsters will only get stronger. Junlin pondered for a moment, saying, well, with the wild enclosure, it seems we could save at least 20 to 30 enclosures worth of distance. The exploration team will enter the wild enclosure in a few days. And there's a teleportation ban now. Entering randomly could interfere with them, which is illegal, and with the ban, we can't go in anyway. Fu Junlin decisively dismissed the idea. He continued analyzing. If we don't go through the wild enclosure, the enclosures nearby are all dark, but there are at least dozens of small enclosures. We could just clear all the small enclosures along this line. That way, after clearing one enclosure, we can rest, making it much safer. At 2 o'clock, Fu Junlin jumped down from the wall and headed towards the teleporter. The gossiping students hurried over, shouting, "May your energy be limitless, Silent One." Fu Junlin raised his hand in acknowledgement to the crowd and then disappeared into the teleporter. He reappeared at the Nightingale transfer station, ready to enter the second teleporter. "Hey, give me some good luck too." Dehei clamored in his mind. "Caliba forever?" Fu Junlin asked, somewhat exasperated. "Yeah, Caliba forever," Dehei shouted excitedly. "What does Caliba even mean?" "It's a spirit, man," Dehei explained. "Don't call me man. It makes me nauseous. It's a spirit, nauseous." Fu Junlin was utterly speechless. He deployed a drone and handed over control of his body to Dehei. The tech staff on Pang Hu's side had already connected the livestream visuals for Fu Junlin. Dehei enthusiastically began the broadcast. "Hey everyone, I'm here. Welcome to the Silent One stream. Today, we've arrived at a small enclosure near the wild enclosure, and you all know how terrifying the wild enclosure is. In this place, without the right survival skills, you might not last 10 minutes. Next, I'll show everyone how to struggle for survival in this arena." As soon as Fu Junlin finished speaking, the number of viewers in the livestream shot past 6,000 and continued to climb. The comments section was flooded with messages, some questioning, "Are you sure you know what struggle means?" While others joked, "Even a third grader knows punching a monster's heart out isn't struggling." Amidst the lively discussion, a flash of light signaled the silent entry of another person into the arena. Dehei quickly pulled out a testing gun and put it away before Fu Junlin could react. "Wow, the transmission strength is only 50. Make sure to be careful if you come here alone," Dehei warned, prompting a wave of comments saying, "Okay, I promise I won't go." Fu Junlin looked around and found himself at the edge of a mountainous arena, half of which was dense, shadowy, and dangerous forest. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the roars of monsters, and 5 creatures charged out from the woods. These monsters resembled giant mantises, but with flesh and blood, and the most terrifying feature was their gaping, fang-filled mouths and long tongues. Dehei remained calm, donned his gauntlets, and faced them heeding. It was only then that Fu Junlin noticed the 4 white spots on the monster's next level 4 blue blood monsters. But Dehei had already swung his fist, smashing a monster's head into its body, and the shockwave sent the remaining creatures flying. "These little monsters aren't worth discussing. Just take them out," Dehei said, easily dispatching the rest. "Let's see what's inside the forest." After dealing with the last monster, Dehei suddenly became excited. He pried open the monster's mouth, inspected it closely, and then grabbed the slippery long tongue, pulling it out entirely. Folks, although blue blood monsters don't have energy glands, their tongues have a muscle at the base that's packed with protein and can quickly restore energy. Don't miss it if you come across one, Dehei explained while cutting off a piece of the blood-red meat. Fu Junlin asked in horror, "What are you doing?" Dehei answered internally, "Shut up, this is good stuff. It's great for unlocking genetic potential and really does restore energy, but you can't eat it." Fu Junlin screamed in his mind. It's well known that due to sub-energy contamination, humans can't discern monster flesh, and no one has ever dared to eat monster corpses. Besides, the creature's red and blue blood looked extremely disgusting. Ignoring the concern, Dehei addressed the camera. "Folks, you can eat this however you like. Cook it if you have fire, or eat it raw if you don't." The comments section fell silent, save for one timid remark. "Guys, I have a bad feeling about this." In the next moment, Dehei cut off a piece of meat, unzipped the mouth section of his mask, and tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. Blood and saliva dripped onto his clothes. The comments exploded. "Ugh, from today, I'm going vegetarian. Where's the report button? Tell me how to report this. What did I just see? My eyes. Oh, my eyes." Fu Junlin was on the verge of losing his mind. The sound of the monster chewing was like a sharp knife, relentlessly slicing through his nerves. He looked down to see the blood staining his mask and chest, with unsettling blue streaks mixed in. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Yet, Dehei seemed unfazed by the gruesome sight. He ate with relish, a satisfied smile on his face, occasionally nodding in approval. "You can have this body. No need to return it," Fu Junlin said, his voice filled with despair. Dehei swallowed the meat and laughed. "As long as you mean it. You know if I'm infected with secondary energy, we're both as good as dead, right?" "Don't worry," he said, continuing to chew. "I've already scanned it with my biovision. There's no infection in this meat." Suddenly, Fu Junlin felt a spark of realization and quickly said, "Check it again, and let me see through your senses." Though puzzled, Dehei obliged and activated his biovision once more. This time, Fu Junlin felt as if he was exploring the monster's body, a magnificent and mysterious microscopic world unfolding before him. Vibrant viruses were everywhere, and among them, red secondary energy infected cells flowed like lava through the flesh. When Fu Junlin focused on the monster's tongue root, he was shocked to find no secondary energy there. Instead, there were highly active cells, like tigers in a zoo, with the infected cells like visitors, kept at bay. Occasionally, an infected cell would stray into the active cell zone and be instantly devoured. Fu Junlin's mind raced with the definition of secondary energy infection. Normal cells in the body contaminated by highly radioactive secondary energy, mutating into cells that continuously divide and harm the body, similar to cancer from centuries ago. Most monsters were infected, which was why humans avoided eating monster meat. Yet, the root of this monster's tongue was like a super strong white blood cell appearing in a cancer-ridden body. These cells charged through the infected cell groups, establishing a safe zone. More astonishingly, these cells weren't originally there for defense. They spread from already infected areas, devouring infected cells and purifying the region. A bold idea flashed in Fu Junlin's mind. This piece of meat might be the key to curing secondary energy infection. Dehei, stop eating! Fu Junlin shouted urgently. Dehei paused, with little meat left in his hand, while the live stream chat was filled with vomiting emojis. "What? You want to take it back for research? There's plenty more where that came from. Let me just pull another one for you," he said, stuffing the last piece into his mouth and moving to yank out the tongue of another monster. However, this time, when Dehei scanned the tongue with biovision, it was covered with secondary energy infection. Fu Junlin's heart sank, but upon checking the monster's body again, they found another uninfected area, this time under the armpit. "Quick, cut it off," Fu Junlin urged. "Oh, now you don't find it disgusting. What if this monster has body odor?" Dehei grumbled while getting to work. "It's for research, not eating," Fu Junlin retorted, feeling nauseous just watching the scene. The viewers in the live stream were screaming in horror. The uninfected piece of meat was only half the size of a fist. After inspecting the other corpses, Fu Junlin discovered that nearly every monster had an uninfected area, though the location varied. Some were in the neck, some in the heart, and others on the back, completely random. But since each one had it, it suggested this was a mutation that inevitably occurred during the monster's growth, possibly even related to sustaining life. Carefully collecting these pieces, Fu Junlin planned to take them back for research. If they could truly solve secondary energy infection, it would be a world-changing breakthrough. He thought of the nearly 10,000 infected in the red carpet zone, the ever-increasing numbers of new infections and deaths, and felt a growing weight on his shoulders. Even those like Shihong Yu, considered superior humans, couldn't escape the fate of infection. Secondary energy infection was the most terrifying disease of this era. Just as they finished collecting the meat, an angry roar echoed from the forest. Suddenly, over 20 mantis-like monsters charged out, making the situation extremely dangerous. "Class is in session. Everyone watch and learn," Dehei shouted gleefully, fearlessly diving into the swarm of monsters. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated shipping container within the 42nd district of the red carpet zone slums, a blonde-haired boy was intently playing on a makeshift game console he'd assembled from scrap parts, seemingly oblivious to the chaos outside. "Fong Kale." The sharp sound of shattering glass pierced the silence, accompanied by a rush of hurried footsteps. In a narrow alley piled high with garbage, a young boy dashed breathlessly into a dilapidated house. Fong Kale didn't even glance up, fully absorbed in the game controller he was handling, his eyes glued to the screen. "Come in," he shouted without turning his head. Chun Dongdong, a boy around 13 or 14, quickly joined Fong Kale, grabbing another controller. The two of them, seamlessly in sync, immediately started a new game, diving into an intense battle. Amid the gaming sounds, Chin Dongdong lowered his voice, a hint of excitement in his tone. "Hey, did you hear about what happened at Bluebird Bar the other day?" "What happened?" Fong Kale asked, his eyes still fixed on the screen. "Fu Junting, you know, the one who always gets bullied by Di Yunfei and his gang. His brother want to get revenge for him. I heard he almost beat Di Yunfei to death." Chun Dongdong spoke quickly, eager not to miss a word. Fong Kale paused his actions, incredulous. "No way. Isn't his family also subhumans? How dare he fight Di Yunfei? Won't Di Yunfei's dad retaliate?" Chun Dongdong, looking pleased with himself, said, "He did it. And this isn't common knowledge yet. My uncle saw it with his own eyes, almost recorded it on his phone but nearly got beaten up. See, has Di Yunfei retaliated yet? Why not?" Fong Kale set down his controller, fully engaged in the conversation. Chun Dongdong lowered his voice further, speaking mysteriously. "Rumor has it, his brother got hold of some evidence of Di Yunfei's dad's crimes and is holding it over them. Serves him right." A flash of hatred crossed Feng Keilei's eyes. Then why doesn't he just expose him and get rid of Di Yunfei for good? Chun Dongdong shook his head. Are you stupid? If he exposes him, it'll be mutual destruction. They'd fight back desperately. His brother's already done a lot. Besides, he just wants to help his brother get out of trouble, not deal with everyone else. At least Di Yunfei won't dare bully Fu Junting anymore. Both slowed their game, and Chin Dongdong's tone turned serious. Anyway, from now on, we should hang out with Fu Junting more. Di Yunfei might not bother you then. You've spent all your savings on this. Don't let him mess it up. Feng Keilei clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. One day, I'll be like Junting's brother, and make sure the privileged ones don't dare mess with me. Chun Dongdong shook his head with a wry smile. Come on, how many heroes have come from subhumans? Even his brother, such a capable college student, could only vent some anger for his brother, but can't really do anything to Di Yunfei's dad. Feng Keilei suddenly became animated. Who says subhumans don't have heroes? Really? Chun Dongdong glanced at him, a tinge of skepticism in his voice. Feng Keilei hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, I'll tell you something, but you can't tell anyone else. He pulled out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to Chen Dongdong. On the screen, a masked figure was rampaging through the streets, killing wildly. His voice was sharp and piercing, like a beast's howl. As he ran towards the camera, a striking character sub was emblazoned on the mask's forehead. Chen Dongdong stared wide-eyed in shock, repeatedly watching the video on his phone. Is this really a murder? He asked in disbelief. Feng Keilei snatched the phone excitedly, explaining, didn't you watch the beginning carefully? Those superior humans first bullied 2 women and then knocked this guy to the ground. He ended up killing them. Those superior humans didn't even have a chance to fight back. Their protective shields were shattered with just a few punches. His tone was filled with admiration. Chun Dongdong took the phone back and watched the video twice. In the video, 2 superior humans were pinning a woman down in the street, an act even kids their age could understand the implications of. Despite it being nighttime, their actions were outrageous. Not only did they not treat the subhumans as people, but they also provoked a man who was just having his meal. Though the face before the mask wasn't clear due to the distance, once the mask was on, the man's actions turned extremely brutal. As a subhuman, Chun Dongdong felt a sense of satisfaction, but quickly became worried. What if this gets investigated? Feng Keilei clenched his fists excitedly. Do you know how the news reported it the next day? Witnesses unanimously said they saw a scorpion emblem on the mask. There was no scorpion. They colluded on their stories. He recalled feeling a sense of unity when he saw the news. Send me the video? Chun Dongdong eagerly pulled out his phone. No way. This video can't be shared. Feng Keilei immediately backed off. He cherished the video, watching it repeatedly, even fantasizing about being that subhuman who dared to fight back. Chun Dongdong protested. What do you take me for? Am I that unreliable? I can be trusted with something this important. Seeing that Chun Dongdong was getting upset, Feng Keilei relented a bit. All right, but you must promise not to tell anyone. Don't worry. Chun Dongdong excitedly grabbed the phone and started transferring the video. The two played for a while longer before doing their homework together, agreeing to spend more time with Fu Junting the next day. After Chen Dongdong left and returned home, he coincidentally ran into his cousin who was visiting. He eagerly pulled his cousin into his room, saying mysteriously, Cousin, I have a video to show you, but you must keep it a secret and not tell anyone. Meanwhile, Dahe, who usually boasted he could take on 10 arenas, was exhausted after just 4 today. The main challenge was that Fu Junlin, carrying an 0.8-ton load, was still leaping around fighting monsters, which was incredibly intense. Moreover, in these 4 arenas, Fu Junlin only encountered blue blood monsters, not a single elite monster. This puzzled him, but he was convinced that the arena had some connection to the nearby Wild Mountain Arena, as he always sensed a faint mysterious force field when approaching its walls. Despite this, today's live stream was undoubtedly successful. After the stream ended, Fu Junlin rushed to the arena to find Peng Hu for his share of the money. As soon as he entered the office, Peng Hu enthusiastically lunged at him, nearly getting instinctively kicked away by Fu Junlin. Peng Hu laughed heartily, giving Fu Junlin a bear hug, warmly inviting him to sit down, and laid out 2 thick stacks of cash on the table. He also had his assistant bring over a computer. I knew you'd come, so even though the platform hasn't settled with me yet, I've calculated your share. Peng Hu said excitedly, the data is here, you can check it yourself. Although the viewership was only around 17 or 18,000, which isn't huge, this was your first official live stream. Plus, you received over 50,000 in gifts alone, which is quite impressive. It shows how much the audience likes you. You need to keep delivering great content. Peng Hu explained in detail, the platform takes half, and you get 20,000 from the remainder. The advertising revenue from the live stream is about 3,000, so you get 2,000 from that, earning 22,000 from your first stream. I believe you can definitely become a big hit. Fu Junlin was surprised as he took the money. Over 20,000 from just one stream? Being an internet celebrity is surprisingly lucrative, especially considering this was when his popularity wasn't even high, with most of the income coming from gifts. The split doesn't seem right. 425,000. I should be getting around 17,000. Fu Junlin did some quick mental math, but still felt a bit uneasy about Pang Hu's generosity. He glanced at the platform data, knowing these numbers couldn't be faked. Pang Hu was clearly taking a loss by dividing it this way. Sensing Fu Junlin's hesitation, Pang Hu waved his hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. Don't worry about it. I might not profit, but I never lose, haha. Fu Junlin thought to himself, how could a businessman willingly take a loss? But he had another reason for agreeing with Pang Hu. As an abnormal, Pang Hu had fought hard to establish his place at Feiyun City School. The less fortunate should support each other. Like the saying goes, two bitter gourds on the same vine. Alright then, here's to a successful partnership. Fu Junlin nodded. I probably won't stream again for another 2 days. I can't do it every day, he explained. Needing to balance school and life, and occasionally disappearing would reduce suspicion. That's up to you. We've already agreed on everything. Pang Hu responded cheerfully. Fu Junlin nodded appreciatively. As he left the arena's back door, he kept his silent mask on. He had another matter to attend to. After wiping the blood off his mask and clothes, he headed straight for the red carpet district. Although there weren't many masked people on the street, plenty wore face coverings, so his appearance didn't attract much attention. In the red carpet district, a narrow alley widened between two old buildings. The stench was overwhelming, and water dripped from high drain pipes. On either side of the alley, countless homeless people wrapped in filthy blankets either slept or chatted. Finding a dry spot was considered lucky. Walking through the alley, Fu Junlin noticed the envious stares of the ragged homeless at his clean clothes. Most bore disabilities or large, festering sores. Suddenly, a sob caught Fu Junlin's attention. He stopped and saw a middle-aged woman kneeling by a trash bin, tears soaking her collar. Beside the bin lay the body of a girl about 10 years old, her face wiped clean and her clothes tidied. A girl around 7 ran over, holding a dirty towel warmed by an exhaust pipe, gently placing it on her deceased sister's forehead. The scene made the woman cry even harder. The little girl, unsure of what to do, clung to her mother and curiously eyed Fu Junlin's mask. Her face was half covered in sores, and her exposed belly revealed a pus-filled wound with worms wriggling inside. Fu Junlin retrieved a piece of clean mantis blue blood beast meat from his mech belt and handed it to the little girl. The middle-aged woman held her daughter protectively, eyeing Fu Junlin with suspicion. She's dying too, Fu Junlin said simply. The woman closed her eyes in anguish and released her hold on her daughter. Driven by hunger, the little girl immediately stuffed the meat into her mouth. Fu Junlin sliced a few more pieces, forcing himself to eat one, then gave the rest to the woman. Seeing Fu Junlin eat it too, the woman hesitated no longer, chewing the raw meat hungrily. Though raw, it was food that could fill their stomachs. Fu Junlin stopped after giving them 7 or 8 pieces, wary of overburdening their bodies. As he stood to leave, Fu Junlin considered giving money, but noticed the surrounding homeless watching with curiosity and greed. He withdrew his hand, whispering, I'll come back. With the woman bowing deeply in gratitude, Fu Junlin slowly left the alley. Upon returning home, Fu Junlin felt a heavy weight on his heart. Life for the subhumans in the city was as cheap as dirt. During flu outbreaks, bodies were often carted away like garbage. Yet witnessing the body of a little girl firsthand was something he couldn't quite shake off. He considered leaving some money behind, but feared it might attract trouble instead. Fu Junlin changed his clothes and took out the remaining pieces of meat and a few cups of water with a lower level of contamination, beginning his research. He decided to call the special cells in the meat miracle white cells, hoping they could purify water tainted by secondary energy. His workbench was crowded with equipment, a cell extractor, glassware, and a microscope. Fu Junlin observed carefully, but the results were not as promising as the biological field of view suggested. He called over to Hay, using its abilities to extract micron-level cells and drop them into a cup of water. Under the biological field of view, the performance of the miracle white cells was disappointing. They could fend off this virus but were easily penetrated by this virus and were eventually consumed by a flower drum parasite. Fu Junlin frowned, pondering solutions. Increasing the number of cells or enhancing their activity. He tried various methods. Increasing cell numbers, directly introducing viruses, and feeding the cells with weaker viruses. 3 hours passed with no progress. Meanwhile, his mother and younger brother had finished dinner and were hesitant about disturbing him. Yao Jining gently reminded him, son, have some dinner. You can continue your research later. Fu Junlin sighed in response and went to the dining table. There was only one dish, but at least it was homemade. His mother worked in the factory canteen, so they never worried about having enough to eat. As he ate, an idea suddenly struck him. and he looked at his brother, Fu Junting. Hey, little bro, go play around at the workbench and check out those cells on the meat, Fu Junlin said, pointing toward the experiment station. Fu Junting eagerly ran over and began his experiment. From enthusiastic to frantic to utterly clueless, Fu Junting's actions turned the workbench into a chaotic mess. Petri dishes were splashed with colors, the microscope was knocked over, and water cups were spilled. The room was filled with clattering sounds. Amidst the chaos, Fu Junlin remained remarkably calm, leisurely sipping his soup with a satisfied slurp. You little brat. Stay still. Yao Jinying shouted angrily, delivering a swift kick to Fu Junting's backside and slapping a blood-stained cloth onto the back of his head. Fu Junting winced from the pain, tears welling up in his eyes as he realized he had gotten himself into trouble again. The cloth slipped off Fu Junting's head, landing with a plop on the lab bench, one corner dipping into a nearby petri dish. The water in the dish instantly turned bright red. Feeling wronged, Fu Junting scratched his head, dislodging a few flakes of dandruff that inadvertently drifted into the dish. To his amazement, the liquid turned an even deeper shade of red, as if it were about to ignite. Startled, Fu Junting grabbed the petri dish in a panic and tossed it into a nearby cup of water, hoping to cool it down. However, an even more chilling scene unfolded. The water in the clear cup turned blood red and began to churn ominously. It started with faint ripples, then bubbles appeared, and finally, it roiled like boiling water, yet without any heat. Strangely, the color of the water began to fade. After about 30 seconds, the turbulence subsided, and the water became clear again. Even from a distance, Fu Junlin could see a large amount of sediment slowly settling at the bottom, forming a pale red layer. The bowl in Fu Junlin's hand started to tremble as excitement and a hint of despair flickered in his eyes. De He mockingly remarked, "Seems like you're the only useless one in this family." With a trembling voice, Fu Junlin asked, "Mom, what did you wipe with that cloth just now?" I just wiped up some blood," Yao Jinying replied cautiously. "The blood stain by the sink?" Fu Junlin pressed on. Yao Jinying nodded. "I thank you on behalf of all humanity," Fu Junlin sincerely said. Yao Jinying and Fu Junting exchanged bewildered glances, thinking Fu Junlin might have been shocked into speaking nonsense. Fu Junlin gestured for them not to move and slowly backed away. He placed his hand on the clear measuring cup, using his biological vision to inspect it. He discovered that the water was impeccably clean, while the white sediment at the bottom consisted of countless swollen and deformed miraculous white blood cell corpses. These white cells appeared to have devoured a large number of viruses, but both they and all microorganisms had lost their vitality. The bottom of the cup had become a microscopic graveyard. Fu Junlin realized that this was truly purified water, safe to drink without any harm. He immediately started to replicate the experimental process to observe the principle. He found that the miraculous white blood cells, upon contact with the blue blood creature's viral blood, would quickly turn red and swell, becoming highly active. When dandruff was added, the white blood cells would transform the oils in the keratin layer into an outer armor. These fully armed white cells would sweep through the infected water, but the drawback was that they lost their activity after consuming a certain amount of virus. Fu Junlin calculated that a fist-sized piece of blue blood creature meat could purify about 10 kilograms of water. This discovery was both exciting and posed new challenges. Though it seemed like a significant amount, achieving widespread purification of water pollution was impossible. Fu Junlin was well aware of the preciousness of this water, yet he also understood its limitations. His eyes swept over the small bottle of purified water, contemplating how to maximize the use of this scarce resource. Selling it for profit? The thought barely surfaced before he decisively dismissed it. In this city, purified water was a luxury item, tied to a vast network of interests. Fu Junlin shuddered, fully understanding the consequences of meddling with these interests. It could mean an untraceable demise. Even when it came to possibly helping other subspecies in the future, he resolved to be extremely cautious. At this moment, Fu Junlin even decided to keep the existence of this purified water a secret, not even revealing it to his closest family, his mother and brother. However, whether to continue producing purified water or to solve the issue of secondary energy contamination, he needed more meat, a significant amount of uncontaminated meat. This problem lingered in his mind persistently. The next morning, Fu Junlin originally planned to seek out his teacher, Shangguan Mengji. He had accumulated numerous challenging questions from those books that even his supercomputer-like mind couldn't fully grasp, and he urgently needed his teacher's guidance. However, as soon as he stepped onto the campus, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. Hundreds of students were gathered outside the playground, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the teaching building were filled with students watching intently, all eyes focused on the distant back playground. Some students even took out high-resolution phones and binoculars, attempting to capture footage of the playground's transporter. Clearly, there was a special situation today, and the playground was off-limits. Amid the chaos, Xiao Zishu waved at Fu Junlin. What's going on? Fu Junlin asked, puzzled. Xiao Zishu frowned and explained. The school organized a pioneering team of teachers, but it seems they've run into trouble. Fu Junlin suddenly understood. The geological survey was complete, the enclosure area was determined, so the pioneering work naturally had to begin. But he was puzzled. Isn't the mountain enclosure supposed to be explored by 3rd and 4th tier teams from outside? Why involve the teachers? Xiao Zishu sighed and explained in detail. The mountain enclosure has developed a 2nd-level restriction, allowing only 1 4th-tier combatant. So, only 3rd-tier teams can go. Also, with the external conflicts intensifying recently, there are fewer pioneering teams available, and there's simply no extra manpower for a small city like ours. 1. Fu Junlin mused. Such double-restricted enclosures were not uncommon in exploration history. Enclosures always had various curious restrictions, some targeting monsters, but more often targeting humans. Despite the transporter, the outside world remained full of unknown dangers. Xiao Zishu's voice turned somewhat bitter. Mr. Sure is in there. This sentence made Fu Junlin's heart sink, realizing the situation might be more severe than he had imagined. What? Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat, and his face changed dramatically. The news about the teacher team being in danger didn't initially affect him much. To most students, it was just gossip. However, when he learned that Shi Hongyu was among them, Fu Junlin couldn't stay calm any longer. It was their team that got trapped, Xiao Zishu stated calmly, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Fu Junlin urgently asked, why is Teacher Shi there? Isn't she a level 2 master? Why is she in the exploration team? Xiao Zishu shook his head and explained. You didn't know? Recently, Teacher Shi was promoted to a level 3 elite. She stayed at level 2 for over 2 years, tirelessly working on gene technology breakthroughs. Her gene skills have reached the orange level and… He paused. It seems she spent all her savings at once, even sold her car, to rush to level 3 elite. I have no idea what she's planning. Fu Junlin felt his mind buzzing. Clearly, others were unaware of Shi Hongyu's secondary energy infection. Perhaps she realized her time was limited and wanted to do something meaningful in her final days. Just as Fu Junlin was lost in thought, his phone rang abruptly. The caller ID showed Lu Jie. Backfield teleporter, director's orders to assemble. With that curt and cold message, the call ended. Without a second thought, Fu Junlin pushed through the crowd and sprinted towards the distant teleporter. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, and Xiao Zishu called out, hey, reaching out to stop him, but missed. Seeing that the guards didn't intervene, it must have been for a special reason. A group of school leaders had already gathered around the teleporter, whispering amongst themselves. Not far away, Lu Jiyin and Kong Yiming hurried over. The 3 of them stood firmly before the director. Silence fell around them. The director's face was serious, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 of them as he succinctly stated, a teacher team is trapped in the mountain wilds. The teleportation strength in that area is 0. They need the special teleporter they used to get there to return. The special teleporter is set up. We need to reactivate your stealth team to deliver a batch of energy shards. Any questions? No. The 3 of them answered in unison. Fu Junlin's heart sank. 0 teleportation strength meant they couldn't teleport back to the city normally. Whether injured or not, attempting it would result in instant death. In such cases, only the special teleporter could link inside and outside the wilds to return, and only if they were uninjured. Alternatively, they would have to keep fighting, searching for an area where they could teleport back. Although Fu Junlin wasn't sure about the specifics of the encirclement, if the stealth team was being activated, there was likely a way to slip through undetected by monsters. The specified team size of 6 referred to those actively using energy, but standing idle wouldn't affect it. As long as the teachers broke out while they refrained from using energy, it would work. We're counting on you. The director nodded firmly, a glint of hope in his eyes. 3 small carts were promptly pushed over, each carrying more than 50 energy shards. Fu Junlin and the other 2 quickly loaded the shards into their utility belts and received a small radar panel to locate the teachers. Energy unlimited. The director and the school leaders shouted in unison, saluting the 3 with a standard military gesture. Without another word, Fu Junlin and his team vanished through the teleporter, disappearing from sight. Once inside the wilds, they emerged from the special teleporter. Fu Junlin immediately deployed his reverse walker. That way. Lu Jiyin glanced at the tracking radar in his hand, pointing in a direction and quickly formulating a plan. We'll move in a fan formation, slightly apart for mutual support. Fu Junlin, you lead the way. We'll cover your flanks. They maintained a certain distance to avoid being caught in a monster ambush. Got it. Fu Junlin nodded, with the reverse walker already charging ahead. The 3 of them followed closely, gradually spreading out to form a forward arrow formation. They advanced swiftly. The terrain was noticeably different from what they had encountered before, with sparse trees and rugged rocks offering little cover. Along the way, they encountered several 2 to 3 meter wide ravines. Without hesitation, Fu Junlin leaped across, his speed increasing. Kong Yiming and Lu Jin followed closely, unsure why Fu Junlin was in such a hurry, but trusting their teammate, they matched his pace. However fast Fu Junlin ran, they kept up. For black figures darted through the mountains with lightning speed, like arrows shot from a bow. In the distance, a group of students captured this astonishing scene with their high-resolution phones, causing a commotion. Is the stealth team going for a rescue? Someone exclaimed. Oh my gosh, why is Fu Junlin suddenly being so reckless? Another voice expressed concern. Running so fast, isn't he afraid of giving away their position? Someone analyzed. Maybe there's nothing to hide behind around here. Moving slowly might be more dangerous. Besides, we still don't know what's happening with the teachers. But this is too reckless. The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, Xiao Zishu's reaction was different. She clenched her fists, her eyes shining with determination. To her, Fu Junlin's actions weren't reckless. On the contrary, she believed he would safely complete the mission. Come on, run faster. Fu Junlin, she silently cheered for him in her heart. Meanwhile, the school leaders were equally astonished by the scene. They had expected the stealth team to use their strengths and advance quietly. After all, even though the rescue distance wasn't too far, it wasn't close either, and the teacher's team was already in trouble. These kids should have been extremely cautious. Why are these kids so reckless? One leader exclaimed. No, it's Fu Junlin who's being reckless, another corrected. After all, it was Lu Jin who asked him to lead the way. If it were the other two leading, they wouldn't be this fast. The key is, this kid is running way too fast. A teacher frowned. Even a second-level elite might not have such speed. How has this kid trained his physique? I noticed during the last battle that his physical condition was far beyond ordinary. Yes, in the last battle, his resistance to toxins was much stronger than the others. Another teacher agreed. Have we been underestimating the physical enhancements of hybrid students? Such an extreme case like this is rare indeed. He must have put in unimaginable effort, someone analyzed. But you need a good foundation too. They are focused enough. I think we should seriously discuss this issue. Hybrids do have innate physical advantages, and if utilized properly, they could be an extraordinary force. The leaders and teachers engaged in a lively discussion, with differing opinions. Only the supervisor stood with arms crossed, frowning, never taking his eyes off the monitor showing the swift, agile figure dashing through the wind. Finally, he sighed softly. 1,000 cups of wine won't intoxicate a man. Yet a 10-year-old who boy can ride a horse. In the midst of the wilderness, Fu Junlin raced forward like the wind, with Lu Jin and Kong Yiming close behind, struggling to keep up. Suddenly, Lu Jin's urgent voice crackled over the radio. We're getting close. Fu Junlin, slow down. The radar indicated they were nearing the area where the teacher's team was located. Upon hearing this, the reverse walker executed a mid-air flip with the agility of a cat, landing smoothly. The shock absorbers in his legs let out a soft creak as they compressed, but held his body steady. In front of them lay a cliff, with a valley stretching for several kilometers below. Though the trees were sparse, the distant terrain was still hard to discern. The trio crept to the edge of the cliff, peering down cautiously. Panting slightly, Kong Yiming grumbled over the radio. Fu Junlin, have you taken some kind of stimulant? Lu Jin shot him a disapproving look, clearly not in the mood for jokes at such a critical moment. In the valley below, scattered trees dotted the landscape, while barren land stretched out on both sides, leading who knows where. The radar showed the teachers were only 300 to 400 meters away, but they hadn't moved, suggesting monsters were lurking nearby. Lu Jin whispered, if we encounter any monsters, I'll use the super energy control to trap it. Within the control range, no sound will escape, so you two can attack with all your might. Even if it's a level 4 elite, we can handle at least 2. To be safe, they needed to unleash their trump card right from the start for a quick resolution. Controlling monsters of this level would require at least 1/3 of his energy. Understood. Fu Junlin and Kong Yiming responded in unison. Lu Jin nodded, and the reverse walker was the first to leap off the 10-meter-high cliff. To avoid making any noise, Lu Jin used super energy control to cushion the descent just before they landed. This skill could momentarily suspend or allow a target to fly, but it consumed a lot of energy. Kong Yiming, Fu Junlin, and Lu Jin all jumped down, each receiving a silent assist from the super energy control upon landing. From that point on, their movement was cautious. The trio moved forward, crouching low and using the sparse trees for cover, advancing about 50 meters. Suddenly, Kong Yiming whispered sharply, stop. Instantly, the three of them and the reverse walker crouched down. 12 o'clock, my direction. Kong Yiming's voice trembled with fear. Fu Junlin looked in the indicated direction and saw the bushes rustling, revealing a figure that made his scalp tingle. It was a mutated, upright werewolf, standing over 3 meters tall, with muscles either bulging or atrophied. creating a highly asymmetrical form. Its left side was covered with horrific tumors and black spots. Its head was an irregular polygon, and its legs were unnaturally thick, with 3 arms, one on each shoulder and one on its chest. The chest arm was smaller, hairy, and gripping a bone club. Most terrifying was its head, a deformed wolf's mouth with jagged fangs and 5 eyes. Only 2 were set in its face. The other 3 hung on the skin like dead fish eyes, 2 of which were red. An elite monster? Or a blue blood monster? With not all eyes red, the trio couldn't determine if this was an elite creature. Just as Fu Junlin was staring, one of the monster's dangling eyes suddenly turned and locked onto their direction. Attack! Realizing they were exposed, Lu Jiyin commanded in a low voice, darting out from behind the tree and rushing toward the monster, extending his hand to unleash the super energy control. Although unaffected by distance, the skill required being within a certain range to be fully effective. Buzz! As the monster roared, an invisible force clamped down on it, freezing the bone club midair. It struggled fiercely, causing the energy of the super energy control to waver slightly. Kong Yiming, the closest, was already within striking distance. His long blade glowed, charged with accumulated vibrational energy. Charging attacks were a basic skill for many sword and blade enchanters, channeling elemental or vibrational energy for a devastating effect. The duration and amount of charge varied from person to person, some capable of charging for tens of seconds or even over a minute, others less than a second, depending entirely on talent and comprehension. The method of energy use and attack form, whether for area damage or single-target annihilation, also varied. Kong Yiming stepped forward, rooting his feet, and swung his blade upward, unleashing a massive blade arc that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Thud! A seemingly simple slash cleaved the mutated werewolf from legs to head, splitting its body in 2. Get down! As the monster's corpse hit the ground and before Kong Yiming could retract his move, Lu Jiyin suddenly warned. The trio immediately dropped to the ground in unison. Through the bushes, Fu Junlin saw another mutated werewolf about 30 meters away, which wobbled a bit before walking off into the distance. They exhaled in relief and dragged the monster's body into the bushes. Kong Yiming took out a deodorizer and sprayed it on the creature to prevent the scent of blood from attracting more monsters. As they continued forward, they moved in a crouched position, keeping their profiles low. Although the creature seemed like a level 4 blue blood monster, its red eyes and ability to wield a weapon were typical traits of a boss-level monster. Its level was hard to determine, and its strength almost broke free from the super energy control. After advancing another 200 meters, a massive tree came into view, requiring 7 or 8 people to encircle it. Its crown soared into the sky. According to the radar, the teachers should be right there. The 3 of them halted, their eyes fixed on the enormous tree ahead. Its trunk was hollow, forming a dark, shadowy cavity. Not far behind the tree, a massive cave yawned like a black abyss, appearing from a distance as though it were a gaping maw ready to devour anything in its path. Suddenly, Kong Yiming's voice crackled through the radio. Fu Junlin and Lu Jiyin looked up to see, perched 6 or 7 meters high on 2 branches as thick as a person's waist, 6 teachers either crouching or standing. Among them was Shi Hongyu. The teachers looked worse for wear. 2 of them were utterly exhausted, leaning against the trunk. Their clothes were stained with dried blood, evidence of a fierce battle. Seeing the 3 students arrive, the teachers' faces lit up with renewed energy. Just as Kong Yiming was about to step forward, the teachers simultaneously gestured for them to stop, with Shi Hongyu signaling for silence and pointing towards the base of the tree. The 3 immediately crouched back down, observing cautiously. A mutated creature slowly emerged from the tree hollow, stretching leisurely. It wielded an irregular bone knife, and most striking were its 3 blood-red eyes. Although this creature was a mutant, it differed from those they had encountered before. It had fewer tumors but more developed muscles, clearly indicating greater strength. The teachers signaled for the 3 to stay hidden, cautioning them not to act rashly. No one understood the strength of these creatures better than they did. However, as soon as the creature exited the tree hollow, it sniffed the air with its deformed, enormous nostrils and then scanned in the direction of Fu Junlin and the others, slowly moving towards them. Lu Jiyin gestured for them to retreat, and the 3 began to back away cautiously. But despite their care, the mech suit still made a faint screeching noise. In the eerie silence, this almost imperceptible squeak sounded alarmingly loud. The creature shuddered violently, its 5 eyes snapping towards the source of the sound. Get him! Kong Yiming growled, charging forward. His long sword aimed at the creature's head, but a long, unexpected arm swatted him in the chest. Ugh! Kong Yiming gasped, the air knocked from his lungs as he flew backward like a cannonball, about to crash into a tree. Fu Junlin leaped and collided with him, preventing a potentially loud impact. Seizing the moment, Lu Jiyin thrust his hands forward, clutching fiercely. With a whir, A terrifying energy enveloped the mutant, stifling any sound it might make. The mech's suit leaped onto the creature, legs locking around its chest, one arm around its head, while the other struggled to pry open its mouth. Despite being trapped, the mutant's strength and defense were formidable. The mech's suit lacked leverage and couldn't pry its mouth open. Junlin quickly decided to change tactics, using the mech's right fist to relentlessly pound the creature's jaw. One punch, two punches, three punches. On the fourth punch, the creature's jaw caved in significantly. The mech's suit swiftly retrieved a small bomb from its leg compartment and shoved it into the indentation, then somersaulted away. Sphere. Junlin snapped his fingers. Snap. The terrifying explosion was contained entirely by the super energy control, making no sound. However, Lu Jian had to withstand the explosion's immense force, causing the energy shield to tremble. The entire intense sequence lasted only 6 or 7 seconds. The teachers on the tree were sweating bullets, their hearts in their throats. The courage of these 3 students was truly astonishing. Smoke filled the energy shield after the explosion, making it resemble a dark coffin. Lu Jian, enduring the energy drain, pushed the creature's corpse and smoke back into the tree trunk, sealing the opening with the last of his energy. Finally, the 3 let out a sigh of relief. Shi Hongyu gave them a thumbs up, and the 6 teachers nimbly climbed down from the tree. Once the 9 of them regrouped, Junlin and his companions immediately distributed energy crystals to the teachers. They needed to regain their energy here, as the teachers would be the main defense if they encountered danger on the way back. Over 40 energy crystals soon restored some of the teachers' combat abilities. However, this wasn't direct energy extraction, but rather converting the energy into control energy through their secondary hearts. Since the teachers' control energy was depleted, their recovery was limited to about 30 to 40%. Energy can be harnessed, is versatile, and can be mobilized. Master energy, the body's second heart-specific energy, is a superior form of energy that can manipulate harnessed energy to form effective attacks. Let's go. Your mission is complete. A male teacher with long slicked-back hair said to the group. Don't misuse energy later on, or it will cause an energy disruption in the area. This teacher was none other than Lu Jian's instructor for the elite class, who himself was also an elite. Yes, the 3 responded in unison, getting up to leave. Just then, Junlin turned back to glance at the cave and noticed something strange. He quickly looked up, spotting black smoke slowly seeping from the tree crown where they had thrown the body into the tree hole. A cloud of black smoke was already behind them. Damn it! Junlin muttered to himself, alerting the teachers. Shi Hongyu and the others turned to look, their pupils contracting instantly. Move quickly! Lu Jian's teacher shouted in a low voice and led them in a sprint forward. The others quickly followed. Suddenly, several piercing howls erupted from behind, echoing through the sky. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the dense howls made their eardrums tighten and their scalps tingle. Even without using energy, Junlin ran swiftly. He stole a glance back, and his heart skipped a beat. From the massive cave, hundreds of deformed creatures charged out. In the distant woods on either side, countless howls accompanied the cracking of branches as they rapidly approached. Most were deformed werewolves, but there were also many agile, four-legged mutants that could leap using the trees. You 3, use energy to run with me. Lu Jian's teacher shouted at Junlin and the others. He suddenly accelerated, leaving the other teachers, who couldn't use energy temporarily, behind. Junlin and the others immediately used energy to keep up. Occasionally, deformed creatures appeared ahead. The teacher with the slicked-back hair raised his hand while running, and a strikingly cool golden alloy sword shot forward like lightning. A chilling sword aura sliced through the air, effortlessly decapitating the mutants that the 3 students could only defeat together. The pursuing creatures had already caught up with the other teachers. 2 of them had to use energy to fight back. A teacher who was a sorcerer pointed her finger, and a small red vortex appeared, hovering in the air. The other teachers shrank back in fear. Just a few steps later, the red vortex suddenly expanded, engulfing a dozen or so pursuing mutants. Terrifyingly, the vortex then contracted as if played in reverse. All the creatures caught in the vortex were pulled toward its center, as if bound by fiery ropes. Even though it was a control spell, the intense fire element instantly ignited 3 or 4 of the creatures. Covering the distance of a few hundred meters at full speed didn't take long. With the protection of the elite teacher, the 3 reached the edge of a cliff. Up you go! The elite teacher used his super energy control to lift Kong Yiming and tossed him up the cliff. Lu Jian did the same with Junlin. Junlin managed to retrieve the reverse walker as well. Once the 3 were on the cliff, the horde of deformed creatures had already caught up with the teachers below. Boom! Crash! With a violent impact, the ground shook, and stones tumbled down the cliff. The creature horde crashed against the cliff like a tidal wave. Looking down, Junlin and the others felt their scalps tingle at the overwhelming scene. The teachers were instantly engulfed by the monster horde, their dazzling lights and fierce energy blasts scattering the creatures. However, the monsters couldn't climb the cliff. Being on the cliff meant safety. Just as Fu Junlin and the others were at a loss, two more teachers were thrown up. They were clearly injured. Run. Go. Don't look back. Run. One teacher, seeing the three still standing there in a daze, yelled angrily, his eyes red with urgency. There were still a few kilometers to the teleportation device, and the distance they had to cover wasn't short. The creatures, unable to climb the cliff, would soon pursue them from the sides, possibly even forming a human ladder. Even if they started running now, survival wasn't guaranteed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Jiyin and the others stopped hesitating and sprinted desperately toward the teleportation device. Behind them, one teacher after another either climbed or was thrown up the cliff, quickly following them to the teleportation device. With several kilometers still to run, Fu Junlin's pace slowed as he kept glancing back. Because he didn't see Shi Hongyu coming up, Fu Junlin suddenly slowed down, prompting Lu Jiyin to anxiously ask, "What's wrong?" Fu Junlin ignored him and came to a complete stop. A teacher who had caught up with him was furious, almost wanting to kick Fu Junlin, and shouted sternly, "What are you doing? Run!" Fu Junlin abruptly turned around and demanded loudly, "Where's my teacher? Where's Teacher Shi?" It was then that the other teachers realized something was amiss. They all turned to look back, and indeed, Shi Hongyu was nowhere in sight. They instinctively slowed down, and at that moment, the last teacher to arrive, Chang Zhong, came into view. He had a deep wound on his shoulder, exposing the bone, with blood continuously flowing out, and his face was terribly grim. Panting heavily, Teacher Chang Zhong said in a deep voice, "Your teacher chose to stay behind to buy us time." This statement hit the other teachers like a sledgehammer, leaving them stunned. Without giving them a moment to react, Teacher Chang Zhong added coldly, "Hongyu, she's already been infected with secondary energy." This news felt like a bucket of ice water was poured over them, plunging everyone into silence. Secondary energy infection was akin to a terminal illness. She likely didn't have long to live. Shi Hongyu's decision to stay behind was probably because of this. Teacher Chang Zhong shouted sharply, "Don't waste your teacher's sacrifice. Leave immediately." However, Fu Junlin couldn't hear anything by now. His mind was thunderstruck, buzzing incessantly. All he could hear were the distant roars of monsters, and his mind was filled with images of Shi Hongyu's tragic demise, leaving him frozen in place. Smack! A sharp sound reverberated as Kong Yiming stepped forward and slapped Fu Junlin hard across the face, yelling, "Go!" That slap seemed to awaken Fu Junlin's dormant will. A blazing fury ignited in his eyes, and without hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the cliff, moving as fast as a bullet, covering over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. "Junlin!" Kong Yiming and Lu Jiyin exclaimed simultaneously. Teacher Chang Zhong finally reacted, reaching out to send a wave of energy towards Fu Junlin. Despite his weakened and injured state, being a level 3 master, he still had some power. Yet, Fu Junlin only paused slightly before shattering Teacher Chang Zhong's super energy control with a crash. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Fu Junlin had already reached the edge of the cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped off. Below the cliff, the monster horde was densely packed like a swarm of ants. Their deafening roars were enough to make someone instantly deaf, and the stench they emitted could suffocate a person. One could clearly see their gaping, crimson mouths, as if eagerly awaiting the incoming meal. Just as Fu Junlin was about to plunge into the monster horde, a resigned sigh came from within him, courtesy of Dahe. "Sigh, with you doing this, I can't guarantee we'll survive. We might both die." Fu Junlin's voice trembled, whether from fear or something else, as he softly said, "Take her away, please." With that, he relinquished control of his body entirely to Dahe. In the next moment, Fu Junlin's figure was completely swallowed by the surging monster horde. "Sigh, what a hassle." Dahe's voice of complaint echoed the moment Fu Junlin surrendered control of his body. Faced with the terrifying horde of man-eating creatures, Fu Junlin was tempted to retreat, leaving his body entirely to Dahe, unwilling to witness the forthcoming scene. However, he understood that if he succumbed to fear, he might never return. So, despite the soul-shaking threat of death, Fu Junlin forced himself to keep his eyes wide open, confronting his fear while searching for any sign of Shi Hongyu. To others, Fu Junlin and Shi Hongyu were already dead. Lu Jiyin's teacher wasted no time, signaling everyone to quickly move towards the special teleportation device. Lu Jiyin and his companion took one last look back, sighed helplessly, and followed their teacher in a desperate sprint. In just a few minutes, the group reached the special teleportation device. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. This setup offered far superior results compared to the city returning brooch. Albeit expensive, it could teleport instantly with 100 effectiveness, ensuring a safe return even if injured. As the teleportation concluded, the teachers and Lu Jiyin's group felt a wave of relief, their bodies relaxing instantly, grateful to have escaped with their lives. Meanwhile, the school leader's attention was fixed on the drone surveillance footage. Several drones hovered above the cliff, capturing the horrifying scene below. A wall of 4 to 5 turtle monsters obscured the view, with Fu Junlin and Shi Hongyu's figures completely vanished. Monsters on either side began forming human ladders, while others took detours to climb over the cliff, following the scent trail left by Lu Jiyin and the others. Hundreds of these bizarre creatures stirred up dust as they ran, shaking the ground. This place had become a monster haven, inhospitable to humans. On the school grounds, students reacted in various ways. Some were shocked, others silent. While many eagerly discussed the recent events, Lu Jiyin's bravery, the powerful teachers, and Fu Junlin's foolishness, "It's over. They're not coming back." A student sighed mournfully. Chang Xiaoyu stood amidst the crowd, staring blankly at the enlarged surveillance footage on his phone, slowly shaking his head. His mouth felt dry, and his heart ached with the realization that he would never see the vibrant Fu Junlin again. Xiao Zishu closed her beautiful eyes, tears silently falling. On this day, she lost 2 important friends, her only 2 friends. Among the crowd, Ling Xiaobing cried loudly, unconcerned with her image. She sat on the ground, her pale yellow dress spread out, her fluffy hair damp with tears, and her light makeup streaked with faint tear lines. Students gathered around her, wary of being overwhelmed by her tears. Of course, some felt a secret relief, like Wang Jintang. Other students sighed. "Sigh, I bet the school leaders will retract the special teleportation device. Each one costs hundreds of thousands. They haven't yet. I wonder what the leaders are waiting for," students speculated. The special teleportation device wasn't a one-time use item. It had a self-retrieval function. While it required personnel to set up on-site for the initial journey, it could be recalled with just a press of a button for the return trip. On the school grounds, the wind stirred up dust, leaving a layer on everyone's clothing. The school leaders tacitly refrained from issuing any orders. Even the powerful teachers and Lu Jiyin's group silently watched the dramatic scenes unfold on the surveillance footage. No one knew what they were waiting for, but they were waiting nonetheless. As the bizarre creatures charged towards the teleportation device from all directions, a secretary brushed off the dust from his clothes and ingratiatingly approached the supervisory director, quietly reminding him, "Director, perhaps it's time to recall the teleportation device." He never expected that this remark would ignite a side of the supervisory director he had never seen before. The head of the supervisory office whipped his head around, his eyes slicing through the air like a razor, fixing on the clerk with an intensity that could almost be felt physically. The veins on his neck bulged, and his voice boomed with the force of a thunderclap. "Do I need your reminder? Am I less intelligent than you? Is this transporter yours? Do I need you to dictate whether I retrieve it or not?" His nearly frenzied roar echoed across the campus, paralyzing everyone with fear. The clerk trembled head to toe, unable even to lift his gaze, his mind blank with shock. He couldn't comprehend how an offhand question had provoked such a storm of fury. Just as the entire scene lapsed into a tense silence, a sharp cry pierced the oppressive quiet from the students gathered afar. "Hey! Hey!" The voice belonged to Chang Xiaoyu. He was jumping up and down, mouth agape, unable to utter anything beyond the broken "hey." He pointed excitedly at a distant screen, having seemingly captured something astonishing with his high-resolution phone. In an instant, the student crowd erupted. Cheers spread like a spark in an oil sea, setting the entire scene ablaze with excitement. The school leaders turned towards the screen, and the supervisory head spun around to look as well. On the screen, what was initially thought to be a deformed group running towards the transporter was now attacking something. Suddenly, a bloodied figure burst from the horde, crashing into 2 of the mutants with sheer force. This figure, drenched in blood and resembling nothing more than a mass of running flesh, nonetheless carried someone on his shoulder. Despite his disfigured appearance, the familiar silhouette was unmistakable. It was Fu Junlin. "Bastard! I knew you wouldn't die. Run, you fool!" Kong Yiming shouted, tears streaming down his face as he pumped his fists in the air. Lu Jiyin held her breath, her eyes glued to the screen. One of the mutants caught up, lunging with its claws. Fu Junlin tried to dodge, but he was too exhausted. Blood spurted from his shoulder, revealing a deep, bone-exposing wound, and he staggered, nearly falling. In a split second, Fu Junlin used his momentum to roll to the side, his left hand bracing against the ground as he performed a lateral roll to regain his footing. His movements were like those of a bizarre spinning top, maintaining an unbelievable balance at high speed. Not only that, Fu Junlin let out a strange cry, and his speed increased even more. This was no ordinary DOS hit, was like a wild dog unleashed. His scream seemed to tear through the air, embodying a wildness that could shatter all constraints. "Ah!" With a fierce roar, Fu Junlin plunged headfirst into the special transporter. In a flash, he vanished. The supervisory director immediately pressed the retrieval button, and with a loud bang, the transporter disappeared without a trace. The deformed creatures in the enclosure were caught off guard and crashed into each other. On the field, Fu Junlin shot out of the transporter like a cannonball. The person on his back was flung 4 or 5 meters away, but was fortunately caught by a few quick-reacting teachers. However, no one expected that the once vigorous Fu Junlin would collapse to the ground like a lifeless body. His whole body was limp, his arms twisted in a grotesque manner, clearly with broken bones and tendons, unconscious. Fu Junlin, Kong Yiming and Lu Jin shouted as they rushed forward to hold him up. Emergency. Call for emergency help. The scene shifts to St. Light Hospital in the Upper West Side. In a high-end medical room, Shi Hongyu lay quietly on a pristine white bed. The machines that had been attached to her were removed, leaving only a humming battle flag crystal amplifier enveloping her, healing her wounds. Shi Hongyu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she cautiously opened her eyes. Seeing the white ceiling above and hearing the humming of the machine beside her, tears of relief welled up in her eyes. It's understandable to cry tears of joy, but you mustn't get too emotional, a gentle voice remarked. A curvaceous woman with long hair entered the room and sat by the bed. She gently touched Shi Hongyu's cheek, exhaled deeply, and teased with a smile. This was Liang Huimin, a teacher at the school and Shi Hongyu's close friend. Shi Hongyu managed a wry smile. Her tears weren't from surviving the ordeal, but from the persistent memories of the moments before she lost consciousness. Memories surged back. At that critical moment, several teachers raised their shields together, but they wavered like bubbles in the storm, barely holding on. Only Shi Hongyu, a martial artist, managed to fend off most of the attackers with her formidable close combat skills, buying time for the other teachers to escape. When the strong-type teacher urged her to retreat as well, Shi Hongyu chose to stay behind. Monsters were already starting to climb the cliff using a human ladder. She knew that if everyone left, the monsters would soon catch up. She only said one thing to the strong-type teacher, leaving him shocked as he departed. I've been infected. If my life can still shine, it's now. After the strong-type teacher left, Shi Hongyu entered a final frenzy. Come on, she shouted defiantly, pushing her energy to the limit to kill as many monsters as she could, those that had taken over the human homeland. The shield grew weaker. One more. Let me kill one more, she cried desperately. But as her energy was exhausted, the shield shattered. In that moment, she truly wished that blessing could come true. If only her energy were limitless, she could kill all the monsters. Without the shield, she was instantly struck down by a monster's claw, her mind buzzing. In the moment of death, everything seemed to slow down infinitely. Shi Hongyu lay on the ground, letting the monsters trample and tear her body. Through their limbs, she glimpsed the azure sky. The electromagnetic interference clouds had cleared. Sunlight poured down, a brightness she had never seen before. In that light, a figure burst forth and fell rapidly. It was a face she knew all too well, Fu Junlin. Shi Hongyu couldn't understand why Fu Junlin would appear there, even thinking for a moment that he had accidentally fallen. But clearly, that wasn't the case. As Fu Junlin fell, a monster lunged at him with its jaws open. In midair, he twisted his body and grabbed the monster's jaw. Using the force of his fall, Fu Junlin tore the monster's jaw along with half of its chest. Upon landing, Fu Junlin's right fist retracted sharply, his arms swelling slightly, and with one punch, he sent a monster flying, crashing into 3 or 4 others. To cause such destruction in a dense horde of monsters was unbelievable. When a monster bit Fu Junlin's wrist, Shi Hongyu noticed the weighted band on his wrist. This realization shocked her even more. Had Fu Junlin been wearing weights all along? Even with such restrictions, he could still display such terrifying power? In her thoughts, Shi Hongyu was already being pulled up by Fu Junlin. It was the first time someone held her like this, and the pain throughout her body had numbed her. But she would never forget Fu Junlin shielding her with his back, giving her an unprecedented sense of safety and belonging. As her consciousness began to fade, she vaguely felt Fu Junlin's powerful movements as he fought through the monster horde. He dodged and attacked fiercely, each punch and kick carrying immense weight, easily crushing monster skulls or breaking their chests. He seemed like a god descending, unstoppable, while shouting a strange name, Caliba. Just before Shi Hongyu lost consciousness, she sensed that Fu Junlin was also reaching his limits. She vaguely saw the weighted band on his wrist vanish. Then everything went dark until now. A few hot tears fell, and Shi Hongyu had only one thought in her mind. She turned to Liang Huimin, urgently asking, "Where is Junlin? I want to see him." Liang Huimin smiled helplessly. "This is St. Light Hospital." Shi Hongyu paused, then closed her eyes in pain. Of course, St. Light Hospital was a top-tier facility, not open to subhumans unless they were cleaners. However, Liang Huimin pulled an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Shi Hongyu. But he asked me to give you this letter. Upon receiving a letter from Fu Junlin, Shi Hongyu struggled to sit up, trembling as she took the envelope with delicate hands. She carefully unfolded the letter, her eyes hungrily scanning each word. The letter recounted the story of a student of a different species who endured various forms of bullying due to his identity. Glue smeared on his head, being shoved into a garbage pit, receiving threatening notes, and even having half a dead rat stuffed into his belongings. In his despair, he contemplated suicide until one day his female teacher noticed the bruises on his face. The teacher advised him not to expose his wounds and personally tended to them. In that moment, the student developed feelings for her. However, feeling inferior because of his identity, he buried these emotions deep inside. Now, he both wished for her to know and for her to pretend not to. After reading the letter, Shi Hongyu was overwhelmed with tears and laughter. Liang Huimin, curious about the letter's contents, tried to take a look, but Shi Hongyu turned away, clutching the letter tightly to her chest. Is he recovering? Shi Hongyu asked softly. Liang Huimin gave her a sidelong glance and detailed Fu Junlin's injuries. Multiple fractures, internal bleeding, and liver damage. Yet, he recovered surprisingly quickly and was discharged the next day. Intrigued, Liang Huimin pried further about the letter's content, prompting Shi Hongyu to urgently call for a nurse. Amidst their commotion, a nurse's cough signaled Liang Huimin to make a discreet exit. Shi Hongyu read the letter repeatedly, falling into a sweet slumber with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Fu Junlin leisurely sat atop the high wall of the enclosure, chatting with Dehei. Below, the regressors were running around, pursued by mantis-like blue-blood creatures, occasionally tossing explosives. The explosions echoed, but inflicted limited damage on the level 4 blue-blood creatures. Fu Junlin worried that Dehei's exhaustion might prevent him from streaming, affecting their income. Dehei blamed Fu Junlin for acting recklessly, but after a brief spat, they reconciled. Without the ability to stream, Fu Junlin could only earn money by hunting creatures. He planned to move between several enclosures, which, though unprofitable, allowed him to acquire miraculous white cells. Lacking the identity of a silent one, he dared not venture far and remained within these exposed enclosures. As time passed, the ground became littered with the smoking corpses of creatures. The regressors, nearly depleted of energy, stood amidst the creatures, panting heavily. Over the next few days, Fu Junlin went to the hunting grounds twice daily. In the morning, he teamed up with Qiao Zishu, Cheng Xiaoyu, or Kong Yiming for hunting, and in the afternoon, he ventured out alone to take down monsters. By the 5th day, he had accumulated over 100 pieces of meat. Wearing the mask of silence, Fu Junlin returned to the damp, foul-smelling alley in the red carpet district. From a distance, he spotted the middle-aged woman and the little girl he had previously helped. A tall, thin middle-aged man was holding the girl, making her giggle with joy. The woman leaned against the wall, watching the scene with gentle eyes and a blissful expression. Fu Junlin observed the family of 3 closely. Although the man was in shabby, dirty clothes, his eyes were clear, not resembling those of a scoundrel. The sores on the little girl's face had almost healed, leaving only a few faint scars. Suddenly, the woman caught sight of Fu Junlin from the corner of her eye, and her eyes lit up. She hurried over and was about to kneel when Fu Junlin quickly stopped her. Thank you. Thank you. The woman exclaimed with tears of joy. Are you all cured? Fu Junlin asked. Yes, we're all better, the woman replied excitedly. At that moment, the man put the girl down and approached, while the girl clung tightly to his pants. The woman wiped her tears and introduced Fu Junlin to the man. This mysterious hero is the one who gave us the meat and cured Yaya and me. The homeless man quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and cautiously extended a hand. Thank you, noble hero. May your energy be boundless. May you be immune to infection. Fu Junlin shook his hand. Hearing the conversation, other homeless people gathered around. Some of those infected with the virus looked at Fu Junlin with hopeful eyes, seeking help. Are you related to them? Fu Junlin asked the homeless man. The man laughed sheepishly and scratched his head while the woman blushed and looked down. The surrounding homeless people started teasing. This old hand has been hanging around here and recently found work at the mine. Yeah, now that he's got food, he's here to woo Yaya's mom. Exactly. This guy's all about helping widows, ignoring our empty stomachs. Do you have Yaya's mom's looks? Maybe if you clean up, he might take care of you too. After the laughter and banter subsided, Fu Junlin asked, What's your name? I'm Lu Uryo, but you can call me Street Drifter, the man replied. Fu Junlin chuckled helplessly. I'll call you Brother Yu then. I have a favor to ask. Anything. Just say the word. Lu Uryo said, patting his chest. Fu Junlin explained. I need you to reach out to the subhuman homeless around here. Anyone with secondary energy infections can come to get a piece of meat for treatment. I have 100 pieces of meat, So contact about 80 people first. Let's save lives first. I can't cure regular infections yet, so let's not gather those. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding homeless erupted with excitement, pushing forward and rolling up sleeves to show their infected areas. I've been infected for a long time. I'm dying. And me, it's been 4 years. I'm in the late stages. Hero, save me. My privates are almost gone. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Lu Uryo shouted loudly, pushing the crowd back with effort. Move aside. Are you deaf? Lu Uryo's shout echoed through the narrow alley. The hero asked me to find 80 people, and even with all of you infected, there aren't even 20. He counted you in. You bunch of fools, now clear off. Don't crowd the hero. His words were like a cold bucket of water poured over the crowd, and silence fell immediately. Fu Junlin watched the scene unfold, a wry smile on his face. He thought to himself, if Lu Uryo could rise from a street rascal to getting a job done, it must be partly luck and partly his wits. Such people usually have high emotional intelligence and good social skills. Turning to Fu Junlin, Lu Uryo confidently declared, I'll go right now. I'll have enough people for you in 20 minutes tops. With that, he saluted Fu Junlin sharply and was about to leave. I'll go with you, Fu Junlin said, deciding to be part of the process himself. Just as the two were about to set off, a little girl named Yaya tugged on Lu Uryo's pants, swaying her small body as she pleaded, Uncle, when will you be back? Lu Uryo crouched down, smiling gently. I'll be back soon. I'm just going to help the mysterious masked brother with something. Okay. The little girl nodded reluctantly, her eyes already welling up with tears. With a quick thought, Lu Uryo said, Why don't you count? Count from 100 to 1, and Uncle will be back by then. Hearing this, Fu Junlin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought, counting from 100 wouldn't take 20 minutes. This man sure loves to fib. Unexpectedly, Yaya nodded happily and started counting earnestly. 100, 101, 102, 103. Fu Junlin's eye twitched hard, silently lamenting the innocence of children. Lu Uryo stood up, wiped his hands, and said to Fu Junlin, Let's go. The two of them left the alley, weaving through the city's dark corners. Lu Uryo knew the streets like the back of his hand, guiding Fu Junlin through 2 bridge underpasses and 3 alleys. At each stop, with just a few words, Lu Uryo could gather a group of people. In no time, they had assembled 80 pitiful souls covered in sores. From a distance, the group looked like a band of the Walking Dead. Back in the alley, the locals spontaneously helped maintain order, forming a long line. Fu Junlin adjusted his mask, gazing at the long line with mixed emotions. In just 20 minutes, they had found 100 infected individuals in the red carpet district, a sobering reality. Fu Junlin began distributing the purifying meat. Each person trembled with gratitude as they received their portion, many with tears in their eyes. To them, it was not only hope for a cure but also a rare full meal. Halfway through the distribution, Fu Junlin's phone rang. He handed the remaining meat to Lu Uryo to continue distributing and stepped to the side to answer the call. It was Shangguan Mengji. Teacher. Fu Junlin greeted respectfully. Junlin, are you at the school? Shangguan Mengji inquired. No, but I'm not far away. Then find some time to come back. There's a research project, and I want to include you in the research group. Come back, and I'll explain the details. All right. I'll return as soon as I can. Fu Junlin hung up, his mind racing. A research group? He had recently heard that the school had launched a major research project, though the specifics were unclear. It seemed significant, and the lead was his own teacher, Shangguan Mengji. But being placed in it like this, would it be too obvious as favoritism? Fu Junlin couldn't quite grasp Shangguan Mengji's intentions. He instructed Lu Uryo to finish distributing the purifying meat, then hurriedly left for the school. The people in the alley watched him go in silence, then continued to receive their portions. At that moment, the back door of a nearby chaotic restaurant opened, and a server came out carrying a slop bucket. Seeing the long line in the alley, he curiously scrutinized the scene, puzzled by what the crowd was doing. Shaking his head, he poured the sour-smelling slop into a bin, closed the door, and retreated into the restaurant. Despite their hunger, no one would touch the slop. Not only was it foul-smelling, but once exposed to air, it became a breeding ground for viruses. Just like people stranded at sea cannot drink seawater, no matter how hungry they were, they wouldn't touch the slop. A stray dog with a torn ear approached, devouring the slop in large gulps, making the surrounding homeless people even more ravenous. Only those who received the purifying meat either devoured it hungrily or savored the taste of the raw meat. The alley was a microcosm of life in all its forms. An elderly man holding his 10-year-old grandson sat on the steps, quietly watching the scene. Booer, did you see that big brother just now? He's a subhuman too. He's a hero, the old man said softly. The little boy nodded, but kept his eyes fixed on the stray dog devouring the slop. The old man gently pinched the boy's cheek, sighing, Boer should work hard too. Strive to become a useful person when you grow up. Okay? Grandpa. The little boy suddenly spoke. The boy pointed at the stray dog, his voice filled with longing. Boer doesn't want to be a useful person. Boer is hungry. Boer wants to be that dog. After rushing back to school, Fu Junlin quickly changed his mask and clothes before entering Shangguan Mengji's laboratory. Inside, Jia Dongwei was deeply engrossed in a pile of open books, clearly searching for information. He glanced up as Fu Junlin entered, grunted impatiently, and went back to his work. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mengji, wearing glasses, stood pensively in front of a mech. Ha ha, come over here. Shangguan Mengji's face lit up with a bright smile as he waved Fu Junlin over enthusiastically. Just as Fu Junlin stepped forward, another person entered the room. It was Lu Jin. Fu Junlin was taken aback, wondering, why is Lu Jin here too? Without hesitation, Shangguan Mengji gestured Lu Jin over as well, saying, perfect timing, you're here too? The two exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. With a cheerful demeanor, Shangguan Mengji led them to a desk, which had a schematic of a mech component laid out. Beside it was a stack of documents, 3 to 4 centimeters thick, sealed in a manila envelope bearing the federal emblem. Noticing their surprised expressions, Shangguan Mengji nodded and explained. Yes, this is a set of highly classified documents. You might have heard that we're launching a new research project at the Nightingale Transit Station. The project scale and participants are classified, and all participants must have at least a bronze medal of merit. He continued, I'm planning to assign a small task from the project to you too. Although you're still students, your potential is extraordinary. Completing this project could earn you a silver medal of merit. In the entire school, only you two possess both a bronze medal and research achievements. Hearing about the silver medal of merit, Fu Junlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. For an ethnic minority, the silver medal meant direct housing allocation in the city, and more importantly, it signified a level of respect that would prevent others from looking down on him due to his race. Even the police would treat him with caution. Lu Jin also appeared thrilled but was simultaneously intrigued by Fu Junlin's abilities. Beyond his physical prowess, in scientific research, Shangguan Mengji reminded them, several external research groups have their eyes on this small project. I went through great lengths to secure this opportunity for you. If someone drops the ball, you'll both lose this chance, so cherish it. Professor, I'm in, Fu Junlin exclaimed, almost calling him teacher in his excitement. Lu Jin gave Fu Junlin a curious look, then nodded, saying, thank you, Professor, for this opportunity. I'll give it my all. Shangguan Mengji patted their shoulders, good. I trust you'll create something extraordinary together. In 6 days, the equipment at the research base will be ready. Meet me at the specified location for your authorization. After discussing the main business, Shangguan Mengji asked Lu Jin to leave first, while keeping Fu Junlin behind. Lu Jin gave Fu Junlin a meaningful look and playfully gestured as he left. Shangguan Mengji then took Fu Junlin to his small private laboratory. In Fu Junlin's mind, Dehei groaned. Hey, is your professor that kind of person? If so, let me out first. Fu Junlin internally rolled his eyes at the thought. Shangguan Mengji invited Fu Junlin to sit on the sofa and asked, how do you feel? Confident? I can't say I'm confident, but I'll give it everything I've got, Fu Junlin replied earnestly. Shangguan Mengji chuckled. Good. This arrangement is truly fortunate. Among the strong types, Lu Jin is the only one with both merit and a research background. Thankfully, you two get along well. If it were another strong type, I wouldn't have been able to arrange it. Do you understand what I mean? Fu Junlin nodded emphatically, fully comprehending Shangguan Mengji's considerate intentions. As an undergrad student of an ethnic minority, his involvement in a research project would naturally raise eyebrows. Securing such a project would seem implausible if Shangguan Mengji forced the arrangement. But with Lu Jin's participation, Fu Junlin's presence seemed less conspicuous. Shangguan Mengji could confidently assert the necessity of this pairing, and as the project leader, he wouldn't face skepticism. I'll do my best, Fu Junlin affirmed resolutely. Yes, don't fear failure, Shangguan Mengji encouraged. The reason we're involving you two students is because you lack the habitual thinking of research groups. Logic can only take you from A to B, but imagination can take you anywhere. Fu Junlin rarely had the chance to meet Shangguan Mengji, so he took some time to tackle the challenging aspects of a few advanced books. The content of these books far exceeded the scope of university textbooks, and even Shangguan Mengji was surprised by how much Fu Junlin had mastered. Strictly speaking, Fu Junlin had already surpassed Jia Dongwei in academic achievement. This kid isn't even 20 yet, right? He's a genius. Shangguan Mengji marveled silently, thinking of the balding Jia Dongwei. As evening approached, Fu Junlin had just stepped out of the research building when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. He glanced sideways and saw Cheng Xiaoyu rushing towards him, throwing her arms around his shoulders, her hand inadvertently resting on his chest. Wow, is this guy into guys? But he's quite fair-skinned, Could be worth a try, Dahe excitedly remarked in Fu Junlin's mind. Ignoring Dahe's teasing, Fu Junlin turned to Cheng Xiaoyu and said, "You're just in time. I was about to look for you." "Oh, what's up?" Cheng Xiaoyu asked, curious. "I want to sell some of the soft alloy material for my mech." Before Fu Junlin could finish, Cheng Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and said with wide eyes, "Trust me, the business world is deep waters. You can't handle it. Leave it to me." Fu Junlin couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you think I'm telling you this?" Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly realized. Smiling sheepishly, "Haha, I got carried away." Fu Junlin said helplessly, "I want to sell it, but I'm not well known, and I don't know if anyone would buy it." He hadn't streamed in days, losing his main source of income. Moreover, if he joined a research group, he'd have even fewer opportunities to stream in the future. Fu Junlin needed to find a way to make money, as going out to hunt for purified meat was a losing proposition. However, he still needed to do it to find Dahe's spaceship wreckage and help infected subhumans. This required significant funds to build mechs and purchase energy crystals. Cheng Xiaoyu confidently assured him, "Don't worry, you just make it and leave the selling to me. I guarantee it'll be in high demand." Fu Junlin was skeptical. "Are you that confident?" Logically, his reputation was limited to the school, with little recognition outside. Mech students within the school were unlikely to buy it, as using someone else's materials was akin to admitting inferiority and posed safety risks. As for outsiders, without having seen Fu Junlin's mech in action, it would be difficult to sell at a high price. Cheng Xiaoyu excitedly explained, "To be honest, I've always thought your mech material had great potential, but you didn't seem interested before, so I didn't mention it. Do you know how many industries could use your material? Dongheng Power's sewage pipes need to replace 4 bendable filter nets every month. Do you realize how high the repair costs for a blown valve at Jueli Energy Plant are?" Cheng Xiaoyu rattled off a long list of examples, leaving Fu Junlin stunned. He thought to himself, "How would I know about these things? I worry about whether leftover food has infectious diseases, and if there are bugs in the water. This guy's getting a bit full of himself. Look at him, listing things off like he owns the place. Should we take him out?" Dahe said sinisterly. "Hold on. Let's watch him a bit more." Fu Junlin restrained Dahe's impulse. Despite their vastly different backgrounds, Fu Junlin had to admire Cheng Xiaoyu's knowledge of other industries. Whether it was due to business acumen or prior knowledge, Cheng Xiaoyu had successfully seized this opportunity. The applications he mentioned mostly required flexible key positions or high-toughness materials, which perfectly matched the characteristics of Fu Junlin's mech materials. Cheng Xiaoyu blushed and argued. Alloys might lack flexibility, but they use stitching materials. Whether it's plastic or nano-nylon, nothing compares to the strength of alloys. She waved her hands animatedly, but when she noticed Fu Junlin giving her a strange look, she stopped abruptly and let out an awkward chuckle. Leaning closer to Fu Junlin, Cheng Xiaoyu whispered, "So, how much do you plan to sell it for? How should we set the price? What's our standard?" Fu Junlin frowned, clearly at a loss. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu started talking eagerly. "We could sell it by weight, like how much per kilogram. Or we could price it based on the specifications you cut out. I'll give you all the specs the customers need, and we can market it accordingly." Her eyes lit up as she continued. "We could even offer high-end customization. As for promotion, just use your mech to make some videos showing its impact resistance. After all, your mech can knock a level 3 boss away." As Cheng Xiaoyu spoke, her eyebrows danced with excitement, clearly recalling Fu Junlin's impressive performance with his mech in the wilderness arena. How a level 2 shield managed to send a level 3 elite monster flying. An astonishing feat. After pondering for a moment, Fu Junlin slowly said, My cost is roughly around 200 yuan per kilogram. Then should we sell it for 300? He asked hesitantly, clearly unsure about what constitutes a reasonable profit. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyu was taken aback, standing frozen with wide eyes. "The cost? Is 200? Yeah, a little over 200. Fu Junlin nodded affirmatively. Cheng Xiaoyu, incredulous, pressed on, "You're telling me the raw alloy material costs just 200 yuan per kilogram? What about the processing fee? What's in that a little over? Electricity and water bills, plus equipment wear and tear." Fu Junlin replied calmly. "Water. Water." Cheng Xiaoyu clutched her forehead, feeling like her brain was about to explode. He had been wondering how Fu Junlin managed to create this soft alloy, considering numerous possibilities, but never imagined it was essentially a cost-free venture. Turning raw alloy material into useful soft alloy with just a little water and electricity? Noticing Cheng Xiaoyu's reaction, Fu Junlin asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Cheng Xiaoyu earnestly replied, "Brother, even if your cost is 200, we can't sell it for 300. That's way too low." A shrewd glint appeared in his eyes as he decisively said, "Let's set the price at 3,000 per kilogram for now. I'll research the prices of their materials and calculate a market price. We need to maximize our profits." 3,000. Fu Junlin almost jumped in shock, and Chang Xiaoyu quickly covered his mouth. Muffled under Chang Xiaoyu's hand, Fu Junlin mumbled, "You'll get caught by the Price Bureau." Chang Xiaoyu nonchalantly replied, "This is a new material. Just grease a few palms at the Price Bureau, send some gifts, get a price evaluation report, and it's done. No big deal." Fu Junlin had to admit he was truly inexperienced in such matters. But he never expected this was just the appetizer. After recovering from the shock, Fu Junlin suddenly recalled something and asked in surprise, "Wait, I remember Dongheng Electric and Julie are both federal enterprises. They're public companies." Chang Xiaoyu scoffed, giving him a "you're so naive" look. "Oh, come on. Even department managers at public companies take kickbacks. Everyone's got to eat, right?" Fu Junlin listened to Chang Xiaoyu's suggestion and gave a resigned smile. "All right, let's go. To celebrate our successful collaboration in advance, dinner's on me," Chang Xiaoyu said excitedly. "I'm not into mahjong," Fu Junlin replied softly, but Chang Xiaoyu was already pulling him along. Due to Fu Junlin's status, they couldn't enter the premium restaurants and ended up at a sub-tier restaurant on the edge of the red carpet district. The ambience wasn't exactly elegant, but it was bustling with energy. Even before entering, the rich aroma of fried food filled the air. They chose a window seat. At the table, Chang Xiaoyu enthusiastically explained the various uses of soft alloy to Fu Junlin. He suggested that Fu Junlin apply for a patent to prevent future imitation. However, Fu Junlin politely declined. "The patent for the soft alloy has already been submitted by Shangguan Mengji," Fu Junlin explained. "Once it's approved, its application in federal-grade mech equipment will be assessed, and I'll receive some merit rewards." He further clarified that the likelihood of imitation was minimal. Even if someone understood the principle, executing it would be difficult. This is why he only sold the soft alloy and not the Xiao Qiba. The Xiao Qiba could be easily imitated, and before securing a patent for his brother, he couldn't distribute it freely. More importantly, the Xiao Qiba posed significant safety risks. If it ever got sold, out of 10 people trying to take it apart, 8 might end up getting blown up, Fu Junlin joked. "Then the Federation would come knocking on my door." After some discussion, they settled on a general plan. No mass production, only high-end customization. This way, they could limit the exposure of the soft alloy while still making money, which Fu Junlin considered the best approach. As they finished their meal and left the restaurant, the sky had darkened. Chang Xiaoyu wiped oil from his mouth as he walked, exclaiming, "Wow, who said the restaurants in the red carpet district aren't tasty? I haven't enjoyed a meal this much in ages." However, when she turned to Fu Junlin, she noticed he had stopped, staring intently at a street corner nearby. Following his gaze, Chang Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. For young men in their 20s were dragging a girl, about 13 or 14, into an alley. They wore trendy streetwear, and 2 held skateboards. One covered the girl's mouth, while another lifted her legs. The girl cried and struggled fiercely, but her voice was muffled. The street was sparsely populated, and passers-by merely slowed down, seemingly indifferent. Only 3 sub-tier youths standing by the street noticed. Initially joking and smoking, they looked like small-time troublemakers. But upon seeing the girl being dragged, their smiles vanished, replaced by serious expressions, yet they took no action. At this point, the 4 premium-tier youths had pinned the girl against a trash can, starting to tear at her clothes. Fu Junlin took a deep breath and walked briskly toward them. "Hey, old Fu." Chang Xiaoyu scratched his head, glancing around hesitantly. He recalled his parents often advising him to avoid conflicts in sub-tier areas unless necessary. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation on his first visit. The 4 premium-tier youths were laughing when they noticed the elongated shadow cast by the setting sun. Looking up, they saw Fu Junlin standing alone at the alley entrance, but they didn't seem surprised, as if they recognized him. The one holding the girl even waved at Fu Junlin, ready to continue their misdeeds. However, the shadows on the ground quickly multiplied. Behind Fu Junlin at the alley entrance, the 3 small-time troublemakers silently stood beside him. They said nothing but fixed cold gazes on the 4. Now, the numbers on each side were equal. But the number behind Fu Junlin continued to grow. Passers-by, even those who had walked past earlier, quietly joined him. In no time, 9 people blocked the alley entrance, sealing it completely and casting a shadow that obscured the entryway's light. Though the 9 sub-tier individuals merely stood silently, they exuded an oppressive aura akin to a predator's gaze. The 4 premium-tier youths exchanged glances, and the leader gestured with his head. They released the girl and approached the 9. The sub-tier group made a slight gap. The 4 premium-tier youths squeezed through the crowd, shoulder to shoulder, casting defiant and mocking glances as they passed, their eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. The girl collapsed to the ground, sobbing, when a tattooed subculture woman rushed over, taking off her own jacket to cover the girl. She gently comforted the girl, lifted her up, and began walking towards the others. Fu Junlin cast a grateful glance at his companions, and they all surrounded the girl, leading her out of the alley to ensure those men wouldn't target her again. Although no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding seemed to flow among them. However, they had barely taken a few steps when something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Crack! A white bottle hurled from a distance in the square, striking one of the subculture youths squarely on the head. Glass shattered everywhere, and blood trickled down the man's forehead. He staggered, nearly falling. But Fu Junlin and the others caught him just in time. The dozen or so subculture individuals immediately halted, their angry glares fixated on the direction of the sound. About 70 to 80 meters away in the vast square, 8 elite individuals stood, holding bricks and bottles, laughing recklessly as they pointed towards them. Among them were the 4 elite individuals from the alley earlier. Fu Junlin instantly recognized one of the 2 men at the front, Wang Jintang. Wang Jintang had a malicious grin on his face, toying with 2 stones in his hands, his eyes fixed venomously on Fu Junlin. The man in front of him was even more striking. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, clad in a black leather jacket, exuding an intimidating presence. Judging from the arrangement of the others, it was clear he was their leader. This man in black took a bottle from someone nearby, pretending to aim it in the direction of Fu Junlin and his group. Then, with a sudden motion, he hurled the bottle. Whoosh! The bottle cut through the air with a sharp whistle, its speed and accuracy leaving no doubt that this man possessed at least a second-level elite's prowess. With a swift backhand, Fu Junlin struck the wine bottle, shattering it into a fine powder. This display of his incredible strength instantly enraged the subhumans present. Although the elite had certain privileges in the red carpet area and both sides had an unspoken understanding of boundaries, today's events clearly crossed the line. The subhumans tolerated this situation not out of foolishness, but because the police had drawn a line in the sand. As long as they didn't cross it, even if they were justified, subhumans could still end up detained or beaten without recourse. Whoosh! Several more wine bottles and stones came hurtling through the air. These attackers were clearly formidable, at least first-tier elites, and the force of the stones was enough to be worrisome. Fu Junlin finally took his first step, facing the incoming bottles heat-in as he walked towards Wang Jintang and his group. The thug who had been hit and was bleeding wiped his face and followed closely behind. The other subhumans also moved forward, some even ignoring the stones and bottles exploding on their heads. Amidst the blood and chaos, a wild fire ignited in their eyes. Cheng Xiaoyu ran anxiously to the little girl, shouting at Fu Junlin, "Old Fu, don't fall for it. He's just trying to provoke you into a fight." The delinquent girl eyed Cheng Xiaoyu warily, suspecting he was with the elites. As a mecha engineer, Cheng Xiaoyu was physically weaker and couldn't help in the fight, so he could only stomp his feet in frustration. It turned out Wang Jintang had been expelled from Feiyun Vine School just 2 days prior. After being stepped on by Fu Junlin, he was targeted by the disciplinary department. Following an investigation and multiple reports from former cronies, Wang Jintang's crimes were enough to warrant a sentence. Someone even accused him of assaulting a subhuman girl, but due to lack of concrete evidence, he was merely expelled. Now a drifter, Wang Jintang blamed Fu Junlin for everything and was determined to seek revenge. If Fu Junlin took the bait and fought him now, he would be in serious trouble. Dehei sensed Fu Junlin's unprecedented anger and worried he might lose his cool, reminding him, "The mask? Hey, the mask. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" But at this point, it was too late to put on a mask, not that Fu Junlin intended to wear one anyway. A furious roar echoed across the field. Fu Junlin suddenly accelerated, and the subhumans behind him erupted with energy. The stones and bottles shattered against them, their impact more insulting than harmful, and they saw no need to dodge. At this moment, all dignity would be proven with fists. Seeing the situation reach a point of no return, Cheng Xiaoyu quickly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. In a flash, the distance of several dozen meters disappeared. Within 2 breaths, Fu Junlin was in front of Wang Jintang. 8 elites quickly raised their shields, and some even drew weapons. Seeing the subhumans dare to resist, the leather-clad leader sneered, battle lust ignited, and charged at Fu Junlin with a laugh. At that moment, Fu Junlin's right fist shot forward, his arm muscles rapidly swelling. Gene Lock 5. Local muscle strength enhancement. It was his first time personally activating the Gene Lock ability. A surge of power coursed through his right leg, waist, latissimus dorsi, and chest, threatening to tear the muscles apart. Boom! Fu Junlin's punch collided with the leather-clad man's shield, causing the air to tremble slightly. The shield shattered like foam, and before the man's right arm could rise, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into Wang Jintang's shield. With a loud crash, Wang Jintang's shield shattered instantly. The impact from the leather-clad man not only highlighted the disparity in strength, but also exposed the consequences of Wang Jintang and his group's idle ways. They had basked in their self-perceived superiority, only to be jolted into realizing the vast gulf between them and a true powerhouse. Fu Junlin moved like a specter, swiftly seizing two people by the throat and slamming them against the wall without hesitation. I told you, didn't I? Stray dogs are just stray dogs, he roared, forcefully smashing them into the wall. The impact left two large dents, dust swirling as the shockwaves scattered fallen leaves like ripples. The leather-clad man was knocked out cold. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around them. Elite thugs brandished weapons, elemental powers crackling, and the clang of mech collisions echoed continuously. However, their flashy displays were feeble against the furious subhumans. Using their numerical advantage and overwhelming momentum, the subhumans quickly breached the shields and pinned the elite thugs to the ground, beating them mercilessly. Though subdued by Fu Junlin, Wang Jintang still laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, come on, hit me, do it. Fu Junlin remained expressionless as he drove a punch into Wang Jintang's abdomen. Wang's face twisted, while rising in his throat. Without pause, Fu Junlin landed another blow on his chest, cutting his breath short. As Wang Jintang attempted to speak, a third punch struck his stomach, forcing him to vomit blood-tinged bile. Fear finally crept into Wang Jintang's eyes as he realized Fu Junlin might truly intend to kill him. With each word, Fu Junlin's fists pounded more viciously into Wang Jintang's organs. I studied hard to change this world. Even living in the darkest shadows, I dreamed of seeing the light. Everything I did was for survival, never to trample on anyone. What right or qualification do you have to think you can trample on me? Do you deserve it? The final words were punctuated by a ferocious punch aimed at Wang Jintang's head. Just as the fist was about to connect with Wang's nose, burly subhumans intervened with all their might. Two grabbed Fu Junlin's waist, one locked his elbow, and another gripped his wrist, collectively managing to halt the deadly strike. This intervention saved two lives and pulled Fu Junlin back to reality. Wang Jintang was barely clinging to life, his previous arrogance and cruelty replaced by the relief of having survived. He was grateful that these four subhumans retained their sanity and didn't let Fu Junlin kill him on the spot. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard nearby. Several police officers rushed over, brandishing electromagnetic guns and shouting, "Don't move! Hands up!" The sound of police sirens was also rapidly approaching. The four subhumans quickly pulled Fu Junlin aside. The others wanted to flee but realized it was too late, so they skillfully raised their hands and slowly knelt down. Several around them frantically gestured at Fu Junlin, signaling him to kneel. Seeing Fu Junlin refuse to comply, one officer struck the back of his knee heavily, while another forcefully twisted his arm behind his back and cuffed him. These two were the same pair of overweight and thin officers who had previously pinned Fu Junlin against the hood of a car. The overweight officer sneered as he pressed Fu Junlin to the ground. "Humph, finally got you. Remember what I said?" He thought to himself that even a university student from a prestigious school could be ruined once he had something on them. The group of subhumans watched silently. They noticed that Fu Junlin would rather be pinned to the ground than choose to kneel. The scene shifted to the detention room of the 6th Security Bureau in Feiyun City. Fu Junlin and a few subhumans were battered and bruised, clearly having suffered before being brought in. Leaning against the iron bars, Fu Junlin teasingly said to De He, "Didn't you always want to see what a cell looks like? Well, here it is." De He scoffed, "Don't try to fool me. This is just detention. I've heard there are free soaps to pick up in prison." Fu Junlin chuckled wryly, "Haha, I'm sure we'll get the chance to see that." Not far away, the overweight and thin officers, along with two other colleagues, were eating takeout, chatting and laughing, occasionally pointing in their direction. Seeing Fu Junlin leaning against the bars with a hint of a smile, the overweight officer said a few words to his colleagues and walked over with his lunchbox. He approached with a swagger, his greasy belly protruding, a smug grin on his face, holding a box of shrimp fried rice. "Heh, feeling comfortable?" he taunted. Fu Junlin looked at him calmly. At this moment, Fu Junlin was no longer afraid because he knew he could afford energy crystals now. Even if this fat pig beat him for a day, he wouldn't die, and besides, the officer wouldn't dare after all. He hadn't killed anyone, and a fight wasn't a capital crime, just some physical pain. Suddenly, Fu Junlin spat, hitting the overweight officer's face squarely, the spittle slowly dripping into his lunchbox. The overweight officer was stunned, as were the subhumans behind him. Then, the officer erupted in rage, his face twitching with anger, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. Just then, his three colleagues were on a call, occasionally glancing toward the detention room. The overweight officer slammed his lunchbox onto the bars and was about to unlock the door to teach Fu Junlin a lesson. Suddenly, his colleagues shouted at him, "Red pig, come here." The overweight officer halted, glaring murderously at Fu Junlin, then slapped the bars hard, gritting his teeth. "Wait for me. I'll make sure you suffer today." Fu Junlin feigned another spit, and the overweight officer instinctively raised his hand to block. Though nothing happened this time, His reflexive action drew laughter from the subhumans in the detention room. Fu Junlin looked at him with a faint smile. Red Pig, are you deaf? Get over here. The taller officer, clearly of higher rank, shouted angrily as he saw the delay. Red Pig pointed at Fu Junlin, hurried back, and wiped his face. The tall officer said a few words to him, and Red Pig's demeanor changed dramatically, shouting, "Release them? Didn't you see him provoke me? He just provoked me." The tall officer cursed, "Do your job, or get out. Do you think I'm joking? I told you to release them. Didn't you understand?" With that, he threw his chopsticks at Red Pig's face. Why? Red Pig, though reprimanded, had lost his cool. If he saw Fu Junlin walk out of there today, he'd be livid. The tall officer took a deep breath and said, "Do you know who just called? Just because, forget it. I'm not going to waste my breath on an idiot like you. You're fired. Xiaoyang, take over here. I need to report to the chief. Release everyone immediately." Red Pig still wanted an explanation. The tall officer suddenly exploded, shouting, "You're fired." Then he stormed off, leaving behind two officers who seemed slightly amused and a Red Pig whose face was flushed with anger. Inside the detention room, the subhuman brothers watched this drama unfold and started imitating pig noises in celebration, their laughter echoing loudly. They recalled how Red Pig had aimed for their faces when hitting them, and seeing him get his comeuppance made it worth getting beaten half to death today. Red Pig was trembling with rage. He turned abruptly and charged toward the detention room, his face twisted with anger, veins bulging, and the energy baton in his hand crackling with electricity, clearly set to maximum power. Just as he was about to execute his final act of private justice, as he opened the cell door, a woman's cold voice came from behind him. "Touch him again, and you'll regret being a man." Red Pig suddenly turned his head, only to see several officers escorting two individuals into the holding cell. The speaker was a woman in a black tracksuit, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light, ready to strike at any moment. This unique intimidation of a level 3 elite was chilling. Behind her was a cocky young man who winked at Fu Junlin from afar. These two were none other than Shi Hongyu and Cheng Xiaoyu. Clearly, Cheng Xiaoyu had contacted her teacher the moment the situation escalated, and her teacher had reached out to Shi Hongyu. On her way, Shi Hongyu informed the supervisory department about the issue of Wang Jintang's retaliation. This news happened to reach the ears of Shangwan Mengji. Even Shi Hongyu hadn't expected the elderly man to act so decisively, making a call that went straight to the head of the 6th Security Bureau in Feiyun City. Seeing Red Pig in a daze, Shi Hongyu raised an eyebrow, her gaze growing sharper. "Who are you? Who allowed you in here? Get out." By now, Red Pig had lost his mind. Nothing had gone well today, and even his boss had harshly reprimanded him, threatening to fire him. Desperate to regain some dignity, he shouted, "Get out? So you can assault a copper badge merit scientist?" Shi Hongyu let out a cold laugh. "Right? A coward like you, who doesn't dare step into the arena, can only flaunt bravado in that uniform against humans. Is that all you're capable of? Do you have any merits? Have you ever rescued anyone from peril amidst thousands on the battlefield? Do you have the courage to face the fangs of the aberrant species? You know, the person you're trying to hit could crush you with one hand." Her words were powerful, leaving everyone present in awe. This fat pig had at most the strength of a level 2 novice, while Fu Junlin could tear apart a level 4 aberrant species, though only Shi Hongyu had witnessed that scene. Red Pig was so humiliated by the scolding that he couldn't lift his head, eventually shouting in frustration, "Why are you wasting your breath? Get out, all of you. Out." Cheng Xiaoyu sighed helplessly, discreetly signaling the two officers who had brought them in. She unceremoniously counted 20 bills from her wallet and slipped them into their hands. The two officers took the money and, without a word, approached Red Pig. One of them deliberately bumped into Red Pig, then shouted, "Guys, Red Pig hit me. Get him." Immediately, the officers swarmed over Red Pig, dragging him into the adjacent cell for a beating. Even those who hadn't taken the money joined in, as Red Pig had already been fired, and kicking him while he was down seemed harmless. Everyone present was stunned by this scene, except for Cheng Xiaoyu, who remained calm, clearly accustomed to such events. Shi Hongyu gestured to Fu Junlin. "Let's go." Her eyes held a hint of coyness that was not easily noticed. While it wasn't uncommon for students to confess to their teachers, Fu Junlin was the first and only one daring enough to confess to her. As Fu Junlin walked out of the holding cell, the subhuman individuals inside watched him with hopeful eyes but dared not follow. It wasn't until the dashing officer waved them on, saying, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for a free meal? Let's go," that they joyously followed Fu Junlin out. Once outside the security bureau, this group of previously unacquainted subhumans bumped shoulders in friendly gestures and dispersed with wishes of, "May you stay immune." Shi Hongyu turned to Cheng Xiaoyu, who was about to come forward, and said, "Cheng Xiaoyu, you head back first." Cheng Xiaoyu paused, but upon seeing Shi Hongyu's calm gaze, She understood and smiled before turning to leave. Ah, I just remembered something. Wait for me, old Cheng. Fu Junlin tapped his forehead and quickly chased after Cheng Xiaoyu. However, Cheng Xiaoyu ran even faster, disappearing from sight like a gust of wind. Just as Fu Junlin was about to stride forward, someone suddenly grabbed his collar from behind, stopping him in his tracks. Come with me to Nightingale Station, a slightly commanding voice said from behind. It was Shi Hongyu, turning to lead the way. Although Fu Junlin was puzzled, he had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, De Hei's voice echoed in Fu Junlin's mind. Wow, exciting. The tone was laced with a hint of excitement, as though pondering something. Nightingale Station was still under construction, surrounded by half-finished buildings. Shi Hongyu led Fu Junlin to a towering structure, about 100 meters high, and they took a materials lift to the top floor. Due to the construction hazards and the workers being on break, the area was eerily quiet and empty. From this height, the entire site was visible. The distant sounds of construction clashed with the silence beneath them. A breeze, tinged with a slight metallic scent, blew through, lifting Shi Hongyu's long hair. Standing behind her, Fu Junlin unconsciously took a deep breath, captivated by the fragrance. Noticing the movement behind her, Shi Hongyu turned her head and gave Fu Junlin a playful glare. He froze on the spot, stammering, "Don't be mad. I'll give it back." He then blew out a forceful breath, almost as if to sneeze. Shi Hongyu couldn't help but laugh at his antics, giving him an exasperated look before turning back to gaze at the Nightingale transit station below. Suddenly, she asked, "Have you always worn those bands on your hands and feet?" Fu Junlin's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the bands on his wrist. He realized he might not be able to hide the truth from Shi Hongyu. She must have seen the band's function when he saved her from the mutated creatures. Although he had put them away afterward, he wore them again now, and she likely figured out their secret. "Yes," Fu Junlin replied simply. Shi Hongyu sighed softly, a trace of melancholy in her voice. "You're hardworking and talented, but since you know I have a secondary infection..." Before she could finish, Fu Junlin interrupted eagerly. "Teacher," he exclaimed, "recently, in the red carpet district, there's this strange masked guy. He's spreading some kind of meat that can purify secondary energy infections. I've seen many people get cured. I specifically got a piece." With that, Fu Junlin pulled a piece of meat from his pocket and handed it to Shi Hongyu. Despite being a day old, it remained fresh due to the special white cells it contained. Shi Hongyu looked at the meat, then at Fu Junlin, as if struggling to believe what she heard. Cure secondary energy infections? How is that possible? Yet, deep inside, a flicker of hope ignited. She looked at Fu Junlin with questioning eyes. "Really? I saw it myself. People got better after eating it raw for a few days." Fu Junlin nodded earnestly. Shi Hongyu stared at Fu Junlin for a long moment before reaching out to take the meat. She drew out a small knife and, in front of Fu Junlin, sliced the meat into thin pieces, eating them one by one. After watching Shi Hongyu finish eating, Fu Junlin exhaled deeply, cautiously asking, "Teacher, if you recover, will you still say what you were going to tell me earlier?" Fu Junlin had already anticipated this situation. Shi Hongyu had sold her car and quickly boosted her strength, and she had already given up her life among the mutated creatures, clearly thinking she didn't have long to live. Perhaps she intended to leave him some parting words, but everything changed with this piece of potentially curative meat. Shi Hongyu caught the implication in Fu Junlin's words, her face gradually turning red. She feigned seriousness and said, "Stop talking nonsense. We don't even know if it works yet. But if it does work, how will you repay me, teacher?" Fu Junlin mustered his courage, puffing out his chest as he asked. Shi Hongyu's face instantly flushed crimson. Furious and embarrassed, she grabbed Fu Junlin by the collar. As a level 3 elite boxer, she effortlessly lifted the nearly 900-kilogram man over the edge of the platform, leaving him dangling in midair, 100 meters above the ground. "I'll reward you with a romantic death. I'll throw you off here first," Shi Hongyu shouted angrily. The air was filled with Fu Junlin's terrified screams. "Help!" Inside Fu Junlin, De Hei was also screaming frantically. "Are you sure you want to fall for this crazy woman? Tell her to let go." "No, tell her not to let go." Fu Junlin had never been in a relationship and had experienced little joy in his life. However, today he returned home with a broad smile on his face. The afternoon spent with Shi Hongyu, sitting quietly on the terrace without exchanging a word, brought him an inexplicable sense of happiness. This silent interaction seemed to open a door to Shi Hongyu's heart, as if she had shared so much without uttering a single word. Fueled by this wonderful feeling, Fu Junlin took a detour to Yunhe district to pick up his younger brother, Fu Junting. He planned to take his brother to the arcade for a game of pool, hoping to strengthen their bond through this shared experience. As someone with more life experience, Fu Junlin wanted to guide his brother on the right path, especially since there were some topics boys might find difficult to discuss with their mother. After playing pool and chatting for a while, the sky began to darken. Fu Junlin and Fu Junting headed to a nearby convenience store to buy some items. By this time, the red carpet district was sparsely populated, with only 2 cars parked in front of the store. Inside, there were few customers. Fu Junting picked out 2 snacks while Fu Junlin bought some groceries, and they both queued up at the checkout. Ahead of them was a family of 3, with a couple and their 7 or 80-year-old son. Behind them stood a subspecies father and his 6 or 7-year-old son, who was holding a toy doll. The subspecies father was quietly talking on the phone. The pure species boy, growing impatient, turned around and noticed the subspecies boy's doll, approaching with curiosity. At first, he gently touched the doll's fur, and the subspecies boy kindly offered it forward. But soon, the pure species boy tried to snatch the doll and yanked at its hair, pulling out several strands. The subspecies father, noticing the commotion, glanced nervously at the pure species parents in front and softly urged his son, "Let him play with it for a bit, be good." But the subspecies boy was clearly unwilling. As the 2 children began to tussle, the pure species father suddenly turned around. Upon seeing the scene, he erupted in anger. "Hey!" he shouted, startling everyone nearby. He snatched the doll away and pointed at the subspecies father's nose, yelling, "Crippled dog, keep your mud in check." Crippled dog was a derogatory term used by some extreme pure species individuals to insult subspecies people, implying genetic defects. It was as venomous as the subspecies privately calling pure species white pigs, and was usually not used openly. The subspecies father, suppressing his anger, said slowly and clearly, "That doll was bought by me. It was your child who took it." "What did you say?" The pure species father squinted his eyes, asking coldly. His wife tried to pull his arm, but he shook her off violently. "Say it again," he demanded aggressively. The subspecies child, now in tears, clung tightly to his father's leg. The subspecies father, holding back his fury, looked to the store owner for help. The store owner, a pure species himself, sighed and placed his hands on the counter, saying to the pure species father, "It was indeed your son who took the doll. Baldy, don't cause trouble here." The pure species father seemed somewhat intimidated by the store owner, glaring viciously at the subspecies father before throwing the doll back into his shopping cart. But the subspecies father suddenly said, "Give it back to me." This made the pure species father furious. He turned and pointed at the subspecies father, gritting his teeth, "I swear to God, if you dare say one more word." However, the subspecies father remained unafraid, meeting his gaze with determination. As the situation grew increasingly tense, the store owner slammed a bag of chips on the counter and shouted at the pure species father, "Do you really want to act like this in front of your child?" The pure species father's nostrils flared with anger, but finally, he let out a cold laugh, threw the doll back into the subspecies father's arms, and pushed his cart away with his family. The store fell silent for a moment before the subspecies father took a deep breath, knelt down to wipe the tears from his son's face, and forced a smile as he placed the doll back in his son's arms. The little boy immediately hugged his father tightly. "Thank you," the subspecies father said sincerely to the store owner. The store owner resumed checking out their items and, after scanning everything and taking the payment, said slowly, "Be careful, that guy is a fool." "Yes, thank you." The subspecies father nodded, trying to take the doll from his son's arms to pay for it. The store owner made a funny face at the little boy and gently pressed the subspecies father's hand. "Forget it. It's something his father won for him." The subspecies father was taken aback for a moment, then nodded heavily several times without saying anything further, simply tucking the doll back into his son's embrace. The father and son left the convenience store hand in hand. Fu Junlin and Fu Junting, who had witnessed the entire incident, breathed a sigh of relief when the conflict did not escalate further. They placed their items on the counter, feeling a newfound respect for the store owner. The store owner looked up at them, smiling as he rang up their purchases. "Wow, hee, lucky my son isn't here, or he might be asking for a photo with you." Fu Junlin was momentarily taken aback, staring at the shopkeeper in surprise. The convenience store was brightly lit, the shelves were neatly arranged, and the shopkeeper wore a friendly smile. "The Wildfield Arena, the hidden squad incident," the shopkeeper exclaimed excitedly. "My son is in his 2nd year of high school, and their class teacher used your battle as a case study. That kid studies it all the time, and even brought it home to show me. You guys are truly an elite squad, amazing." The shopkeeper gave a thumbs up, and Fu Junlin looked down, a bit embarrassed. Beside him, Fu Junting looked utterly bewildered, eyes filled with confusion. "Huh, what? Brother, what did you do?" Fu Junting asked in astonishment. "Even the shopkeeper's son knows about it, but I don't? That's not right. Your brother is awesome," the shopkeeper added with a smile. Seeing his brother's incredulous expression, Fu Junlin playfully ruffled his hair. "This little rascal doesn't believe in his own brother." The shopkeeper handed the items to Fu Junlin, chuckling as he said, "If you have a bronze medal of honor, I'll give you a 20 discount, and with my son's admiration, an additional 10 off. May your energy be boundless, young man. May you be immune to infections, the brothers chimed in unison, thanking the shopkeeper before walking out of the convenience store side by side. The night was deep, and the streets were sparsely populated. Fu Junting eagerly grabbed his brother's arm, urgently asking, "Brother, what exactly did you do to end up in a textbook?" Fu Junlin explained, "Actually, it was your explosives that really helped. I'll teach you how to make the Kasiba later. When you enter the arena, make sure to bring something like this for protection." Fu Junting nodded repeatedly, determined to find the video tomorrow and see his brother's heroic deeds firsthand. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry interrupted their conversation. Not far away, a little boy clutched a toy doll, standing helplessly in a pool of blood, crying. His father, the subhuman father who had been walking in front of the brothers, was now lying on the ground, convulsing. In the distance, the taillights of a car disappeared around a corner, accompanied by the screech of brakes. The brothers rushed over immediately. Fu Junlin quickly knelt down to check the subhuman father's condition and relaxed slightly upon hearing faint breathing. Fu Junting, however, gasped in horror at the sight. The father's face was almost unrecognizable, his mouth torn, blood gushing from the wounds, a chilling scene. Fu Junlin acted swiftly, planting a battle flag in the ground. A flash of dark green light followed, and he took out a white battle flag, releasing a slow healing energy. Under the flag's influence, the father's injuries began to heal rapidly. After putting away the flag, Fu Junlin whispered to his brother, "When he wakes up, you head home. Don't worry about me." His tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Fu Junting could only nod in agreement. When he looked up again, his brother's figure had already disappeared around a distant corner, clearly pursuing the car that had fled. The car hadn't left the red carpet zone, suggesting the perpetrator likely lived nearby. As the vehicle passed through a block, two elite men stepped out and, after a brief exchange with the elite father in the driver's seat, walked into a building in the neighborhood with smiles on their faces, clearly home. The car continued on for about a mile before finally stopping at the entrance of an alley beside a high-rise building. The elite woman and child got out first, carrying numerous bags, and hurried into the building. The elite father leisurely stepped out, leaning against the car to light a cigarette. He took out a towel, meticulously wiping the blood from his knuckles, a faint, uncontainable satisfaction evident on his face. However, after only a couple of puffs, he noticed a shadow at the alley's entrance, staring intently at him. The person's face was wrapped in a black cloth hood, was none other than Fu Junlin. To avoid surveillance cameras, he had to forego his signature Silent One mask. "Who are you?" the elite father asked warily, frowning. But soon, he noticed the genetic marker on Fu Junlin's head and relaxed, leaning back against the car. "Ha! Another crippled subspecies dog," he sneered, eyeing Fu Junlin with a taunting gaze, a contemptuous smile on his lips. Fu Junlin remained silent, slowly advancing towards him. The elite father stayed calm, pulling a thunderstorm gun from under the seat. In his mind, this would make any subspecies tremble with fear, begging for mercy or fleeing in panic. After all, the thunderstorm gun was a special urban anti-riot weapon from the Security Bureau. Even as a first-level elite, with this gun, he feared no second-level elite. Yet, things unfolded far beyond his expectations. With the cigarette still in his mouth and his fingers not yet touching the safety catch, Fu Junlin dashed forward like lightning, knocking the thunderstorm gun out of his hand. The gun hit the wall with a piercing crash, shattering into pieces. The elite man stood there, wide-eyed, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He didn't even have time to scream before Fu Junlin grabbed him by the neck and dragged him into the dark alley. With a resounding bang, Fu Junlin slammed him to the ground with incredible force, his fist raised high. The opponent was merely a first-level elite, and not even a protective shield could withstand such a thunderous blow. In that critical moment, DeHay's voice suddenly echoed in Fu Junlin's mind, unusually serious. "I don't care about his life, but I care about you, Fu Junlin. Have you noticed that you're gradually losing control?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.